The dense bouncing sound rang out again. The boy holding the sword looked extremely nervous, his eyes flickering wildly, and he retracted the iron sword several times when he wanted to stab out. Seeing that all the ping-pong balls were about to fall to the ground, he made up his mind and swung his sword towards a yellow ping-pong ball regardless of the consequences. As a result, the tip of the sword first hit a white ping-pong ball, which was knocked away, and the yellow ping-pong ball behind it was knocked away, but it still missed the target. The boy's face suddenly turned as pale as the previous one. Wei Ying still had no expression on her face. This time she didn't even bother to open her mouth, she just tilted her chin. There was disdain in his cold eyes, as if saying, "Get out of here." The boy ran back to the team in panic as if he had been pardoned. Now the people behind are under more pressure. In the blink of an eye, 20 people came up one after another. The result was that no one was able to hit the 3 yellow balls in the time when the ping-pong ball bounced up and down. There were some who did stab one, but judging from the look on his face, he was extremely lucky. Lin Xiao was the only one left on the field. As the first freshman, he stood on the far right side of the queue. At this moment, everyone looked at him, including Wei Ying. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and walked forward slowly. After observing for a while, I became more and more aware of the difficulty of this test. It is completely different from yesterday's honey collection. There are not so many concerns when collecting honey. Just collect it all at once. The key word is fast. However, Wei Ying's testing technique involves too much and requires real skills. When he came to Wei Ying, Instructor Wei's eyes remained calm. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, took the iron sword, and waited attentively. A hint of barely perceptible interest flashed in Wei Ying's eyes, and she wondered if Lin Xiao could surprise her again this time. However, she still looked extremely cool, with her red lips slightly parted. "Get ready." Lin Xiao's heart tightened, and he saw Wei Ying raise the small basin and turn his palm over. In an instant, 30 ping-pong balls poured down. Lin Xiao stared at the small sphere, his senses expanded to the extreme. Bang, bang, bang. The ping-pong ball fell to the ground. Dense balls bounced up. Lin Xiao saw a flashing white scene in front of his eyes, which was too much to take in. At this moment, I also deeply felt the pressure from the people in front of me. It's really too messy. You have to hit the yellow ping-pong ball and avoid the white ping-pong ball. Opportunities keep appearing and slipping away, fleeting. Faced with this kind of situation, most people's eyes and brains wouldn't be able to process it, let alone draw their swords. In an instant, beads of sweat broke out on Lin Xiao's forehead. He even had the thought that he didn't know how to draw his sword, or even didn't dare to draw his sword. At this moment, Sister Gu's thoughts came again at the critical moment. "My dear, as a swordsman, you must always be brave enough to draw your sword and never hesitate. The more chaotic the situation is, the more you need to focus your mind, unify your thoughts, and boldly strike with your sword." Lin Xiao shuddered all over when he was reminded of this. Yes, if you don't even have the courage to draw the sword, how can you learn sword skills? If you hesitate when faced with a difficult situation, how can you go long-term? Lin Xiao's heart suddenly calmed down. And in this silence, the passive ability bestowed by the peerless sword spirit became clear again, and the feeling of being able to move forward with a sword in hand returned, and even Qin Xin seemed to play a role at this moment. The bouncing ping-pong balls in front of my eyes seemed to have suddenly had their slow-motion button pressed, moving slowly in the air. The trajectories of the 30 ping-pong balls became clearer and clearer, and the 3 yellow ping-pong balls were particularly conspicuous. In just a moment, Lin Xiao seemed to have calculated their trajectory and the best time to draw his sword. Wei Ying raised her eyebrows slightly and kept staring at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was obviously flustered at first, but the panic lasted for less than half a second before he suddenly calmed down again. Wei Ying's eyes lit up when he saw her adjust her mood so quickly, and she nodded secretly in her heart. No matter what the result is, this mentality is quite good. Lin Xiao's hand moved, and at the moment when all the ping-pong balls were about to fall to the ground, he stabbed 3 swords in a row like lightning. The speed was so fast that it created a phantom. Each sword hit the yellow ping-pong ball accurately while avoiding all the white ping-pong balls. Bang bang. Bang bang. The training ground was silent, and the sound of the ping-pong ball hitting the ground was particularly loud. What a fast sword. Did it hit you? It seems to have hit me, but I'm not sure. Because Lin Xiao swung his sword too quickly and there were too many ping-pong balls, the freshman watching couldn't tell for a moment whether Lin Xiao had hit the target or not. Everyone turned their eyes and looked at Wei Ying, wanting to get an answer from her. Then, a strange light flashed across Instructor Wei's eyes. There was a hint of surprise on the cold queen's face. It seems that Lin Xiao hit the target. The group of freshmen were immediately extremely surprised. All of them had faced the densely packed ping-pong balls and felt the pressure involved. Lin Xiao actually did what no one else had done. Everyone was shocked but couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the past 2 or 3 days, Lin Xiao has been the center of attention. It is impossible to say that no one is competing with him. Originally, it was thought that Lin Xiao, who had no experience in martial arts, would most likely perform worse than everyone else in terms of such skills. Even if he was stronger, he would at most be the same as everyone else. As a result, this pervert once again stood out. Damn it, if you're in the same class with this guy, you can forget about getting ahead. The group of people were extremely depressed, especially when they saw the hint of surprise on Queen Wei's face. No matter how good their mentality was, they still felt sour. Wei Ying's tense face relaxed for the first time, and she praised him generously. Well done. Lin Xiao came back to his senses, but was a little dazed. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have entered some kind of wonderful realm. There is a feeling that time has stood still. Lin Xiao returned to the team and immediately communicated with Qi Ling Palace. Sister Gu, I just felt that everything in front of me slowed down. What happened? Slowed down. Gu Shuyan's voice was obviously surprised. That is the state of unity between heaven and man. When you enter this state, you forget about yourself and the world, and you can eliminate all external interference. It is the state that all cultivators dream of. My husband, you really surprised Shuyan. Although it was because of the unparalleled sword spirit, it is amazing that my husband was able to comprehend the unity of man and nature in such a short time. Lin Xiao was overjoyed when Sister Gu praised him, and asked curiously. Sister Gu, how long did it take you to realize the unity of man and nature? Gu Shuyan was silent for a moment, then said softly, 10 days. Lin Xiao keenly noticed that she was hesitant in speaking, and immediately said. Madam, are you lying to your husband? Gu Shuyan was slightly embarrassed and could only tell the truth. I am a natural swordsman. The first time I held a sword, I immediately achieved unity between man and nature. Lin Xiao was stunned, then smiled bitterly. He is just asking for trouble. Sister Gu just lied just to take care of his feelings. It seems that Wushuang Jianpa did not completely inherit Sister Gu's sword talent. In fact, it is understandable. Talent is a mysterious thing, involving understanding, preferences and so on. It is unlikely to obtain all the talents of a sword genius like Gu Shuyan with just a passive skill. Wei Ying's expression returned to indifference. She looked at everyone below and said coldly. You really opened my eyes. Is this all you can do? I couldn't even stab 3 ping-pong balls. Is this what you call having a martial arts background? Have you all learned martial arts from dogs before? Wei Ying was very clear when he scolded people, and his tone was exactly like a military officer scolding a soldier. A group of freshmen were scolded, but they were not angry. They just scratched their heads. Wei Ying's expression became even colder, a bunch of rubbish. After saying that, he added, except Lin Xiao. Now the other freshmen were no longer calm. At first, they were inexplicably happy about being scolded by Queen Wei, but the next moment, the queen subtly praised another boy, and they were no longer happy. They all looked at Lin Xiao dimly. Damn it, Instructor Wei, please stop attracting hatred for me. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. Wei Ying didn't have time to care what the boys below were thinking, and snorted coldly. Your foundation is too weak. Go practice the rapier style like the other 4. 10,000 times. Ah, why is it 10,000 times? They only did it 5,000 times. A group of freshmen wailed. Wei Ying's voice was icy cold, for those who don't start within 5 seconds, add 5,000. Now everyone had no time to complain and rushed to the weapons display rack. Then, cheers continued to be heard from the training ground. Chapter 101 Finally Dual Cultivation. 7 o'clock in the evening. It gets dark very late in summer. The setting sun hangs in the sky, with rays of light all over the sky. The weather inside Chilling Palace is synchronized with the outside world, and there is a gentle evening breeze on the cliff. Gu Shuyan sat on a small table by the cliff with a guqin placed in front of her. Her dress fluttered in the mountain breeze, and she looked like a fairy ready to fly to the heavens at any time. Two bare hands plucked the strings of the zither, and the sound of the zither was graceful, distant and clear. On the cliff, Lin Xiao was holding a long sword and there was a training stake in front of him. He kept repeating the same action, slashing with the sword. The movements looked very strange and even weird, and every time it fell, the hands would twitch continuously. The long sword hit the wooden stake, but it felt like it hit a spring, and the long sword kept shaking. Lin Xiao looked as if he was trying hard to suppress his trembling. He kept swinging his sword, muttering to himself. Third level, why can't I break through the third level? This went on for nearly an hour. Lin Xiao suddenly became angry and threw his sword away. Like a child who couldn't complete an assembly of his toys, he ran all the way to Gu Shuyan. He threw himself into Gu Shuyan's arms and complained in a tea-like tone. Sister Gu, Snow Thousand Layer is too difficult to practice, woo-woo. Gu Shuyan withdrew her hand from playing the piano, hugged her husband, and smiled in her eyes. It was obvious that he was acting coquettishly towards her, his eyes were gentle and doting. Don't be impatient, my husband. Snow Thousand Layer is the most difficult to practice. It took me a long time to master it. Lin Xiao hugged her soft waist and smiled. Sister Gu, practicing 1,000 layers of snow is so boring. My hands are so sore, so sore. Gu Shuyan smiled, reached out to tidy up his messy hair, and said gently. Shuyan, massage your husband. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Xiao's wrist, and his 10 white fingers held his big hand and gently kneaded it. Lin Xiao felt like he was about to be melted by this tenderness, and he quietly looked at her with her brows lowered and eyes downcast. The beauty is right before my eyes, her face is so beautiful that it seems unreal. The refreshing body fragrance wafted through his breath, making people feel itchy, and Lin Xiao's heart gradually became restless. After a few seconds, he couldn't help it, broke free, hugged fairy sister in his arms, and said in her ear with a sly smile. My lady, I was so hot from practicing sword moves just now, let's go cool down. The word wife made Gu Shuyan's ears red, and she subconsciously said. I will go and prepare water for my husband's bath. Lin Xiao held her tightly and said with a chuckle, when I say cool down, I don't mean take a shower. What is that? Gu Shuyan was at a loss. Lin Xiao leaned close to her ear and whispered, you can feel cooler if you take off your clothes. Gu Shuyan's face suddenly turned red, and she finally understood what her husband wanted to do. The shyness in his eyes was hard to suppress. Lin Xiao rubbed her cheek and begged softly. My wife, my husband wants to practice dual cultivation. It's so frustrating that he can't improve his cultivation. Gu Shuyan's heart was pounding and her body was shaking. She suppressed her shyness and looked at him with a bright gaze, and saw that her husband's eyes were filled with admiration and desire. My heart suddenly felt shy and soft. After a while, I mustered up my courage and whispered. Husband, follow me. She pulled Lin Xiao up and walked slowly out of the cliff. Lin Xiao knew that she had agreed, and his heart was pounding with excitement. The two of them came to Pinggu, where Gu Shuyan liked to play the piano. Walk along the wooden bridge to the pavilion in the lake. The pavilion is hung with a green gauze curtain today, gently fluttering in the lake breeze. The pavilion was still covered with clean bamboo mats, but there was now an additional brocade couch inside. On the small table beside the couch stands an incense burner decorated with cranes. Smoke curls up from it, and the pavilion is filled with a sweet aroma. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, could it be that Sister Gu wanted to practice dual cultivation with him here? Wow, dragon fighting in the wild and so on, I like it the most. Gu Shuyan pulled Lin Xiao to sit down on the brocade couch. There was always a hint of blush on her cheeks. The cold fairy was inexplicably charming at this moment. The two of them sat snuggling together. Lin Xiao hugged his beloved, his heart pounding, and looked down at that beautiful face. Although Gu Shuyan was shy, she did not avoid his gaze and returned his gaze gently. Shy and bold. Lin Xiao liked her eyes the most. They seemed to be able to speak, full of tenderness and sweetness that could melt one's heart. The face in front of me is so beautiful that it makes people infatuated. She has a thin, oval face, small and delicate eyes and nose, and skin as delicate as white porcelain. Her black eyes are sparkling and her eyebrows are like the mountains and rivers of the south of the Yangtze River. Those cherry lips were so tempting that Lin Xiao couldn't help himself and slowly lowered his head. Gu Shuyan let out a moan and fell limply into Lin Xiao's arms. Before long, her dress was ruffled. Xuan Jiaranxia pushed Lin Xiao away, gasping for breath like a dehydrated fish. Husband, wait. Gu Shuyan took a few breaths, her face flushed, her eyes full of water, she said half coquettishly, half solemnly. Husband, Shuyan doesn't know much about love affairs, please teach me. Any advice? Sister Gu's words were so provocative that they made Lin Xiao feel itchy inside. Madam, I don't deserve your teaching. You taught me the 18 sword moves. How about I teach you the 18 moves today? Gu Shuyan's watery eyes were surprised, is it also a sword technique? Lin Xiao chuckled evilly and whispered in her ear, it's the shooting skills. Gu Shuyan's clear and cold eyes were still a little dazed, revealing an innocent and lovely expression. My wife will know it soon. Lin Xiao moved closer again. Gu Shuyan hurriedly called out, husband, wait a moment. She moved back a little, grasped the ribbon around her waist with her slender fingers and pulled it gently. The plain white dress slipped off her shoulders. The clouds dispersed and the full moon emerged. The bright white light seemed to illuminate the surroundings a little. Lin Xiao was stunned, and felt that he saw the most beautiful moon in the world. Chapter 102, Exaggerated Training Speed. The evening breeze brings coolness, and the green gauze hanging on the stone pavilion flutters. An hour later, the stuffy Lin Xiao finally cooled down. On the small couch in the stone pavilion, with their white dresses scattered, a newlywed couple snuggled up to each other, feeling each other's tenderness. The blush on Gu Shuyan's face had not yet faded. Her face was pressed against Lin Xiao's cheek, her eyelashes trembling, and her eyes were lazy. Her face now looked more gentle than cold, and the aura of someone who could be admired from afar but not touched had long disappeared. She had just experienced the most indescribable feeling of her life. For a moment, I felt like I was floating in the clouds and turned into a real fairy. She floated on the clouds, feeling like she was in heaven. That feeling is so addictive, it really has an indescribable magic. She couldn't help but think that it was no wonder that those male and female disciples who formed Taoist couples at Lianyi Peak were so inseparable and stuck together. I used to find it strange, but now I finally understand the reason. As the saying goes, once you taste the marrow, you know the taste. She was feeling lazy at the moment and didn't even want to leave her husband's arms. Suddenly, she moaned and felt a hand playing tricks on her chest. Husband, let's take a break. Gu Shuyan's cold voice even became a little charming. Lin Xiao laughed strangely. My lady, we have only practiced for an hour. I feel like we can practice for another hour. We must hurry up. Gu Shuyan was very embarrassed. She was so real in Qiling Palace. The Yunluo path had just been opened, and it was difficult for her to withstand the continuous tossing and turning. It would take at least half an hour for her to recover. Husband, can you please take a look at the results of your practice first? Gu Shuyan begged shyly. Lin Xiao felt pity for her, so he spared her for the time being. He played with the soft jade in his hand while opening the character information panel. Name, Lin Xiao, Human, F. Main Contract Spirit, Gu Shuyan. From the Spirit, None. Level, 1, Holy Light Value, 29%. Soul Jade, None. Equipment, None. Spiritual Combination Technique, Not Understood. Spiritual Feedback Skills, Sword Control, Unparalleled Sword Spirit, Piano Heart, Broken String. Lin Xiao was shocked when he saw the Holy Brilliance value. I really didn't expect that practicing dual cultivation with Sister Gu would increase by about 10%. Moreover, this time the dual cultivation was only half completed, and the other half was not completed. During the dual cultivation process just now, Lin Xiao had already felt it carefully. The dual cultivation method provided by the illustrations could greatly resist the invasion speed of the evil light. After the evil light entered the body, a part of it flowed into Sister Gu's body along with the holy light. The two people share and resist together, and the speed of contamination is greatly reduced. TSK, after practicing dual cultivation again, I can gain at least 10% more holy brilliance. One double cultivation is equivalent to 3 previous cultivations. This speed is too strong. Lin Xiao was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. At this moment, Sister Gu in my arms let out a slight cry of surprise. Husband, my holy brilliance value has increased by 10%. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this. My wife has also grown. Gu Xuan opened her beautiful eyes and nodded gently. Lin Xiao's mouth opened wider and wider. His side grew by 10%, and Sister Gu's side also grew by 10%. That adds up to 20%, and after completing the second half of the dual cultivation, it will be 40%. This is too horrible. Lin Xiao was shocked, but now he realized what dual cultivation meant. Of course, dual cultivation means that both people benefit from it. Lin Xiao was extremely surprised. This way, he would no longer have to share half of the Shenghui with Sister Gu. Your level is about to take off. At this time, Lin Xiao thought of washing the spirit crystal and taking it after completing his practice. Then he could practice dual cultivation with Sister Gu again tomorrow morning. All in all, you can practice for 4 hours a day. Each of them can obtain 40% of the holy light value, which means that they can level up in 2.5 days. How is this different from riding a rocket? Lin Xiao's heart was pounding. My lady, I love you so much. Lin Xiao hugged Gu Xuan and kissed her fiercely. Gu Xuan's cheeks turned red from the kiss. Before she could say anything, Lin Xiao pressed on her again. Sister Gu, let's continue practicing. Husband, wait woo. Gu Xuan's lips had been blocked. The evening breeze picks up again, and the gauze curtains flutter. The lake surface around the pavilion rippled in the evening breeze and spread far away. Early in the morning, on the playground. The 25 freshmen in the kendo class lined up in 2 rows and ran on the track. More than 20 days have passed since the start of school, and the appearance of the freshmen has changed dramatically. Take Lin Xiao for example. At this moment, he was running in the team with a resolute face and a hint of mature temperament. This is completely different from the pretty boy image he had when he first entered school. During these 20 days, Lin Xiao gained a lot and every day was extremely fulfilling. First of all, his physical fitness has been greatly enhanced. Although his body still looks tall and slender, once he takes off his clothes, he will see that his whole body is full of well-developed muscles. His 8-pack abs are so impressive that Sister Gu always touches them every time they practice double cultivation. Secondly, Lin Xiao's kendo level also improved rapidly. With Wei Ying's guidance outside and Sister Gu's hands-on instruction inside, his progress was rapid. Finally, the fastest growing one is of course the level. In just over 20 days, Lin Xiao's level has reached level 6. Of course, this was a bit slower than the expected upgrade speed, and it took more than 2.5 days to upgrade to the next level. Because it was later discovered that as the level increased, more holy light was needed, and it took more time to upgrade to the next level. On average, it currently takes 4 days to level up. But even so, Lin Xiao is still very satisfied. As far as he knows, the most talented people in the school are currently far behind him in level. Take Qin Shan, who has SS talent, for example. He seems to have just reached level 4. As time goes by, the gap in level between him and everyone else will become wider and wider. Lin Xiao was thinking about something while running. Now that it has reached level 6, the sword-wielding technique has a chance to become stronger. The description of the sword-controlling technique says that when the number of swords controlled reaches a certain number, a specific sword formation can be performed. Lin Xiao asked Sister Gu about this matter and learned that 6 flying swords could be used to practice a set of sword formations of the Xiantian sword sect. It is called Liuhe sword formation. The skill of sword-wielding is a bit special. The sword formation is not learned directly, but requires the summoner to practice it himself. This may seem a bit tricky, but it is not the case if you think about it carefully. The skill of sword wielding is actually very abnormal, and its single target attack ability is not as good as most skills. But the problem is that it is a continuous skill, and Lin Xiao can use it continuously as long as he has holy light. For other skills, you have to wait for the CD after using them once. Furthermore, the sword wielding technique can form a sword formation, which means that this skill can actually be continuously evolved. A skill that can be used continuously and can constantly evolve requires self-comprehension. In a sense, it is a balance. However, Sister Gu said that learning the sword formation requires strong mental strength. Although I can now learn the Liuhe sword formation, I tried it once before and felt that my mental strength was not enough, so I failed. I'm afraid I'll have to find a way to improve my mental strength later on. I wonder if Instructor Wei has any solution. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao couldn't help but glance at Wei Ying, who was running side by side with everyone. Instructor Wei was wearing black military boots and camouflage pants. He was running and only had on a dark green sports vest on his upper body. When Lin Xiao saw it, his nose almost bled. The chief instructor is the chief instructor, his chest beats wildly while he runs. Wei Ying seemed to sense his gaze, looked over and glared at him fiercely. Lin Xiao immediately turned his head away and pretended to look at the scenery. 1, 2, 1. 1, 2, 1. Stand, stand. After finishing the last lap, Wei Ying shouted loudly. The 25 freshmen heard the order, continued to run 2 steps, and then stopped in unison. Turn left. Wei Ying shouted the command again, asking everyone to face her. Next, you will have 5 minutes of free time, and then we will go to the training ground for training. Disband. The freshmen's tense bodies slowly relaxed and they moved around in groups of 3 or 4. Wei Ying glanced at Lin Xiao and said in a cold voice. Lin Xiao, come with me to the office. Chapter 103. The painted armor is finally in hand. Lin Xiao was stunned. What were he going to the office for? My heart skipped a beat. I couldn't possibly want to teach myself a lesson just because I glanced at her breasts, right? Lin Xiao was nervous, but he followed him reluctantly. Over the past 20 days, everyone has witnessed the violence of Instructor Wei. It is simply a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, usually extremely cold-blooded and ready to beat people up at any moment. Tyrannosaurus doesn't sound good, so everyone secretly named her Milk Dragon. What a coincidence, the nickname Wei Ying has already existed. How can I put it? I can only say that her characteristics are so great that it is hard to ignore her. Those who gave her the nickname are all perverts who share the same views. Wei Ying's office is in the building next door. She led the way in front, without saying a word. Climbing up the stairs, her huge peach buttocks twisted in front of her, making it impossible to look directly at her. Although Lin Xiao is no longer a rookie, his blood boils as he sees this. As if sensing the fiery gaze behind her, Wei Ying turned her head and glanced at Lin Xiao with her cold eyes. Wei Ying was actually very worried about her figure. Whenever she moved, her whole body would tremble. Born with a big butt and big breasts. But she was a martial artist and couldn't help but move. Many times she really wanted to sing to express her feelings. In order to reduce noise, he usually walks in a very rigid posture and has developed a cold personality. But when going up the stairs, no matter how straight you walk, your round curves are inevitably revealed. Go ahead. Wei Ying snorted coldly. Lin Xiao touched his nose awkwardly, and was discovered. He pretended nothing had happened and walked in front of Wei Ying. Arriving at the 3rd floor, Lin Xiao stopped in the corridor. Wei Ying walked forward, opened the office door, and walked straight in. Lin Xiao followed closely behind. Wei Ying sat down at the desk, opened the drawer, and took out a beautifully wrapped square gift box. This is... Seeing Wei Ying handing the gift box to him, Lin Xiao took it and spoke curiously. Something your sister Su gave you. Wei Ying replied calmly. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Painted armor. I spoke to Sister Su on the phone last night, and she said she would send the painted armor over. Making myself wait for the news, and it arrived so soon. Wei Ying nodded. Open it and see for yourself. Lin Xiao opened the box happily, as he had been looking forward to the painted armor for a long time. The box was very large, and when it was opened, there were 7 scrolls of painted armor neatly placed inside. Judging from its appearance, it looks like a painting or calligraphy gifted by a scholar. Lin Xiao picked up one and opened it. There was a plain white dress painted on the paper made of special material. The skirt was outlined with light-colored floral and bird patterns, and there was a layer of hazy mist floating around. The skirt is extremely exquisite, just like real clothes, as if you can take it out of the scroll with just your hand. Lin Xiao saw a small text written on the upper right corner of the scroll. Mist Fairy Clothes, Ladies Defensive Painted Armor. Defense plus 10%, agility plus 10%, epic quality. This is for Sister Gu. Lin Xiao was very satisfied. This Mist Fairy dress was very beautiful and would look great on Sister Gu. Sister Su must have selected it carefully. Lin Xiao put down the scroll, picked up the next one from the box and opened it. This scroll depicts an ancient zither, which is antique and has a surface as lush as green bamboo. The inscription on the zither was engraved with small seal characters, which Lin Xiao did not recognize. I can only look to the upper right side of the painting, where there is also a line of small words. Zhu Zhongjuan, the zither-like painted armor. Piano skill power plus 15%, epic quality. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Sister Gu's power was already extremely strong when she used the breaking formation technique. If the power was increased by 15%, it would probably be invincible. Putting down the scroll with excitement, Lin Xiao picked up the subsequent scrolls and opened them one by one. The remaining 5 painted armors are a sword, a green gourd, a close-fitting soft armor, and 2 accessories. First of all, the sword. This weapon and painted armor is also given to Sister Gu. The sword is named Peach Blossom Branch, it is of epic quality, and can provide a 15% damage bonus to kendo skills. Next is the close-fitting soft armor, this one belongs to Lin Xiao, it is called Golden Scale Armor, and it is of epic quality. The function is the same as ordinary defensive painted armor. When activated, it forms armor to protect the wearer. The next piece of painted armor is the Emerald Green Gourd, which is of epic quality. It's called the Sword Nourishing Gourd. Since it's a first-level painted armor, it only nurtures 10 flying swords inside, allowing Lin Xiao to use them up to the 10th level. The last 2 are accessories, one is a jade pendant in the shape of a crane, and the other is a necklace inlaid with rubies. The necklace was obviously prepared for Sister Gu. It looked extremely beautiful, was called Red Bean, and was of epic quality. Provides an active skill that increases attack bonus by 25% for 30 seconds, effective for all skills. Looking at this painted armor, Lin Xiao's face was filled with surprise. The first thing that came to my mind was that if Sister Gu activated this skill when releasing Jinghong, the power would be extremely terrifying. The last item is a jade pendant, which is also the only legendary painted armor that belongs to Lin Xiao. The jade pendant is called Wings of the Cloud Crane, and it provides a skill that provides a 35% agility bonus for 2 minutes. Lin Xiao looked at the scroll of painted armor and his eyes widened. The 35% agility bonus is a bit exaggerated. His speed is already extremely fast. If this skill is activated, he will probably fly. TSK, worthy of being a legendary. As Lin Xiao admired, a warm feeling ran through his heart, judging from the accessories and the characteristics of the painted armor. When Sister Su was preparing, her first consideration was obviously to prevent him from getting hurt. One to defend, the other to escape. There are 7 pieces of painted armor, 4 belong to Sister Gu and 3 belong to me. After reading it, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to equip himself. Sister Su explained clearly last night how to equip the painted armor. It is not difficult. Lin Xiao immediately began to take off his clothes, preparing to absorb the golden scale armor first. What are you doing? He had just taken off half of his camouflage shirt when he heard Wei Ying scolding him. Lin Xiao's face turned awkward. He was so excited that he forgot there was a beautiful instructor in the room. Sorry, I forgot there was someone else. I'll go out and get it. Lin Xiao took the golden scale armor and prepared to go out. Forget it, I'll go out. It's not nice to take off clothes in public. Wei Ying stood up angrily and glanced at Lin Xiao's abdominal muscles calmly. A thought suddenly popped up in my mind, this boy has a good figure. Then she felt that her idea was totally wrong and left the office with a stern face. Lin Xiao was of course very happy to be able to exchange it indoors, and opened the scroll immediately. The golden scale armor is a type of painted armor that covers the entire body, so it is best to take off all clothes when absorbing it. You can keep it on, but it may affect the absorption effect. Lin Xiao stripped himself naked, took a deep breath, held the scroll, and poured holy light into it. The scroll was infused with holy light, and the pattern of the golden scale armor instantly became brighter. The outline began to become clear, and it actually floated up from the scroll little by little. Lin Xiao used his mental power to control the holy light, lifted up the entire golden scale armor, and slowly brought it to himself. I immediately felt a warmth on my skin. The golden scales automatically blend into the skin when they touch it, and it feels like Venom in the Marvel movie is possessed and keeps drilling into the pores. After a few seconds, absorption is complete. Lin Xiao lowered his head to check his skin, and saw a layer of light golden scales appearing on his entire body. The scales flickered, then slowly disappeared, and the skin returned to normal. Lin Xiao activated the golden scale armor with a thought, and found himself wrapped in a layer of golden armor. He looks majestic and awe-inspiring, like an ancient general or a god from heaven. Sister Su really knows how to choose. This piece of painted armor is so handsome. Chapter 104, Announcement of Dual Cultivation. Lin Xiao exclaimed in admiration, took out his cell phone, took a photo and sent it. Sister Su replied immediately and praised the little bad boy for being so handsome. The emotional value is full. After replying to Sister Su, Lin Xiao continued to absorb the sword-nourishing gourd and the wings of the cloud crane. The process was the same, the sword-raising gourd was absorbed into the center of the eyebrows, and a small green gourd flashed for a while and then disappeared. When Lin Xiao uses his mind to control it, the small gourd between his eyebrows will light up. Lin Xiao's mind moved again, and several silver flying swords flew out, circling in the office like silver barracudas. The cloud crane wing was absorbed into the left leg, leaving a small crane pattern on the calf, which disappeared after a flash. Summoners and pawns can each equip 6 pieces of painted armor. Equipped on the limbs, torso and head respectively. But for Lin Xiao, who is at the black iron level, 3 pieces of equipment is the best. Any more and the body will not be able to bear it. Painted armor is after all an external object, and when integrated into the body, it becomes a burden. After absorbing the painted armor, there was a knock on the office door. "Are you done?" Wei Ying asked outside. Lin Xiao said casually, "Done." After saying this, I shouted in my heart, "Oh no." Sure enough, the door was pushed open. Inside the house, Lin Xiao was still naked. Wei Ying pushed the door open and glanced into the room. The next second, her eyes widened and her rosy red mouth opened wide. Then she reacted, turned her head away abruptly, and a rare blush appeared on her cold face. "Lin Xiao, you bastard, didn't you say you had it done?" Lin Xiao reacted quickly and subconsciously covered his brother's hand. He was embarrassed and said unhappily, "When I said it was done, I meant I had absorbed the painted armor, but I didn't say I had put on my clothes." "You've seen everything. You're responsible." Wei Ying gritted her teeth, "Shame on you." Bang! The office door was slammed shut. Lin Xiao was speechless. He quickly put on his clothes and pants, muttering to himself as he put them on. Big news, even a milk dragon can blush. TSK, I thought she was an iceberg. A few minutes later, Wei Ying returned to the office and looked at Lin Xiao unhappily. Lin Xiao spread his hands. "Coach Wei, you can't blame me for this. Who told you to push the door so quickly? You came in before I could finish my next words. You're not at a disadvantage anyway. If you really feel you're at a disadvantage, why don't you take it off and let me see it, and then we'll be even." Wei Ying was so angry that she kicked Lin Xiao right away. "Are you getting bolder? Are you teasing me?" Lin Xiao chuckled and dodged swiftly. Wei Ying glanced at him fiercely, not wanting to dwell on this matter, and asked coldly, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lin Xiao knew that she was asking if there were any side effects from absorbing the painted armor, so he immediately became serious, felt himself, and shook his head after a moment. "No, it feels great." Wei Ying felt slightly relieved. When a summoner absorbs the painted armor, he may experience a rejection reaction, with consequences that may be mild or severe. The reason why I rushed in just now was because I was worried about Lin Xiao's condition. Wei Ying appears cold on the surface, but she values Lin Xiao very much in her heart. After all, this guy is related to her mission. Lin Xiao put away the remaining painted armor, remembered something, and asked, "Instructor Wei, Sister Su said that my master also gave me something. Has he delivered it?" Wei Ying nodded, stretched out her hand in the air, and took out a mirror out of thin air. It was obviously an item taken out from Qiling Palace. Lin Xiao took it and examined it. The mirror was an ancient bronze mirror with a smooth surface that could be used to reflect people. This bronze mirror is called Arclight, and it is a real prop from the Lingxiu realm. Sister Su said that this was a gift from her master. Arclight provides an ability, skill reflection. It can reflect most skills below level 50. It is very abnormal and can only be used once a day. Physical equipment is different from painted armor. Painted armor has wearing level restrictions, but physical equipment has no such requirements. Therefore, physical equipment is often extremely scarce. Lin Xiao put away the arc light, feeling warm in his heart. He remembered the master's kindness in his heart. Instructor Wei, if there is nothing else, I will leave. Lin Xiao prepared to say goodbye. Wei Ying pressed her hands to indicate that she was not in a hurry, put her peachy buttocks on the seat, sat up straight, and said slowly. The end-of-month assessment is coming up soon. What's your current level? Have you reached level 3? Wei Ying calculated the time. Even if Lin Xiao had an F talent, with the accumulation of a large amount of resources, he should be able to reach level 3 in the next few days. Level 3, Lin Xiao shook his head, it's early, I'm now level 6. Wei Ying was stunned, then his face turned stern. I find that you are getting bolder and bolder. Don't joke with me. What level are you? Wei Ying naturally wouldn't believe that Lin Xiao was already level 6. The speed at which a new summoner could level up could be calculated. The most talented SS-level student in the school can only reach level 4 at most in the past 2 days. Lin Xiao didn't waste any words and activated the sword controlling technique, and the small green gourd between his eyebrows lit up. 6 flying swords shot out and formed a fan shape behind him. Wei Ying looked at this action, somewhat puzzled, and then suddenly froze, her red lips slightly parted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. Wei Ying's eyes suddenly widened. She knew something about Lin Xiao's sword controlling skills and knew that with each level increase, she could control one more flying sword. Are you really at level 6? Wei Ying giggled. Lin Xiao smiled and said, you don't believe me when I tell you. Are you surprised? Wei Ying stood up suddenly, took a step forward, and looked at him in disbelief. How did you do it? Even an SSS talent can't reach level 6 in such a short time. Lin Xiao had already prepared a response for this and had already thought of an excuse, this matter could not be concealed. The school will conduct a test at the end of the month, and his level can be determined through the test. Even without testing, once he releases his skills, the aura he emits will be detected by others to reveal his level. Instructor Wei, this is my secret. I can tell you, but you have to keep it secret for me, and you have to help me convince the other instructors not to ask. Wei Ying's breathing suddenly became rapid. What kind of secret can improve the speed of cultivation so quickly? She immediately thought of a possibility. If a person has SS or SSS talent, and if he or she practices beyond the threshold of evil brilliance, it is possible for him or her to reach level 6 in such a short period of time. The evil glow threshold is just a warning value, and it does not mean that mutation will occur immediately if it is exceeded. It takes long-term accumulation. Could it be that Lin Xiao used this method? After a change of thought, Wei Ying denied it again. Lin Xiao's talent was F, and even using this method it was impossible to reach level 6 in such a short time. Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao, hesitated slightly, and suddenly a thought popped into her mind, he trusts me so much. Wei Ying thought for a moment and said, okay, as long as your method is legitimate, I will keep it a secret for you. Lin Xiao nodded and said, Sister Gu has a hidden skill called dual cultivation. You understand it, right? Lin Xiao decided to announce his dual cultivation, there was no point in hiding it. There is no other way to explain the rapid increase in cultivation except dual cultivation. Of course, the source of the dual cultivation method cannot be said to be the illustration, but it must be attributed to Sister Gu. Anyway, only the summoner himself knows how many skills the spirit has. Sister Gu has 4 skills, so one more wouldn't be too much, right? Chapter 105, Playing Off. Dual cultivation. After hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wei Ying's mind was a little confused. It took her a while to remember what he meant, and she froze in silence. You mean doing that kind of thing can improve your cultivation? Lin Xiao said seriously, what do you mean by that? Dual cultivation is serious, okay? Wei Ying looked slightly embarrassed. Lin Xiao's expression made her seem insincere. After a few seconds, Wei Ying said thoughtfully. It reminds me that there was a summoner who made a contract with a succubus. It seems that the succubus also had a similar skill of dual cultivation. But as far as I know, the speed of cultivation is far from as abnormal as yours. Strange, Fairy Gu doesn't seem like a contract spirit that can provide such skills. Wei Ying was obviously not that easy to fool. Lin Xiao said calmly, the Liangyi Peak of Shantian's sword sect mainly practices the method of dual cultivation. There is nothing strange about it. Wei Ying thought about it and reluctantly accepted the explanation. The Lingshu realm number 52 where Gu Shuiyan is located is quite famous, and Wei Ying has learned about it in detail. He knew some history of Shentian sword sect and the existence of Liangyi Peak. Wei Ying hesitated for a moment and said, since it's a skill, there's no need to keep it secret, right? Lin Xiao shook his head, I think it's better to keep it secret as much as possible. As you know, I have a lot of spirit contract skills, which are a bit eye-catching. In fact, it doesn't matter if the dual cultivation is exposed, but out of caution, Lin Xiao doesn't want too many people to know this secret. This is the consensus reached with Sister Su. Speaking of which, when Lin Xiao told Sister Su about the dual cultivation, he felt a little nervous. Worried that she would be jealous or unhappy. But when Sister Su found out, she didn't react at all and seemed not to care at all. Instead, she noticed his little thoughts and started teasing him. What do you mean by treating her as a girlfriend? She didn't agree. This made Lin Xiao feel quite depressed recently. Wei Ying thought about it and nodded, okay, I will keep it a secret for you and will also ask the other instructors not to ask. Thank you very much. Lin Xiao said gratefully. Wei Ying changed the subject. One more thing. As for the swordsmanship, Fairy Gu is teaching you, so I have rarely interfered with you these days. How is your swordsmanship going? Although Wei Ying thinks highly of himself in kendo, he does not think he is more suitable to be a teacher than Gu Shuyan. So during this period of time, apart from the occasional pointers during training, Lin Xiao practiced on his own the rest of the time. However, Wei Ying still asked about the progress every few days to prevent Lin Xiao from being lazy. I've made good progress these past few days. I've been working hard. Lin Xiao was not being modest. With the support of the unparalleled sword spirit, his daily progress could be described as rapid progress. Wei Ying nodded, and was quite satisfied with Lin Xiao's performance during this period. In several internal competitions in a kendo class, Lin Xiao won first place. From her point of view, he should have reached the level of a top-notch expert by now. Except for the first time you registered, you have never been to the virtual fighting website. When did you start to gain points? Did you forget the 5,000 point goal I gave you? The school's virtual fighting room is open at any time, but as Wei Ying said, Lin Xiao has only been there once. The reason why he didn't go later was simple. Lin Xiao only tried it once, and most of the opponents were of average quality, which was a pure waste of time. It's not that you can't learn anything in the virtual fighting network, but in terms of efficiency, if you fight with Sister Gu in Chilling Palace in the same amount of time, you will make faster progress. There is no need for Lin Xiao to leave out a better training partner and choose a worse one. Moreover, these days, apart from the physical training at school, Sister Gu taught him to practice sword during the day, and he taught Sister Gu to practice gun in the morning and evening. He felt like he was enjoying himself so much. Lin Xiao said, of course I haven't forgotten. I plan to start scoring points from today. Wei Ying pursed her red lips and nodded slightly. If you have the strength to reach 5,000 points, it won't be difficult to rush up in the remaining days. You just need to win multiple games in a row. She paused for a moment, when you reach 5,000 points, I have something to tell you. When Wei Ying set a goal of 5,000 points a month for Lin Xiao, she thought it was very high. But looking back over this period of time, it seems that it is still too low. In his heart, he has already determined that Lin Xiao is the only choice for his task. So I decided to be open and honest. What's the matter? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised. Wei Ying rolled her eyes at him, didn't I tell you? I'll tell you when you reach 5,000 points. Lin Xiao curled his lips, mysterious, then don't forget it, if I reach 8,000 points in 3 months, you can let me do whatever I want. When this was mentioned, Wei Ying's heart skipped a beat. I used to think that it was impossible for Lin Xiao to achieve this goal. Only now do I realize that there does seem to be a slight possibility. Wei Ying bit her red lips and said 2 words unhappily. Get lost. Lin Xiao did not insist. Wei Ying was a man of her word and would definitely not go back on her word, so he left immediately. Looking at his back, Wei Ying smiled bitterly, and suddenly realized that she seemed to have gone too far. What should I do? If this guy really has improper thoughts about me, should I really agree? Wei Ying felt a terrible headache. I originally wanted to give the other person some motivation, but I didn't expect it would end up in complete failure. Actually, if it weren't for the relationship with Sister Su, she wouldn't mind having something happen between her and Lin Xiao. She is a normal woman with normal sexual orientation and naturally likes men. The reason why she usually keeps aloof is not only due to her personality, but also because she hasn't met a man she likes. As for Lin Xiao, to be honest, Wei Ying thinks highly of him. First of all, good looks. No matter how superficial you say you are, appearance is objectively a plus. Secondly, Lin Xiao has performed outstandingly recently and is quite excellent, so he is a good choice as a boyfriend. If Lin Xiao hadn't been the one chosen by Sister Susu, she would really have wanted to take action. After all, she is almost 24 years old and still a virgin. What's wrong with the queen? Doesn't the queen want to fall in love? Wei Ying sighed, if this boy dares to make unreasonable demands, I will go find Sister Susu. Wei Ying thought about it and this was the only solution. Lin Xiao can make any request and let Sister Susu take care of it. She didn't believe that Lin Xiao would disobey Sister Susu. How could she let go of such a beautiful woman? Anyway, she didn't default on her debt. Chapter 106 I want to beat Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao went downstairs and checked the time on his phone. It was only 8 o'clock, so he planned to go to the virtual fighting room. Starting today, we must go all out to get points. Lin Xiao is very sure about this. As long as he wins in a row, the extra points will be several tens of points. It's not difficult to reach 5,000 points. It's just like playing a game, as long as you are at the diamond level, there is no way you will be stuck at platinum. Don't call me that my network latency is high. I'm a bad guy. Come to the virtual fighting building. A 5-story building stands there, with a silver exterior and a full sense of technology. Lin Xiao had only been here once. When he entered the first floor, what came into view was a hall. The wall opposite the main entrance of the hall was closed, and there was a large screen hanging on it, on which the points rankings of the freshmen were scrolling. Lin Xiao took a quick look and saw that the first place was Qin Shan. This guy had a very good score of 4,377. The second place is an old acquaintance, Zhang Long, with 4,189 points. The third place is also an old acquaintance, Chen Hu, with 3,864 points. Lin Xiao basically knew the people below him. Having stayed in the school for nearly a month, he had an impression of who were the best. Turning around, there are several rows of seats on the right side of the hall, and a huge screen hanging on the opposite wall. A student from the school is being live-streamed fighting on a virtual fighting network. Lin Xiao took a quick look and without further ado, planned to go upstairs to the virtual cabin. At this moment, a hurried voice came from behind. Brother Lin, something bad has happened. Lin Xiao turned around and found that it was a boy from the kendo class. In several internal competitions in the kendo class, Lin Xiao has defeated everyone, and everyone now calls him brother. What's wrong? Seeing the visitor's anxious face, Lin Xiao asked in surprise. It's Chen Hu. He came to our kendo class to provoke us and threatened to beat you up. Chen Hu. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. This guy was stabbed by me at the opening ceremony last time and it was said that he had been recuperating for a week. We haven't seen each other for a while, and I thought he was scared and wouldn't cause trouble. The boy who came over was angry. When Chen Hu saw that you were not around, he beat up several of our classmates. That bastard was very vicious and hurt people whenever he hit them. Even Lao Jiang got his arm injured. The old Jiang mentioned by the boys is called Jiang Zhaoyang. He is the second best in the kendo class and his swordsmanship is second only to Lin Xiao. Although he was second in the kendo class, it was normal that he couldn't beat Chen Hu. It was true that Wei Ying had selected good candidates, but the strongest freshmen in this class were not in the kendo class. No matter how powerful Wei Ying was, it was impossible for him to make a group of people with average fighting talents improve to the point where they could defeat Chen Hu, a master with great talent and who had practiced martial arts for many years, in just 1 month. Chen Hu. Lin Xiao smiled coldly, it seems that this guy still hasn't learned his lesson. Okay, let's go and take a look. Lin Xiao temporarily gave up going to the virtual fighting cabin. Training ground. Clang. The sound of weapons clashing was heard, and a figure stumbled back, unable to relieve the force pushing his body forward, and sat down on the ground. Before he could stand up, an iron spear came rushing towards him, with the tip of the spear reaching his throat. The man on the ground felt his hair stand on end and dared not move. This is the first class of freshman martial arts. I think they are just a bunch of noobs. Instructor Wei is so talented, why did he pick a bunch of losers? Chen Hu held a spear in his hand, with an arrogant look on his face, and looked at the boy on the ground with a mocking look. What do you say? Trash. The boy on the ground had an extremely ugly expression on his face and said, "Pooh. Chen Hu, don't be so proud. We are not as skilled as you, but brother Lin will be here soon. We will see how arrogant you will be then." When Lin Xiao was mentioned, Chen Hu narrowed his eyes, with a look of shame in his eyes. "When I first arrived at Longyin University, I was seriously injured and had to lie in bed for nearly a week. Not only did I miss a lot of training resources this week, I also became a laughingstock among the freshmen. This revenge must be avenged. He came here today to take revenge." Chen Hu sneered. "Lin Xiao is just a loser who got lucky and can only rely on the spirit. If he competes with me in martial arts, I can beat him so badly that he won't even recognize me. I see he hasn't come for a long time. Maybe he's scared. If he doesn't come out, I'll kill all of you today." Chen Hu kicked the boy in front of him away and stared at the others with a joking look. "If you admit that you are useless, I can reluctantly let you go." When everyone heard this, they were immediately filled with anger. In the crowd, Wang Shi couldn't help but speak. "Chen Hu, stop being so arrogant. There is no way we can bow down to you." Chen Hu looked at Wang Shi with an even colder look in his eyes. "It all started because of this dead fat pig. Damn it, you fat pig, it seems you didn't learn your lesson last time. You dare to challenge me? Come out if you dare. I'm going to beat you up." Wang Shi was furious. He struggled for a few seconds and gritted his teeth. "If you want to hit me, I'm not afraid of you." He rushed forward with sword in hand. After a month of training, Wang Shi has lost weight and looks much stronger. However, his talent in kendo is average, and based on his strength, he can only be considered average in the kendo class. He suddenly rushed out and everyone was extremely worried. Chen Hu had a grim smile on his face. If you were to ask who among these people he wanted to deal with the most, Wang Shi would undoubtedly be the first. He raised his spear and stabbed at Wang Shi. After nearly a month of training, Wang Shi was finally able to fight with Chen Hu. Clang! Clang! The two men fought quickly, and 5 or 6 moves were exchanged in a flash. But Wang Shi soon couldn't hold on any longer, and was caught in a mistake and knocked down by Chen Hu's knee. Just as he was about to get up, an iron spear appeared in front of him. Chen Hu took advantage of the situation and raised his gun with a grim smile on his face, stabbing Wang Shi's arm. "You fat pig, I'm going to get some interest from you first." The faces of the onlookers changed drastically, realizing that Chen Hu was going to take drastic measures. "Chen Hu, stop. Damn it, don't go too far." With an exclamation, Chen Hu did not hesitate to raise the spear in his hand. When Chen Hu heard the news, he had to give up attacking Wang Shi and swept his gun back. There was a loud bang and the bricks were swept away and shattered into pieces. However, the iron spear continued to tremble, and the huge force even caused Chen Hu's hand holding the sword to tremble slightly. He was slightly startled and looked into the distance. A tall boy was walking towards him quickly. "Lin Xiao." Chen Hu narrowed his eyes and became slightly alert. This bastard was really strong. The brick was thrown from such a long distance and still had such force. Chen Hu had inquired about the preliminary test for new students and knew that Lin Xiao was very powerful. But after such a fight, I was still a little surprised. However, Chen Hu did not take it too seriously. Martial arts is not about who has more strength, but skills are what matters. Take Wang Shi for example. Although he is very strong, his skills are not good enough and he still can't take on many of his moves. "Huh, Lin Xiao, are you finally not a coward anymore?" Chen Hu sneered. Lin Xiao walked forward expressionlessly and first glanced at his classmates. Several people were visibly bruised and had minor injuries. Wang Shi was a little embarrassed. He got up from the ground and shouted excitedly, "Brother!" The others were also excited, their savior had finally arrived. Lin Xiao nodded to everyone, then looked at Chen Hu calmly. "You looking for me?" Chen Hu responded with a cold look. "Lin Xiao, you only became the top freshman because of Gu Shuyan's support. As for other aspects, you are nothing. Do you have the guts to fight me?" After learning from the last lesson, Chen Hu did not rashly engage in action with Lin Xiao. He was not a fool and he already knew that he could not be a match for Lin Xiao by summoning the spirit to fight. Even summoners exchanging skills with each other cannot defeat each other. But if it is a pure fight, he is confident of winning. Chen Hu knew about Lin Xiao's situation and knew that he was number 1 in the kendo class. But Chen Hu didn't care too much about this. He had just tried it and it didn't take much strength to beat those noobs in the kendo class. Besides, his level just reached level 4 today. Lin Xiao's talent is F, and Chen Hu guessed that he is probably still at level 2. The physical fitness of level 4 is much better than that of level 2. Even if Lin Xiao has a good physical foundation, the overall physical difference between the two should be very large. Coupled with his own advantage in marksmanship, his chances of winning are extremely high. Lin Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Chen Hu. He never liked to talk nonsense, so he said calmly, "As you wish." When Chen Hu saw that he agreed, his eyes narrowed immediately. "Very good, you have guts." Chapter 107 Crushing. "Brother Lin, be careful, this guy is quite capable." The classmate behind me couldn't help but remind me. Lin Xiao nodded with a calm expression, picked up an iron sword and walked towards Chen Hu. He walked slowly and calmly, his posture relaxed. Chen Hu sneered, "You are quite good at pretending. Let's see if you are so." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao suddenly exerted force and his figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed, leaving a trail of afterimage in the air. So fast. Chen Hu's pupils suddenly shrank and the words got stuck in his throat. "Sao." Lin Xiao slashed out with his sword, and the air even made a sonic boom. Chen Hu only had time to raise his gun to block. Clang. The next second, an unrivaled force came from the gun, his palms became numb instantly, and the iron gun almost slipped out of his hands. Chen Hu's whole body was cut by the sword and he squatted down suddenly, with his shoes almost deformed. The iron sword was not pulled away, but the huge force continued to press down. Chen Hu could not hold on for even a second and was directly knocked to his knees by the huge force. "You." Chen Hu was stunned. What kind of power was this? His arms seemed to be supporting a mountain. Then everything went dark before my eyes and a huge knee hit me in the face. If this gets hit, the nose will collapse. Chen Hu was shocked. He jerked his legs violently, and used all his strength to push back along the ground. Barely avoiding the knee strike, Chen Hu turned over and stood up, trying to create some distance. In such close combat, the spear cannot be used. However, as soon as I turned my head, I heard a strong wind blowing from behind, and a chill rushed into my heart. Chen Hu reacted extremely quickly, pulling the spear back and accurately blocking the incoming sword. He managed to block it, but his whole body was cut by the huge force and flew away. Chen Hu was in the air and looked back in horror, only to see Lin Xiao catching up with him in an instant, as fast as a ghost. Before his body hit the ground, an iron sword slashed towards his waist and abdomen. It looked like he was going to cut it into 2 pieces with a sword. After being stabbed ruthlessly by Lin Xiao last time, Chen Hu knew that the other party dared to kill him, and he was instantly scared to death. He never expected that Lin Xiao was so strong that he had no power to resist at all. "Lin Xiao, you dare." Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his expression remained calm. This time he didn't intend to kill him, he just cut him down with one strike of the sword, using the flat surface of the sword. Bang! Chen Hu did not react at all. He was hit hard on the back and his body was smashed to the ground like a sack by a sword. The brick and stone ground shook violently, and Chen Hu felt like a fly being swatted to the ground. The throat feels sweet and the blood in the internal organs surges. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Chen Hu rolled on the ground without even a second thought, without even having time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he got up and tried to escape. He finally realized that the two of them were not on the same level at all, and there was no room for fighting back. The person in front of him was a monster. Both the speed and strength are terrifyingly amazing. But this time, before he could get up, his entire body was suddenly stepped down by a foot. Chen Hu's arms couldn't hold on, his face hit the ground, his teeth hit the bricks, and his 2 front teeth were instantly broken off. "Lin Xiao, you fucking let me go." Chen Hu struggled but couldn't get up because the foot on his back weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Outside the venue, there was complete silence. The onlookers were stunned, with dazed looks on their faces. "Lin, why is Brother Lin so strong? Brother Lin is so fast. Oh my god, he's like a gust of wind. Is this a win? It's too easy, it's just like a grandfather beating his grandson." Everyone in the kendo class had a look of shock on their faces. Everyone knew that Lin Xiao was strong, but no one expected him to be so strong. Chen Hu's strength is obvious to everyone. He just won consecutive victories over several strong men in the kendo class. But in front of Lin Xiao, he couldn't take a single move. This gap is too big. No wonder everyone in the kendo class was shocked. Lin Xiao had never shown such strength when he sparred with them before. After all, they are classmates, so they will be careful when taking action every time and will not let their opponents lose too badly. At least you have to fight a few moves. So everyone knew that Lin Xiao was strong, but they didn't know he was so ridiculously strong. As for why it is so fast, it is thanks to royal jelly. This thing is a treasure. After Lin Xiao took it, his agility increased significantly. Coupled with the perfect absorption of the unparalleled sword spirit, his speed is now extremely terrifying. Far beyond the baseline test. Moreover, he is now level 6, at least 2 levels higher than Chen Hu. With the combination of multiple factors, it would be strange if the latter was not severely beaten. No one knew how good Chen Hu's shooting skills were, but in the face of absolute speed and power, he had no chance to display his skills. Lin Xiao looked at Chen Hu, who was floundering on the ground with his hands, as if swimming in the mud, and said, "I just don't understand. We are all human beings, why are you so arrogant? If you want to pick a fight with me, just send me a challenge. Why do you have to hurt others everywhere? Are you still arrogant now?" Chen Hu's face was pressed to the ground, his face was red, his eyes were filled with fear and endless anger, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. Everyone in the kendo class was very pleased, and someone immediately couldn't help but laugh. "Chen Hu, weren't you very arrogant just now? Brother Lin is asking you a question. Are you still arrogant?" Chen Hu bit his gums until they bled, but he still didn't say a word. At this time, a voice came from a distance. "Lin Xiao, let my junior brother go." Zhang Long came from a distance, holding an iron spear with a serious look in his eyes. "What if not?" Lin Xiao looked over and said calmly, "You want to do it too?" Zhang Long's grip on the gun tightened. He had just rushed over and happened to see Chen Hu being defeated. He has already realized that Lin Xiao is extremely powerful. Especially the speed and power displayed were outrageous. Zhang Long had a vague feeling that even if he took action, he would not be the opponent. I was hesitant for a moment, unable to decide whether to take action. After a little thought, he came up with an idea. Chen Hu was defeated purely because of his strength and speed. If it was a pure fighting match, the result might not be the same. The school does not allow private fighting. I won't fight you. If you let my junior brother go, come to the virtual fighting website and fight me fairly. The battles on the virtual fighting network are different from real ones. Since they are simulated battles between virtual characters, physical data can be adjusted. In order to make the battle fair, the character data of both sides of the battle are usually adjusted to be the same. In other words, if Lin Xiao agreed to fight on the virtual fighting network, he would not have the advantage of speed and strength. Both sides rely entirely on martial arts. In this regard, Zhang Long has absolute confidence. After their previous fight in the forest, he had already figured out Lin Xiao's strength. Putting aside his skills, Lin Xiao is definitely not his opponent. It has only been less than a month. Even with the guidance of a master like Wei Ying, is it possible for Lin Xiao to become a kendo master in just 20 days? Lin Xiao could see what Zhang Long was thinking. This person showed great scheming at the opening ceremony and generally does not do anything without confidence. At that time, he had a premonition that he was no match for Sister Gu, so he deliberately avoided her. However, Chen Hu insisted on fighting, so he had no choice but to fight with her. Now that he realizes that he is no match for him in real combat, he immediately chooses a fighting method that is more advantageous to him. What a smart guy. Lin Xiao said with a smile. There aren't many people who are as good at calculating as you are. Zhang Long's thoughts were exposed by Lin Xiao, but his expression did not change at all. He said calmly. The points assessment required by the school was completed on the virtual fighting network. It was a fair fight, so how could it count? If you don't dare, I won't force you. Lin Xiao laughed, okay, as you wish. Since you are very confident in your marksmanship, I will defeat you in the way you are most confident in. That's crazy. Chen Hu raised his eyebrows and turned around, I'll wait for you in the fighting room. Lin Xiao retracted his gaze and let go of Chen Hu, who was being stepped on. He had no interest in continuing to torment his defeated opponent. Chen Hu got up and left in disgrace, not forgetting to say something cruel. Just wait, big brother will teach you a lesson. Lin Xiao was too lazy to pay attention and walked towards the virtual fighting building. The people in the kendo class followed him excitedly. Wang Shi said, brother, you are so powerful. Chen Hu couldn't even take a single blow. How did you suddenly become so powerful? Without waiting for Lin Xiao to speak, Jiang Xiaoyang, the second person in the class, smiled bitterly and said, Wang Shi, can't you see? Brother Lin didn't use his full strength every time we sparred in order to save our face. Ah. Wang Shi realized belatedly, so that's how it is. The rest of the people also suddenly realized what was going on, and the looks they gave Lin Xiao were instantly filled with respect, which made them feel convinced. Brother Lin, come on, beat Zhang Long down again. For a moment, everyone's voices calling Brother Lin became earnest. Woo! 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 Just at this moment, a shrill alarm suddenly came from the loudspeaker on a distant building. Chapter 108, Guarding the Great Wall. Everyone was stunned and stopped immediately, then their faces changed drastically. This sound is so familiar. It is a sound that everyone in this world has heard frequently since childhood. Disaster alert. The rapid humming sound naturally carries a sense of urgency, which instantly makes the people who hear it feel nervous. What's going on? Has a disaster hit the school? 3 sounds in a cycle, it's a level 3 disaster wave. Quick, go ask the instructor. Everyone was in a panic. A level 3 disaster tide is already considered extremely dangerous. The levels of disaster tide are divided into 1 to 5 levels. The first level disaster tide is small scale, with the number of disaster heads reaching several hundred but no more than 1,000. Level 2 is medium-sized, with the number of disasters being less than 5,000. Level 3 is on a larger scale, with 5,000 to 10,000 disasters. Level 4 is large scale, with the number of disasters ranging from 10,000 to 30,000, almost a major war. Level 5 is a super large scale, with more than 30,000 people, equivalent to a large-scale war. Lin Xiao and Zhang Long subconsciously looked at each other, then turned their heads away in tacit understanding. At this moment, no matter what grudges the two had, they had to put them aside temporarily. We'll talk about the competition later. At this time, the instructors scattered throughout the school looked up and their faces changed drastically. Quick, gather all the freshmen. Beep. Beep. Urgent whistles were heard on the campus, and instructors blew whistles in various places in the school. Although the freshmen were panicked, they rushed to the playground without hesitation after hearing the emergency assembly whistle. Lin Xiao was among them, muttering in his heart. Level 3 disaster alert, is there something wrong with protecting the Great Wall? Office. Wang Hao was holding the phone in his hand, and a slightly hurried voice came from the phone. Wang Hao immediately organized the freshmen to go to Giantwood Hill to set up a defense line. Make sure they arrive within 2 hours. Even though they were on the phone, Wang Hao stood up straight and saluted. Make sure to complete the mission. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Boss, what's going on with the level 3 disaster demon tide? An instructor nearby spoke anxiously, didn't it usually happen in winter? It's only autumn now. Wang Hao's face was grim. You ask me, who should I ask? Hurry up and gather the students immediately. The two hurried out of the office, and the instructor's face became more anxious. It's too urgent to drag the freshmen to stop the demon tide now. The highest level among them is only level 4. Besides, there hasn't even been a single disaster combat training. Wang Hao's face turned extremely ugly when he heard this. Disaster tides occur every year, but usually at the beginning of winter. The Qianchuan Mountains accumulate too many disasters each year, and due to the lack of food in winter, they will launch a large-scale foreign invasion. Every new student will fight against the tide of disaster, but that is about 3 or 4 months after entering school. According to the school's teaching procedures, physical fitness and combat training will be completed in the first month, and actual disaster combat will be taught from the second month onwards. By then, all freshmen will be above level 5, and those with good talents will even reach level 7 or 8. Only then can they stop the tide of disaster and ensure that there will not be too many casualties. Wang Hao sighed, plans cannot keep up with changes. This is our responsibility. If the disaster wave enters the mainland, the consequences will be disastrous. Don't worry, the inner courtyard is already setting up the first line of defense. They will try their best to filter out disasters above level 8. Our external courtyard has changed its strategy this time, with 5 people in a group instead of 3 people as before. With the cooperation of the local garrison, there shouldn't be too many problems. From the Longyin outer courtyard to the west, it goes about 600 kilometers deep into the Qianchuan Mountains. Between the vast mountains, a city wall stretches across the mountains like a giant dragon. Guard the Great Wall. Thousands of years ago, the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom built a wall in the north of the continent to prevent nomadic peoples from moving south. Now, facing the disaster, the Dragon Kingdom once again built the Great Wall between the mountains and ridges, just to protect its homes in the rear. Compared with the low city walls used to block cavalry thousands of years ago, the huge protective wall across the Qianchuan Mountains is hundreds of feet high, like a sky curtain. It was a huge wall made of countless concrete, appearing grayish-white in the sun. At this time, a huge gap appeared in a certain section of this huge city wall that stretched for thousands of kilometers. At the bottom of the gap, there lay the corpse of an extremely huge wild bull. The corpse was hundreds of meters long, like a mountain. The gap in the city wall was caused by its head-on collision. At this time, not far away, the overwhelming tide of disaster and demons rushed towards the gap, charging tirelessly. In the sky, countless flying disasters were coming in droves, swooping down towards the top of the city. On top of the city walls, countless artillery pieces opened fire, and shells poured down on the demonic tide like a rainstorm. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions was endless, the ground was covered with craters, and corpses fell from the sky like rain. The weak disaster was blown to pieces by the artillery fire, limbs flew everywhere, blood splattered everywhere, and blood flowed like streams on the ground. The powerful calamity advanced under the artillery fire, and the sharp shrapnel fell on them, leaving either only shallow blood marks or no trace at all. Suddenly, beams of dazzling lightning lit up from the top of the city wall and shot towards the bottom of the city wall. Electromagnetic gun. Hundreds of electromagnetic currents swept towards the earth, and wherever they passed, disaster was carbonized. This time even the more advanced disasters were not spared, and they died while screaming in agony. The soldiers on the city wall watched this scene and cheered loudly. At this moment, a mountain peak was suddenly pulled up among the mountains in the distance. A giant ape over 100 feet tall raised its arm and threw the mountain with all its might, smashing it onto the top of the city wall. A huge shadow came, as if the sky was falling. On the city wall, a summoner stood facing the wind and made a summoning gesture. In the sky, a red summoning gate opened, and an ancient warrior walked into the air, walked towards the mountain, and smashed it with one punch. Buzz! In the distant mountains, a giant eagle with a wingspan of hundreds of meters screamed loudly. A terrifying sonic arrow that seemed to pierce through the sky shot towards the top of the city. Similarly, a summoning gate opened, and a giant turtle stood on the top of the city, holding up a huge barrier to block this horrific attack. Such a devastating battle took place within several thousand meters of the city wall. Countless horrific disasters launched attacks, and countless summoners summoned powerful spirits to resist. The situation is extremely tense. In the command room behind the city wall, an elderly man with a slightly aged face watched the earth-shaking scene with a calm expression, as if he was used to such situations. "Where is the demonic wave that broke through?" the old man asked calmly. Immediately, a guard reported, "Commander, the Calamity Group has arrived at Luyan Mountain." The old man narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "So, you are going to Longchuan River Hydropower Station again?" An officer immediately agreed, "That should be the case. The electromagnetic cannon poses a huge threat to the disaster group. As long as the hydropower station is there, we will have a constant supply of energy, which has always been a thorn in their side." The old man nodded and asked, "Are there any major universities in place?" Already in place, students from the inner courtyards of Longyin, Sangfeng, Luoyue, and Qinfeng universities have already established the first line of defense at Sanshui River. The external hospitals have also taken action and will soon build a second line of defense. The old man was slightly relieved and said, "The rear will be left to the major universities. We are the focus here. We need to have all sections of the city wall strictly guarded and the underground inspections done well. We cannot allow the Earth Dragon that happened 4 years ago to come back and happen again." Yes. Chapter 109 Merit. Big Playground. When the freshmen heard the whistle, they gathered quickly. Everyone stood together and had a heated discussion. Everyone knows about the disaster alert, but no one knows where it will happen. And judging by the school's immediate gathering of everyone, they are probably about to face it. Many people looked a little flustered. Although I had experienced fighting disasters at the opening ceremony, the situation was completely different at that time. A special chip is implanted in the back of each disaster's brain, which can protect everyone's life at the critical moment. But there is no such guarantee for the disaster tide. Instructor Wang is here. Suddenly, someone shouted something in a low voice, and everyone immediately looked over, wanting to know the details from him. Wang Hao walked onto the stage with a stern expression. His eyes swept across the slightly nervous faces of the freshmen below, and his heart ached slightly. It's too hasty. He took a deep breath and said in a loud voice. Quiet, stand up straight. Why are you panicking? Upon hearing this, the freshmen gradually calmed down, and even though they were nervous, they still stood in line. This is an instinct that has been trained for nearly a month. When Wang Hao saw this scene, he felt a little relieved. These kids were not complete rookies after all. He looked at everyone and said slowly. Students, just now, a hole was torn in the Guardian Wall, and thousands of disasters are attacking the inland. As students of Summoner University, you enjoy the resources given by the country, but you must also bear the corresponding responsibilities. The troops guarding the Great Wall cannot withdraw. They need to stop the big guys in the mountains. We will have to deal with the small disasters that come out. Originally, this wave of disasters occurs every year. It is a test that every new student must go through. But this year's disaster wave came too early, and the school hasn't had time to give you any practical training. This trip will be quite dangerous. But we have no choice. If we don't stop this group of disasters, they will rush into the interior. Once they disperse, they will cause incalculable losses. But you don't need to be afraid. The seniors in the inner courtyard, your seniors and seniors will form the first line of defense to filter out high-level disasters. The disaster you face will not exceed level 10. In order to reduce casualties, form a team of 5. Even if you face a high-level disaster, you can still fight. Remember, this is actual combat, and it is also a test for you. Fighting against disasters is a necessary process for your growth. Wang Hao paused, and seeing that most of the freshmen below were still nervous, he sighed slightly in his heart, and his face immediately became cold. Attention instructors from all classes. You have 5 minutes to split into teams. After receiving your weapons, gather at the back door. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, noisy discussions immediately arose from below. The freshmen were all very nervous about going to the battlefield. Disaster tides are not unfamiliar to people in this world, and such videos can often be seen on the internet. The overwhelming disaster was like a tide, sweeping away everything. Wherever it passed, it was very apt to say that not even a blade of grass grew. So everyone instinctively feels scared. In the kendo class, Wei Ying walked forward and looked at everyone with a stern expression. The freshmen in the kendo class were the calmest among those present. After all, most of them had practiced martial arts and had a lot of combat experience, so they were more confident. 3 minutes, free to form teams. I will assign the people who don't have a team at the end. Everyone in the kendo class immediately looked at each other, looking for classmates they had a good relationship with. At the same time, many people looked at Lin Xiao, obviously wanting to form a team with him. Lin Xiao defeated a level 7 disaster at the opening ceremony. Although he didn't know its current level, it must be at least 2 or 3 levels. His current combat power is probably enough to deal with a 9th level disaster, so it is undoubtedly safest to be with him. Wang Shi pulled Lin Xiao's sleeve. Brother. The meaning is obvious, I want to form a team. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. There was no reason for his roommate not to form a group. Lin Xiao was not too worried. Now he was confident enough to face disasters within level 10. Even if it is above level 10, it is still capable of fighting. Wang Shi was delighted to see Lin Xiao agreed to let him join the team, but then he said embarrassedly. Brother, how about bringing Victoria Song along as well? Song Qianqian was right next to them, and when she heard Wang Shi's words, she immediately gave him a pitiful look. This girl is very beautiful and is rated A in the picture book. She is the most cared-for person in the kendo class. Song Qianqian has a good personality and good character, and she has a good relationship with Wang Shi. Lin Xiao had a good impression of Song Qianqian and nodded immediately. So there were 3 people in the team, 2 short. Seeing that Lin Xiao's team was about to be full, the others dared not be polite anymore and rushed to say, "Brother Lin, take me with you. I want to be with Brother Lin, too." Almost everyone wanted to join the team, and Lin Xiao really had no choice for a moment. Just when I didn't know how to start, Wei Ying came over and said, "Lin Xiao, your team only has 3 people. Together, your strength exceeds that of any other team of 5. This operation must not only ensure your safety as much as possible, but also serve as a training exercise for you. The team should not be too strong." Lin Xiao listened to Wei Ying's words and then he remembered that Wang Shi and Song Qianqian were not bad at all. Wang Shi's talent is S. Although Qi Ling is a little bit worse, his level should be almost level 4 now. Victoria Song is a AA player with both good talents and spiritual power. They are a team of 3, and their strength is indeed greater than that of most teams. Lin Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "Then let's form another group. I really can't help you." The rest of the people had no choice but to look for their teammates again with regret. The team was quickly formed, and 5 minutes later, the freshmen boarded the bus at the back door of the school and headed deep into the Qianchuan Mountains. After driving for about an hour, the bus stopped at a military camp. The freshmen did not get off the bus. The school instructors went to the military camp to collect a large amount of supplies and distributed them to everyone on the bus. Each person received a tactical backpack containing various wilderness survival supplies. There are 3 most important things. One is an energy bar, which looks like a sausage. Each person gets 5 bars. According to Wei Ying, 1 bar is equivalent to a whole meal. The second is a wristwatch used for positioning and communication. The third one is 3 special bombs per person, which can cause damage to disasters below level 5. Hey, what is this function? In the car, Lin Xiao touched his watch. This thing was a bit similar to the one he used during the Bee Battle Royale. He touched a button and saw a blue light shoot out from the watch, casting an image in the air. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone on the bus. Wow, what high-tech is this? Everyone looked curious. Hey, hey, hey. At this moment, Wang Hao's voice suddenly came from everyone's watch, which scared everyone. Then Wang Hao said, "Attention all freshmen, please find the red button on your watch and press it now." Lin Xiao was stunned. He had just pressed the red button. The freshmen did as they were told. Suddenly, a blue light floated inside the bus, and a light curtain appeared in front of everyone. Wang Hao's voice continued, "The watches in your hands can connect to the military's internal resource library. You now have level 1 access to the resource library and can view the military's low-level supplies. This time, your efforts to stop the tide of disasters will not be in vain. Every time you kill a disaster, you can exchange it for merit from the military. Merits can be exchanged for items in the military supplies. There is everything in it, including cultivation resources, natural treasures, painted armor, etc. The acquisition of merit depends on the level of the disaster. There is a detailed introduction inside, please read it yourself. Also, after killing the disaster, you can collect the useful parts and they will all belong to you. You can sell it to the school afterwards, and the school will give you a reasonable compensation." Chapter 110 Arrival at the Position. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although hunting down the calamity to defend the homeland is the responsibility of every summoner, the motivation will be even greater if hunting down the calamity can bring benefits. Wang Hao then introduced the basic operations of the website before ending the call. The freshmen started studying it immediately. Lin Xiao also opened the resource library and browsed it with great interest. The entire interface is very clear and lists various resources. Lin Xiao did not check it immediately, but found the rules for obtaining merits and checked them. Different levels of disasters grant different merits. There is a detailed table that shows the merits corresponding to disasters of levels 1 to 50. Level 1 disaster, 10 merits, level 2 disaster, 20 merits. For every level of disaster that increases, 10 merits will be added. It's different after level 10. Level 10 disaster gives 200 merits, and each additional level gives 50 more merits. After level 20, it's different again. Lin Xiao didn't look back too long. It was impossible for him to encounter a high-level disaster this time, and he wouldn't be able to defeat it even if he did. Exit the merit introduction page and open the list of redeemable materials. A blue light curtain floated, displaying various resources in a list format. Lin Xiao first glanced at the painted armor exchange page, which contained all kinds of equipment, so diverse that it was dizzying to look at. However, most of the painted armors are of excellent quality or below, with very few of epic quality and no of legendary quality. I don't know if it's simply not available, or if everyone currently doesn't have sufficient browsing permissions. Let's look at exchanging merits. A piece of ordinary quality painted armor requires 100 merits, excellent quality requires 300 merits, and outstanding quality requires 600 merits. Lin Xiao thought about it for a moment and felt that the price was reasonable. For ordinary students in school, it is not difficult to exchange for a set of excellent quality painted armor if they work hard. Of course, it doesn't mean that we will be able to kill enough disasters this time. Lin Xiao still remembered what Sister Su said at the beginning of the school year, that the school would organize disaster hunting events regularly in the future. It is estimated that the military's resource exchange platform will always be open, and it is unlikely to be open just this time. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something at this time. He was worried about how his mental strength was not improving, and he wondered if there were any corresponding treasures in the exchange materials. Start searching immediately. After searching for a long time, I didn't find it, but I saw golden ant eggs again. The merit price of this thing is as high as 5,000 merits. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and continued searching until he had almost finished looking through all the redeemable materials. On the last page, he finally found something that could provide mental strength. Disaster Raspberry, 100 merits per piece. It is worth mentioning here that after the disaster star came into the world, all things changed. The mutation direction of animals and plants tends to be malignant mutation, but under the influence of the holy light of the Holy Spirit star, the mutations of some animals and plants are reversed and become benign mutations. These benignly mutated animals and plants, especially plants, can often bring various benefits to the summoner. Lin Xiao stared at the raspberry pattern on the blue screen. It was the size of a thumb, pink, and juicy, and it looked very appetizing. There are detailed introductions below. Disaster Raspberry can slightly improve mental strength. It is very effective for black iron level, but it will not have much effect at higher levels. Well, it seems that the merits gained from hunting down the disaster this time will all be used to exchange for raspberries. I just don't know how much mental power one raspberry can increase. Lin Xiao was instantly full of anticipation for the disaster hunt. The other students in the bus were also looking for their favorite items. For a moment, the tension in the face of the disaster gradually disappeared, and most people became eager to try. I have to say that this move by the military can really boost morale. After resupplying at the military camp, the bus continued to head towards the mountains. When leaving, the freshmen noticed one thing: the soldiers from the barracks were gathering in an open space. When the bus left, a loud voice rang out from the military camp. Salute! Then the soldiers gathered on the open ground saluted the bus in unison. This scene made the freshmen on the bus a little confused, and they couldn't help but talk about it. That's weird, why are they saluting us? Yeah, it seems like they respect us a lot. Amid the discussions, Wei Ying suddenly spoke. They salute you because they are ordinary people. Without your assistance, it would be a huge price to pay to clear out the disaster with the strength of ordinary soldiers. In a jungle battle with a disaster, even if ordinary soldiers have hot weapons, their chances of winning against a level 1 disaster are low. If it exceeds level 5, they are doomed to die. Everyone suddenly realized what was going on and felt a sudden weight on their hearts, as if they had a greater sense of responsibility. Come to think of it, an ordinary person holding a gun may not be able to survive against common wild beasts like lions and tigers. Not to mention facing disaster creatures, any level 1 disaster can be comparable to a tiger or a lion. And if ferocious beasts like tigers and lions were to turn into disasters, their strength would be even greater. The bus drove quickly all the way and arrived at a low mountain range half an hour later. While on the bus, the freshman teams had already received their respective tasks. Each team will set up a defense line in the mountains ahead and wait for the disaster to arrive. Under the command of the instructors, the freshmen quickly got off the bus and rushed towards the mountains. During this process, Wang Hao's serious voice was heard again on the watch. Attention all teams, the disaster wave is expected to arrive in 20 minutes. You need to reach the preset location and ambush within 10 minutes. Remember, after engaging in battle with the disaster, you must hold your ground. You are a net that cannot be broken. If you encounter a situation that you cannot handle, please send a rescue signal and the nearest team will be notified and will rush to help as appropriate. The school's 50 instructors will be scattered throughout the mountains, and will rush to help as soon as they receive a signal for help. Students, this is your battle for growth and also a battle to defend your homeland. Good luck to you. Wang Hao's words were so powerful that they unknowingly ignited the fighting spirit of the freshmen. Everyone rushed towards the mountains with all their might. Chapter 111, Enemy. Lin Xiao ran while checking his watch. A 3D map was displayed on the palm-sized blue light screen. There was a red dot marked on the map, located on the north side of the mountain range, which was his team's preset target. Wang Shi, Cici, we are far away, please speed up. Okay. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian answered in unison. When they were on the bus, the two of them had already nominated Lin Xiao as the team captain. In almost exactly 10 minutes, the three arrived at the designated location. This is a gap at the top of the mountain range. The three of them stood on a large rock, facing the wind and looking ahead. The next moment, Lin Xiao and Wang Shi were stunned, but Song Qianqian's expression remained unchanged. Fuck, is that a tree stump? Or does the mountain look like a tree stump? Wang Shi exclaimed. I saw a huge stump-shaped mountain standing among the mountains ahead, with an estimated diameter of about 500 meters and a height of about 1,000 meters. Its shape is so much like a tree stump, and if it were, it's hard to imagine how huge a tree it once was. It's the stump. Song Qianqian's confident voice came from the side. Lin Xiao turned his head to look over. The girl's pretty face was very calm, as if she had already seen the scene before. Sisai, do you know? Lin Xiao was slightly surprised and a little bit unbelievable. Song Qianqian smoothed her hair that was messed up by the mountain wind and said. My home is in Fuyuan City. I came here when I was a child and heard my father tell the story of this tree. Fuyuan City. Lin Xiao knew that it was not far from here and was the closest human city to the Qianchuan Mountains. So Song Qianqian can be considered a local, so it is normal for her to know some local news. So I looked at her curiously and waited for her to continue explaining. Song Qianqian continued, after the disaster planet descended, an oak tree here mutated and grew to nearly 20 kilometers in height within a few decades. When its vitality was at its most vigorous, it was said to have sucked up nutrients from the nearby land for hundreds of miles. According to my father, about 50 or 60 years ago, a powerful human destroyed this tree, and only then did this place regain life. Lin Xiao and Wang Shi suddenly realized and stared at the huge wooden stake in amazement. It is still hard to believe that there are such huge trees in the world. After this little episode, the three men shifted their gaze away from the huge tree stump and stared closely at the mountains ahead, searching for any signs of the disaster tide. About 5 minutes later, the vast mountains in the distance shook, the trees swayed, and countless animals seemed to be running below. The noise was getting louder and louder, and getting closer. Before long, the forest below the mountain range began to shake. Trees could be clearly seen falling and smoke and dust were rising. Lin Xiao looked through the gaps in the woods and quickly caught sight of the shadow of the disaster. Countless disasters were surging through the forest like a black tide. There are many species, including insects and wild animals, beetles the size of calves, centipedes more than 10 meters long, tigers the size of cars. There were countless of them, probably thousands, scattered throughout the vast forest. The only thing missing was a flying disaster, which must have been intercepted by the inner courtyard. This is too much. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian looked at the surging demonic tide, their faces turned pale instantly, and tension rose uncontrollably in their eyes. Lin Zhao's face also showed solemnity. Even from a long distance away, one could already sense the astonishing aura from the demonic tide. Most of the disasters were above level 5. Attention all teams, we will meet the enemy in about 3 minutes. Be sure to hold your position. If there are any fish that slip through the net, do not pursue them. Leave them to the rear troops. Wang Hao's voice came from his watch again, and at this moment, a violent whistling sound came from the sky. Lin Xiao subconsciously looked up and saw dozens of missiles streaking across the blue sky behind him, whistling towards the disaster demon tide. At the same time, more than a dozen fighter planes roared in and passed over everyone's heads in a blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! Bombs fell and violent explosions sounded in the mountains and rivers. The flames mixed with the blown-up trees and soil floated high into the sky. That huge wave of disaster demons suffered considerable damage in an instant, losing nearly 1/3 of its original value. The evil tide of disaster instantly spread out and penetrated into every corner of the dense forest. And when they disperse, bombing by missiles and fighter jets will no longer be effective. But the fighter planes continued to circle and bomb, trying their best to separate the tide of disasters and prevent them from concentrating on one location. The freshmen lying in ambush on the top of the mountain clenched their fists and stared at the jungle below. 2 minutes later, part of the defense line began to encounter the enemy. One after another, disasters emerged from the dense forest and rushed towards the freshmen who were ready for battle. Lin Xiao and the other two also encountered 2 disasters. The woods below shook, and 2 calf-sized disasters emerged from the woods. One was a coyote with gray hair, about 3 meters long, and a pair of green eyes filled with brutality. On the other side is the disaster rhinoceros beetle. The originally tiny beetle becomes extremely hideous and terrifying after it grows bigger. There is a huge horn on the top of its head like a spear, and the black shell has a metallic texture. Without even trying, one can guess that the defense is amazing. There are shrapnel scratches on it, and it is obvious that even bullets cannot penetrate the defense. The aura of the 2 disasters was about level 5. When they saw the 3 people in front of them, they rushed up without hesitation. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian's faces suddenly turned pale. Lin Xiao commanded calmly, "Wang Shi, you deal with the disaster rhinoceros beetle, Cici, you deal with the disaster coyote, I will support you." The reason for this arrangement is to allow Wang Shi and Song Qianqian to adapt to the battlefield as soon as possible. Both of them are at level 3, and with the help of the spirit, it should be just enough to deal with the level 5 disaster. It is still unknown how intense the subsequent battles will be, so Lin Xiao needs to get the 2 of them adapted to the battle as quickly as possible. As for himself, he was a little nervous, but because he was skilled and bold, he was much calmer. Good. Although Wang Shi and Song Qianqian were nervous, they still nodded. The 2 summoned the spirit at the same time. Song Qianqian's spirit is a black-crowned golden eagle, which flew out of the golden summoning gate and pounced directly on the disaster coyote. The golden eagle's claws were as sharp as iron hooks, and it grabbed the coyote's head fiercely. And Song Qianqian had an extra bow in her hand. She bent the bow and pulled it to its full length. An arrow condensed by holy light gathered on the bowstring. This is obviously a painted armor weapon, and judging from its radiant sheen, it should be of epic rank. A dazzling golden light burst out in Song Qianqian's hand, and the arrow shot out violently. Bang! The arrow failed to hit Calamity Coyote. When it reached him, the coyote dodged it nimbly. Chapter 112 Sword Control, Instant Kill. As for Wang Shi, as if to give himself courage, he roared and rushed towards the disaster rhinoceros beetle with an iron sword in hand. As soon as he arrived close, he was wrapped in thunder armor and Guogua stood on his shoulders. After more than 20 days of running in, Guogua has obviously become much more reliable. He rubs his 2 little paws together, and a ball of thunder condenses and smashes towards the disaster rhinoceros beetle. The thunder ball hit the target successfully, and the disaster rhinoceros beetle felt electricity surge throughout its body. Its huge body trembled violently and green smoke rose. But it only froze for a moment, suffering a minor injury, and then became enraged, charging towards Wang Shi with its sharp horn. After more than 20 days of training, Wang Shi is no longer the rookie who could be chased by a level 2 disaster wild boar. Although his face was still a little panicked, he was generally calm and met the rhinoceros beetle with a sword. The iron sword burst out with a blinding holy light, and actually chopped off a piece of the shell. The iron sword in Wang Shi's hand is not an ordinary iron sword, but a weapon specially made by the school. It is mixed with special materials that can guide the holy light. Holy light is the key to restraining disasters. The defense of the shell that cannot be penetrated by bullets will be significantly reduced when encountering holy light. Of course, the iron sword in Wang Shi's hand is still not as powerful as the painted armor weapon. Lin Xiao was busy watching silently. The sword controlling technique had been activated and the flying sword was on standby, ready to support the 2 of them. Wang Shi and Cici's playing styles are completely different. Cici's side uses Qi Ling as the main attacker and summoner as the auxiliary, while Wang Shi's side uses summoner as the main attacker and Qi Ling as the auxiliary. Lin Xiao commented secretly in his heart. The summoner's playing style should be determined according to his own situation. Wang Shi is protected by thunder armor and has great strength, making him very suitable to be a tank. Song Qianqian's playing style is very much like a hunter, a long-range shooter. Qi Ling holds the enemy back while she waits for an opportunity to attack from behind. Lin Xiao couldn't help but think about his own playing style, and then he felt that he could do both. Sword control and string breaking can be used as long-range support to assist in the fight. The unparalleled sword spirit allows him to be the main attacker, with Sister Gu's piano skills to assist him. As Lin Xiao thought about it, his mind expanded and he realized that he would be able to reach level 10 in about half a month and would be able to contract a second spirit immediately. I don't know what skills the second spirit will have. Different skills lead to different playing styles. Soon, half a minute passed. The battle situations in both places have been stabilized. After the initial tension, Wang Shi and Song Qianqian have gradually calmed down and have a slight upper hand. But it may still be some time before victory. Lin Xiao looked at the woods below and didn't see any disaster, so he didn't rush to help. Now let the two of them practice more. Another minute passed, and something unexpected happened on Song Qianqian's side. The disaster coyote was attacked by a black-crowned golden eagle. There were more than a dozen bloody scratches on its body that were deep enough to see the bones, all of which were caused by the golden eagle's claws. There were also several charred spots and large patches of fur had fallen off, which were caused by Song Qianqian's arrow. Although Disaster Coyote is not very smart, after a battle, he realized that he had to get rid of Victoria Song first. So when a golden eagle swooped down, he rushed towards Victoria Song without hesitation. The coyote leaped high, its head surrounded by green light, and a huge green wind blade emerged from its head and stabbed towards Song Qianqian. The coyote was extremely fast and was right in front of her in the blink of an eye. Song Qianqian was caught off guard and her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly became panicky again. The girl was shaking violently all over and was a little dazed. "Cece, don't be afraid. I'm here, and nothing will happen to you. Just focus on fighting the enemy." Suddenly, Lin Xiao's calm voice came from behind. When Song Qianqian heard that steady voice, she suddenly felt a strong sense of security in her panicked heart and calmed down. Seeing that the coyote was about to pounce on her, Victoria Song rolled on the ground with a pale face. Although the girl's posture was awkward, she still managed to avoid the coyote's attack. She turned over, drew her bow and shot. At such a close distance, the coyote had no way to avoid the arrow and was shot through the stomach. Blood gushed out and soaked Song Qianqian's face. Wow! Song Qianqian was stunned for a moment, her stomach churning, and she couldn't help but dry heave. Then he got up in a panic, wiping his face in embarrassment. The beautiful little face was instantly covered in blood. "Cece, well done, you successfully killed a level 5 disaster." Song Qianqian paused while wiping her face, the panic in her eyes faded, and then she reacted and exclaimed in surprise. "I did it. I did it. Brother Lin Xiao, thank you. I couldn't have done it without your encouragement." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, looking towards Wang Shi. Wang Shi also won the victory in a 2-minute battle. The rhinoceros beetle was repeatedly hit by Guogua's thunderballs and was constantly paralyzed. Wang Shi attacked its thick shell again and finally pried open a gap. In the last collision, Wang Shi pounced forward, and with the help of his thunder armor, he stabbed his sword into the gap. The rhinoceros beetle roared in pain, struggled for a few seconds, and then fell to the ground. Wang Shi gasped and sat down on the ground. Then he came to his senses and looked at Song Qianqian. "Wow, Cece, you are faster than me, so amazing." Song Qianqian smiled brightly. "Wang Shi, you are also amazing, we all did it." The two of them immediately burst into happy laughter. At this moment, the woods below shook violently again. A disaster rushed out from it. "Fuck, it's happening again, let me take a breath." Wang Shi was shocked, and Song Qianqian was also panicked. The three of them looked towards the woods at the same time and were all stunned. I saw a huge dung ball rolling out of the woods, as big as a car. The stinking creature rushed towards the three people. "Ouch! It stinks." Victoria Song fanned herself violently with her little hands. Lin Xiao looked behind the dung ball and saw a dung beetle with a green shell. He was pushing the dung ball on the road. "Good fellow, even if you become a disaster, you can't change your habit of eating shit." Lin Xiao was speechless. Judging from the dung beetle's appearance, it was only level 5. He immediately said, "You two take a rest, I'll take care of it." After saying this, without waiting for the dung ball to get closer, the small green gourd on his forehead lit up, and 2 flying swords flew out, circled on both sides of the dung ball, and shot towards the dung beetle. Puff. Puff. Two muffled sounds were heard almost simultaneously, and two silver swords pierced into the joints connecting the dung beetle's head and body almost simultaneously. The huge body of the disaster dung beetle was struck by lightning, and it froze in place and died instantly. The dung ball lost momentum, paused for a second, then rolled backwards, crushing the dung beetle's corpse and rolling down the hillside. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian, who were just about to see how Lin Xiao would make his move, were stunned. Song Qianqian's eyes widened little by little. "Lin, brother Lin, you solved it too quickly, didn't you?" Wang Shi rubbed his eyes exaggeratedly. "Oh my god, big brother, you are so awesome. It took me and Cici a long time to kill one of them, but you came up and killed it in 1 second. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Every disaster has a weakness. This kind of crustacean disaster has a hard shell, but its limbs are very fragile. As long as it can be hit accurately, it can be killed with one blow." Wang Shi, the same thing happened to the rhinoceros beetle you just dealt with. With your ability, it should have been easier. Wang Shi realized it later and scratched his head. It was my first time and I was so nervous that I didn't think too much about it. I just rushed ahead. Brother, I will pay more attention next time. The three of them felt a lot more relaxed after their first wave of victories. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian felt relieved after seeing Lin Xiao kill a level 5 disaster in seconds. With a strong supporter by your side, there is nothing to worry about next. It's Chinese New Year, Happy New Year to all my readers. The author would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. I wish you all the best and prosperity in the new year. In addition, I would like to express my special thanks to all the readers who have given rewards during this period. The author is very grateful for your support. Thanks to Mrs. Gu who likes Fulan, Zhao Chen from Belo Island who is still ashamed as Bing Ling Chao, Ye Huama, the little fox who loves tofu, the young crocodile, Zhen Shi, Intoxicating World 111, Old Man Huang from Guangjin Island, Black Hole Page, Wang Dao Mengchuan, Senior Chen who is truly talented and learned, the silly little bean who loves to read, Su Honglin who loves to eat soft fried fish, the heroine's master, Mo Yin, Yu Sierra and other readers for their support. Your support is the author's motivation. There are many other readers who are not listed here, and we are very grateful for your support. Chapter 113 I'm going to summon the sword fairy. In the next half hour, the three of them encountered several more waves of disasters. They are basically level 5 or 6 and can be solved with a little effort. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian became more and more familiar with each other, and were gradually able to gain the upper hand when facing a level 5 disaster. If it is a level 6 disaster, two people will need to work together to win in the end. As for Lin Xiao, the feeling could only be described as extremely relaxed. The disasters of level 5 or 6 were simply not enough for him. They are basically killed instantly. Even if you encounter an enemy with strong defense, you can first use the string breaking control and then use the sword controlling technique to attack the weak points, and you can almost always take it down easily. The sword controlling technique can be said to be very abnormal. Multiple flying swords attacking at the same time is equivalent to multiple helpers. Most disasters will be seriously injured in one encounter if they do not have defensive skills when facing all-round attacks from the front, back, left, right, up and down. Lin Xiao stood still the whole time, controlling the flying sword with the remote control, looking like a sword immortal, which made Wang Shi and Song Qianqian extremely envious. During this half hour, the two of them never stopped exclaiming in praise. In addition, Lin Xiao's control over the sword is becoming more and more proficient. Attacking the enemy with multiple flying swords at the same time may look cool on the surface, but it actually requires a lot of control over the details. You need to multitask. Lin Xiao currently lacks mental strength, and there are actually only 3 flying swords that he can accurately control. These 3 flying swords can perform completely different actions at the same time, while the other 3 can only attack in coordination at most. This made Lin Xiao more eager to exchange for the disaster raspberry. Already 390 merit points. Lin Xiao calculated silently in his mind that he had killed a total of 7 disasters in the past half hour, and the merits he obtained were enough to exchange for almost 4 disaster raspberries. Of course, this does not include the number of kills by Victoria Song and Wang Shi. After clearing a wave of disasters, the position ushered in a brief period of peace. Lin Xiao looked at the woods below, hoping that more disasters would occur. Otherwise there won't be enough to kill. The current intensity is too easy for him. It's not a good idea to kill all the disasters, so you have to leave some chances for the two partners. An idea even flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. He wanted to rush directly into the woods below and take the initiative to attack. However, as soon as this idea came to his mind, he immediately dismissed it. At times like this, you can't just think about yourself, you have to consider the overall situation. If he leaves, Song Qianxian and Wang Shi will encounter multiple disasters and be in danger. The three of them sat down to rest, and heard sounds from all over the mountains. The entire mountain range was filled with shouts of killing, explosions of skills, roars of disasters, and occasionally one or two screams of newborns. Wang Shi and Song Qianxian, who had just relaxed, suddenly became tense again. Hey, I wonder how the other students are doing. I hope everyone is safe. Victoria Song looked around the mountains, her blood-stained face full of worry. But this wish is destined to be difficult to achieve, as the fighting in various positions in the mountains is extremely fierce. Not every place is as easy as it is here. Wang Shi listened to the screams coming from the wind, feeling relieved. Fortunately, we followed Big Brother, otherwise the situation would not be so good. As soon as Wang Shi finished his sigh, the woods below shook again, and there was a sense of disaster approaching. Lin Xiao looked down and saw the trees shaking. There seemed to be a huge monster inside. After a few seconds, two huge disasters emerged from it. A calamity tiger and a calamity spider. The disaster tiger is about 5 meters long and has an extremely huge body. Trees fall down when it walks. Its body is covered with black and white stripes. It has a pair of big scarlet copper bell eyes and 2 fangs sticking out of its huge mouth, just like a saber-toothed tiger. The disaster spider is also extremely huge. Its species is the disaster jumping spider to be exact. Its body is covered with a layer of gray-white hairs that stand upright like steel needles, and it has 2 huge eyeballs on its head. His eyeballs were like glass, reflecting cold and emotionless murderous intent in the sunlight. Seeing these 2 disasters, Wang Shi and Song Qianxian's faces turned pale instantly, and they cried out in shock at the same time. 2 level 9s. The two felt a chill in their hearts and subconsciously looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao remained calm, but instead showed an expression of eagerness to try. After the previous battles, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. I feel that even if I face a level 9 disaster alone, it won't be a big problem. However, there are 2 high-level disasters at the moment, and Wang Shi and Song Qianxian cannot deal with either one alone, not even if they work together. It seems unrealistic for me to deal with both of them at the same time. It seems that I have to summon my own sword fairy. Lin Xiao immediately made a summoning gesture. A deep red summoning door opened and Gu Shuyan stepped out slowly. She was currently wearing the mist fairy dress, a long white skirt, with a cool and graceful temperament. I don't know if it's because of the clothes, or because of the many days of lovemaking, but her temperament is not as lonely as before, but has a touch of tranquility and gentleness. There was a red gem necklace hanging around her neck, which was a red bean ornament. It matched the plain skirt and looked like a plum blossom in the snow, blooming on her chest. The sword in her hand was a painted peach blossom branch. The sword was quite delicate, with a long and narrow blade and a peach blossom faintly visible on it. The sword light floated, as if peach blossoms were floating out from the sword body, and the hilt was also pink. When Wang Shi and Song Qianxian saw Gu Shuyan, their eyes froze unconsciously. With the appearance of such an extremely beautiful woman, the whole place seemed to be brightened by her. Cece, Wang Shi, you guys step back, let us deal with these 2. Lin Xiao's voice woke them up. The 2 of them quickly ran away. On the hillside below, the 2 disasters' restless breath suddenly choked when they saw Gu Shuyan. There was a human-like alertness in the eyes of the 2 ferocious beasts, and they obviously smelled danger from Gu Shuyan. Sister Gu, you deal with the disaster tiger, and the remaining disaster jumping spiders are mine. Lin Xiao said. Gu Shuyan nodded slightly, releasing the sword for Lin Xiao, and said with gentle eyes, husband, be careful. Yeah. Lin Xiao looked at her with a gentler look in his eyes. He nodded and walked towards the jumping spider. But Wang Shi and Song Qianxian were stunned. Husband. This title surprised the 2 of them. I didn't hear it wrongly, Gu, what did Fairy Gu just call Brother Lin? Husband. Okay, it seems so. Wang Shi responded with a chuckle, his face also full of shock. Although they lived in the same dormitory, Wang Shi had never seen Lin Xiao summon Gu Shuyan in the dormitory. Naturally, she had never heard Gu Shuyan call Lin Xiao husband. Oh my god, is Big Brother so awesome? Fairy Gu can handle it. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian looked at each other, both of them were a little bit unbelievable. Almost everyone knows who Gu Shuyan is, and her background story has long been spread on the internet. Such a peerless strong man, such a fairy who is not interested in worldly things, actually fell in love. She actually called someone husband. I can't even imagine it. The two were just astonished when they saw Lin Xiao walking towards the disaster jumping spider alone. Song Qianqian suddenly came to her senses at this moment, and her face changed. Brother Lin, you want to deal with a level 9 disaster alone? It's too dangerous. Let me help you. Lin Xiao waved his hands quickly. It's okay, I can handle it alone. Song Qianqian was stunned, not understanding where Lin Xiao's confidence came from. Although he was able to kill the 6th level disaster instantly just now, this one is level 9. Song Qianqian didn't listen to Lin Xiao and rushed out to help. But as soon as she raised her foot, she froze and her eyes suddenly widened. Chapter 114, 2 battlefields, both of them were cut. Lin Xiao summoned 6 flying swords, picked one up, and rushed straight towards the jumping spider. When the jumping spider saw the enemy coming forward, it showed no weakness and pushed the ground with its legs and jumped up. The reason why the jumping spider is called the jumping spider is because of the word jump. The jumping ability of the disaster jumping spider in front of us is extremely exaggerated. It jumps from the woods below to the top of the mountain in one leap. While the body was still in the air, its 2 front paws were like 2 spears, stabbing towards Lin Xiao fiercely. The whole process is lightning fast. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He controlled the 2 flying swords to block the 2 front legs. The moment the jumping spider arrived in front of him, he slashed the opponent's forehead with the sword in his hand. Bang! Under Song Qianqian's astonished eyes, the jumping spider was chopped and flew backwards. A piece of the extremely flexible fur on the forehead was cut off and floated in the air. From a distance, one could still see a deep wound on the jumping spider's huge forehead. Song Qianqian stopped in her tracks, her face full of disbelief. After being stunned for a few seconds, she suddenly thought of a question and turned her head hastily. Wang Shi, what is Brother Lin's level? Wang Shi was stunned when he heard this and realized that he really didn't know. Although he and Lin Xiao lived in the same dormitory, he had never asked this question. It's not that I didn't think of it, but Lin Xiao's F talent is a bit sensitive and it's hard to mention it. In fact, some students in the school are disdainful of Lin Xiao, thinking that he is just lucky to have a contract with Gu Shuyan. But good luck is useless. With only F talent, you will be left behind by everyone soon. Wang Shi had no idea what Lin Xiao was thinking, and was worried that raising his level would hurt him, so he never asked. When Song Qianqian asked, he was not sure. It should be only level 2, right? Then, level 2 versus level 9. And he chopped down a level 9 player with just one sword. How is this possible? Both of them had dull expressions, staring blankly at the battle ahead. The two of them almost popped their eyes out as they saw Lin Xiao catch up with the jumping spider and attack again. The sword in his hand kept falling, and one after another simple and unpretentious slashes kept hitting the jumping spider's forehead. The 5 flying swords beside it moved left and right, constantly attacking the jumping spider's wings, lower abdomen, and tail. The jumping spider only has many legs, so it can barely block the attack, but if it uses several legs to block the flying sword, its jumping ability will be greatly reduced. Then, I saw a jumping spider doing a strange dance, with its legs busy moving. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian swallowed their saliva. Song Qianqian murmured, Brother Lin should be more than level 2. He is too strong in both strength and speed. I crushed Chen Hu this morning, but I didn't think about the problem at that time. Wang Shi hesitated slightly and said, Brother has eaten golden ant eggs and taken royal jelly, so it makes sense that he has great strength and speed. Song Qianqian shook her head, even so, I still think it's too outrageous. It's understandable that it crushed Chen Hu, but this is a level 9 disaster. Look, the jumping spider doesn't even have the strength to fight back. Wang Shi also felt that his statement was untenable, and the more he watched the battle, the more frightened he became. It's outrageous. Look, every time my brother strikes down with his sword, it almost creates a huge wound, and the jumping spider's head is almost chopped off. The two were in shock when Song Qianqian suddenly caught a glimpse of another battlefield out of the corner of her eye and became stunned again. Wang Shi followed her gaze and was also stunned. Gu Shuyan, dressed in a white dress, was seen holding a sword and chasing after the level 9 disaster tiger. With one strike of the sword, the tiger will fly far away. Seeing that it was no match for its opponent, the disaster tiger tried to escape, but was caught up by Gu Shuyan again and again. The sword in his hand kept falling. The huge tiger was like a ball, and was chopped away by Gu Shuyan's sword again and again. Victoria Song and Wang Shi were completely petrified. The two battlefields are almost identical. The two men chased and hacked at the two disasters, and the two disasters had no power to fight back. Fuck, Sisai, are we hallucinating? Pinch me. Song Qianqian stretched out her hand dazedly and grabbed Wang Shi's arm hard. Hiss, Wang Shi almost jumped up, Sisi, it hurts, let go. Song Qianqian took her hand back blankly, muttering, it seems it's not an illusion. Wang Shi rubbed his arm and said with a grin. I think Big Brother should be more than level 2. Come to think of it, with such strength and speed, it's not an exaggeration to say he's level 10. Song Qianqian nodded unconsciously, I think so too. The battles in both places soon came to an end. Gu Shuyan took the lead and chopped off half of the disaster tiger's head with a sword. The ferocious beast froze in place for a moment, then fell to the ground with a bang, and blood gushed out from the broken ends like a bloody fountain. The jumping spider followed in its footsteps, and its head was finally broken open after Lin Xiao's repeated attacks. The brain matter and dark green contents were splattered all over the floor, making one feel sick. The noise on the hilltop subsided and the area was dead silent. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeats. It took a while for the two to come back to their senses. Song Qianqian rushed to Lin Xiao first, her eyes full of shock, and she said with a chuckle. Brother Lin, you are so amazing. You actually killed a level 9 disaster and crushed it. Brother, you are too abnormal. Are you already level 10? Wang Shi also rushed over and looked at Lin Xiao as if he were a monster. The two were not too surprised that Gu Shuyan won easily. After all, she was an SSS spirit contract, so it was normal for her to be a little powerful. But how could Lin Xiao, a summoner, suppress a level 9 disaster? Lin Xiao recalled the flying sword, and the bright silver flying sword sank into the small gourd between his eyebrows, and said with a smile. Level 10, you're so smart to think of that. Wang Shi is eager to know the answer. But if it wasn't for level suppression, how could the summoner suppress the calamitous? This doesn't make sense. Lin Xiao laughed, if I am level 10, that would be even more unreasonable. Have you ever heard of a new summoner who reached level 10 in more than 20 days? Wang Shi was stunned and murmured, that's true. But... Lin Xiao's voice drew out. But what? Wang Shi asked quickly. But my level is indeed not low. I just reached level 6 yesterday. Lin Xiao said. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian were stunned. Saying that Lin Xiao was level 10 was mostly a joke. When I actually heard Lin Xiao say that he was level 6, I thought he was joking. 6, level 6. Brother, are you kidding me and Sisai? Lin Xiao said unhappily, believe it or not. Wang Shi and Song Qianqian looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Brother Lin, you are really level 6. How is this possible? Song Qianqian asked blankly. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I'm really level 6, don't think too much about it, this is my secret, I won't tell you. Song Qianqian and Wang Shi were stunned. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't seem to be joking at all, there was shock in their eyes. Level 6. Can a new summoner reach level 6 in more than 20 days? Is it possible? The two were a little confused. Then another question came to my mind. Even if it was level 6, it couldn't suppress the level 9 disaster. How much strength does it take to cut a jumping spider off with just one sword strike? What the two of them didn't know was that after more than 20 days of hard training, Lin Xiao had already mastered the 10th level of Snow Thousand Layers. With the added power of the unparalleled sword spirit and the golden ant eggs, his sword power now far exceeds that of his peers. Alright, both of you keep quiet. Currently, only Instructor Wei knows that I'm level 6. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, his eyes fixed, prepare for battle, the disaster is coming again. Sure enough, 3 huge disasters emerged from the jungle below again. Song Chanshan and Wang Shi were helpless and had to give up asking and prepare to deal with the disaster. I estimate that I will have to contract the second spirit in another 20 chapters, and I am currently thinking about the plot. What kind of spirit contract do you want? Leave your thoughts. Dragon Girl, Robot Girl, Elf, Succubus, Koi Girl, Flower Fairy, Phoenix Girl, cast your vote. Chapter 115, Distress Signal. This disaster prevention battle started at noon and has lasted for 2 hours and is still not over. On a defense line of about 5,000 meters, the battle was in full swing, with shouts of killing and roars of beasts heard everywhere. Compared to the ease of Lin Xiao's team, most of the other teams had a very difficult time. Disasters of level 5 or 6 are still easy to deal with, but when they encounter disasters of level 8 or 9, each team will have a very hard time. They can only rely on their numbers to slowly consume the enemy. If any accident happens in the process, someone will get injured or die. The 50 instructors kept receiving distress signals and ran across the mountains like firefighters. In addition, the defense line formed by the freshmen was not impenetrable, and many disasters still broke through the defense line. As the third line of defense, the troops in the rear are responsible for cleaning up any fish that slip through the net. Thermal weapons are still extremely lethal to low-level disasters, and most disasters are destroyed by guns and cannons. However, there are also a few disasters that rely on defensive skills and even extremely fast speeds to withstand or avoid gunfire and break into the battlefield. There are also summoners left in the position to intercept as soon as possible. But if the interception fails and the disaster breaks into the position, it will cause great casualties to ordinary soldiers. It often takes an extremely tragic price to eliminate the disaster. Screams were heard from the rear position from time to time. The freshmen turned around and saw the tragic situation in the position from afar. Their eyes gradually turned red. Every time they let a disaster go, several or even dozens of soldiers in the rear might pay the price with their lives. The freshmen who were afraid of fighting, hesitated, and even only sought to protect themselves at the beginning were gradually aroused. In the evening, the setting sun is like blood. The entire mountain defense line has fallen silent, with only the occasional roar of an animal or the sound of gunfire. The freshmen fought fiercely for half a day and finally eliminated most of the disasters. In the afterglow of the setting sun, huge corpses of disasters were lying everywhere in the mountains. The blood of the beasts poured onto the land, leaving huge dark spots. The freshmen guarding various parts of the defense line were exhausted and almost all of them were injured. As for the number of casualties, it was still unknown. This half-day battle drastically changed the appearance of the freshmen. No matter how panicked they were when they set out, those who were still guarding their positions now had an inexplicably deep look in their eyes. Everyone is aware of their responsibilities. The battle between humans and disasters is destined to be a life-and-death struggle and extremely cruel. They are the future of mankind and must grow up as soon as possible. At the gap in the mountain range, dozens of disaster corpses were lying on the ground in a mess. The blood soaked the entire ground, and it was muddy when you stepped on it. Wang Shi leaned against the slope, tore open an energy bar and swallowed it in big gulps. The little fat boy had several wounds on his body, but none of them were too serious. It was just that his face was dirty with mud, and the white fat boy turned into a black fat boy. Not far away, Victoria Song was also eating an energy bar. Her eating manners were much better, as she took small bites. She also had multiple injuries, with the most serious one on her arm, which was bandaged and didn't seem to be a big problem. While eating, the two looked at Lin Xiao, who was busy among the corpses of the disaster, with relief in their eyes. Victoria Song couldn't help but sigh. Thankfully, we are here with Brother Lin today, so we can relax. Many people in other places were seriously injured, and many students died. The watch's distress signal kept ringing that afternoon. Lin Xiao went to the nearby area for rescue several times and brought back heavy news every time. Wang Shi looked dazed, took a bite of the energy bar, and responded vaguely, feeling very depressed, yes. The two fell silent. On the other side, Lin Xiao was rummaging among the corpses, holding a long sword in his hand, constantly cutting the corpses and collecting useful materials. The most precious thing on each disaster is undoubtedly its demon seed, and it is a bit difficult to take it out. Lin Xiao needs to be open-hearted. The rest are the horns, skin, bones and other parts of the disaster. These parts can usually be used to make physical weapons and armor, and a small part can also be used in painted armor. After this afternoon's fighting, Lin Xiao was still in pretty good shape, without any sign of fatigue. He had not encountered any disaster higher than level 9 from beginning to end today, so it was easy for him to deal with it. He is probably the most relaxed one in the entire defense today. So now there's plenty of energy to collect loot. After working for nearly half an hour, I finally finished the dirty work. Lin Xiao was very pleased when he saw the materials piled up like a mountain. Next comes the distribution. The distribution method is very simple, whoever kills it gets it. As a result, Lin Xiao's gains were extremely rich, while Wang Shi and Song Qianqian's gains combined were only 1/3 of his. Lin Xiao counted his merits and found that he had 1720. It can be exchanged for at least 17 disaster raspberries. Lin Xiao still felt a little regretful. With his fighting power, he could have gained more merits, but unfortunately there were not so many disasters for him to kill. It was not easy to leave the defensive position without permission, and many times I wanted to let Wang Shi and Song Qianqian take a rest and handle everything by myself. But think about it, it wouldn't be good to not leave any soup for your teammates. As the disaster was cleared, the forest became completely quiet. At dusk, the watch brought news that Wang Hao had ordered the troops to withdraw. It's finally over. Wang Shi let out a long breath and said, "Brother, let's go down the mountain." Lin Xiao nodded, and the three of them prepared to go down the mountain. However, when he was halfway there, a sharp red light suddenly appeared on his watch. A distress signal. Song Qianqian glanced at her watch and exclaimed in surprise. Hasn't the disaster been completely eliminated? Not necessarily. There might be a disaster lurking around, launching a surprise attack when everyone is relaxed. Come on, provide support. Lin Xiao said urgently, and at the same time opened the light screen of his watch, on which a map appeared. The red distress signal source kept flashing, and the distance was about 700 or 800 meters. Let's go. The three of them immediately rushed towards the source of the signal. 3 minutes later, they arrived at a dark woodland. This woodland is located at the foot of the mountain. It is very quiet, without any sound, not even the chirping of insects. It's so quiet, they wouldn't have already. Song Qianqian looked worried. If the team is attacked by a disaster, a fight is sure to occur. It was so quiet at the moment that she thought of the worst outcome. Wang Shi. Cece, summon the Qi Ling and keep alert on the spot. I'll go over and take a look. Lin Xiao gave the order with a vigilant look on his face. The two nodded, stood back to back, and summoned their spirits. Lin Xiao immediately took a step forward and quickly approached the source of the signal. Although he was moving very fast, his footsteps made no sound, like a ghost in the forest. Soon, we arrived near the signal source. Lin Xiaomao looked forward from behind a big tree and his pupils suddenly shrank. There were 5 bodies lying on the open space in front of them. They were dressed like students of the academy. Lin Xiao's face suddenly darkened. They are late. Lin Xiao did not rush over to check immediately, but looked around vigilantly. To kill all 5 students in such a short time, the attacker must be very strong. But after sensing for a while, I didn't detect any breath of disaster nearby. To be on the safe side, Lin Xiao even turned on the panoramic perspective ability of the atlas and scanned the surroundings inch by inch, but still found no trace of the enemy. Has the disaster left? Chapter 116 I can see through. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, walked out from behind the big tree, and came into the woods with a heavy face. He squatted down in front of the 5 bodies and examined them. Upon seeing it, his brows furrowed. The 5 bodies were intact with all limbs intact. Although there were many wounds on their bodies, none of them were fatal. Strange. Lin Xiao murmured in his heart, it doesn't look like he was killed by a disaster. If killed by a disaster, the body is usually broken into pieces, and large beasts have the habit of tearing the body apart. It is understandable if there is occasionally one complete body, but it would be strange if all 5 bodies were complete. Could it be that the disaster that killed 5 people is special? Lin Xiao thought of this possibility and was about to check it carefully when he heard the sound of dead branches being stepped on and broken in the distance. Who? Lin Xiao suddenly turned his head. Brother Lin, it's us. The trees on the slope were separated, and Qin Shan and Shin Juanru walked out. Lin Xiao felt relieved. We received a distress signal and rushed over immediately. This is... Qin Shan walked forward, his eyes fell on the 5 corpses on the ground, and his face suddenly changed. It seems we are late. He said in a low voice, and then asked, where is disaster? Before Lin Xiao could speak, Shen Juanru had already discovered the problem. Strange, why is the body so intact? Lin Xiao said, I don't know either. I feel that something is a little strange. When I arrived, I didn't see any trace of the disaster. I must notify the instructor immediately. Just as I was about to open the watch communication, Wei Ying's voice came out first. Lin Xiao, I received a distress signal and saw that you have arrived near the source of the signal. What's the situation? Lin Xiao said, Instructor Wei, the 5 students who came for help have all died. No traces of disaster were found at the scene. One thing is very strange. There are no wounds on the 5 people. I feel that something is wrong. After hearing that 5 people had died, Wei Ying's voice became noticeably deeper. I understand. You stay put and stay alert. I'll be there in 2 minutes. After ending the call, Lin Xiao looked at Qin Shan and Shen Juanru and said. Before Instructor Wei comes, let's check the area to see if there are any clues. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru nodded, and the 3 of them dispersed and searched the surroundings. However, after a moment, nothing special was discovered. Only a few footprints left by the disaster were found on the ground, but this mountain range is full of disasters today, so it is normal to have footprints. It's hard to infer anything from this. At this time, Wei Ying finally arrived. She was wearing a tight black combat uniform that showed off her curvy figure. He came hurriedly from a distance, with some blood stains on his body. I think it was left behind today when we have been supporting new students everywhere and killing disasters. Did you find anything? Wei Ying came over and asked. No. Lin Xiao shook his head. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying walked over to the corpse, squatted down, and examined it. After a few seconds, her brows suddenly frowned, as if she had discovered something, and she pried open the eyelids of a corpse. Ah! Shen Juanru screamed, as if frightened, took a step back, and stammered. His eyeballs, why are they black? The corpse on the ground had pure black eyeballs, with no whites. At first glance, they looked like 2 black holes, or like a ghost with completely black eyes in a horror movie. Coach Wei, this is... Lin Xiao was also startled. Just as he opened his mouth, Wei Ying suddenly stood up and spoke in a very serious voice. Master Xiehui. Master Xiehui. Lin Xiao was stunned, feeling that it sounded familiar. Then he remembered what it was and his face suddenly changed. The so-called evil master is an evil profession. After the arrival of the disaster planet, all things changed, including humans naturally. After humans mutate, demons will be born in their bodies and they will become zombie-like beings. But some of them are very special. They have retained their sanity and can even use magic seeds to practice. This kind of people are called evil masters. Strictly speaking, evil luminaries are no longer human. They usually have distorted personalities and are unable to give birth to offspring with normal humans. When they heard Wei Ying suddenly mention Master Xie Hui, they were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Lin Xiao frowned. Instructor Wei, do you mean to say that these 5 students were killed by Master Xie Hui? Wei Ying nodded with a gloomy expression. Why? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Although he knew of the existence of Master Xie Hui, he didn't know much about him. Wei Ying explained, the evil light master can manipulate the evil light to kill people. The victim's body is suddenly infused with a large amount of evil light, and the victim will die before the body has time to mutate. The erosion of the evil light will then be reflected in the eyeballs. Everyone suddenly realized. But why is Master Xiehui here? Qin Shan asked in surprise. The remaining 3 people also thought about this question, and their brows were furrowed. The disaster prevention battle has been over, but the sudden appearance of Master Xie Hui's shadow feels very abrupt and unreasonable. Also, if it was done by Master Xie Hui, why did he kill these 5 students? Shen Juanru added. No one could answer. Wei Ying stood up and looked around vigilantly. Look again to see if there are any clues. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them split up again. But after searching for a long time, nothing was found. Lin Xiao returned to the corpse, looked at it for a while, and suddenly his eyes lit up and said. Look, the bodies are all facing the same direction, and they are all lying prone. Is there any problem? Qin Shan asked subconsciously. Lin Xiao said, the fact that they were all lying forward in the same posture means that they were being chased and killed from behind while escaping. Everyone was thoughtful after hearing this. Lin Xiao continued, then, the opposite direction from where they fell is the direction the enemy is chasing from. We can search in this direction to see if we can find anything. That makes sense. Wei Ying's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately ordered, just follow what Lin Xiao said, and search in this direction. Everyone took action immediately. Going down from the woods is a valley. The four of them walked along the valley, and after about 200 meters, they saw a landslide on one side of the valley. The collapsed soil almost blocked the exit of the valley. Why did such a large piece collapse? Qin Shan muttered casually. Shen Juanru said softly, maybe a disaster passed by here and collapsed it. There are disasters everywhere in this mountain range today, and there is no shortage of big guys that are rushing around recklessly, and it is not surprising that they collapse a hillside. A few people plan to bypass it. Etc. Lin Xiao, who was walking in the middle of the team, was suddenly stunned and spoke in a hurry. I think there might be something wrong under this landslide. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped. Any questions? Wei Ying turned her head with a surprised look on her face, as if asking, how do you know there's a problem down there? Lin Xiao glanced at the atlas, pointed at the huge collapsed mound, and said after considering his words. I'm wondering if this landslide was caused intentionally. There might be a secret underneath. Should we dig it up and take a look? Chapter 117 Lantern Dragon. These words made the remaining three people look strange. Qin Shan smiled and said, Brother Lin, your idea is a bit out of the ordinary. What Qin Shan actually wanted to say was a bit whimsical, but it was difficult to say it so bluntly. Wei Ying also rolled her eyes. Lin Xiao was helpless. There really was a secret under the collapsed pile of earth. It was an underground tunnel. The reason why he knew this was very simple. He discovered it through the panoramic perspective of the atlas. All the way here, he had been turning on the panoramic perspective function of the atlas to guard against enemy ambushes. Naturally, the mystery beneath the pile of earth was discovered. Obviously, the landslide here was deliberately created by someone to cover up the passage below. The reason why the 5 students were killed is not difficult to guess. They probably discovered the tunnel, but were noticed by the enemy and were hunted down and silenced. But Lin Xiao discovered the tunnel, but he didn't dare to say it directly. Otherwise, if people ask me how I discovered it, I won't be able to answer. My intuition is always very accurate. Anyway, we are looking for clues. Why don't we dig it up and see? Maybe there really is a secret. Wei Ying and others looked at each other, still finding it a little absurd. It was Shen Juanru who said. Lin Zhao's idea is not unreasonable. Since the person who killed 5 students is likely to have come from this direction, we can't let go of any suspicious places in this direction. Lin Xiao nodded quickly, feeling very happy that someone agreed with his point of view. Wei Ying was a decisive person, too lazy to delay. It would not be difficult for her to clear this place anyway, so she said immediately. You guys stand back. Lin Xiao and the others quickly retreated to a distance, and saw a white dragon shadow suddenly lingering around Wei Ying. A violent aura emerged from her body, and then she stomped her feet violently. This kick was so powerful that the huge mound of earth was actually shaken into floating up. During this process, Lin Xiao accidentally glanced at Wei Ying's chest, and then his eyes widened. When Wei Ying stomped his feet, his chest was surging like raging waves and gathering like mountains. The huge mound of earth was shaken into the air, and a long sword suddenly appeared in Wei Ying's hand. Obviously painted armor. She slashed the sword diagonally, and a bright sword light was like a streak of silk, which directly cut the pile of earth and sent it flying. The yellow soil flew hundreds of meters away before it fluttered into the woods. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru immediately looked down at the mound and opened their mouths almost at the same time. I saw a dark cave embedded in the mountain wall. It seems that my intuition is right. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. Wei Ying and the others finally came to their senses and looked at him in shock. Is it really intuition? Wei Ying looked Lin Xiao up and down, a little unconvinced. Lin Xiao shrugged, it's half intuition and half guesswork. After all, it's such a big pile of dirt, so it's always a good idea to check it out. The 3 were skeptical. Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao deeply, without further ado, and turned her attention back to the cave, frowning. From this point of view, the 5 students must have discovered this cave and were killed to silence them. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru nodded slightly in agreement. Wei Ying thought about it, turned on the communication on her watch, briefly told Wang Hao about the situation here, and then said, "Let's go in and take a look first." After saying that, he went into the cave first. Damp soil, bumpy walls, and as soon as you step into the cave, you're greeted by the smell of humus mixed with a chilly atmosphere. The light dimmed instantly, and the downward-sloping tunnel extended forward for dozens of meters before the deeper parts were shrouded in sticky darkness. "Ah!" Shen Juanru whispered, "What should we do if we don't have a light source?" The tactical backpacks distributed by the school today do not contain any lighting tools such as flashlights. "It's okay." Wei Ying's mature voice echoed in the cave, "I have a way." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of white light lit up in the cave and moved in the air. Lin Xiao looked over and his eyes widened. It was a small white dragon, only half a meter long, covered with a layer of fine white scales, emitting a bright moonlight in the dark. The cave was suddenly illuminated. The little white dragon is very cute. It has two pink coral horns on its head and a pair of innocent big eyes full of cute expression. It swims in the air and makes cute, ing-ing, sounds from time to time. Wow, as a girl, Shen Juanru was instantly melted by the little white dragon, her eyes sparkling. "This is so cute, Instructor Wei, is this your spirit?" "Yeah." Wei Ying nodded slightly. Using a dragon as a lantern, only Instructor Wei could think of this. Lin Xiao looked at the little white dragon with surprise. The little white dragon swam in the air for a circle, then circled around Wei Ying's waist and climbed up along her powerful waist. Wei Ying's already magnificent breasts were squeezed, becoming even more magnificent. The eyes of the two boys present instantly popped out. Wei Ying noticed it and slapped the little white dragon in embarrassment. The little thing was hit, raised its head with an aggrieved expression, then burrowed into Wei Ying's chest, squeezing its entire body into the white tofu. The process was thrilling. It went in and the cave suddenly became dark. TSK, the ravine is so deep that even such a big fish can fall into it. Lin Xiao exclaimed in his heart. "Ice cream, come out here." In the dim light, Wei Ying's ears turned red. He hurriedly reached into his collar, grabbed the little white dragon's tail and pulled it out, scolding in a low voice. "If you keep messing around, I'll beat you up. Lead the way." The little white dragon suddenly became reluctant, with its head drooping, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Wei Ying flicked its head gently, and the little thing whined and reluctantly scurried forward. With this lantern, the cave is no longer dark. Lin Xiao, Wei Ying, Qin Shan and Shen Juanru then moved forward along the tunnel. The tunnel has a noticeable downward slope and is spacious enough for people to walk upright. It was unknown what creature had dug the tunnel. The walls were full of potholes and there were jagged bite marks in many places. After walking for a while, Wei Ying, who was at the front of the team, suddenly squatted down, and the three people behind him immediately stopped. Footprint. Lin Xiao glanced at the ground. It was a person's footprint, clearly visible on the soft soil. Wei Ying said in a deep voice, "The footprints are very fresh, they were left not long ago." Lin Xiao immediately said, "If we speed up, we should be able to catch up, but we don't know where this tunnel leads to." Wei Ying stood up and the four of them quickened their pace. The walk lasted for 10 minutes. The tunnel kept going downwards and everyone came to the first fork in the road. 3 tunnels, which one should we take? At this time, 3 dark holes appeared in front of everyone, with plant roots hanging from each hole. Wei Ying was also a little troubled, standing at the fork in the road with a gloomy expression. The little white dragon was swaying in the air, also looking like it didn't know where to go, and its confused eyes showed a questioning look. "Let's take the middle one." Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. "Why?" Wei Ying turned her head, wanting to hear his explanation. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, not knowing how to answer. "My intuition tells me that this is the right path to take." In fact, it was not an intuition. Lin Xiao was now opening the panoramic perspective of the atlas. In the field of vision, footprints were found on a certain section of the middle tunnel, which were the same as the footprints found earlier. As for why we can see footprints clearly in the dark from a distance, it is because the atlas has a built-in illuminated vision after the panoramic perspective is turned on. Intuition. Everyone looked strange when they heard this, they just mentioned intuition. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Since she didn't know which path to take, Wei Ying chose to listen to Lin Xiao. Chapter 118, Intuition is really accurate. After walking a distance, everyone saw footprints on the ground. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao strangely. Lin Xiao spread his hands and laughed. It seems my intuition is right again. Everyone was speechless. Qin Shan joked. Brother Lin, your intuition is so accurate, can you sense how far away the enemy is? Lin Xiao smiled and said, my intuition only works if I get closer. Everyone laughed and didn't take it seriously, most of them thought he guessed correctly. But just after walking out about 100 or 200 meters, Lin Xiao's face became strange and he coughed lightly. Everyone looked towards him upon hearing the voice. Lin Xiao smiled and said, well, my intuition came back again. I felt that there were enemies ahead, and there was more than one. The remaining 3 people looked at each other. No, is this true? Qin Shan looked shocked. Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao with scrutinizing eyes, a puzzled look flashed in her eyes, and then she turned her head. Then wait a minute, I'll dive over and take a look. After Wei Ying finished speaking, her figure dived into the tunnel, like a ghost disappearing into the darkness, without making any sound. After waiting for about half a minute, Wei Ying returned and looked at Lin Xiao with an extremely strange look. Seeing her expression, Shen Juanru asked tentatively, really? Wei Ying nodded, 2 disaster termites. Everyone was surprised when they heard this and looked at Lin Xiao with strange eyes. This intuition is a bit too accurate. Qin Shan finally couldn't help it. Brother Lin, do you have any detection ability? I don't believe in intuition. Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's really intuition, I'm not lying, I can't possibly have the ability to see through things, right? As he said this, he glanced at Wei Ying's chest with a smile. Wei Ying subconsciously clasped her arms. At that moment, she felt as if she had been seen through. Qin Shan stared, speechless. Naturally, he didn't believe in the ability to see through things. How could there be such a perverted ability? Lin Xiao didn't want to dwell on this issue and changed the subject. Now it seems that this tunnel was dug by disaster termite, but why is there an evil brilliant master? Several people looked at each other, and no one could answer the question. Let's keep going. We'll find the answer when we find Master Xiehui. Wei Ying said lightly, glancing at Lin Xiao at the same time. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable being stared at by him. Suddenly, I remembered that my butt was looked at on the stairs this morning. My heart tightened for no reason and I said. Lin Xiao, you go ahead. Ah. Lin Xiao was extremely puzzled, why? Just leave if you're told to. No need to talk nonsense. Wei Ying couldn't say that she really believed in that clairvoyance, so she could only say with a straight face. Don't you have intuition? If you walk in front, you can find danger earlier. Oh. Lin Xiao didn't think much about it and walked to the front of the team. As for whether he used X-ray vision to look at Wei Ying's body, the truth is he didn't. He wasn't that despicable. Then they encountered several forks in the road, and Lin Xiao used the panoramic perspective of the atlas to find the correct path. Everyone looked at him with increasing surprise. This walk lasted nearly 20 minutes, and Lin Xiao, who was walking in the dark tunnel, suddenly stopped. There are enemies ahead again, but my intuition tells me that this time it might be a human. Lin Xiao turned around with a smile. Everyone was speechless. Lin Xiao's intuition had been activated 7 or 8 times along the way. There was never a single failure. Every time Wei Ying took action, he was able to eliminate a few of the sentinel disaster termites. Wei Ying rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao and walked to the front, intending to take action again to deal with the enemy. Lin Xiao quickly reminded, Master Xie Hui is killing people in the woods, so he might be on guard against us chasing him. The enemy ahead might be hiding in a blind spot. In Lin Xiao's vision, the exit of the tunnel was in front of him. Right now, 2 evil masters were hiding in the blind spots on both sides of the exit. If you didn't know in advance, you would not be able to find these 2 secret sentries if you went out through the exit rashly. Wei Ying rolled her eyes after hearing what Lin Xiao said. What do you mean you can't tell? You have guessed it right so many times, so it must be hiding in a blind spot. Wei Ying went away for another half a minute and then returned. When she came back this time, she was holding 2 people in her hands and was already dead. You are really a human being, Shen Juanru looked at Lin Xiao teasingly, Student Lin Xiao, your intuition is really accurate. Along the way, the 3 no longer believed that Lin Xiao discovered these dangers by intuition, and it must be some kind of detection ability. But Lin Xiao was unwilling to say anything, so everyone tacitly agreed not to delve into it. After all, everyone has secrets. Is it Master Xiehui? Lin Xiao smiled and asked Wei Ying. Upon hearing this, Wei Ying's face became serious and he nodded. There is a large space ahead, and we may have discovered a huge secret. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were surprised when they heard this. Lin Xiao didn't react much, because he had already seen part of the situation ahead from the Atlas vision, and there was indeed a huge space. It's just that the field of view of the illustration is limited and I can't see it all. Let's go and take a look first. Wei Ying said with a frown. The four of them immediately continued forward along the tunnel, and after walking for more than 10 seconds, they exited through a stone door. That's right, it's Sherman. The exit of the tunnel was obviously repaired here, obviously by humans. The moment they walked out of the stone gate, Lin Xiao, Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were stunned. Just as Wei Ying said, a huge space appeared before my eyes. This space is terrifyingly large. From the outside, it looks like a huge rift underground, with cliffs hundreds of meters high on both sides. The four of them were standing at the exit of the tunnel on the cliff. This underground crack is filled with dim light, and various luminous fungi grow on the cliffs on both sides. One of them is particularly beautiful, with mycelium several meters or even dozens of meters long hanging on the cliff, like a silver ribbon. Some kind of glowing spores are floating in the canyon, dotted around like the starry sky, making this rift valley look like a dream. Lin Xiao was stunned for a few seconds, then came to his senses and looked towards the bottom of the rift. There was a huge glowing dragon below, walking along the rift, stretching to no end. After carefully identifying the dragon, I found that it was a huge tree root growing along the rift valley. The surface glows because there are a large number of luminous fungi attached to it. The huge tree stump that he saw during the day suddenly appeared in Lin Xiao's mind. One can almost conclude that this huge root is the rhizome of the oak tree. So beautiful. Shen Juanru murmured. The four of them stared blankly at the cliff for a long time. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's attention was attracted by some moving black spots at the bottom of the canyon. After careful observation, his face was shocked. Look, what is that? Chapter 119, Huge Colony of Disaster Termites. The cold light emitted by the fungi was not very bright, so everyone was reminded to observe carefully. Sure enough, they saw countless black shadows moving next to the huge tree root. It looks like the disaster, termites. Wei Ying squinted her eyes and looked at it. Everyone looked carefully and gradually confirmed that it was the disaster, termites. Qin Shan was very surprised. It's termites, but the number is too shocking. How can there be so many? In the valley below, there were so many dark shadows that at a glance there were probably no less than 10,000 of them. The four of them looked extremely solemn. Lin Xiao frowned and said, "So many termites appeared right under our noses. Why didn't we notice them before?" To protect the areas within the Great Wall, the military and various colleges will regularly carry out disaster clearance operations to prevent disasters from growing larger. There are also corresponding detection methods for underground disasters. Such a large-scale disaster and termite swarm cannot escape detection. Shen Juanru also echoed, with so many termites, they must go out to look for food. It's impossible for them not to be discovered. How strange. Wei Ying stared down, a thoughtful expression on his face, and soon thought of something, and said slowly. I can probably guess what's going on. They don't need to go out to find food. Ah, then what to eat? Shen Jun asked subconsciously. Wei Ying pointed at the huge tree root. The nutrients in this tree root are enough for them to eat for a long time. You should know that oak tree. It absorbed a lot of evil light when it was alive. Although the trunk has been destroyed, the evil light contained in the roots is still huge, enough to cultivate a termite colony in a short period of time. This group did not evade the raids, but grew to its current size in the gaps between raids. A major raid is only conducted once every 6 months, so there is plenty of time. Lin Xiao and others were stunned. Wei Ying added, combined with the traces of Master Xie Hui, we can roughly infer that it was Master Xie Hui who raised this group of disaster termites. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Lin Xiao frowned and asked, why does Master Xie Hui raise so many disaster termites? Attack the city. Wei Ying gave a decisive answer. The disaster termite is not considered strong among the disasters, and its growth limit is not high. It is difficult to exceed level 20. But they are the biggest threat to us humans, most commonly in siege warfare. Why? Shen Juanru asked subconsciously. Because of their acid. Wei Ying stared at the slowly moving ant colony below and said. The saying that 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant's nest is very appropriate when applied to the disaster termites. They act collectively and spit acid at the same time, which can corrode and melt even large walls like the Great Wall. The three were shocked when they heard this. Lin Xiao frowned and asked, where will Master Xiehue choose to attack when he raises these disaster termites? Wei Ying fell into deep thought after hearing this, and said after a moment. Disaster termites dig tunnels underground, which can be easily detected by earthquake detection equipment, not to mention their ability to march on land, so their targets won't be too far away. There is only one large target nearby. The nearest one is the Longchuan River Hydropower Station, which is only 5 or 6 miles away. The three of them were shocked. Then we must spread this news immediately. Wei Ying nodded. Let's find out the situation here first before leaving. Since there is no lighting equipment, it is difficult to divide the troops, otherwise someone would go out to notify them first. Wei Ying immediately led the three people forward along the road. The road under your feet is built on a cliff, forming a very long gentle slope leading directly to the bottom of the valley. The four of them walked for 3 or 4 minutes and reached the bottom of the valley. There are no disaster termites in this area. There are piles of rocks all around, and a trampled dirt road extends forward along one side of the rift. Wei Ying glanced at Lin Xiao and said calmly. I don't know how many evil masters are hiding here. Use your intuition and give early warning. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. The four continued to move forward, but did not find any secret sentry along the way. Soon, the four of them crossed the rocky area and came to a position very close to the roots of the tree. The valley floor ahead was very flat, and at a glance, it was filled with dense colonies of ants. Only when you observe closely can you see that they are lined up in a very organized manner and take turns to eat at the roots of the trees. At the same time, even though they were at a long distance, Lin Xiao and the others could feel the astonishing evil aura from the roots of the tree. If an ordinary person gets close to it, he will probably be contaminated and mutated in a short while. With such a strong evil glow as energy, it is no wonder that it can support such a large termite colony. Just as the four of them were concentrating on observing, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the corner of the road ahead. Someone. The four of them were stunned. Wei Ying, Qin Shan and Shen Juanru looked at Lin Xiao at the same time. The meaning in the eyes is very clear. What about your intuition? Lin Xiao smiled bitterly. His attention was attracted by the ant colony and he forgot to pay attention to the illustration. Hide quickly. Wei Ying shouted urgently. But where to hide in such a hurry is a problem. The area was a bit empty, and it was too late to run back into the pile of rocks. Qin Shan, you guys hide in the cracks in the wall. Lin Xiao, let's go under that tree root. Seeing the sound getting closer and closer and about to come out from the corner, Wei Ying glanced around and quickly reminded. The eyes of the remaining three people lit up, and Shen Juanru pulled Qin Shan to a crevice on the cliff beside the road. Wei Ying dragged Lin Xiao and rolled under a huge tree root on the side of the road. This should be a piece of tree root that was discarded after all the evil light was sucked away. There is a small gap underneath, which is just big enough for 2 people. If it were in the outside world, this hiding method would easily be exposed, but in a dark environment, it would be difficult to detect. Before Lin Xiao and Wei Ying could hide completely, several figures appeared at the corner and walked towards them quickly. The 2 men couldn't help but stop dodging suddenly, but when they stopped they realized that their posture was extremely awkward. At this time, Wei Ying was lying on the ground, and Lin Xiao was lying on top of her. Their bodies were squeezed in the gap and they hugged each other tightly. Originally, Wei Ying planned to hold Lin Xiao and roll inside, with his body inside and herself outside. But the gap was not high enough, and I got stuck halfway through rolling, and needed to adjust my posture to get in. But the person over there had already come out from the corner, so they had to stop first, and the 2 of them were in a standard position with the man on top and the woman on the bottom. Lin Xiao felt the elastic body in his arms and his heart began to beat wildly. This is a deadly rhythm. Wei Ying was wearing a tight combat suit. The material of the suit was a bit like leather and it stuck tightly to her skin. Her curvy figure was completely exposed, and holding her in his arms was not much different from holding a naked body. Lin Xiao's blood boiled instantly and he stood up to salute. Chapter 120 Sensitive Skin Wei Ying. Wei Ying's cold and beautiful face turned red visibly at this time. His breathing became rapid, and then he felt something hitting his lower abdomen. She was not a naive little girl and understood what was going on. Her cold and beautiful face showed a rare expression of shyness and anxiety. He scolded in a very low voice beside Lin Xiao's ear. "Take care of your stuff." Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is this something a man can control himself? If someone could, he would kneel down to the other person immediately. Wu Wu also leaned close to Wei Ying's ear and sighed, "It's a physiological reaction, I can't control it, just bear with it." It would have been fine if he didn't speak, but as soon as he spoke, wisps of hot air blew straight into Wei Ying's ears. Wei Ying felt as if an electric current was running through her body, and a feeling she had never experienced before came over her. In an instant, the body that was usually full of strength seemed to have no strength at all, and the whole body felt numb. Her face flushed instantly. Lin Xiao was face to face with her, so he naturally noticed it. I was shocked and wondered what kind of physique instructor Wei had. How could this happen after just a hug? He is so aloof on weekdays, I thought he was an iceberg that is hard to melt. Wei Ying seemed to be unable to bear it and tried to push Lin Xiao away. Her breathing became rapid and her face flushed. Lin Xiao was horrified and felt that she seemed to be losing her mind. He quickly hugged her tighter and whispered in her ear. "Auntie, be patient, those people are coming." Wei Ying trembled even more violently, her voice as soft as a mosquito. Don't talk into my ear." Lin Xiao was stunned, then looked at her face and his eyes widened. Oh my god, Instructor Wei's switch is not his ear, right? But the narrow gap did not allow any space for the head to move, and the breath would inevitably spray onto Wei Ying's ears. If I raised my head, I would have to face Wei Ying mouth to mouth, which would be even more fatal. "Auntie, please bear with it, it will be fine in a while," Lin Xiao said helplessly. Wei Ying's body shook violently. "Okay, forget about not being able to talk." Lin Xiao really didn't have time to think about it. He caught a glimpse of the group of evil masters approaching from afar, less than 10 meters away from their hiding place. I dare not say another word. The group was led by a middle-aged man in a black robe, who came over with more than a dozen people. After taking a few steps forward, he suddenly stopped on the road. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. Could it be that he was discovered? Then he breathed a sigh of relief and saw the man in black robe turn around and look at the colony of disaster ants in the distance. Then the voice of the man in black robe came. Although the entrance to the passage has been buried, Long Yin may be able to detect the clues. We must act immediately. The man in black robe said to the people around him. Gray Eye, take your men to check passage 1. If the entrance is not discovered, we will carry out the original plan and attack the Longchuan River hydropower station after nightfall. If we have been discovered, we will destroy the passage to delay time. Yes. The one called Gray Eyes was a man. His face was covered by his hair, so his appearance could not be seen clearly. After receiving the order, he hurriedly continued along the road and soon passed by the hiding place of Lin Xiao and others. The four of them immediately held their breath and slowed down their breathing. Even Wei Ying forced herself to suppress the strangeness in her body. Gray Eyes walked away without noticing and disappeared into the darkness. Lin Xiao felt relieved immediately and subconsciously breathed a deep breath into Wei Ying's ear. Wei Ying's body began to tremble violently again. Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and quickly slowed down his breathing. He could clearly feel Wei Ying's delicate body convulsing constantly. His heart was beating wildly. He couldn't bear it if this continued. When the gray pupil left, the man in black robe said to the remaining people. We will bring the Queen Ant out and prepare to set out. If the entrance is discovered, we will take Channel 3 and attack by Shuiyuan. The man in black robe led the rest of the people away from the road, towards the ant colony, and gradually went away. Watching their backs getting farther and farther away, Lin Xiao felt relieved and subconsciously glanced at Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's hiding place. It makes me want to laugh as soon as I see it. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were squeezed into a narrow crevice, with the former being hugged tightly by the latter. Qin Shan's expression could not be seen, but he raised his hands high as if in surrender, and did not dare to hug Shen Juanru. Shen Juanru didn't care about that. Facing the man she liked, she kept moving her body towards him. As if sensing Lin Xiao's gaze, Shen Juanru looked over. She was slightly stunned at first, and looked at Lin Xiao and Wei Ying's postures. Then an expression of admiration appeared on his face and he gave a thumbs up from a distance. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and responded with a look that said, "You're not bad either." He retracted his gaze and looked down at Wei Ying. Instructor Wei's face was extremely flushed at this time, his eyes were a little blurry, and his body was shaking slightly. Lin Xiao's heart was shaken. This was too exaggerated. He noticed from the corner of his eye that the group of evil masters had gone far away, so he didn't dare to hold her anymore and tried to move away. But she didn't want to move, and Wei Ying actually let out a sound. Lin Xiao froze and subconsciously looked towards Master Xie Hui in the distance. Fortunately, the group of people had already walked far away and didn't notice. Wei Ying reacted herself and her face turned red instantly. How could she make that kind of sound? For a moment, I just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Then she felt embarrassed and annoyed, and glared at Lin Xiao fiercely, but the look in her eyes at this moment was so charming to the extreme. Get lost. Wei Ying reached out to push Lin Xiao, but as soon as she exerted force, she found that her body was so soft that she could hardly lift it up. However, Lin Xiao still rolled out and did not dare to continue hugging her. Wei Ying's body was no longer being pressed down, and he felt a lot more relaxed. He struggled to climb out, gasping for breath. Shen Juanru and Qin Shan no longer had to hide and came out from the crevice. Qin Shan's face flushed red, and he didn't know what had just happened. He looked ashamed. He actually looks very similar to Instructor Wei. Lin Xiao understood, that's right, we are all men, no one can control it. Shen Juanru looked calm and composed, with a smug smile on her lips. She glanced at Wei Ying and then looked at Lin Xiao. There was a strange look in her eyes, and the meaning was very clear. Brother, what on earth did you do to make Instructor Wei like this? Lin Xiao was not willing to be outdone and responded with her eyes, Big sister, what have you done again? You treat Qin Shan like a little wife. The two looked at each other for a second and smiled in tacit understanding. Wei Ying panted for a full half-minute before she recovered. The blush on her face faded away, and her cold expression returned. She glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Lin Xiao was speechless, muttering in his heart, it's your own sensitive skin, and you blame me. However, it was all a romantic scene, and after all, he had taken great advantage of Wei Ying, so he couldn't say anything back. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Shen Juanru coughed and changed the subject. What do we do next? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly replied, the man named Hui Tong has already gone to the passage. He will soon find out that the sentry has been removed by us, and he will immediately react to the invasion. He paused for a moment before continuing, we still have time to catch up and leave now. If Grey Eye destroys the passage, we will be trapped here. I don't know how many evil masters are in here. Once they find them, it will be very bad. After saying that, he looked at Wei Ying and asked. Instructor Wei, what do you think? Chapter 121, Can't Retreat. Wei Ying frowned, as if thinking about something, and did not answer immediately. Lin Xiao did not interrupt and waited quietly. After more than 10 seconds, Wei Ying shook her head, I can't just leave like this. Lin Xiao was stunned, why? Wei Ying's face was very serious, and he said. According to what the black-robed man said, they will attack Bai Shuiyuan next. We can't let them succeed. Lin Xiao said, after we get out, we will immediately notify Bai Shuiyuan to set up defenses. We will definitely be in time. Wei Ying shook her head, it's not a question of whether we can make it in time, but that we can't stop them at all. Bai Shuiyuan only has ordinary garrisons and no large-scale fortifications. It's impossible to hold out against such a huge swarm of termites. Even if all the freshmen in the school came to support us, they wouldn't be able to stop us. This place is less than 5 kilometers away from Bai Shuiyuan. When the reinforcements arrive, Bai Shuiyuan will surely fall first. Shen Juanru subconsciously said, but the problem is, we can't stop it with just the 4 of us, right? Wei Ying looked a little hesitant, and her face struggled when she heard that. Lin Xiao thought of a question at this time and asked. I have a question, why did they attack Bai Shuiyuan? Wei Ying explained, Bai Shuiyuan is the largest granary in the southwest. The entire Bai Shuiyuan is full of rice fields. It is September now and the rice has not been harvested yet. It is not difficult to guess the purpose of Master Xie Hui. He wants to destroy all the rice in Bai Shuiyuan. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. In this era of disasters, what humans lack most is food. If tens of thousands of disaster termites invade a large plain like Baishuiyuan, it will be difficult to eliminate them no matter what method is used. In the end, Baishuiyuan will get nothing, and the consequences are chilling to think about. The largest granary in the entire southwest has been destroyed, and I don't know how many people will starve. Wei Ying took a deep breath and said, even if I die here today, I must stop Master Xie Hui from taking these disaster termites out. She looked at the 3 students and sighed. I won't force you to stay. If you want to leave, I'll take you to the passage right now. Whether you make it in time or not depends on God's will. If you can get out, tell Bai Shuiyu on the news. It's better to have it than not. I'll give you 5 seconds to decide. Lin Xiao, Qin Shan and Shin Juanru looked at each other, and there was a flash of hesitation in their eyes as they were unable to make a decision. 5 seconds passed in a flash, and Wei Ying said calmly, give me an answer. There was silence for a second. Lin Xiao sighed and said, I can't leave you here alone, I'll stay with you. Wei Ying looked at him deeply, then looked at Shin Juanru and Qin Shan, what about you? Qin Shan clenched his fist, took a deep breath, and said, I'll stay too. It's probably too late to leave now. Besides, I don't want to be a deserter. This doesn't count as desertion. Wei Ying shook his head. Qin Shan smiled and didn't respond, but his tone was very firm. Wei Ying sighed and looked at Shin Juanru. Shin Juanru smiled slightly, looking very relaxed. Brother Tiniu and I share life and death together. Juanru, you. Qin Shan hesitated to speak, his eyes slightly red. Call. Wei Ying exhaled, okay, let's go together. I will do my best to protect you until Wang Hao and the others arrive. Even if Huitong destroyed the passage, the school would have a way to reopen it, it was just a matter of time. Then how do we stop them? Lin Xiao asked. Let alone how many evil masters there are, even this group of disaster termites, although their level is quite low, if they launch a siege, I'm afraid we won't be able to withstand it. The aura emitted by the termites in the rift is about level 7 or 8. A single one does not pose much threat, but there are so many of them that even a high-level summoner would have to avoid them if they encounter one. Wei Ying already had an idea in mind and said, ant colonies are actually very easy to deal with. All we need to do is kill the queen ant. Then they will be leaderless and won't be able to reach Baishuiyuan. Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this. Ants are creatures that will quickly fall into chaos if they leave the command of the queen. Without the queen ant to drive him, Master Xie Hui would certainly not be able to command the ant colony, otherwise the black-robed leader would not have said to bring the queen ant with him. Wei Ying continued, the key is Master Xie Hui. I have sensed before that the black-robed leader is as strong as me, and the people following him are also very powerful. If they start a fight, I will have no problem protecting myself. The key is you. You were actually able to sense the enemy's level in that state just now. Lin Xiao teased in his heart, and suddenly thought of a question. Instructor Wei, what level are you? Level 63. Wei Ying replied. So high. Lin Xiao was surprised and said. A diamond-level summoner can already summon all the contracted spirits to fight, right? 6 contracted spirits, plus yourself, that's 7 level 60, can you totally crush those evil brilliance masters? Wei Ying shook her head, you think too much. Only 2 of my spirit contracts have reached the diamond level. The remaining 4 are 2 platinum and 2 gold. Lin Xiao reacted and realized a simple problem that he had overlooked. To improve the level of the contracted spirit, the summoner must feed the holy light. Once the number of contracted spirits increases, it will be impossible for them to advance at the same pace. It is a matter of consideration to decide which contract spirit's level to upgrade first. Even if Wei Ying's summoner talent is very high, he is less than 24 years old after all. He does not have enough foundation and does not have that much holy light to distribute. Naturally, it is impossible for him to upgrade every contracted spirit to level 60. Thinking in this way, Lin Xiao discovered that he would have a great advantage in the future. He only needed to practice dual cultivation with each contracted spirit to quickly improve their levels, and he didn't have to share his own holy light. Delicious. But then, he realized another problem. Now he needed to practice dual cultivation with Sister Gu for 4 hours every day. Will it take another 4 hours to contract the second spirit? My scalp tingles just thinking about it. Even the strongest cow will die of exhaustion if it plows the fields like this. This seems to be a big problem. Wait, I have to ask the illustration if there is a solution. Our goal is to kill the queen ant. We need to adapt to the situation and follow her to find out where she is. Wei Ying waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow, and then walked towards the direction where the black-robed men had just left. Lin Xiao's train of thought was interrupted by her. He came to his senses but did not follow her. Instead, he spoke. Coach Wei, I think our first priority now is not to find the queen ant, but to find passage 3. Wei Ying walked a few steps and turned back, subconsciously asking, why? Lin Xiao explained, it should be difficult to kill the queen ant. Those evil masters are not stupid and will definitely protect her closely. I'm thinking, we don't actually have to kill the queen ant. We just need to find passage 3 and evacuate from it. We can destroy the passage as we retreat and just buy some time. After Instructor Wang Hao and his team discovered that Channel 1 was destroyed, they must have guessed that we were in trouble and would have provided support immediately. It wouldn't take long to dig open the channel. Once they arrive, we will have a good chance of killing the queen ant, and we won't have to take any risks. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this. They had not thought of such a simple truth in such a hurry. Wei Ying frowned and said. But there is a problem. As you can guess from the name, if there is Channel 3, it means there is also Channel 2. If we destroy Channel 3, the ant colony can also go through Channel 2. Lin Xiao immediately said, do you think Channel 2 also leads to Baishuiyuan? I don't think so. As long as it's not Baishuiyuan, there won't be a big problem. Chapter 122 Lin Xiao's proposal. Wei Ying hesitated when she heard that. Deep down, she didn't want to let these disaster termites go. Even if they didn't attack Baishuiyuan, the damage they caused would be equally great if they attacked another place. Shen Juanru saw her hesitation and interrupted. Apart from Baishuiyuan and Longchuan hydropower station, are there any other valuable targets nearby? Wei Ying thought about it and shook her head. No, if I have to say there is one, it's our Longyin school. But Master Xiehui shouldn't attack the school, so it doesn't make much sense. Shen Juanru immediately said, according to what the black-robed man said, Channel 1 was dug to attack the Longchuan River hydropower station, and Channel 3 was dug to attack Baishuiyuan. Then we have reason to believe that Passage 2 is most likely their evacuation route. I think what Lin Xiao said makes sense. Instructor Wei, we just need to ensure that Baishuiyuan is not attacked. There is no need to fight desperately. Wei Ying pondered for a few seconds and sighed, well, let's go find Channel 3. Although Wei Ying did not care about his own life and death, he did not want 3 students with a promising future to follow him and take risks here, so he finally agreed to this plan. Having made the decision, the 4 of them looked towards the Rift Valley. Qin Shan said with a distressed look. The problem is that the rift is so big, where would Passage 3 be? Time is running out. If they want to destroy the passage, they must let the group of evil masters enter the passage first. That's easy. Lin Xiao raised his chin, just capture a prisoner and ask him and you'll know. As for how to find prisoners, it is very simple. The 4 of them walked in the direction where the group of evil masters had just come from. Lin Xiao walked while staring at the panoramic perspective map in the atlas. After walking about 200 or 300 meters, we saw 2 sentries hiding behind a big rock in front of us. Coach Wei, it's your turn. Wei Ying nodded, floated out, approached the stone silently, and easily subdued the 2 secret sentries without making a sound during the whole process. Now, I ask you questions and you answer them. If you are even a little slower, your head will explode like a watermelon. Wei Ying grabbed the collar of a secret sentry and threatened him. The sentry's eyes revealed panic, but he immediately calmed down, with a hint of madness in his eyes. The god of disaster will eventually come, and I will never betray him. Wei Ying sneered, and without waiting for the man to finish his words, she fulfilled her promise and pushed the man's head to the ground. Puff. There was a muffled sound like a watermelon bursting, and the man's head exploded. Damn, is Instructor Wei so violent? The 3 rookies next to them were stunned, then their stomachs started churning and they felt like vomiting. Wei Ying realized that being so brutal in front of 3 students was a bit disrespectful to the newcomer. I'm used to it on the battlefield, don't mind, Wei Ying smiled apologetically. Lin Xiao and the other 2 turned pale. Even though they had killed quite a few disasters today, none of them were as explosive as this one. Wei Ying looked at the remaining sentry, and fear finally showed on the latter's face. Let me ask you the questions, slow down. your head won't explode this time, but I will make you live a life worse than death. Tell me, where is aisle 3? The dark sentry's eyes flickered. Even if I tell you, I will still die. Wei Ying said calmly, but you will die happily. The next second, she grasped the secret sentry's wrist, and holy light surged from her palm and penetrated into the other's body. The secret sentry's face immediately showed great pain, as if he had suffered the most cruel torture in the world. He struggled frantically and screamed miserably. As soon as he roared, an invisible barrier appeared around him, blocking the sound inside. It was obviously some kind of trick used by Wei Ying. Looking at Master Xie Hui's distorted face, Lin Xiao and the other two were a little surprised. Wei Ying didn't do anything special. Why does this guy look so miserable? Well, what happened to him? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Wei Ying explained calmly, Master Xie Hui's body has been transformed by the evil light. If the holy light penetrates, it will be as painful as being burned by fire. The three of them suddenly realized. Master Xie Hui continued to struggle. After more than 10 seconds, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and said in a hoarse voice. I say. Wei Ying withdrew her hand calmly. Master Xie Hui took a few deep breaths and pointed to the end of the canyon. Channel 3 is the innermost one, at the end of the rift. Wei Ying nodded in satisfaction and asked, where is Channel 2? Master Xie Hui pointed to the other end of the rift. Channel 2 is at the other end, also at the end. Wei Ying's brows suddenly frowned, and regret flashed across his eyes. Channel 2 and Channel 3 are located at the two ends of the rift, so there is no possibility of them being destroyed at the same time. If this group of evil masters had been more decisive and immediately withdrawn from Channel 2 after seeing Channel 3 being destroyed, they would have been able to escape. But there is no better choice now. Wei Ying let out a breath, grabbed the sentry's neck and twisted it, killing him. After dragging the two bodies to the shadows, Wei Ying said, let's go and check out the third passage first. At the exit of Channel 1, a man in a black windbreaker with gray eyes looked at the two blind spots of the exit. There should have been two secret sentries hiding there, but now there was no one there. Under the red hair that covered half of the face, the gray pupils suddenly shrank, and the gray pupils instantly realized that the enemy had sneaked in. Subconsciously, he wanted to go back and report, but he held back. Now he had to destroy the passage first. Not seeing any enemies along the way, Huitong immediately guessed that the only person who came in was probably a spy. As long as the passage is destroyed, 1 or 2 spies will not be a problem. Gray Eyes made a decision and suddenly opened his windbreaker. The body underneath looked very strange, wrapped in a thick black mist. What was even more strange was that rats suddenly emerged from the black fog. There were so many of them that they formed a small rat tide in the blink of an eye. Gray Eyes whistled, and the rats immediately headed towards the passage. Gray Eyes picked up a big bag from the roadside and quickly followed in. After entering the passage, he kept taking out bombs from his pocket and quickly installed them at the top of the tunnel. One is installed every 10 meters or so. This went on for several minutes, and 1/3 of the passage was filled with bombs. At a certain moment, Gray Eyes suddenly stopped moving. The mice that had been sent out returned, squeaking underfoot. Huitong knew someone was coming, so he gave up the installation without hesitation and turned around and ran away. He took out the remote control and pressed it while running. The bombs behind him exploded one after another, violent flames sprayed out, heat waves swept across, earth and rocks collapsed, and the passage was buried in an instant. Chapter 123 Ambush. The other side of the passage. Wang Hao led several Longyin instructors forward along the tunnel. Along the way, you can see the marks left by Wei Ying. An instructor looked at the tunnel wall carefully and said with a serious look. Judging from the jagged bite marks on the soil, it was caused by the disaster termites. The soil in the tunnel is very fresh, and it seems that it was excavated recently. Wang Hao frowned. To dig such a deep tunnel, the termite colony must be quite large, and they also found traces of Master Xie Hui, so this is not a simple matter. Yeah, I wonder if Instructor Wei and the others. Bang! Before an instructor next to him could finish his words, he heard a deafening explosion from the front. Then, a wave of hot air surged from the tunnel. Wang Hao subconsciously raised his hand, and the holy light surged, condensing into a light shield to block the impact in front of him. Crash! The tunnel collapsed instantly, and mud poured down, pouring onto everyone's heads. Wang Hao and other instructors' faces suddenly changed. Not good, Instructor Wei and his men may have encountered an enemy. We must provide support immediately. Whose spirit can control the earth element? Hurry, dig a passage. Wang Hao shouted. I'll do it. An instructor immediately stepped forward from behind and summoned a spirit without saying a word. The Naki Ling is a pangolin, so huge that it fills up the tunnel. I saw it roll forward with its body curled up, and its scales stood up, like gears, chiseling into the soil in front. In an instant, earth and rocks flew everywhere, and a passage was dug out. Then, another instructor from the back summoned a rock man. An ochre-yellow light rose from the rock man's body. Driven by a mysterious force, the loose soil around him seemed to come alive, squirming constantly and compacting itself. A solid tunnel reappeared. In this way, the pangolin drilled in front and the rock man reinforced in the back. Move forward at a moderate speed. The road in the rift extends forward for a distance and then winds up the cliff again. Lin Xiao and his 3 companions walked on the cliff for a few minutes and suddenly noticed some movement in the ant colony on the other side of the rift. From a huge cave, a termite of gigantic size crawled out. It was twice the size of an ordinary termite. In addition, this termite has a pair of wings on its back. It's the queen ant. Wei Ying whispered. Is this the queen ant? Lin Xiao was surprised. I remember that the queen of termites is not like this. Isn't the queen of termites more like a fleshworm? When I watched the animal world in my previous life, I had the impression that the queen termite was huge. Except for its head which looked like an ant, its body was shaped like a giant fleshy worm. Wei Ying shook her head. What you are talking about is the queen of ordinary termites. After being contaminated and mutated, the termite queen has also changed. It is no longer the fragile fleshy image. Lin Xiao was speechless and looked at the queen ant carefully. I saw a figure riding on the queen ant's back, who seemed to be driving the queen ant and moving forward. The surrounding ant colonies seemed to have received orders and followed immediately. All of a sudden, a long dragon gradually formed and rushed to the other end of the rift at an extremely fast speed. The ant colony is taking action. We must hurry. Wei Ying said hurriedly. The 4 of them immediately quickened their pace. Everything went smoothly afterwards. There were not even any guards along the way. It seemed that the number of these evil masters was not large, and there were not many people to deploy for defense. Of course, it may also be that they did not expect someone to break in, so there is no point in setting up defenses. The 4 of them hurried and finally reached the end of the rift. Looking down from the cliff, Wei Ying's eyes lit up. I saw that the rift suddenly narrowed not far ahead, and a huge rock protruded from the opposite cliff. This caused the rift to suddenly narrow from its original width of more than 200 meters, leaving only a narrow passage no more than 4 or 5 meters wide. Behind it is a relatively spacious space, but not too big, and the end of the rift is not far behind. God helps me. Wei Ying murmured in a low voice. What's wrong? Lin Xiao couldn't help but ask when he heard it. Wei Ying said excitedly, see that narrow opening? This is an opportunity. I might be able to kill the queen ant here later. Lin Xiao was slightly stunned and stared at the narrow opening for a few seconds. He roughly understood what Wei Ying wanted to do. She probably wanted to close the door and beat the dog. Specifically, they wanted to take advantage of the narrow opening and find an opportunity to separate the queen ant from the team and kill her alone. Lin Xiao was not very optimistic and said, I understand what you mean, but there may not be that opportunity. Wei Ying's excitement subsided a little and she nodded. It depends on the situation. Such a good terrain is worth an ambush. Let's get closer and find a place to hide. If the ambush fails, we can evacuate later. The 4 of them quickly climbed down the cliff to the bottom of the valley, and then felt their way to the narrow opening. Lin Xiao looked at the panoramic perspective of the atlas and found no guards inside. I couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised that the situation was very favorable for our side. The 4 of them quickly rushed into the narrow entrance. Wei Ying looked around hurriedly, then turned back to look behind him. From a distance, you can see the queen ant walking in front, leading the ant colony approaching. Wei Ying said quickly. It seems that luck is on our side. When the queen ant enters this narrow opening, I will summon all the spirits to launch a sneak attack at the same time. If the surprise attack is successful, we will withdraw directly from Channel 3. If I don't succeed, I will first block the narrow opening and then see how the situation develops. Now find a place to hide. Lin Xiao and the other two nodded and quickly looked for a hiding place. Finally, they chose a gap in the cliff wall to hide. Wei Ying chose a depression on the cliff above the narrow mouth. Not only could he hide there, but he could also launch a sneak attack and drop from the sky to catch the enemy by surprise. After hiding their bodies, the four of them concentrated and waited for the ant colony to arrive. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and the sound of dense footsteps was heard outside the narrow entrance. Rustle. Rustle. The sound of countless tiny feet stepping on the ground was heard, like dense raindrops hitting leaves on a rainy day. At the same time, there were the sounds of human footsteps, mixed in with the rustling sounds, getting closer and closer. 10 seconds later, a man in black rushed into the narrow opening. Lin Xiao's heart tightened. It seemed that the other party was not careless enough to let the queen ant come in directly. Don't be discovered, don't be discovered. He prayed in his heart. Chapter 124 Wei Ying's Six Spirits. When the man entered the narrow entrance, he quickly turned his head to look around, and then he backed out. The four people in the dark who were ready to attack at any time were speechless. This was too hasty. At the same time, they were overjoyed, as it seemed that luck was really on their side. A few seconds after the man in black stepped out, the queen ant's figure and the rider on its back appeared in the narrow opening. Lin Xiao immediately looked towards where Wei Ying was hiding, waiting for her thundering attack. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The queen ant's huge body finally entered the narrow opening completely, followed by the huge soldier ants. At this moment, Wei Ying suddenly shot out from his hiding place on the top of the cliff and rushed straight towards the queen ant. At the same time, 6 red summoning gates opened at the same time. The locations of these 6 red doors are very particular. 4 of them were opened around the queen ant, forming a siege, and the other 2 were opened in the sky. Wei Ying's 6 contracted spirits walked out of the summoning gate at the same time. A huge mecha-shaped Qi Ling appeared behind the queen ant, blocking the narrow opening. When he landed, he stepped on 2 soldier ants to death. Then, a huge alloy sword in his hand ignited a bright flame and slashed at the back of the queen ant. A black tiger with wings on its ribs came out from the summoning door on the right side of the queen ant, and pounced forward with a roar, its claws carrying thunder. A huge human-shaped black shadow emerged from the summoning gate on the left side of the queen ant. It looked like the god of death, holding a sickle and also slashing towards the queen ant. A little girl in red walked out of the red summoning gate in front, holding an exaggerated huge hammer and swinging it at the queen ant's head. Ice cream, combine. The moment Wei Ying shot out, he shouted loudly. In the air, a little white dragon came out from the summoning gate and shot towards the spirit master at lightning speed, then turned into a ball of white light and wrapped around Wei Ying. In just a blink of an eye, Wei Ying's appearance changed drastically. Her body is covered with a layer of white dragon scales, her figure is curvy and even more fiery, and a pair of pink dragon horns grow on her head, turning her into the image of a dragon girl. This process was completed in the blink of an eye. When she reached above the queen ant, a sword appeared in her hand, and she slashed at the evil master who was riding on the back of the queen ant. The last remaining spirit is a sunflower with hands and feet. A burst of golden light burst out from its huge flower, and the dim space suddenly became extremely bright. Countless lights shot towards Wei Ying and the other 4 spirits at the same time. Wei Ying and several Qi Ling instantly gained a boost in strength, and the power of their attacks increased by several times. This combined attack only took a moment, and Lin Xiao and the other 2 who were hiding widened their eyes instantly. The black-robed man riding on the queen ant's back sensed something the moment Wei Ying launched the attack and looked up suddenly. Then, he caught a glimpse of 6 red summoning gates opening out of the corner of his eye, and was startled. 6 paths, and they are red. The black-robed man reacted extremely quickly. The moment he saw the summoning gate open, he activated his defensive skills without hesitation. Thick black fog suddenly surged around him, and a huge tortoise figure covered in black emerged, supported by a translucent tortoise shell of dark black color. The evil master has a special ability that allows him to devour the demons of disasters, absorb the skills of the disaster creatures, and use them for his own benefit. This black-robed man had obviously devoured some kind of turtle-like demon species, which allowed him to unleash such a skill. Bang! Sizzle! Squeak! Snap! 4 voices sounded at the same time, and 4 attacks hit the tortoise shell shield almost at the same time. The translucent tortoise shell cracked instantly, and dense cracks extended in all directions. But it was blocked in the end. Lin Xiao and the other two who were hiding in the dark had a look of deep regret in their eyes. This didn't kill with one strike. The black-robed man on the queen ant's back also looked relieved. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His body threw forward without hesitation, as if he was avoiding something, or as if he was trying to block something with his body. Puff. An audible sound came from the black-robed man's body, and his body suddenly froze in the air. In the sight, the spirit that looked like the god of death swept the huge sickle through the air and pulled it gently as if harvesting wheat. This was a direct attack on the soul. It was originally aimed at the queen ant, but was discovered by the man in black at the last moment, who blocked it with his own soul. The black-robed man's soul was instantly severely damaged, and he fell headfirst from the queen ant's back. The spirit that looked like the god of death swung its scythe again. At the same time, Wei Ying and the remaining 3 Qilings continued to attack the tortoise shell shield without hesitation. Bang! The cracks in the tortoise shell shield continued to expand and were about to explode. The man in black robe who was falling to the ground jumped up again at the moment he was about to hit the ground. His face was extremely pale, blood was flowing from all his orifices, and he shouted loudly while enduring the pain of his soul being almost chopped off. Explosion! The demon seed in his body exploded instantly, leaving a hole in his chest. Thick black mist poured out and enveloped him and the queen ant. Almost at this moment, the tortoise shell shield exploded and 5 attacks fell at the same time. Puff! A series of muffled sounds were heard, and all 5 attacks failed. Wei Ying's sword chopped into the black fog, as if it was slashing into water. It encountered great resistance and was soon unable to move forward. The same goes for the attacks of the other 4 spirits. As for the scythe of the Grim Reaper, it swept past without capturing any trace of the soul, as if it had hit nothingness. But the black fog was there. Ahem, cough. From the black fog came the miserable laughter and coughing of blood of the man in black robes. This is my secret explosive power method, Netherworld Black Tide. Within 1 minute, it absorbs all attacks below level 70. You can't break it. Wei Ying's face changed. This man in black was too decisive. The explosion would come at the cost of his life. What a lunatic. Although the changes on the field were complex, they actually only took 2 or 3 seconds. The moment Wei Ying launched the sudden attack, the other Xiaohui masters who were still outside the narrow opening reacted and immediately rushed to help. Enemy attack, protect the queen ant. The leader of the men in black robes shouted, he should be the strongest among this group of evil masters, and he rushed forward first. Black fog rolled around him, and the aura was extremely violent, turning into a ball of black smoke and attacking the narrow opening. The several evil masters following behind him were equally strong, emitting astonishing auras. You go and block the narrow opening. I don't believe we can't break through. Wei Ying yelled. The 4 Qilings immediately gave up the attack and turned to rush towards the narrow opening. The Mecha Qiling turned around, and the thrusters on its back burst into dazzling blue flames, pushing its huge body out. The giant sword burst into flames and slashed towards the black-robed leader who attacked first. Clang! In the black fog, a long red sword met the giant sword of the mecha. They collided with each other, air waves exploded, and the huge mecha actually staggered backwards. The man in black robe retreated a bit in the air, but it was obviously easier than the mecha. The mecha spirit is Wei Ying's strongest spirit, level 64. When fighting against the man in black robe, he was at a disadvantage. The man in black robe stopped and rushed out again. Black mist rolled around him, as if it was about to boil. The long knife in his hand slashed again. At the same time, Master Xia Hui behind him came to support him and used various skills to attack the mecha spirit. Seeing that the mecha Qiling was outnumbered, the little girl in red behind him suddenly jumped up, and the hammer in her hand became extremely huge. It smashed towards the man in black robe like a mountain. At the same time, the winged tiger and the grim reaper rushed out from the left and right wings of the mecha Qiling at the same time. The black tiger roared, opened its huge mouth, and a beam of black light gushed forward. The grim reaper raised his scythe once again and slashed at all the evil masters on the opposite side. As soon as the 2 sides faced each other, they both tried their best to release their skills. In an instant, more than a dozen skills exploded in the air, and the violent air waves formed turbulence, which swept through with devastating force. The disaster termites on the ground were instantly killed by the air wave, and their limbs flew everywhere. Chapter 125 The task of killing the Ant Queen is given to you. In the narrow opening, Wei Ying almost went berserk. She fell to the ground, slashing with the long sword in her hand at a high frequency, continuously chopping at the black mist that enveloped the queen ant. The brilliant sword light exploded in this space, and dense sword energy raged. The earth and rocks within a radius of dozens of meters were cut repeatedly and turned into powder. Although Lin Xiao hid far away, the sword energy coming from afar still scratched his skin and caused pain. Wei Ying's violent attack lasted for nearly half a minute, but he still couldn't do anything about the black mist. The black-robed evil master was not bluffing. The defense he gained by using his explosive power made him invincible below level 70. Spirit Master, we can't stop it anymore. At this time, the heavy mechanical sound of mecha came from outside. The 4 contract spirits were the main attackers, and the sunflower contract spirit was the auxiliary, but they were still unable to stop the attack of the group of evil masters. There are 10 evil masters on the opposite side, and they are extremely powerful. Wei Ying clenched his sword tightly, unwilling to give up just like that. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Lin Xiao and the other 2 who were still hiding in the crevice. Lin Xiao, this black fog will dissipate in 30 seconds. The evil master inside is useless. The 3 of you try to kill the queen ant, and I will hold the enemy back. After saying that, he turned around and rushed towards the narrow entrance to join the defense. With her joining as the main fighting force, the situation was immediately stabilized. In the crevice of the rock, Qin Shan and Shin Juanru were stunned. What? Let them kill the queen ant? This is too much of a compliment to them. They are only level 4. The aura emitted by the queen ant when she just came in showed that she was around level 13. Level 4 killing level 13, what a joke. Shin Juanru and Qin Shan subconsciously thought of Lin Xiao, and then passed it over. The 2 people's impression of Lin Xiao's fighting ability is still stuck on the opening ceremony. At that time, Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan cooperated to kill a level 7 disaster. Now he must be even stronger. But no matter how strong you are, you can't fight against a disaster that is more than level 10. After all, Lin Xiao's talent is only F, and he might be only at level 2 now. In terms of combat power, in the opinion of Qin Shan and Shin Juanru, Lin Xiao is probably about the same as them, or maybe even lower. Today, when clearing out the disaster, Qin Shan and Shin Juanru had a hard time dealing with the 8th level disaster alone, so they had to work together when they encountered the 9th level disaster. Although level 10 is only 1 level higher than level 9, reaching level 10 means entering the bronze level. From black iron to bronze, this is a cross-level process, and cross-level process will result in a qualitative leap in strength. Qin Shan and Shin Juanru were doubting their lives when Lin Xiao rushed out and came to the edge of the black fog. The 2 of them could only bite the bullet and follow. Qin Shan said, "Brother Lin, how do we fight this? Instructor Wei must be joking. When the black fog dissipates and the queen ant comes out, I'm afraid it won't be us who hunt it, but it will hunt us." Lin Xiao actually had no idea. It is easy to kill a level 9 ant, but after crossing levels, there is a qualitative leap in strength. This queen ant may be extremely difficult to deal with. However, Wei Ying knew his strength and dared to give him this task, which meant that he had certain expectations. Call. Lin Xiao exhaled and said slowly. There should be a chance. I will be the main attacker and you will assist. By the way, what skills do you 2 have? Tell me so that we can cooperate. Shin Juanru was stunned, her bright face was a little stunned. Really? I have 2 skills. My feedback skill is spider silk manipulation, which is as tough as steel ropes. My contract skill is spider web binding, which can restrict the enemy's movements. I also have 2 skills. I used them during the opening ceremony. You saw them all. Qin Shan frowned and said, Brother Lin, I feel like we have no chance of winning. The gap is too big. If we try, how about I take the lead? Qin Shan believes that he is now stronger and takes the initiative to assume greater responsibilities. Lin Xiao stared at the rolling black fog, silently calculating the time in his mind, and said, My combat power may be a little stronger than you think, so I will be the main attacker. I am already level 6. Qi Ling is also level 6. 6, level 6. Qin Shan's eyes suddenly widened. Shen Juanru thought she had heard it wrong, and her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Lin Xiao didn't waste any words and said quickly. It is indeed level 6. The reason is special. We will talk about it later. The time is almost up. Summon the contract spirit and prepare for battle. As he spoke, the summoning gate had already opened. Gu Xuan, dressed in a white dress, walked out and blocked the narrow opening to prevent the queen ant from coming out and breaking out. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were still shocked by the level, their eyes full of disbelief. I wanted to continue asking, but I saw the black fog began to roll violently and gradually began to dissipate. The two had no choice but to summon their spirits immediately and occupy a position respectively. But while staring at the black fog, he couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao, wanting to verify the authenticity of his level 6. However, if the summoner and the contracted spirit do not release their skills and their aura is restrained, it is difficult to tell their level. Prepare for battle, the black fog is about to dissipate. Lin Xiao reminded. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru had good fighting skills. Although they were confused and doubtful, they immediately suppressed all their thoughts. The black fog finally dissipated slowly, revealing the figure of the explosive evil master first. A huge hole exploded in his chest, and he was only breathing his last breath. Seeing Lin Xiao and the other two, a mocking smile appeared on his face. You three little brats, you dare to kill the Ant Queen. Prepare to die. After saying this, he fell to the ground and died. Behind him, the body of the Queen Ant slowly emerged from the black mist. The huge white body is as big as a small car, covered with a layer of white keratin and covered with black lines. The two transparent wings on the back are like two huge fan blades, and the huge pliers like mouthparts are hideous and terrifying. The black fog completely dissipated, and the Queen Ant's huge compound eyes stared at the three people. Her huge mouth opened and made a low hissing sound. The sound was extremely harsh, making people feel nauseous and want to vomit. This is the call of the Queen Ant. Outside, the ant colony suddenly rioted and rushed towards the narrow opening. However, even that group of evil masters could not break through the defense line formed by Wei Ying and Qi Ling, let alone this group of low-level disaster termites. Countless termites swarmed up, but were instantly strangled and crushed by the aftermath of the battle between the strong men, with limbs flying everywhere. But they were not afraid of death, they charged forward relentlessly, and finally found a route to rescue the Queen Ant. Climb over the cliffs on both sides. Although the narrow mouth is small, it is extremely high. Wei Ying and Qi Ling were unable to completely block the area above, and could at most prevent Master Xie Hui from crossing. Faced with densely packed termites crawling across the cliff, there was no time to clean them up. Lin Xiao, the ants are coming in, be careful. Wei Ying shouted to warn. The three people who were facing the Queen Ant turned back subconsciously and saw a swarm of ants surging on the cliff like a tide. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's faces changed instantly. They had no chance of winning against a Queen Ant. With so many termites, what's the point of fighting? Gu Xuyan frowned slightly, her voice clear and pleasant. Leave the ant colony to me, but I can't help you with the Queen Ant. Chapter 126 Giant Insect Threat. Okay, Sister Gu, just focus on dealing with the ant colony. When dealing with a huge ant colony, the breaking formation technique is the most suitable method. In this situation, only Gu Xuyan can withstand it. Husband, be careful. After Gu Xuyan finished speaking, she flicked her white sleeves lightly, and the painted armor Guqin Zhu Zhongjuan was placed across her body. Her hands, as white as jade, fell on the strings. Thump thump thump. The sound of the piano suddenly exploded without any prelude. In an instant, dense air blades burst out from the strings, and more than a dozen air blades containing violent sword intent slashed towards the ant colony. Puff. Puff. Just like a kitchen knife chopping into a white radish, the disaster termites were instantly cut in half by the air blade. White fluid spurted out from the fracture, and the huge corpse of the termite fell from the cliff. 1, 2, 3, the corpses of termites fell on the cliff like rain. Endless air blades emanated from the strings, each one able to accurately hit a termite. In just a blink of an eye, corpses piled up in the narrow entrance. Gu Xuyan alone displayed the momentum of an army of thousands. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru looked stunned. With their current strength, killing an 8th level disaster is not a problem, but it will take some effort. But Gu Xuyan just raised her hand and killed instantly with a blade of air. The disasters killed in less than 10 seconds were the total number of disasters they killed in the whole afternoon. The shock they felt was beyond words. So strong. Is this the banished immortal of Qin Xian? By the way, did she seem to call Lin Xiao husband just now? The two looked even more shocked. When the queen ant saw her people being ruthlessly slaughtered, she became furious and rushed towards Gu Shuyan with her 6 legs running wildly. Lin Xiao dodged and blocked the way ahead, saying in a cold voice, "Your opponent is us." The sword controlling technique was activated, and the flying sword shot out like lightning, attacking the queen ant's legs. This is the experience gained from the previous opening ceremony. Clang! Clang! There were dense collision sounds, and the flying sword slashed on the queen ant's leg, but it felt like it was cutting on steel. Looking closely, there is only a shallow mark left near the joint. What a strong defense! Lin Xiao was shocked, and his eyes instantly became extremely solemn. You know, today, when faced with the attack of the sword-wielding technique, those level 9 disasters will suffer serious injuries no matter how strong their defense is. The queen ant seemed fine. In the blink of an eye, the queen ant rushed in front of him. Lin Xiao slashed out with his sword and at the same time, launched Snow Thousand Layers. The queen ant did not dodge, her head hit the sword head-on, and her huge front jaw raised. Clang! A sound of metal colliding was heard, and Lin Xiao felt his palm go numb. The sword kept buzzing and almost slipped out of his hand. On the other hand, the queen ant's huge head just trembled slightly, and then shook its head violently. Unable to dodge in time, Lin Xiao was knocked flying headfirst, sliding along the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. The sword-wielding technique did not stop and continued to attack the queen ant's slender legs. The queen ant was furious at the fly-like harassment and gave up the idea of attacking Gu Shuyan and rushed towards Lin Xiao. Just at this moment, Qin Shan's spirit moved. The ancient swordsman knew that the gap between his level and that of the queen ant was too big, so he used his ultimate move directly at the beginning. The giant statue was activated, and the giant in golden armor rushed towards the queen ant, slashing down fiercely with the huge blade in his hand. The queen ant turned her head suddenly, roared, opened and closed her huge jaws, and bit the blade. Snap! There was a sharp sound, and the long sword condensed by holy light in the hand of the giant statue was bitten off. When Lin Xiao and Shim Juanru saw this scene, their eyebrows twitched. What a strong force! The queen ant bit off the long knife, and her huge mouth opened and closed again, biting towards the giant statue. The ancient swordsman had no time to retreat, so he stretched out his arms and suddenly supported his front jaw like a pincer. Click! In just a moment, cracks appeared on the arms of the giant statue, as if they were about to break at any time. The queen ant exerted her strength and pushed the giant statue backwards. The latter was unable to stop and was knocked all the way out, plowing a deep groove on the ground. Obviously, competing in strength with ants is seeking death. Bang! The huge body of the giant statue was directly crashed into the cliff. For a moment, the earth and rocks collapsed and smoke and dust surged. Qin Shan had already taken action when the queen ant pushed the giant statue backwards. He jumped high, the long knife in his hand burst into dazzling golden light, and he chopped at the back of the queen ant's head. Bang! The queen ant's head lowered by the huge force, and the long knife left a mark less than 2 centimeters long on the back of its head. The queen ant was furious. She shook her head and threw Qin Shan away. She exerted force with her jaws, and the arms of the giant statue could no longer bear it and suddenly exploded. The ancient swordsman was forced to cancel his ultimate move and his body shrank. The queen ant's huge jaws made a clicking sound as she bit forward again. The ancient swordsman had no way to avoid it and his face changed drastically. At this moment, a thin spider silk shot out, wrapped around his left leg, and pulled it violently. The ancient swordsman was pulled away, narrowly avoiding a fatal bite. After just a few seconds of fighting, our side was in danger. Its level is too high. Whether it's defense or strength, it can crush us. What should we do? Shen Juanru shouted anxiously. Among the three, she was the weakest. She was good at speed, but she couldn't break the defense, so it was useless to go up. Don't panic, find a way to break its legs. Lin Xiao was very calm. He was controlling the sword-controlling technique the whole time, and the flying sword was slashing continuously. After a short while, a considerable deep scratch was finally worn out on one of the queen ant's legs. The queen ant pounced on him again. Lin Xiao did not intend to confront him head-on, but quickly retreated and shouted. Unless it attacks Sister Gu, don't confront it head-on. The two of you can harass it and distract its attention. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru nodded immediately, and the three of them began to fight. The queen ant chased for a while, but found that she could not catch up, so she suddenly stopped and raised her head. Streams of green acid spurted out of his mouth, transforming into a jet fighter. Lin Xiao kept dodging, the acid brushed past his body, emitting a foul stench, and fell on the rock wall behind him, causing the rock to corrode with a sizzling sound and large pieces to fall off. The queen ant sprayed wildly but still couldn't hit Lin Xiao, so she launched another charge. Lin Xiao continued to practice swordsmanship, and when he felt that it was almost done, he shouted. Student Shen, spider web binding. Wrap its legs. The spider spirit beside Shen Juanru had been waiting for a long time. It hooked its tail and a ball of white spider silk shot out, accurately binding the 6 legs of the queen ant. The queen ant's 6 quickly moving legs suddenly tripped, and her body rushed forward and fell headfirst. Just as he was about to struggle to get up, Lin Xiao had already flashed forward, raised the sword in his hand, and chopped down with all his might. The position is exactly the part that the sword-wielding technique repeatedly strikes. Puff. The long sword chopped down, Xue Qinseng took action, and one of the legs was cut into 2 pieces. Hiss. The queen ant let out a painful roar as white juice sprayed out. Shen Juanru and Qin Shan's eyes suddenly lit up, and they finally broke through their defenses. Lin Xiao was on guard against the queen ant's counterattack, and the moment he cut off one of its legs, he retreated. But it was too late. The queen ant's huge compound eyes suddenly turned red, and the next moment, a red light shot out. The speed was too fast and there was no time to dodge. Lin Xiao felt his head suddenly buzzing, as if he was struck by lightning. The whole person froze in place for a moment. Giant insect threat. The queen ant finally used her skills. Brother Lin, be careful. Qin Shan's face changed drastically. Shen Juanru subconsciously shot out spider silk, trying to pull Lin Xiao away, but it was too late. The queen ant's huge mouth was already biting towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 127 Beheading. Just as the two were horrified, 3 sword beams shot towards Lin Xiao faster than anyone's reaction. The sword is there as long as the person is there. Although Gu Xuyan was trying to stop the ant colony, half of her mind was on her husband. When Lin Xiao swung his sword and cut off one of the queen ant's legs, Gu Xuyan had already judged based on her combat experience that the queen ant would most likely counterattack. To be on the safe side, she released the sword first, and her prediction was accurate. The queen ant's mouth smelled fishy and her huge jaws bit down fiercely. It hated the human in front of it so much that it bit him in half. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive explosions, 2 of the swordman's 3 flying swords exploded. The same level invincible defense will no longer have an invincible effect when facing enemies of different levels. But its defense was still very strong. It consumed 2 layers and took the queen ant's brutal bite. Lin Xiao was in a trance for 2 seconds, then suddenly woke up. Without thinking, he stomped his feet on the ground, shot backwards and created some distance. Cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Fortunately, Sister Gu rescued me in time, otherwise I would have been dead. I used to feel great using broken string to attack others, but now I finally know what it feels like to be attacked by this kind of mental skill. Lin Xiao cursed in his heart, and his head still felt a slight pain. The queen ant failed to bite its target and became furious. She tore the spider silk apart with her huge jaws and stood up again. It's just a lame leg, and its flexibility has been greatly reduced. But before the 3 could rejoice, the queen ant began to vibrate its wings on its back and flew into the air. This is completely infuriating. 2 huge wings flapped hummingly, like the propellers of a helicopter, so fast that only their shadows could be seen. The queen ant flapped her wings and pounced towards Lin Xiao again. It now has no intention of attacking anyone else and only wants to bite the human who hurt it into pieces and swallow it. The flying queen ant became extremely fast, and in just a flash, it arrived in front of Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao turned and ran. But the queen ant was too fast. She was behind him in the blink of an eye and bit him down, causing the last layer of the sword to explode. Lin Xiao lunged forward and avoided the subsequent attack. Without any hesitation, he activated the animation skill Cloud Crane Wings, and 2 mini wings suddenly grew on his feet. His body felt lighter, his feet moved faster, and his speed increased dramatically. It shot out like an arrow from a bow, and its speed was just as fast as the queen ant. Lin Xiao ran for his life, not forgetting to continue using the sword controlling technique. 6 flying swords slashed at the queen ant's wings, trying to solve this big trouble. But as soon as the flying sword approached, it was blocked by an invisible air barrier and could not break through. That is the wind wall formed by the flapping of the queen ant's wings. Student Shen, how long will it take before your spider web binding can be used again? The Cloud Crane Wings can last for 2 minutes. If the queen ant cannot be restricted from flying after 2 minutes, Wei Ying must return to provide assistance and retreat. Otherwise, 3 people will die. 1 more minute and 27 seconds. Shen Juanru accurately reported the skill cooldown time. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and he shouted as he ran, "Listen to my commands later." For a moment, the queen ant chased Lin Xiao, and the 2 figures moved at high speed in the narrow opening. The queen ant chased for a while and found that she couldn't bite it, so she suddenly stopped and spit out acid again. It occupied the airspace and suppressed Lin Xiao, and his situation suddenly became extremely dangerous. The dense acid was like stray bullets, shooting continuously. Lin Xiao was tense and kept dodging, avoiding the venom attack several times, but some of the venom hit the wall and splashed back, landing on his body, but was blocked by the defensive armor, making a crackling sound. On the other side, there was continuous sound of piano in front of Gu Xuan. The music of Poshenzi was full of solemnity and murderousness. She alone could exert the momentum of thousands of troops. No termite could break through her defenses. The narrow opening was piled with corpses several feet high. Outside the narrow passage, the battle between Wei Ying and a group of evil masters became fierce. Both sides suffered varying degrees of injuries. The black-robed leader saw the situation in the narrow entrance from a distance and was not so anxious anymore. I don't think 3 freshmen can kill the queen ant. And judging from the current situation, it would be the end of these 3 people if they are not careful. Wei Ying was a little anxious, looked back and shouted. Can you hold on? If not, retreat. If anything happened to Lin Xiao, she really would have no way to explain to Sister Susu. No problem, trust me. Lin Xiao's voice was still calm, which made Wei Ying slightly stunned. I gritted my teeth and decided to delay it a little longer, shouting. You little brat, if you can kill the queen ant, I will agree to one more condition of yours. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he glanced outside the narrow mouth in the midst of his busy schedule. Wei Ying was wearing a white dragon scale armor, with a curvy figure, tall and straight breasts, and elastic buttocks, which really made people excited. That's what you said. Lin Xiao chuckled. At this moment, the cooling time of the spider web binding was finally delayed. Lin Xiao calculated the time, and when the last second ended, he suddenly shouted. Student Shen, right now, bind its wings. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of a piano suddenly rang out in the air, and Lin Xiao's eyes flashed with golden light. Broken strings. The queen ant in the air suddenly froze, and the flapping of its wings suddenly stopped. It was hit by a strong mental attack and was stiff for about a second. An eye for an eye. Shen Juanru was well prepared. The spider spirit raised its abdomen and shot out spider silk, wrapping around the queen ant's wings. The latter's body fell suddenly to the ground. The next second it woke up and vibrated its wings to break free from the restraints. Lin Xiao had already rushed forward, aiming 6 flying swords at one of the wings to strangle it. The translucent ant wings obviously did not have the same defensive power as the body and were instantly torn to pieces by 6 flying swords. It could no longer fly. The queen ant was extremely angry, and her huge compound eyes turned red again. Giant worm menace can also be used again. A flash of red light. This time Lin Xiao was well prepared. The moment the red light flashed, he took out the bronze mirror given to him by his master. Lonely light. The reflection ability was activated, and the mirror reflected a blood-red color. The giant insect's threat was reflected back and hit the queen ant. The queen ant's huge body stiffened again, hit by her own skill, and this time it was stiff for 3 seconds. How could Lin Xiao miss such an opportunity? He used his sword skill to aim at its huge compound eyes and stabbed hard. Click. There are slight cracks on the surface of the glassy compound eyes. The defense is also amazing, but it is still much more fragile than the body. Qin Shan also rushed over and slashed the surface of the compound eye with a knife. The cracks got bigger. Lin Xiao then picked up a flying sword and slashed again, launching snow thousand layers. Snap! The defense on the surface of the compound eye was finally broken, and the remaining flying swords followed closely and penetrated into the queen ant's brain forcefully. The brain was cut madly in an instant and turned into a paste. The dizzy queen ant did not make any struggle and was deprived of her life without any consciousness. Call. Success. Shen Juanru, who was shooting out spider silk from the side, ready to pull the two apart at any time, suddenly widened her eyes and looked ecstatic. At the same time, they felt like they were dreaming. They actually killed a level 13 disaster. It's so unreal. Chapter 128, Instructor Wei has a great figure. When the queen ant died, the ant colony seemed to have received some kind of signal and suddenly became panicked, making intensive crackling sounds. Then they became more violent and rushed into the narrow entrance frantically. The black-robed leader also saw through the narrow opening the moment the queen ant was killed. His eyes were filled with astonishment, and he seemed to find it hard to accept the fact that the queen ant was killed by 3 black iron freshmen. He was stunned for a second. Then he came to his senses, his eyes were bloodshot, and he roared. "You 3 little bastards, how dare you ruin my plan? Ah, I'm going to kill you all." As he roared, the black fog around him suddenly became thicker, and the demonic energy was overwhelming, causing Wei Ying and the other spirits to change their expressions slightly. Just when the black-robed leader was about to charge and regardless of everything, Grey Eyes came running from behind and shouted in a hurried tone. "Chief, Longin's men are chasing us. I think they will open the tunnel soon." The black-robed man's expression froze for a moment, and then he seemed even angrier. He vented his anger by using several skills towards Wei Ying, then forcibly suppressed his anger. Retreat. The black-robed leader was no fool and knew that it was unlikely to get rid of the woman in front of him in a short period of time. If they continue to delay, Longin's reinforcements will arrive and they will be attacked from both sides. By then you might not be able to leave. The black-robed leader decisively gave up the attack. But when he left, he glanced coldly at the narrow mouth, as if he wanted to remember the appearance of the 3 freshmen. Especially Lin Xiao. He had recognized this person, one of the 4 SSS Spirit Certificate recipients this year. There is no way. In the internet age, everyone knows about the SSS Spirit Contract Summoner every year. Lin Xiao felt a chill all over his body as he was stared at by the gloomy gaze. Then he looked back without fear. The man in black robe snorted coldly, turned his body, transformed into a ball of black smoke, and retreated towards channel number 2. Wei Ying did not try to stop him. Firstly, he could not stop him, and secondly, if he tried to chase him, the narrow opening would be completely exposed. The ant colony has gone crazy at this point, and Gu Shuyan alone cannot stop them. Wei Ying signaled Qi Ling to retreat to the narrow mouth and establish a defense line. Several high-level spirits were guarding the advantageous terrain, and no matter how many low-level ant colonies there were, they could not break through the defense line. The truly terrifying thing about an ant colony is that it can disperse to plain terrain and launch large-scale attacks. In that situation, even if a top-level expert came, it would be easy for him to lose sight of the big picture. And the current terrain only requires 1 man to guard the pass. After getting a brief respite, Wei Ying turned around and first glanced at the pile of termite corpses. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He looked at Gu Shuyan with admiration. A 6th-level contracted spirit killed hundreds of 8th-level disasters in the blink of an eye. His strength was truly terrifying. Wei Ying could already foresee a scene in which Gu Shuyan would grow up and single-handedly fight against an army of disasters on the battlefield. She must be the backbone of the future of mankind. After nodding in greeting, Wei Ying looked at Lin Xiao, with an irrepressible surprise flashing in her eyes. This brat really did it. She didn't hold out much hope. Lin Xiao, you did a good job. Lin Xiao smiled, sat down on the ground, and gasped. Although I had the speed bonus from the cloud crane wings, I still ran for my life for more than a minute. While panting, he looked at Wei Ying. The female instructor was really amazing at this moment. She has a well-proportioned figure and a slender body, with fullness where it should be plump and just the right amount of slenderness where it should be slender. Moreover, the dense white dragon scales only cover the key parts of her body, and her figure is extremely hot and sexy. The twin peaks are also more upright, and the snow-white ravines are so eye-catching. The short hair turned into long hair, set off by two dragon horns, giving it an exotic feel while failing to conceal its heroic demeanor. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said jokingly. Coach Wei, do you remember what you just said? Don't just praise us with words, give us some real rewards. As he spoke, his eyes were unconcealed as he openly admired the hot beauty in front of him. This brat doesn't hide anything at all. Wei Ying's cheeks felt hot and her body trembled slightly, and she suddenly remembered the scene of the hug in the gap just now. She felt something strange in her heart, and her heart couldn't help but pound. Then he came to his senses and was surprised to find that he seemed to have an inexplicable feeling towards Lin Xiao, which he couldn't explain. What am I thinking about? He is the one that Sister Susu likes. Wei Ying quickly gathered her thoughts and glared at Lin Xiao fiercely. The meaning in the eyes probably means, don't look. How could that be possible? Lin Xiao didn't even blink, he just admired it openly. Wei Ying was helpless, and he snorted coldly, what reward do you want? Ask for it if you have the guts. Lin Xiao was about to speak when he caught a glimpse of Qin Shan and Shin Juanru, who were looking at him with strange eyes. Hey, if there weren't two light bulbs, do you think I would dare to mention it? Lin Xiao curled his lips and said, don't worry, we'll talk about it later. These words almost pissed off Wei Ying. What did they mean by telling her not to be anxious? It made her act as if something was about to happen. He went over and grabbed Lin Xiao's ears. What are you talking about, little brat? It hurts, it hurts. Lin Xiao immediately begged for mercy. Instructor Wei, Miss Wei, please let go, I was talking nonsense. You are quite sensible. Wei Ying sneered and let go of her hand. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears and pouted. You beat people up at every turn. It's true to say you're a milk dragon. Wei Ying raised her eyebrows. Lin Xiao quickly jumped away. Wei Ying was too lazy to pay attention to him anymore. Unable to bear the constant gazes coming towards her, she quickly ended the fusion. The little white dragon disappeared in white light, and she returned to her combat uniform. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Hao and other instructors arrived. Instructor Wei, what's going on? Looking at the rioting ants and the corpses all over the ground, Wang Hao asked. Wei Ying briefly explained the situation, causing the instructors' faces to change slightly. Fortunately, you discovered Master Xie Hui's conspiracy, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Wang Hao's face immediately showed relief. Instructor Wei, you are now Longyin's instructor. I will ask the military for credit on your behalf in the name of the school. Wei Ying looked indifferent. She didn't lack this little merit. She glanced at Lin Xiao and said calmly. It was these three little guys who helped kill the queen ant. Wang Hao nodded, the school will naturally commend them. Then he looked at the three people with admiration in his eyes. Lin Xiao, Qin Shan, Shen Juanru, the three of you have made great contributions this time. The military should have a lot of rewards. Maybe they will even award you the Morning Star Medal. The Medal of Morning Star, the three people's eyes suddenly lit up. That is a great honor, and only those who have made great contributions in fighting against disasters can get it. And there are a lot of rewards along with the medals. The three of them were immediately eager to take this adventure. How to deal with the disaster ant colony afterwards is not something that Lin Xiao and others need to consider, and can be left to a group of instructors. To be honest, if it were placed in the outside world, it would be really difficult to eliminate such a large-scale colony of disaster ants. But now that they are trapped in this narrow rift, it is much easier to deal with them. A matter of a few thermobaric bombs. The raging fire and the temperature of thousands of degrees turned the Rift Valley into purgatory in the blink of an eye. Tens of thousands of disaster termites were directly vaporized. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't see this scene. Chapter 129 Honoring Ceremony. Ding ling ling. In the early morning, a shrill bell rang. In Qi Ling Palace, Lin Xiao, who was practicing dual cultivation with Sister Gu, was reluctant to leave. How could 2 hours of dual cultivation pass so quickly? He reluctantly pulled himself from the bed, and when he left, he did not forget to take a bite on Sister Gu's fair chest. Gu Shuian's pretty face immediately turned red with a look of reproach. Lin Xiao smiled, regained consciousness and opened his eyes. I picked up my phone and scanned it. It was 5:50. The ringtone just now seemed to be a special ringtone for everyone to assemble. Lin Xiao muttered. Since the classes were divided, the school rarely had unified gatherings, and morning training was arranged by the instructors of each class. A unified gathering, probably for what happened yesterday. Lin Xiao had some guesses in his mind, so he quickly got out of bed and got dressed. When they went out, they woke up Wang Shi, who was still sleeping soundly, and the two of them hurried to the playground. "Hey, we were exhausted yesterday. I thought the instructors would let us sleep in today." Wang Shi rubbed his sleepy eyes and complained softly. "You have such a beautiful thought." Lin Xiao also felt emotional, saying that it took great willpower to leave Sister Gu's body every day. The two arrived at the playground and stood according to their classes. New students came out of the dormitory building one after another. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Shi asked curiously. "Brother, why did you take so long yesterday? Where does that tunnel lead to?" Yesterday, after the tunnel was discovered, the instructors took over and Wang Shi and Song Qianqian returned to the freshman team. Afterwards, he was taken directly back to school by bus. Lin Xiao, Qin Shan, and Shen Juanru returned to school later. Originally, Wang Shi wanted to ask what happened last night, but Lin Xiao went into the room to practice as soon as he came back. "So I didn't bother him." Lin Xiao had specifically told Wang Shi not to knock on the door while practicing. The reason was simple. "I was teaching Sister Gu to practice shooting when she was having a great time and was interrupted." Who could understand that feeling? When it comes to cultivation, Wang Shi admires Lin Xiao immensely. He felt that his elder brother was the person who practiced the hardest in the world. "I am on time every day, without fail, and I complete the work on time and in full without any slacking off. You know, cultivation is a very difficult thing. Every time I practice, I absorb the evil light. The first half is fine, but in the second half my body feels like it's soaked in ice water and I don't want to continue for even a second longer." Wang Shi seldom completes a full practice, and most people are the same as him. "My brother is really talented and has perseverance." Wang Shi always thought so in his heart. However, if Lin Xiao knew what he was thinking, he would definitely laugh. For him, cultivation is a wonderful job. He can hold the sweet and soft Sister Gu in his arms while practicing dual cultivation. He doesn't feel cold at all and even shivers in comfort. How can he not be enthusiastic? "We found a huge termite nest yesterday and had some trouble and were delayed." Lin Xiao answered casually. Wang Shi was stunned. "Ah, then what should we do next?" "I heard that termites are extremely harmful. If we let them out, the consequences will be serious." "Don't worry," Lin Xiao said calmly, "the queen ant has been killed, and the remaining termites were also killed by the thermobaric bomb." Wang Shi heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this and exclaimed, "Instructor Wei is amazing." He subconsciously thought that it was Wei Ying who killed the queen ant. Lin Xiao did not explain much. He looked at the martial arts stage. Wang Hao walked up to it and spoke in a low voice. "We are gathered here today for two things. One is to commemorate the students who died yesterday, and the other is to award honors to some of you." After hearing the first half of the sentence, the faces of the freshmen on the playground suddenly became gloomy. Although we don't know the exact number of casualties yesterday, some dormitories were empty last night and some freshmen lost their roommates. Although they have only been together for more than 20 days, the freshmen have already established friendships through training and living together. When they woke up in the morning, many of the new students still had red and swollen eyes, obviously they had cried the night before. Then everyone was surprised again when they heard the second half of Wang Hao's words. Awarding honors? Could it be that there were some freshmen who performed particularly well in clearing out the disaster yesterday? It's normal to think this way, because the news of the discovery of the swarm of disaster termites in the Rift Valley has not spread yet. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru are not big talkers and did not publicize it at all. Wang Hao's voice continued. "Yesterday was a heavy day. A total of 21 of our classmates died. They fought against the disaster to the last moment to defend their homeland. They deserve to be remembered by all of us. On behalf of the military, I am here to posthumously award the Bronze Medal of the Morning Star to all the students who have sacrificed their lives." The freshmen below heard this and murmured softly. The Morning Star Medal is not unfamiliar to everyone. It is a medal of honor awarded by the military to those who have made contributions in fighting against disasters. Morning Star, the brightest star at dawn, represents hope. Those who receive this medal are the stars of hope for mankind. There are 5 levels of medals: bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond. The higher the medal level, the greater the contribution made by the recipient. Now, let us pay our highest respects to the heroes who have made contributions to mankind. Let's all be silent for a minute. After Wang Hao finished speaking, he stood up straight and lowered his head. The playground suddenly became quiet. All the freshmen stood with their heads bowed, mourning in their hearts. Woo! The morning breeze blew across the campus, and the whistling sound seemed to bid farewell to the heroic souls, and the atmosphere was solemn and dignified. This era needs heroes, and people also praise heroes. The moment of silence is over. A minute later, Wang Hao slowly raised his head, looked down and changed his tone. The heroes are gone, and we the living should inherit their legacy, continue to fight against disasters and defend our homeland. Next, I will present the Morning Star Medal to those who have made contributions on behalf of the military. First, please invite Instructor Wei Ying to the stage. Wei Ying walked up the stairs at the back onto the martial arts stage. She was wearing a military uniform today, and her chest was covered with various medals that sparkled in the morning sun. Her beauty and bravery instantly attracted everyone's attention. Wei Ying walked to the front of the stage with her head held high. At this moment, her face was no longer cold as usual, but full of solemnity. Wang Hao said slowly. Yesterday, Instructor Wei Ying discovered a disaster nest hidden underground, which contained tens of thousands of disaster termites. This huge ant colony is raised by a group of evil masters with ill intentions. They intend to attack the Longchuan River hydropower station and Baishuiyuan when we are relaxed after clearing the disaster. If this conspiracy succeeds, it will cause us huge losses. Fortunately, Instructor Wei Ying discovered it in time and blocked Master Xie Hui by himself, creating an opportunity for our partners to kill the Queen Ant. She played a great role in this battle, and the military awarded her the Diamond Medal of the Morning Star as a reward. Upon hearing this, the freshmen immediately started to discuss fiercely. Termite nest. Such a big thing actually happened yesterday. My God, tens of thousands of disaster termites, how terrifying would that be? Fortunately, Instructor Wei Ying stopped Master Xie Hui's plot, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I heard that the Longchuan River hydropower station provides electricity to protect the Great Wall. If it is destroyed, more disasters may flood into the inland area, which will be an even greater catastrophe. There is also Baishuiyuan. It is said that it is the largest granary in the southwest. If it is destroyed by termites, there will be a shortage of food this year. People may even starve to death. Instructor Wei Ying deserves the Morning Star Diamond Badge. Under the eager gaze of the freshman, Wang Hao held up a medal with a sky blue background and inlaid with sparkling diamonds. Wei Ying lowered her head slightly and let Wang Hao put it on. There was immediate applause from below. Well done, Instructor Wei. Instructor Wei is a hero. 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 The applause and cheers lasted for dozens of seconds and slowly stopped at Wang Hao's signal. Next, please invite Lin Xiao, Qin Shan, and Shin Juanru to the stage. Chapter 130 Merit Rewards. This time, the freshmen below were slightly stunned, wondering if these three people had made any special contributions. Wang Shi subconsciously looked at Lin Xiao and remembered what Wang Hao had just said. It seems that the one who killed the Queen Ant was not Wei Ying. Could it be the eldest brother? His eyes suddenly widened. Wang Hao said, the three of you also played a great role in stopping Master Xie Hui's conspiracy yesterday. Student Lin Xiao used his wit and wisdom to discover the buried termite tunnels, which bought us precious time. Secondly, when they discovered the swarm of disaster ants, Lin Xiao, Qin Shan, and Shin Juanru could have retreated, but they stayed to help Instructor Wei. Such courage is worthy of praise. Finally, Instructor Wei Ying held back Master Xie Hui, while Lin Xiao, Qin Shan, and Shin Juanru worked together to kill the 13th level Queen Ant and completely destroyed Master Xie Hui's conspiracy. Here, on behalf of the military, I award Qin Shan and Shin Juanru the gold medal and Lin Xiao the diamond badge. As soon as Wang Hao finished speaking, the freshmen below widened their eyes with expressions of extreme shock. Kill the level 13 Queen Ant, they must have heard it right. The levels of the three of them should not be higher than level 4. How did they do this? While being shocked, everyone discovered that Lin Xiao had actually won the same highest level medal as Wei Ying. This means that his contribution is equal to Wei Ying's. After a little thought, everyone roughly guessed what was going on. First of all, Wang Hao just said it very clearly that it was Lin Xiao who discovered the termite tunnel in time. This is the first achievement. But if that alone is taken, it is certainly not enough to receive the diamond medal. This shows that Lin Xiao has made even greater contributions. It is not difficult to guess the credit. It must be the one who made the greatest contribution in killing the queen ant. Only the combination of the two merits is enough to obtain the diamond medal. The freshmen's faces were immediately filled with surprise. Lin Xiao, who had an F talent, should not be as good as Qin Shan and Shen Juanru in level. Why did he have the greatest credit for killing the 13th level queen ant? On the martial arts stage, 3 freshmen bowed their heads and put on their own medals. The medals on Qin Shan and Shen Juanru's chests were made of gold and sparkled brightly. The two had no objection to the distribution of credit. In the process of killing the queen ant, Lin Xiao did make the greatest contribution. The two looked at Lin Xiao, who was wearing the diamond medal, and gave him a thumbs up at the same time. This attitude further confirmed the new student's guess. Humph, this bastard, I don't know what kind of shit luck he has. Off stage, Chen Hu muttered with a gloomy expression. Different from the surprise of other freshmen, he only harbored hatred towards Lin Xiao. Brother, how about I join the fight when the time comes? I get really annoyed when I see this bastard taking the spotlight. Chen Hu felt very unwilling to be crushed yesterday when he thought back on it. He felt that his fighting ability had not been fully utilized and he simply lost in terms of strength and speed. If we were to enter a virtual fighting network to compare skills, I wouldn't be afraid of Lin Xiao. Zhang Long stared at the stage and shook his head. This guy is not as simple as you think. Let me do it, it's safer. Chen Hu's face flashed with reluctance, and he nodded with a little hesitation. So when should we find him? Afternoon. After the awarding ceremony, the rally ended quickly. Lin Xiao, Qin Shan and Shen Juanru were called to the office. Instructor Wang, is there anything else? Entering the office and sitting on the black leather sofa, Lin Xiao took the initiative to ask. Wang Hao sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and said. You 3 performed well this time and solved a major crisis. In addition to 3 medals, the military also gave you meritorious service rewards. He turned the computer screen, and Lin Xiao and the other 2 stood up and moved closer. Wang Hao opened a website, which was the Military Merit Resource Exchange website that the watch was connected to before. I have registered 3 accounts with your student IDs, and the merits have been distributed to the accounts. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru received 10,000 merit rewards, and Lin Xiao received 20,000 merit rewards. The 3 of them's eyes suddenly lit up when they heard this. With so many merits, you can exchange them for a lot of good things. Wang Hao looked at the 3 people and smiled slightly. According to the regulations, if the accumulated merit exceeds 10,000, the second-level redemption rights will be unlocked. I'll send you a website address. You can open it on your phone and browse it now to see if there is anything you want to redeem. Ding dong. The URL is sent. Lin Xiao immediately clicked on the URL and entered his student ID to enter the website. Sure enough, a level 2 permission mark appeared at the position of his profile picture. When he looked at the merits again, he was stunned. Qin Shan and Shen Juanru also seemed to have discovered something and had dull expressions. Why is my merit only 50,000? Qin Shan murmured. Shen Juanru was also surprised. Mine is also 50,000. Mine is 100,000. Lin Xiao looked at Wang Hao with surprise. Instructor Wang, didn't you say that the military only awarded me 20,000 yuan, and Qin Shan and Shen 10,000 yuan? How come there are so many more merits? Wang Hao smiled and said, except for the termites killed by the queen ant and fairy goo, all the termites in the entire Rift Valley have been killed, which can be attributed to you as part of the credit. Since it's hard to calculate, I'll just round it up for you. The 3 students looked at each other and all showed a look of realization. TSK Tisk. Lin Xiao sighed, the military really rewards those who have made contributions. Wang Hao laughed, of course, only a clear reward and punishment mechanism can motivate more people to actively fight against disasters. Okay, let's take a look. What do you want to exchange? The 3 of them immediately opened the redemption page and checked it out with great interest. The second-level authority has many more redeemable items, and the quality is also a level higher. For example, painted armor contains many epic qualities. However, Lin Xiao has no shortage of painted armor now, so after a quick glance he began to check out various rare treasures. Soon, I found several items in the resource library that could enhance my mental strength. Disaster bamboo leek. Disaster, cutting autumn. Disaster, June Qinzi. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and asked Wang Hao. Instructor Wang, I want to exchange for items that can improve my spiritual power. I saw the disaster raspberry before and it was pretty good. Now I found a few more. Which one is better for me to exchange? I didn't expect to have so many merits before, and I didn't have enough authority. But judging from the description of the effects of the several medicinal herbs that can be exchanged now, each one is much stronger than the disaster raspberry. Lin Xiao didn't know how to choose. Wang Hao immediately said, if you want to improve your spiritual power, I still suggest you exchange for disaster raspberry. Can you tell me the reason? Lin Xiao was surprised. Wang Hao nodded. To improve the various qualities of the body, you can't just take drastic measures. You need to proceed step by step and take gentle supplements to avoid damaging the foundation. Secondly, there is a limit to how much a summoner can improve his physical fitness at different levels. Of course, this limit varies from person to person. If a low-rank player takes a natural treasure that is too powerful, firstly, he may not be able to bear it, and secondly, the medicinal effect cannot be fully absorbed, which is a waste. You are currently in the iron rank, so it is very appropriate to use the disaster berry to increase your spiritual power. I suggest that you exchange for 20 of them. Lin Xiao nodded, thinking that it made sense to ask professionals. He didn't know there were so many ways. But considering that he has the passive skill of unparalleled sword soul, his absorption ability will be much stronger than that of ordinary people, so he decided to exchange for 10 more disaster raspberries. I immediately clicked on the redemption page and spent 3,000 merit points. Then, he spent another 10,000 merits to exchange for 2 golden ant eggs, and 10,000 merits to exchange for 2 cans of royal jelly. He certainly hasn't reached the black iron level's limit in terms of strength and speed yet. I plan to use these 2 things to strengthen it again. Lin Xiao estimated that with the passive skill of Wushuang Sword Soul and 1 more strengthening, he, who was at the black iron rank, should be invincible in the same rank. And by laying a solid foundation at the black iron level and being promoted to the bronze level, you will gain greater benefits than others after your physical body undergoes a transformation. After exchanging 3 items, there are still 77,000 merits left, and Lin Xiao does not plan to continue exchanging. Decided to save it for when I reach bronze level. There will definitely be more times when merits will be needed later. On the other side, Qin Shan and Shen Juanru also exchanged the items they wanted. When Wang Hao saw the 3 of them finished, he said, "The items you exchanged will probably be delivered tomorrow. You can go back now." Chapter 131 Come if you dare. Although they had gone through yesterday's disaster cleanup, the freshmen who returned to school still trained and attended classes as usual today. In the morning, there are classes taught by the instructors of each class, and in the afternoon, there are theory classes and free training. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Lin Xiao, who had just finished his theory class, walked out of the teaching building and saw a group of people crowded in front of him. Looking over, I saw Zhang Long standing among a group of freshmen, and next to him was Chen Hu, who had a gloomy look on his face. "Brother, they seem to be waiting for you," Wang Shi said in a low voice. Lin Xiao nodded, having guessed the purpose of their visit. "Sure enough," Zhang Long said coldly. "Room number 0702. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Hu glared fiercely and added, "Come if you dare." The onlookers immediately turned their eyes to Lin Xiao, waiting for his response. The news that Zhang Long wanted to challenge him to a duel had leaked out yesterday, and this afternoon, Chen Hu also deliberately publicized it. It can be said that this matter is now known to everyone. Lin Xiao smiled and walked towards the virtual fighting building. The purpose was to rush for points in the afternoon, and since Zhang Long and Chen Hu were still thinking about this matter, I might as well solve it. Seeing Lin Xiao following, the crowd immediately became excited and followed closely behind him. "Who do you think will win, Chen Hu or Lin Xiao?" I don't know who said it first, but this question immediately ignited everyone's enthusiasm for discussion. I think Zhang Long has a better chance of winning. His strength is obvious to all. He has already scored 4,189 points. Let's not talk about our school. If we just compare fighting skills, he would be ranked at the top among all the new summoners this year. But I feel that Lin Xiao is not bad either. It is said that he crushed Chen Hu yesterday. You know, Chen Hu's score is not low either. That's different. In a real fight, Lin Xiao's speed and strength are too big to be overwhelming, but in a virtual fight, it's only about skills. I agree. In a pure fighting contest, Lin Xiao is unlikely to win against Zhang Long. No matter how talented he is, how much growth can he achieve in less than a month? Besides, Lin Xiao hasn't fought on the virtual fighting network in a while, so he probably doesn't have enough actual combat experience. After much discussion, no one was optimistic about Lin Xiao in the end. In fact, everyone's analysis can be considered objective and rational. It is indeed unlikely that someone who has just started fighting for less than a month can defeat a master who has practiced martial arts for many years. Of course, this is a judgment made by the public without sufficient information. If he knew that Lin Xiao inherited Gu Shuyan's talent for swordsmanship, he probably wouldn't think so. The students in the kendo class were originally full of confidence in Lin Xiao, but after listening to everyone's discussion, they began to feel inexplicably worried. The battles on the virtual fighting network are indeed very different from real battles. Is Lin Xiao still that strong after losing his strength and speed advantages? Arrive at the virtual fighting building and enter the lobby. The place was already packed with freshmen who had heard the news and rushed over to watch the fun. Even the live broadcast screen on the right cut the camera to room 0702 at this time. Zhang Long has taken the lead in entering the fighting room, lighting up his avatar online, and his ID name is his own name. Just wait for Lin Xiao to take position. Brother, come on. Brother Lin, defeat Zhang Long. Wang Shi and the students in the kendo class cheered Lin Xiao on. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, then went straight upstairs to the virtual fighting room. I've been here once before, so I'm pretty familiar with the place. The virtual fighting room is a separate small room, which contains a high-tech virtual warehouse. The design is similar to a massage chair. When a person lies down on it, the virtual helmet will automatically drop down. The inside of the helmet is filled with neural sensors, which, after connecting to the brain, form a character data model. Since Lin Xiao had already registered an account before, when the blue helmet came down, he felt a flash before his eyes and entered a virtual space. Although it is a virtual space, everything here feels quite real, a bit like being in Chilling Palace. Lin Xiao used his mind to input the room number 0702, then clicked confirm to enter. The scene in front of him changed again, and after stabilizing, he appeared in a circular arena. Zhang Long stood opposite with an iron spear in his hand. A huge number with a 1-minute countdown appears right in front of your field of vision. Lin Xiao called out his weapon, and an iron sword automatically appeared in his hand. After taking another look at his personal information, he discovered that the system had adjusted his physical fitness to the average level of a level 5 summoner. The same is true for Zhang Long. As the countdown went on, the live broadcast hall became more and more lively with people talking about it. What's interesting is that the first thing everyone discussed was Lin Xiao's ID. Master of Figure Drawing. When Lin Xiao registered the account, he was too lazy to think about it and just picked the name he always used. The freshmen all looked strange. The fact that Lin Xiao likes to draw nude sketches of beautiful women has been spread for a long time and is no longer new news. Wow, I also want classmate Lin Xiao to draw a human figure sketch for me. Some girls in the hall started to have fever. Chen, who heard the voices around him, sneered, and said loudly without hesitation. Master of Human Body Sketching, I hope Lin Xiao can touch the corner of Big Brother's clothes later, otherwise it would be interesting to change the name to Master of Human Body Outlining. These words made the female classmates feel uncomfortable. Most of them were fans of Lin Xiao, and they couldn't help but feel worried. After all, through everyone's analysis, it is generally agreed that Lin Xiao cannot beat Zhang Long. Tisk, fighting skills are important for summoners, but they are not the most critical factor in actual combat. Even if Lin Xiao loses, he is still the best in my heart. Yes, that's right. Zhang Long is good at fighting, but wasn't he stabbed by Lin Xiao at the opening ceremony? Besides, aren't you good at fighting? Didn't you get pinned to the ground and rubbed by Lin Xiao yesterday? A girl talked back to Chen Hu, and many other girls followed suit. Girls' tongues are always very poisonous. Chen Hu didn't expect that his one sentence would attract so much ridicule. His face suddenly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The opening ceremony and what happened yesterday could be said to be a shame that he would never forget in his life. A bunch of idiots, this is a fighting competition, you are talking nonsense. As soon as Chen Hu said this, he was immediately scolded by more girls. He couldn't scold them anymore, so he could only turn his head away and pretend to ignore them. In addition to the students who were paying attention to the duel between Lin Xiao and Zhang Long, the instructors were also very interested. Wei Ying was sitting in the office at this time, turning on the computer. The above is the live broadcast footage of the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhang Long. She stared at the ID of Master of Human Figure Sketching and raised her eyebrows. Why would this brat choose such a name? Wei Ying really didn't know that Lin Xiao had a habit of drawing nude sketches of beautiful women. After all, although many people know about this matter, it is just gossip. Unless you deliberately try to find out about it or just happen to hear about it from others, it is normal not to know about it. Shaking her head, Wei Ying didn't think much about it and put her plump and towering breasts on the table to relieve the burden. I always do this when I'm alone. There's no other way. It's really too heavy. Then she waited quietly for the battle to begin. Chapter 132 Strolling in the Garden. Wei Ying had actually anticipated the outcome of this competition. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Xiao will definitely win. Although he has not personally tried Lin Xiao's strength, the master still has a good eye. This can be seen from Lin Xiao's daily sparring with the students in the kendo class. The only thing that is not clear at the moment is how much Lin Xiao actually knows and how much skills he has learned during this period of studying with Gu Xuan. Zhang Long is a pretty good opponent and should be able to force out some of his attacks. 3, 2, 1. Virtual Arena, the countdown is over. The pale golden light curtain between the two opponents dissipated, their sights intertwined, and sparks seemed to burst in Zhang Long's eyes. Lin Xiao, in terms of luck and spiritual power, I am not as good as you, but when it comes to pure fighting, you are this. He raised his little finger and continued. You defeated Chen Hu yesterday with your physical fitness, which is a great accomplishment. I have nothing to say. But in this match, I will teach you what the pure art of fighting is. I don't know if he just wanted to trash talk or wanted to mess with Lin Xiao's mentality, but Zhang Long talked surprisingly much. Lin Xiao laughed and shook his head. I thought you were better than Chen Hu because you were calm, but I didn't expect you were also a big talker. Okay, I'll give you some time to show your art, and you can do it. Zhang Long's eyes suddenly turned cold. This showed that he was not taken seriously at all. Let him do what he wants, he's so wild. Take a breath and stop talking nonsense. Zhang Long held the gun with both hands, pressed his upper body down, and started in an upper horizontal position. This gun-holding gesture is most suitable for attacking the enemy's chest and abdomen from top to bottom. Thump thump thump. He took a lunge forward, stepped on the ground with both feet quickly, and rushed forward quickly, but his steps were very steady, giving people a sense of neither haste nor slowness, and full of pressure. Although Zhang Long looked down on Lin Xiao, it was obvious from the beginning that he took him seriously. The man and the gun were one, advancing step by step, without any loopholes at all. Lin Xiao stood still, holding the sword in one hand and pointing it diagonally to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two men was shortened from more than 10 meters to 3 meters. Zhang Long exerted force with his wrist, and the tip of the gun broke through the air and stabbed Lin Xiao's abdomen. Clang! Lin Xiao slashed down with his sword, and the spear tip was pushed down 1 foot, easily resolving the attack. Zhang Long was not surprised, and he raised the gun. Lin Xiao took a small step back, twisted his toes, and blocked the gun with the sword. His reaction was extremely fast. After 2 tentative attacks, Zhang Long felt Lin Xiao's calmness and raised his eyebrows slightly. It has some strength. Then let's get to the main course. The speed of the spear suddenly increased, and the spear tips were dense and fast like rain. Call. 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 In the simulated arena, there were dense sounds of breaking through the air, completely restoring the explosion sound caused by the air being pierced by the gun tip at high speed. The tip of the iron spear in Zhang Long's hand formed a black shadow because of its too fast speed. Lin Xiao was enveloped by this phantom, but he did not panic at all. He used his long sword to cut, press, collapse, and strangle. Every shot was accurately resolved. His steps were not chaotic at all, moving forward, backward, and sideways, always in small steps, just right, as if they were precisely calculated. Zhang Long launched a series of fierce attacks and found that Lin Xiao was still calm. His brows finally became a little serious. In cold weapon combat, the spear is the king of all weapons, and it has a huge advantage over short weapons such as the sword. This kind of rapid stabbing may seem simple, but it is actually very difficult to deal with. An equally matched opponent, one holding a short weapon, will most likely be vulnerable when facing such a high-speed stabbing. But Lin Xiao seemed to be dealing with it quite easily. He never took the initiative to attack once from beginning to end and was just on the defensive. Just follow what was said at the beginning and let Zhang Long carry out the work. I just don't believe you can always be so calm. Zhang Long was a little angry. He snorted coldly and drew his gun even faster. This style of play is actually difficult for most freshmen to understand. But masters like Qin Shan nodded secretly. Zhang Long's strategy was quite steady. Although he had the advantage in weapons, he did not try to advance recklessly. Instead, he kept a distance and stabbed, giving full play to the advantage of long weapons, an inch longer, an inch stronger. But looking at Lin Xiao's fighting style, Qin Shan raised his eyebrows. This, how to say it, seems to be a bit too contemptuous of the opponent. Shen Juanru saw his expression and asked subconsciously. Brother Tiniu, what's wrong? Who do you think will win between the two? Although Shen Juanru's voice was low, it was still heard by the people around her. Everyone couldn't help but look at Qin Shan. As the current top fighter among the freshmen, Qin Shan's words must be authoritative. Qin Shan was not sure about this, so he thought about it for a while and said. I have fought with Zhang Long before. His marksmanship is really good. His fighting style is actually very aggressive. He is good at suppressing his opponents with strong attacks. Take the current situation as an example. The high-frequency stabbing is intended to pressure Lin Xiao's position. If Lin Xiao is always on the defensive, he will be easily led by the rhythm. As long as he reveals a little flaw, there is a high possibility that he will be taken away. If it were me, I would not give Zhang Long this opportunity. Instead, I would get close as quickly as possible to weaken the distance advantage of the long weapon. But Lin Xiao. Qin Shan didn't know what to say, and hesitated for a moment before saying, maybe he is brave because of his skill. Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. Everyone had some knowledge of fighting, and after a little thought, they realized that Qin Shan's words were very pertinent. If we fight like this, Lin Xiao will be at a disadvantage. The girls were very anxious. Humph, you like to show off. Didn't you say at the beginning that you would let Zhang Long perform? It would be funny if he capsized in the gutter. There are many people who are jealous of Lin Xiao, and now they can finally make a few remarks about him. Chen Hu felt that he had found an opportunity and sneered. He is just too arrogant. He has been in the spotlight these days. He probably thinks he is so awesome that he is getting carried away. People like this won't go far. Some people should not be so stupid as to blindly praise them. The last sentence is of course a satire on those little fangirls. The girls couldn't understand what was going on and glared at him angrily, but they couldn't find any words to refute and became extremely anxious. In the arena, Zhang Long had been stabbing with his spear at a high frequency for a while. He didn't just speed up his spear movement, he was also using the unique skill of the upward dragon spear. The Yulong Changying used in the opening ceremony was taken out again. One shot turned into several shots, and with the high-frequency shooting action, it seemed that dozens of guns were attacking Lin Xiao every second. It is so densely packed that ordinary people would be dazzled just by looking at it, let alone blocking it. It has long been turned into a hornet's nest. People outside were terrified. With this intensity of attack, anyone except Qin Shan would probably not be able to last more than 2 seconds. If Lin Xiao continues like this. That's not right. Look, Lin Xiao even has one hand behind his back. He seems very relaxed. Suddenly someone noticed something was wrong. Qin Shan's analysis makes sense, but Zhang Long has been attacking for a while and Lin Xiao doesn't look like he's being suppressed. In the field, Lin Xiao really acted as if nothing had happened. He held the sword in one hand and had the other hand behind his back, strolling leisurely in the garden. Fuck, does this scene look familiar to you? Familiar? It's a little. Shit, now I remember, isn't that how the instructor beat us? I would like to inform all my readers that I have a day off tomorrow and the updates may be suspended for the next 2 days. The author's sister is getting married, and he has been busy these days, organizing a banquet in the countryside. It's very tedious, and he really has no time to write, so he has lost all his drafts. I will try to find time to write it, and may also update it, just to report to you all. It will be fine after 2 or 3 days, and the updates will continue to be stable. Chapter 133 Easy to Control. Everyone in the hall suddenly widened their eyes. Yes, it is the instructor teaching. These days, the instructors who have been immersed in fighting for many years, when guiding these rookies, don't they just stroll around leisurely and beat them with one hand? It was a pity that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't even touch a corner of the instructor's clothes. Qin Shan was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, then shook his head and laughed. Yes, I forgot, how could such an attack suppress Lin Xiao? What do you mean? Shen Juanru was puzzled, and the people around her also looked over. Qin Shan sighed and said, you haven't forgotten the bee escape, right? Hundreds of bees besieged Lin Xiao but they couldn't sting him. How can Zhang Long's attack do that? Everyone was stunned. The girls' eyes lit up, and then they looked at Chen Hu with ill intentions. Girls are the most vindictive, so here is the chance to fight back. Chen Hu, open your eyes and watch carefully. Lin Xiao is not arrogant. It's just that your snake spear is too soft. He can beat him with one hand. He, Chen Hu, you're not weak too, are you? I think from now on Zhang Long should change his name to Zhang Snake, and you should change your name to Chen Cat. One is a soft snake, and the other is a sick cat. Ha 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 ha, this makes me laugh to death. The words of these girls were so vicious that they escalated to personal attacks in a blink of an eye. The boys around him twitched their lips when they heard this. Why do they say you can't offend women? This is the lesson. Chen Hu's face was so gloomy that it looked like water was about to drip out of it, and his fists were clenched so hard that they made crackling sounds. I really want to go up and kill these women. But no matter how hot-tempered he was, he didn't dare to act rashly at this time. If he really did do something, he would just stir up a hornet's nest. While people outside were talking nonsense, changes suddenly occurred in the arena. Zhang Long, who was stabbing at high speed with a gun, suddenly retracted his attack, took a step forward, jumped up, and chopped down with the gun. The spear-splitting style is also known as the New Year's greeting spear technique. It seems that Zhang Long has realized the problem and wants to change his fighting style. Qin Shan raised his eyebrows. Chen Hu, who was annoyed by the scolding, quickly seized the topic. Humph, the high-frequency stabbing attack is still too simple after all. Lin Xiao just happened to restrain it. Once he enters the flexible combat, he will not be so lucky. Fart, it stinks. A girl who starts to make a fuss won't tell the truth, just scold her. In the field, Lin Xiao raised his sword to block. Clang. The iron sword blocked the spear's downward attack, but the iron spear in Zhang Long's hand was very tough. At the moment of the collision, the spear had bent downward and attacked Lin Xiao's back. This change was quite sudden, but Lin Xiao seemed to have expected it. Press your upper body down suddenly and kick your right foot backwards, kick. The back of his heel kicked almost over his head, knocking the gun tip away. The iron spear trembled, Zhang Long stepped back, and kicked Lin Xiao in the face with his left foot. Just as it was about to hit, Lin Xiao lowered the sword in his hand and smashed the hilt hard, hitting Zhang Long's calf directly. Hiss. Zhang Long grimaced. Although it was a virtual mode, the pain he felt was 70% of the original. This time, it felt like my leg bones were broken. But he was also very capable. He endured the pain and continued to fight back, pulling back the spear and stabbing out again to prevent Lin Xiao from getting close to him. However, Lin Xiao's iron sword twisted along the iron spear. The silk channel sword has ingenious power. Zhang Long's wrist was even twisted along with the gun and was almost twisted into a knot. He roared angrily, and his body spun in the air, while at the same time, he struggled to pull back the spear. He landed on the ground, spun on his toes, turned his back to Lin Xiao, and held the spear in both hands. This move seemed to be intended to relieve the force of the previous squeeze, but in fact it was to use the back to lure Lin Xiao to attack. Lin Xiao looked like he had fallen into a trap, and the sword went straight in, attacking his back. Zhang Long was delighted and rushed to attack. It seemed that he lacked practical experience. A flexible approach was the correct way to fight. He twisted his body suddenly and swung the spear from bottom to top. Fishing for the moon in the bottom of the sea. The tip of the gun almost lifted up a layer of soil and stabbed towards Lin Xiao's lower abdomen. However, the seemingly sure-hit attack seemed to have been anticipated by Lin Xiao. Just as he was about to raise the tip of the gun, someone suddenly stepped on the tip of the gun. Lin Xiao's face was calm. He held the sword in his right hand and slashed down fiercely. Zhang Long's face darkened. The sword tip was coming towards his arm, and he immediately pulled out the iron spear with all his strength. Since everyone's physical strength is the same, Lin Xiao is unable to suppress them in terms of strength. I couldn't hold it still, so I just let it go. Zhang Long was caught off guard and pulled out the gun with too much force, causing his body to lose balance and stumble backwards. But he was indeed a master, and he turned the crisis into an offensive in a flash, spinning his body and sweeping around with his spear. The gun swept across, aiming at Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao leaned back to avoid the attack and used his iron sword to touch the ground for support. But at this time the middle door opened, which was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to attack. How could Zhang Long not catch it? He stomped his feet on the ground, jumped up, and twisted his body in the air. During this process, the iron spear accumulated its force to the maximum and suddenly stabbed towards Lin Xiao's chest from top to bottom. Throw the gun from high position. If this shot hits, it will definitely be a chilling pain. The people outside the venue couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Xiao was now leaning back, with only the iron sword for support. His center of gravity was unstable, making it difficult for him to respond. It seems that the winner is about to be decided. Chen Hu raised the corner of his mouth and took the opportunity to taunt. See, as long as we enter a flexible battle, Lin Xiao is nothing. The girls had no time to pay attention to him. They stared at the screen with extremely nervous eyes, and their breathing slowed down. However, in a flash, Lin Xiaojian suddenly stood up, swung in a semicircle, and moved in the direction of the spear. Lean over the cloud sword. Thorn. The sword tip scratched across the gun body, creating a trail of sparks, and the friction even pushed the gun body forward an inch. After Lin Xiaoyan's sword neutralized the fatal blow, he immediately counterattacked, twisted his body, leaned forward and swung his sword into the gun, and the sword tip continued to slide along the gun to cut Zhang Long's wrist. Sizzle. Sparks and lightning all the way. The whole action was done in one go and extremely fast. Zhang Long used a very powerful move for this fatal blow. He almost grasped the end of the spear with both hands. With such a long spear, he had no time to retract the spear when facing Lin Xiao, who was only half his body away. He could only drop his gun and retreat, trying to pull away. But Lin Xiao was so fast that he had only taken half a step back when the iron sword had already arrived. Puff. The tip of the sword pierced into the chest with a sound of breaking through the air. There was no blood splattering, only spots of light as the electronic characters disintegrated. Zhang Long stood there in a daze, looking at the hole in his chest. The illusory light spot began to dissipate from there, and the hole became bigger and bigger. His face was full of disbelief. How could it be possible? He actually lost to the fighting rookie who he had defeated more than 20 days ago. There are no longer any excuses for failure. In this battle, Lin Xiao was on par with him in speed and strength, and they relied entirely on their fighting skills. But he, who had been practicing martial arts since he was a child, was defeated by a newcomer who had only practiced martial arts for less than a month. What is even more unacceptable is that it was still a miserable defeat. Lin Xiao really did what he said and gave him enough opportunities to perform. But the problem is that he himself is useless. When Lin Xiao fought back, he was defeated in just 3 moves. How could he be so strong? Zhang Long's self-confidence shattered along with the illusory image. The live broadcast hall was silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Xiao, who was at a disadvantage just a moment ago, turned the tables in the blink of an eye, leaving people unable to react for a moment. 3 or 4 seconds later, the hall suddenly erupted with screams from girls. We won, wow, we won, Lin Xiao got hard. Student Lin Xiao is so handsome, ah. I like him so much. I told you, Lin Xiao is the best. How could a guy like Zhang Shi possibly beat Lin Xiao? Chen Mao, speak up, why are you mute? Chen Hu stared at the screen blankly, unable to speak, his face full of disbelief. He is weaker than Zhang Long, but he has good vision. After watching the match, it is clear that the level of cold weapon combat that Lin Xiao just demonstrated is far beyond his and Zhang Long. It's not even on the same level. It's ridiculous that he still swears and sarcastically mocks. Listening to the harsh taunts around him, Chen Hu clenched his fists, but a deep sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. How can I take revenge on such an enemy? It is impossible. Chapter 134, Coin Master. The girls' screams continued for a long time before the boys gradually came to their senses. Fuck, Lin Xiao actually won. This is too unexpected. The problem is, not only did Lin Xiao win, but he won too easily. Yeah, he was just strolling around the whole time. It felt like he was not in the same league. What's his real level? Exclamations echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was surprised by Lin Xiao's victory, and the bigger surprise was that he not only won, but won easily. It would be fine if his opponent was a rookie, but that was Zhang Long, who had a score of 4,189. In the crowd, Qin Shan's eyes were extremely solemn, and he had always regarded Lin Xiao as his target. In terms of comprehensive practical experience, after this battle with the Queen Ant, he has realized that it is unlikely that he will catch up. The only thing I was confident in was fighting, but after watching this battle, I found that my only confidence was gone. The fighting level displayed by Lin Xiao was really too high. Brother Tiniu, what are your chances of winning against Lin Xiao? Shen Juanru didn't realize Qin Shan's mood at the moment, and just asked subconsciously. Chance of winning? Qin Shan smiled bitterly, I'm afraid it's not even 10%. Ah. Shen Juanru exclaimed, and turned her head, only to find that Qin Shan looked a little depressed, and she became anxious in her heart. Brother Tiniu, let's not compete with that guy. He is a pervert. Qin Shan looked at the girl with concerned eyes, and felt a little warm in his heart. He took a deep breath and suddenly remembered what his master had said. Blade duel, the brave are invincible. I lost my confidence just by watching one competition. How can I achieve anything in swordsmanship? The master often said that only by finding masters to learn from can one continuously improve. Isn't Lin Xiao the best learning object? Qin Shan felt relieved instantly and clenched his fist and said. No, I want to challenge Brother Lin. If he is a mountain, I will climb over it. If I can't climb over it, I will also see how high this mountain is. Shen Juanru was stunned, and then her eyes were full of obsession. Brother Tiniu, you are so charming like this. Qin Shan's face instantly turned red, and he was a little overwhelmed by the naked expression of love from his beloved girl. Escape from the hall quickly. The challenge to Lin Xiao will be discussed in 2 days. He needs to calm down and prepare, and at the same time study Lin Xiao's battle again. Office, in front of the computer screen. Wei Ying raised her eyebrows, still a little surprised. Although she had anticipated the result, after watching the game, she found that Lin Xiao won much more easily than she had imagined. Zhang Long was completely unable to force Lin Xiao to show his true abilities. But we can still see something. The level of swordsmanship displayed by Lin Xiao is definitely over 5,000 points. She estimated that it should have a strength of 5,500. 5,500 a month, hiss. Wei Ying rubbed his brows, feeling that within 3 months, it was highly likely that this guy would get 8,000 points. It's over. This little bastard looks at me like he wants to eat me. What should I do? Wei Ying murmured, her heart pounding unconsciously. Suddenly I realized that she didn't seem to reject this, but was nervous. Wei Ying woke up in shock. Ever since that hug in the Rift Valley, she actually developed a strange feeling towards Lin Xiao. It's hard to describe the feeling. Whenever I calm down, his figure will unconsciously appear in my mind. Is this the legendary springtime? Bah! Wei Ying shuddered. Wei Ying, he's your best friend's man, what are you thinking? She quickly cleared her mind of the abnormal thoughts and took a few deep breaths before calming down. In the virtual arena, Lin Xiao shook his head, looking slightly disappointed. To be honest, I am looking forward to this battle with Zhang Long. His impression of this true disciple of the Yulong spear still remains from the opening ceremony, when he felt that the other party was very strong. I came here today with the purpose of learning from each other and improving my kendo skills, but the result was disappointing. Zhang Long didn't bring anything eye-catching. We gave the opponent enough opportunities to perform in the beginning, but this guy didn't come up with any decent tricks. After exiting the circular arena, Lin Xiao did not leave the virtual fighting network, but began to complete the goal given by Wei Ying. Start scoring. He glanced at his personal information, 6 wins and 0 losses. These 6 victories were won during my first experience on the virtual fighting network. The current score is 310. Lin Xiao opened the ranking system and started matching opponents. The virtual fighting network is really like a game, with opponents with similar points being matched online. He didn't have to wait too long, about a minute and a half, before Lin Xiao met his first opponent. It was still the most common circular arena. The opponent was a boy with the prefix of Shilin College on his head. His ID was Coin Master. The opponents matched by the virtual fighting network are of course not only the freshmen of Longyin, but also students from other colleges and universities, as well as warriors from various organizations and forces. The huge 1-minute countdown number is still floating in front of my eyes. After waiting for the countdown to end with great difficulty, Lin Xiao was about to step forward with the iron sword in hand. But he heard the boy opposite him looking at him curiously and said, "Brother, judging from your ID, we are from the same field. Are you a new student of Longyin? Tisk, it's been almost a month, and you only have 300 points." The boy chuckled and said, "I'm like you. I'm good at playing with coins, but I'm not good at wielding swords and guns. Be gentle. If we drag the game to a draw, we can both win a few points." Ha! Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. God is just as good at playing with coins as you are. God is just like you. There was no time to waste on talking to the other party, so he just stabbed him with his sword. It seems that the boy's skills are really not good enough. He took it for granted that the master of body sketching agreed with his idea, and then casually raised his gun to block it. And then he stared blankly at his chest, as an iron sword silently pierced his heart. It was not until his body began to disintegrate that he reacted and revealed an extremely resentful expression. That look seemed to be saying, "Brother, where's the draw?" Huh, this guy is so funny, he doesn't really think Lin Xiao is a rookie like him. The live broadcast hall was filled with laughter. Next, Lin Xiao continued to play matches, but more than 10 games in a row were boring. The opponent was too weak, and I could defeat him with just one move each time. The game would never take more than 5 seconds. It was a pure crushing defeat, and there was nothing interesting to watch. The people in the live broadcast hall gradually dispersed. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon and time for dinner. Lin Xiao finished the last match and calculated the time. It took a total of 2 hours and 39 matches. All wins, the points have reached 32-15. For an expert with an actual score of over 5,000, it is that simple to increase the score. The battle was meaningless and Lin Xiao found it uninteresting. It felt like he had been playing against a computer for 2 hours. It was boring and tedious. He decided to end it here for today. To be continued tomorrow. If nothing goes wrong, we can achieve the goal given by weighing tomorrow. Resume update. Chapter 135. I want to eat Sister Gu's raspberries. Duh. In the early morning, in the training ground, the wooden swords clashed with each other, making crisp sounds. Lin Xiao put his left hand behind his back and held the sword in his right hand. His wrist moved flexibly and the sword's tip was elusive, like an illusion. On the opposite side, Wang Shi held the sword in both hands, his forehead covered with sweat, and kept blocking the sword. He was in a panic and overwhelmed. Whoosh! 2. Suddenly, Lin Xiao twisted his wrist, and the wooden sword in Wang Shi's hand slipped out of his hand, flew several meters away, and stuck diagonally into the ground. Wang Shi stayed where he was, then looked depressed and sighed. "Hey, brother, I don't think I'm cut out for swordsmanship, so you'd better stop training me." Lin Xiao laughed, "Who told me last night that the sword-to-spear technique was so cool that I had to learn it?" Wang Shi chuckled, "I just thought that skills are not suitable for me. I am more suitable for accumulating and releasing violently. So, you shouldn't practice sword skills. Go back and learn hammer skills instead." Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head. "I also think that I should quit the kendo class." "Heh, Nailong gave you a chance to quit. If you quit now, with the tigress's violent temper, it would be strange if she didn't break your legs." "Oh, that's right, mother." Wang Shi's face suddenly froze. "What's wrong?" "A tigress is." Lin Xiao suddenly felt a chill down his spine, his expression turned stern, and he spoke rapidly. "Tigress is so cool. You don't want to learn from such a handsome, beautiful, and powerful instructor, and you even want to quit the class. Wang Shi, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you are too ungrateful." Wang Shi was stunned, then looked resentful, and his eyes probably said, "Brother, don't cheat me." Lin Xiao said with a straight face, "Wang Shi, what are you standing there for? Pick up the sword and continue practicing with me." Wang Shi stared at Wei Ying who was striding towards him, sweating profusely, brother, can we stop pretending? What are you pretending for? Lin Xiao looked confused, turned around, and then smiled as if he was startled. Ah, the beautiful and heroic instructor Wei is here. Wei Ying smiled, her sexy red lips curled up, but she felt a little amused in her heart and walked over with a stern face. He twisted Lin Xiao's ears and yelled, "You little bastard, who told you to call me a tigress behind my back? Are you itching for trouble? It hurts, it hurts." Lin Xiao begged for mercy with his teeth bared. "Instructor Wei, I won't do it again." After begging for mercy, Wei Ying sneered and stopped. Kicking Lin Xiao, she said calmly, "Those who have redeemed items on the military merit website, come to my office with me. Your items have arrived." After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears and his eyes lit up. Several students in the kendo class also looked excited. A group of people followed Wei Ying to the office, where the desk was already piled with various things. Wei Ying picked up a small box at random, glanced at the name tag on it, and threw it to the corresponding student. Most students only have one small thing. After all, not everyone has as many merits as Lin Xiao to redeem. When it was Lin Xiao's turn, Wei Ying pushed over 2 large jars filled with amber royal jelly. Then there are 2 boiled egg-shaped golden ant eggs. Finally, there is a small glass bottle filled with pink calamity raspberry. Looking at Lin Xiao's pile of stuff, the classmates next to him were extremely envious. "Instructor Wei, can I take a leave this morning? I want to go back to the dormitory to take it." Lin Xiao pointed at the raspberry, his face looking impatient. Wei Ying nodded and said to everyone, "Anyone who needs to absorb what they have on hand can go back to the dormitory." Everyone was overjoyed and left the office in a hurry. Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory, closed the door, and couldn't wait to open the glass bottle of raspberries. I stretched out my fingers to pick one up. It was cold to the touch and looked very fresh. The pink color was so tempting that I wanted to taste it. Lin Xiao immediately put it into his mouth. It tasted slightly sweet and refreshing. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the moment the juice of the berries burst on his taste buds, Lin Xiao felt refreshed and his perception seemed to become sharper. Lin Xiao smacked his lips and summoned Sister Gu out. Gu Xuan, dressed in a plain white dress, sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the raspberries curiously. Lin Xiao handed one to her mouth. "Sister Gu, try it. It tastes very good." Gu Xuan opened her lips slightly, and then she remembered that this was to boost her husband's spiritual power, so she shook her head. "Just eat it, my husband. It would be a waste if you give it to me." "One is fine, just eat one." Lin Xiao hugged her and lovingly handed the raspberry to her lips. The pink raspberry and cherry lips complemented each other. Gu Xuan had no choice but to gently open her lips and let him feed her. She bit her teeth lightly, her eyes slightly brightening. Lin Xiao tilted his head and looked at her, and suddenly asked innocently, "Sister Gu, what does your mouth taste like?" When Gu Xuan heard this, her ears suddenly turned red and she said in a reproachful tone, "My husband has tasted it before, Wu." Before he could finish his words, his lips were kissed. Lin Xiao sucked hard, then stepped back with a smile. "No need for you to answer, my lady. I'll know after I try it. Hey, it's so sweet. It turns out that my sister's mouth tastes like raspberry." I was teased again. Gu Xuan was very embarrassed, her face turned red, and her cold face was full of charm. "My husband is so bad. This is bad, but it could get worse." Lin Xiao smiled evilly and moved closer. "My lady, you ate my raspberries, and I want to eat your raspberries too." Gu Xuan's beautiful eyes widened, a little confused, "But I don't have raspberries." Lin Xiao pounced on her chest and tried to get into her clothes. "Let me look for her. Raspberry might be inside her clothes." Gu Xuan reacted and her face turned red with embarrassment. After playing around with Sister Gu for a while, Lin Xiao stopped acting weird and started taking the disaster raspberry seriously. The berries explode on the tip of your tongue, the taste is amazing. When all the berries are eaten, a cool feeling spreads throughout the body. It felt like countless tiny snakes were crawling across my body. The coolness penetrated all over my body and into my head. The brain seems to be bathed in the fresh breeze, feeling indescribably refreshed and clear. Lin Xiao felt as if his sixth sense had been magnified, and he had a particularly clear sense of the surrounding environment. The sound of birds landing on branches in the distance, the slight movement of the walls outside the house cracking under the sun, and the fine dust floating past the window. Both the auditory and visual aspects have been greatly enhanced. This is a reaction to a significant increase in mental strength. It really works. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised and said impatiently. Sister Gu, my mental strength has grown a lot. Please teach me the Liuhe sword formation again. Gu Shuyan also nodded happily. Inside Qiling Palace, on the cliff. Gu Shuyan stood gracefully in the breeze. She flicked her sleeves lightly, and 6 flying swords condensed in front of her, lined up in an orderly manner like soldiers being inspected. She waved her hand again, and the 6 flying swords quickly dispersed, forming a hexagram formation, surrounding her in the middle. The tip of the sword faces inward, the hilt faces outward, and it rotates continuously. Gu Shuyan opened her cherry lips slightly. The Liuhe sword formation is most suitable for encircling a single enemy. It is named Liuhe because the 6 swords can be combined into one, instantly bursting out 6 times the damage. But the 6 swords combined into one does not mean that all 6 swords attack at the same time. Instead, the remaining 5 swords draw on the power of the 6th sword. No matter which direction the trapped person breaks through, he will have to face the combined force of 6 swords at the same time. The key is how to make the 6 swords borrow strength from each other. The master needs to use his mental power as a bond to transfer spiritual power, holy light to each other. The faster the transmission speed, the better. If it is too slow, the trapped person may seize the opportunity to escape. Chapter 136 Lin Xiao vs Qin Shan. Gu Shuyan demonstrated as she spoke, and there were faint wisps of white smoke connecting the 6 rotating swords. That is spiritual power in the form of embodiment. The 6 swords were like flashing neon lights, brightening and dimming at irregular intervals. The brighter sword is a manifestation of the greatly increased power after Liuhe. The irregular and rapid flashing was Gu Shuyan demonstrating the rapid changes of Liuhe driven by mental power. No matter which direction the trapped person tries to break out, the person in charge can immediately mobilize the holy light to strengthen the corresponding sword. Gu Shuyan demonstrated while explaining the details of mental power manipulation. Lin Xiao listened attentively like a good kid. A few minutes later, Gu Shuyan said softly. Husband, the Liuhe sword formation is not difficult. The reason you couldn't learn it before was mainly because you didn't have enough mental strength. Now there shouldn't be any problem. Come and try it. Lin Xiao nodded happily, stepped onto the cliff, and also condensed 6 flying swords in front of him. The mental power spread out, sensing each flying sword, and then using the mental power as a bridge, trying to connect the 6 swords. The previous attempt failed here because the mental strength was not enough to connect the 6 swords stably. This time it was done easily. In an instant, the 6 swords seemed to become part of the body. Lin Xiao immediately guided the holy light in and used his mental power to drive it, allowing the holy light to flow rapidly through the 6 swords. For a moment, the 6 swords flickered, but not as fast as when Gu Shuyan wielded them. Gu Shuyan nodded slightly. My dear, you have already learned the 6 harmony sword formation. As long as you practice diligently, you will be able to conduct the holy light proficiently. When you can do it at will, you can use it in actual combat. Although this sword formation is simple, it is extremely powerful. It is very effective when used to besiege an enemy that is much stronger than oneself. However, its weaknesses are also obvious. First, the more enemies surround it, the weaker it becomes. Second, if there is help from outside, the sword formation can be easily broken. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, memorized it in his heart, and began to practice repeatedly on the cliff. Possessing an unparalleled sword spirit, he learns very quickly and his proficiency increases at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afternoon. The first floor lobby of the virtual fighting building. On the live broadcast screen on the right wall, the young man holding the sword kicked the ground with his legs and shot towards the middle-aged man opposite like lightning. The middle-aged man held a long knife and confronted the young man. The two figures crossed each other and each rushed 4 or 5 meters before stopping. The two of them remained motionless, like statues. After a few seconds, the young man moved first, slowly straightened up, and sheathed his sword. Until this moment, the middle-aged man with his back to him trembled, with an incredible expression on his face. He raised his hand and touched his neck tremblingly. Phantom spots of light gushed out from the neck, like spilled blood. In an instant, the middle-aged man disappeared on the spot like a dandelion blown by the wind. Wow, Lin Xiao wins again. The freshmen who were watching nervously in the live broadcast hall immediately cheered, and then someone shouted. Look, Lin Xiao's score is already 42-21, surpassing Zhang Long. He is now second, only behind Qin Shan. Everyone looked at the big screen and the bright red numbers changed and froze at 42-21. In the virtual arena, Lin Xiao sheathed his sword and glanced at the battle record. This battle took 6 seconds. The opponent is still a little weak. After defeating this opponent, he achieved his 15th consecutive victory today. Including yesterday's winning streak, the total number of winning streak is now exactly 60 games. The speed is okay. Lin Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow is the last day of the month, so there will be no problem in completing the task. Continue matching immediately. Inside another virtual arena. Qin Shan, wearing a big black cloak and holding a long sword, pierced his opponent's chest with the tip of the sword and won the victory. As his opponent turned into an illusory point of light, he looked at the results and saw that the battle took 22 seconds. Looking at the points again, it has reached 4,531. The rapid change in points immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Fuck, Qin Shan really hit his strength before. He scored 150 points in just an hour and a half this afternoon. Qin Shan had indeed concealed some of his strength before and did not try hard to score points. Getting first place is enough, there is no need to keep rushing. But after being motivated by Lin Xiao yesterday, he started to fight like crazy and his points increased significantly. As soon as this battle ended, Qin Shan started the next match directly. At this level, matching generally takes a long time, usually 4 to 5 minutes or even longer. After all, masters are not common people, they are rare. But what Qin Shan didn't expect was that this matching only took 3 seconds. When he saw his opponent's ID clearly, his expression froze and a look of deep surprise flashed in his eyes. ID, Master of Human Figure Sketching. I didn't expect to meet Lin Xiao in the match. Qin Shan was surprised and slightly flustered. He is not ready yet. He originally wanted to fight Lin Xiao alone after he was well prepared, but this caught him off guard. But the next moment, he calmed down. The battle will not always happen when you are ready. Moreover, what does it mean to be prepared? If you are never prepared, should you give up the fight? If you are afraid before the battle begins, you have already lost half the battle. Qin Shan is indeed a talented swordsman. The heart of a strong man is as solid as a rock and his fighting spirit is high. He has also won several games in a row and is in high spirits. Perhaps this is the perfect time to challenge Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to his opponent's ID. The moment the match was completed, he directly clicked to agree to enter. He was quite surprised when he saw Qin Shan through the light curtain. The light curtain in the middle is soundproof and it is impossible to talk, in order to prevent low-quality trolls. The two could only smile and start waiting for the countdown. Inside the hall, Qin Shan and Lin Xiao were matched together, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Fuck. The first and second place are now matched together. It's like a fight between dragons and tigers. Hurry up and call those who haven't come here. Pre-match predictions, who do you think will win this fight? No need to guess. Qin Shan said yesterday that his chance of winning is at most 10%. How can you believe such words? Most likely he is just being modest. That's right. Qin Shan's points increased very quickly today. It only took him 22 seconds to defeat his last opponent. This shows that he still has a lot of room for improvement. He might even be able to reach 5,000 points. That makes sense, but I still think Lin Xiao is better. He can beat Zhang Long, so he definitely has 5,000 points of strength. Speaking of which, there is such a huge gap in their scores, how come they are matched together? It's nothing strange. There aren't many people in this score range. There are matches even if the score is 500 points apart. Come on, Lin Xiao. Come on, bro. Come on, Qin Shan. Come on, brother Tinu. Their respective fans began to cheer wildly, and the hall was heated. In the arena, the countdown ended at the last second and the light curtain dissipated. Finally able to speak, Qin Shan did not take action directly, but said solemnly. Brother Lin, I have long wanted to fight you again. I will go all out in this battle. Be careful. Lin Xiao laughed loudly and said, Brother Qin, I am also looking forward to fighting with you again. Let's go all out. Chapter 137, A Worthy Opponent. The expressions of the two men gradually became serious, and their eyes met, as sharp as knives and swords. The atmosphere froze for a few seconds, and the two rushed towards each other almost at the same time. Lin Xiao held the sword in one hand and stepped forward neither fast nor slow. Qin Shan held the knife in one hand and charged forward at a very fast pace, his cloak rustling loudly behind him. Qin Shan, who was faster, rushed forward, stepped on the ground with his front feet, jumped up slightly, gathered power with his long sword, and slashed down suddenly. The first move was fierce and swift. Clang! Lin Xiao raised his sword to block, sparks flew, he raised his sword to swing the blade away, then swept the sword horizontally, aiming straight for Qin Shan's neck. Qin Shan held his sword in place to block the attack. Prickly Lala. With a series of blocking sounds, he suddenly raised the handle, avoided the blade, and smashed it forward with the handle. Lin Xiao quickly moved sideways, dodging the attack and at the same time retaliated with an elbow. Qin Shan raised his arms and crossed the bar, and the two sides collided hard. With a dull bang, they each took a step back. As soon as he stood firm, Qin Shan quickly raised his right foot and pushed forward. Faced with this explosively fast kick, Lin Xiao reacted extremely quickly, moving his hips and knees to dodge. Qin Shan had never thought that he could hit the target. He only used 50% of his strength in this kick. He had already anticipated the next step and twisted his ankle to hook Lin Xiao's calf. The latter instantly lost his balance. Qin Shan swung the blade of the long sword and swept it horizontally. The blade roared and slashed towards the chest and abdomen. Lin Xiao was not panicked at all. He lost his balance and simply fell backwards to the ground. He steadied himself on the iron bridge in the middle, supported himself with his left hand, straightened his body, closed his legs, and kicked out together. Qin Shan had not yet retracted the long sword in his hand, so he could only press his arms down to block. He barely blocked the kick, but was still kicked and staggered back. The two men distanced themselves from each other for a moment, and the atmosphere in the arena suddenly froze. There was a heated discussion in the live broadcast hall, with laymen watching the excitement while experts were watching the details. The masters were watching in shock. In this brief exchange between the two men, their attacks, reactions, and changes of moves were as fast as lightning and were simply beyond the ability of ordinary warriors to cope with. No wonder the previous opponents could only last a few seconds at Lin Xiao's hands. Even those who didn't quite understand were excited. They just felt that the two men's quick attack and defense were ruthless and swift. It was very exciting to watch and they shouted for a while. Qin Shan took a deep breath and suppressed the surging blood and energy after being kicked. Lin Xiao is indeed very strong. His reaction speed is top-notch among the top ones. He pointed his long sword, and with a whoosh sound of breaking through the air, he pressed forward again. Lin Xiao also attacked immediately, stabbing the middle with his long sword, but was deflected by the long knife. Qin Shan swung out with a punch, but the former responded with a strong punch. Bang! At the same time, the two men were not idle either. Qin Shan struck with his knee, domineering and fierce. Lin Xiao dodged sideways and swept sideways at the same time. Qin Shan jumped up and slashed down with his sword. Split Manhwa with force. Clang! The blade was blocked by Lin Xiao's horizontal sword, but Qin Shan used the force to flip in the air and slashed again. Clang! Use the force again and chop harder. Clang! Clang! Turn over and make 3 consecutive kills. 3 violent metal collision sounds broke out, and sparks flew everywhere. Lin Xiao was forced to retreat continuously by the huge force. After taking the last slash, Qin Shan bounced back and tried to create some distance. Generally speaking, the attacking party consumes more physical energy than the defending party, especially this kind of somersault and continuous slashing is the most energy consuming. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not miss such a flaw that required regulating his breathing. He stomped his foot on the ground and shot out, with his sword pointing directly at Qin Shan's chest. Qin Shan, however, didn't seem to need to regulate his breathing at all. He actually charged forward with a knife, his momentum reaching its extreme. Just as the two were about to collide head-on, Lin Xiao's body suddenly swayed to the right, and then to the left. Qin Shan seemed to be deceived, and subconsciously swung his sword to the left, but Lin Xiao had already come to his right side. This kind of dribbling is similar to the effect of dribbling past the opponent. There was an uproar in the live broadcast hall. Fuck, real and fake, Lin Xiao's plan is so good, Qin Shan missed the target, the right side is open, danger. However, the next second, Qin Shan's body, which had rushed out, suddenly spun due to the force of the knife. The long sword swung without any hesitation, as if it had been expected, and then slashed towards Lin Xiao's back. Classic move, Python flip. The live broadcast hall was completely silent. What the hell was this reaction? No, it wasn't a reaction at all. It was definitely planned. Qin Shan was not fooled at all, but pretended to be cheated and took advantage of the situation to make this fatal move from behind. Is this the young swordsmanship champion? It turns out that this is not just an exaggeration. At this moment, Lin Xiao and Qin Shan were back to back and there was a gap between them. The long sword had just been raised, and it was impossible for him to hit Qin Shan's back faster. Is he going to lose? The whole audience waited with bated breath. Clang. The fatal knife was blocked, and sparks flew from behind Lin Xiao. Su Qin carries a sword. Fuck. Everyone in the live broadcast hall could no longer find words to express the shock in their hearts. This reaction is too fast. Lin Xiao blocked the attack with a sword, twisted his body to push away the blade, and then raised his foot to kick Qin Shan in the ribs. Qin Shan reacted quickly, pushing his hands to neutralize the kick and taking advantage of the momentum to retreat. Lin Xiao didn't give him a chance, he rushed forward and slashed with sword. Ding ding ding. The explosive slashes kept falling, sparks flew, and each sword was fierce. Qin Shan knew that he must not give Lin Xiao the opportunity to suppress him continuously. In a duel between masters, once someone is suppressed and brought into the rhythm, it is easy to reveal flaws. He took a deep breath, and stabbed the sword hard, pushing the blade forward and holding the sword edge with the jaw of the blade. The two of them immediately started wrestling. At the same time, his feet started moving, kneeing and kicking, exchanging attacks with Lin Xiao at a high frequency, and afterimages immediately appeared. Suddenly, after Qin Shan blocked Lin Xiao's kick, he exerted force with his hand, shifted the blade, and swung the long sword away. Then he threw away the knife, moved the handle with his hand, and the long knife suddenly spun like a windmill and chopped forward. Throwing knife. The knife swinging at such a close distance startled Lin Xiao. His pupils shrank and his head tilted to the side. Hiss. He dodged it, but not completely, and his cheek was scratched, leaving a shallow bloody mark. Qin Shan's eyes flashed with disappointment. He failed to kill the opponent, so he moved forward again and elbowed him in the chest. Lin Xiao's reaction was even faster. He kicked out while dodging the knife. So just as Qin Shan was about to throw his elbow, he was kicked in the abdomen. He staggered back and couldn't even catch the knife. Lin Xiao held the sword in one hand, the tip of the sword touched the hilt, and he quickly swung it. The long knife seemed to be stuck and rotated quickly on the tip of the sword. This move is very skillful and extremely handsome. The girls at the scene screamed continuously. Qin Shan had lost his weapon at this point, and there was no chance of winning if he continued fighting. Lin Xiao flicked his wrist and threw the spinning long sword over. Brother Qin, come again. To be honest, Qin Shan gave Lin Xiao a lot of surprises, and such an opponent is worth fighting again. Okay, come again. Chapter 138 The Loser Calls Me Auntie. Qin Shan looked serious as he caught the long sword, took a deep breath, and his eyes brightened again. He grasped the long sword, and with 2 fingers of his left hand he wiped the blade, and the fighting spirit in his body rose steadily. Tap tap tap. The footsteps stepped across the ground and pressed up again. Qin Shan was full of vigor at this moment, like a tiger rushing down a mountain. He swung his sword at high speed, and the sound of it breaking through the air was endless. Bang, bang, bang. The sword slashed quickly, and the continuous sword light was like a strong wind. The sword energy was raging, and the black cloak behind him fluttered. The two men fought frequently, with swords flashing and fists and feet constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen moves passed. Suddenly, Qin Shan, who was attacking with high frequency, slid his sword and cut his wrist along the sword edge. Lin Xiao pressed his arm down to avoid it, and Qin Shan suddenly turned around, sweeping his black cloak across. Lin Xiao's vision suddenly darkened. Amid the loud noises, Qin Shan stood with his back to the enemy, gripped the knife handle with both hands, and stabbed backwards from the right waist. The knife is hidden in the shadow. Lin Xiao completely lost his vision with this knife, and it was impossible for him to see the movement and trajectory of the knife. Everyone in the live broadcast hall suddenly widened their eyes. The knife was too concealed. If Lin Xiao hadn't noticed it, the two of them would probably have decided the winner here. The next moment, Lin Xiao rushed towards the cloak and stabbed out with his sword. Sizzle. Puff. Two noises rang out in quick succession. The tip of the sword stabbed out from Qin Shan's abdomen. The tip of the knife stabbed out from Lin Xiao's abdomen. What's going on? Both sides will suffer losses. Both will perish. The live broadcast hall suddenly exploded. Qin Shan was stunned, his face suddenly turned pale. The severe pain from being stabbed through the body did not affect his judgment of the long knife in his hand. The long knife stabbed into nothingness. Qin Shan stared at his abdomen in disbelief, then slowly turned back. Brother Lin, how did you do it? Prediction and observation. Lin Xiao understood what Qin Shan was asking and answered slowly. Predict? Observe? Qin Shan was stunned, his eyes blank. Before he could ask any more questions, his body turned into illusory light and disintegrated. What's going on? Why is Lin Xiao still standing? Everyone in the hall was suddenly stunned, and Qin Shan's body disappeared, revealing the covered parts. It turned out that the knife had stabbed through the gap under Lin Xiao's ribs, but from the angle, a part of the tip of the knife was exposed, as if it had pierced through the abdomen. I see. But then everyone showed extremely puzzled expressions. The trajectory of Qin Shan's knife was definitely aimed at Lin Xiao's abdomen, so why did it deviate so much? Mistake. This idea was immediately dismissed by everyone. Everyone had already seen how powerful Qin Shan was. How could such a carefully designed attack go wrong? What exactly happened? Everyone was puzzled. Just now, when Qin Shan's cloak was lifted, their vision was blocked, and they could not see clearly how the sword and knife were stabbed out. Administrator, hurry up, replay the footage. Someone shouted. The replay footage came quickly, and from a special perspective. This perspective allows you to see the images that are blocked during the live broadcast. The picture is divided into two, showing the situation on both sides of the cloak respectively, starting with Qin Shan turning around and fluttering his cloak. The large black cloak swept towards Lin Xiao's face, and this attack was obviously intended to interfere with his vision. Lin Xiao's reaction was normal. He leaned his upper body back and took half a step back. There was nothing unusual about it. At this moment, it was impossible for him to see Qin Shan's actions opposite the cloak. The change happened in milliseconds. The moment the cloak was thrown out, Qin Shan turned his back and stabbed backwards without hesitation. In just a moment, the long knife pierced through the cloak, appeared abruptly, and stabbed Lin Xiao in the abdomen. Qin Shan made no mistakes. But at this moment, everyone's eyes widened. Lin Xiao seemed to have foreseen it, and stabbed out with his sword before the tip of the knife came out from his cloak. And the location is simply incredible. When the tip of the knife appeared, it collided with the tip of the sword. At this moment, the tip of the sword was at a small angle, sliding down along the blade. This is also the reason why there was a slight, crackling, sound just now. Qin Shan's long sword was pushed away a little by the sword tip, but there was a deviation in the starting position, and it was too far away when it reached the end point. This is what is meant by, a small mistake can lead to a big error. The knife stabbed out from Lin Xiao's side and was caught by Lin Xiao's arm. This creates the visual illusion of being stabbed through the abdomen. However, the sword in Lin Xiao's hand continued to move forward, piercing through the cloak and stabbing into Qin Shan's back, delivering a fatal blow. Fuck, how did Lin Xiao do this? He was able to intercept such a high-speed stab accurately. I don't believe this was a precise interception. It must have been luck, a coincidence. There was a cloak blocking it, and you told me he could see through things. Perspective? I kind of believe it. Look at how decisively Lin Xiao drew his sword. It felt like he saw Qin Shan stabbing from there. See through the eyes, this is virtual combat. Even if you have this ability, you can't use it. The most likely possibility is prediction. In fact, when Qin Shan threw off his cloak, his vision was blocked, so it was reasonable to guess that there was a knife hidden behind the cloak. This was not difficult to predict. The only problem is, I can guess there is a knife, but I can't guess where the knife comes from. Is this a gamble? Everyone was confused and no one could give a correct answer. They could only wait for the administrator to produce an explanation clip. This should take a while. Of course, that assumes the administrator knows what's going on. Qin Shan left the arena, confused, and immediately opened the replay. When he saw Lin Xiao's almost blind guess of the sword, he was shocked and speechless. Was the bet right? Qin Shan didn't believe it. In the picture, Lin Xiao's eyes and expression were too calm, and there was no intention of gambling at all. I am sure that the tip of the knife will come out from there. How did he do it? Anticipate and observe. Qin Shan stared at the screen and replayed it over and over again. Suddenly, he froze and muttered after a few seconds. I see. It wasn't gambling at all. Lin Xiao was on his shoulder from beginning to end. Although the cloak blocked his vision, he thrust the knife backwards with both hands, and he had to exert force with his shoulders. The so-called listening to its strength, following its momentum, and borrowing its power. For a true master, one can judge how the opponent will attack by listening to the force. Listening to the strength here does not entirely mean listening with the ears, but more about observing and feeling the way the opponent's limbs use strength, so as to achieve the purpose of predicting the movement. Lin Xiao obviously judged the height of his sword through the force of his shoulders, and further calculated the approximate position of the blade. Then draw your sword in advance to intercept, and use your wrist to fine-tune the tip of the sword the moment the tip of the sword pierces the cloak to achieve accurate interception. This guess was immediately verified. In the slow-motion playback, Lin Xiao's wrist did tremble, causing the direction of the sword tip to be slightly adjusted by a few centimeters. Call. Qin Shan let out a long breath. I am convinced. This is a monster. His reaction and insight have reached the extreme, and his defeat is not unfair. Inside the hall, the editing and commentary that everyone had been anxiously waiting for finally came out. The administrator was obviously an expert and discovered the secret of this sword. After hearing the explanation, people in the hall couldn't help but gasp. Is it possible? Damn, you need a pair of sharp eyes. Shit, this requires monster-level insight. I wouldn't be able to use it even if you told me. Student Lin Xiao is so handsome. The outside world was bustling with activity, but the arena was completely quiet. Lin Xiao took a breath. This battle with Qin Shan was a very good experience. It was exciting to fight with a master. To be honest, Qin Shan was really good, especially that knife-throwing move, which was really hard to defend against and I almost couldn't dodge it. I have learned something. I hope the next opponent will bring more surprises. Lin Xiao murmured in his heart and continued matching. In a blink of an eye, an hour passed, and after more than a dozen battles, they were all won. There were some thrilling matches along the way, but overall it was quite easy. The time came to 5:40, Lin Xiao glanced at his personal information and found that his points had reached 4975. He is now number 1 in the Longyin points ranking. One more game and I should be able to get over 5,000 points. Lin Xiao was delighted and continued matching. Soon, the matching result came out, and the opponent's ID popped up in the field of vision. Loser, just call me Auntie. This name. Lin Xiao raised his eyebrows. Hee, after thinking about it, I decided to add a mature woman to the harem. Chapter 139, The Most Beautiful Woman. Enter the arena. Through a pale golden light curtain, illusory light spots gathered like galaxies and condensed into a female figure. Lin Xiao looked over and his eyes widened involuntarily. She was a tall, plump, beautiful woman, and her age was hard to tell. She looked around 30, or maybe 35 or 36. She was wearing a black cheongsam with white flowers. She had a plump figure and exuded the seductive aura of a mature woman. Her towering breasts made the cheongsam look gracefully curved, and her waist was not as slender as a girl's, but rather full of flesh. Further down, the plump buttocks were like a juicy peach, swaying gracefully as the beautiful woman walked. The cheongsam that the beautiful woman was wearing had a high slit and a very short hem, only reaching the upper thigh, revealing her plump legs in flesh-colored stockings. The ribbon on the top of the stockings even leaves an extremely sexy flesh mark on the thigh. But the beautiful woman's legs are very long, round and straight, and even the flesh-colored stockings cannot hide the milky white luster underneath. She is indeed a beautiful woman with a strong ant-like charm. She exudes a mature charm. Just standing there quietly can arouse a man's desire. The woman's face has a unique charm. Her oval face is slightly soft and her pointed chin is very attractive. She has a small, pretty cherry mouth, a straight nose, and a pair of peach blossom eyes, which naturally look affectionate when she looks at people. But she had 2 straight eyebrows, which made her gentle and charming demeanor mixed with a bit of coldness. Gentle and cold, 2 completely different temperaments, make people instantly want to conquer and ravage her. In the office, Wei Ying stared at the screen, her eyes widened instantly, and she blurted out in surprise. Aunt Jing. She obviously knew the woman who was about to fight Lin Xiao, and her expression was stunned. Then, Wei Ying's expression became one of gloating. I'm afraid the brat will lose this time. Aunt Jing is Wei Ying's biological aunt and her mother's younger sister. Her real age is 36, but as a summoner, she is well maintained and her skin condition is almost that of an 18-year-old girl. Aunt Jing is Wei Ying's first kendo teacher and is extremely powerful. Although Wei Ying is now able to beat the opponent, the shadow of being dominated in her childhood remains. If Wei Ying remembered correctly, Aunt Jing had a strength of at least 6,000 points, so Lin Xiao should not be able to match her. But Wei Ying could easily guess the reason. Aunt Jing was a wild and slutty girl. She was sometimes very casual and would fight randomly when she was not in good condition. She would often lose. The score that can match with Lin Xiao now is estimated to be only around 5,300 or 5,400. In the live broadcast hall, the sounds of people swallowing saliva could be heard one after another. Oh my goodness, this woman is so strong. Her legs are really good. Peach buttocks, my favorite peach buttocks, auntie, please sit on me to death. And this fleshy waist is so sexy, not weak like a willow waist, but not bloated at all, I love it. Ugh, you bunch of stinking losers, can you stop being so disgusting? The boys were drooling, and most of the girls could not hide their jealousy. How could there be such a charming woman? In the arena, Lin Xiao took a breath and swallowed secretly. The woman opposite was indeed too tempting, with a voluptuous and ripe body that looked as if water could be squeezed out of her. If there is a standard for mature women, the beautiful woman in front of me is it. Huh. Why can't I see the illustrated guide? Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the beautiful woman opposite should have an SSS score, or at least SS, but the illustration did not react at all. Then I realized that this was a virtual network. Although this beautiful woman was right in front of me, she was actually far away. It is normal not to prompt. And Lin Xiao also thought of another problem. The characters in the virtual fighting network are different from the real ones. The appearance and figure can be slightly adjusted. This beautiful woman may not be so attractive in reality. She may be fake. Take myself for example, my appearance has also been slightly adjusted. The design of the virtual fighting network is mainly to facilitate individuals to hide their identities. After all, when you reach high levels, you are no longer an ordinary person, and some people don't want their opponents to know their identities. For example, some people who care about their reputation may be afraid of being ridiculed if they lose, so they completely change their image. Although one can infer his identity based on his moves during a battle, he will never admit it in reality. The 1-minute countdown is over. The light curtain dissipated. Aunt Jing did not take action immediately, but stood there, looking at Lin Xiao with interest. TSK, what a handsome little wolf dog. He's so young. Is he a new student of Longyin? The other party was not in a hurry to take action, and Lin Xiao was not in a hurry either. He admired this beautiful woman and nodded with a smile. Aunt Jing's interest became even stronger. She faced Lin Xiao's admiring gaze and even puffed out her chest slightly. She seemed very proud of being touched by a handsome little wolf dog. It's rare to have a strength of 5,000 points at such a young age. I see you use a sword. I know all the geniuses in the kendo circle, but why have I never seen you before? Are you in disguise? Which sect is your disciple? Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head without answering. Although the other person was extremely beautiful, he did not intend to reveal his background to a stranger. Besides, it's hard to explain his situation. He can't just say, my wife taught me how to use sword. Tisk, little wolf dog is quite mysterious. I thought I would be gentler if he was a disciple of someone I know. But don't blame me for beating you up now. Thump, thump, thump. Aunt Jing walked over wearing high heels and holding a sword as thin as a seedling. Lin Xiao then realized that she was wearing high heels and was very surprised. Isn't she afraid of spraining her ankle while fighting with high heels? Then he stopped thinking and pointed his sword at the target with all his concentration. The beautiful woman walking towards him was very confident, giving Lin Xiao a sense of danger. I'm afraid it will be difficult to deal with. Aunt Jing walked faster and faster, and the tapping sound of her high heels on the ground was dense and oppressive. As she approached, the slender silver sword in her hand thrust forward, and her plump body shot forward like an arrow. The immortal shows the way. Lin Xiao pushed away the sword and stepped back quickly to avoid the beautiful woman's pounce. Then he stood on tiptoes and stepped forward to strike with the sword. Although the beautiful woman was tall, she was only about 175 centimeters tall, a head shorter than Lin Xiao. Pointing the sword just took advantage of her height to attack the top of her head. Aunt Jing tilted her head slightly, moved her feet, dodged the attack with her sword, and then slashed at Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao drew his sword and counterattacked. Aunt Jing raised her sword and attacked again, but Lin Xiao blocked it again. Poke, tease, chop, stab. Collapse, intercept, block, block. Aunt Jing attacked quickly, and Lin Xiao defended calmly. In an instant, the arena was filled with the sound of dense and crisp weapons clashing. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen moves passed, and Aunt Jing stepped back and nodded approvingly. Very quick response, quite interesting. I can't tell who your teacher is. But I'm going to get serious now. After she said that, she suddenly rushed forward, pointing her sword straight at Lin Xiao's abdomen with the same immortal's guidance move. But this time the speed was extremely fast, like the force of thunder. Lin Xiao was slightly startled, and slashed his sword downward diagonally to cut off the sword, but instead of retreating, he advanced and swept his sword horizontally to suppress it in the opposite direction. Aunt Jing raised the corner of her mouth, hung up her sword to intercept. The weapons collided. She used the force to retreat into the air, and stabbed Lin Xiao in the back with the sword. Lin Xiao raised his sword to block, but his expression suddenly changed the next second, and the long sword in the beautiful woman's hand suddenly bent. Sizzle. In an instant, a cut was made on the back. Chapter 140 Little Smart Ghost. Aunt Jing succeeded in her attack, took a step back, did not continue to attack, and said with a smile. Are you surprised? Lin Xiao was really surprised that the beautiful woman was holding a soft sword. If it was an ordinary hard sword, it would definitely be blocked by holding the sword, but the soft sword can be bent, so it is really unexpected. The most important thing is that he didn't even notice this after just a few moves. In front of the office screen, Wei Ying raised the corner of her mouth. I got caught so quickly. The reason why she was not optimistic about Lin Xiao was that, apart from Aunt Jing's strong swordsmanship, her soft sword was even harder to defend against. In the hands of an expert, a soft sword can be soft or hard and can be changed at will. Aunt Jing is very skilled in martial arts and is an expert at this. If you want the sword to be soft, it can be soft. If you want the sword to be hard, it can be hard. Even if someone is stronger than Aunt Jing, if he has no experience fighting against soft swords, he will easily be defeated if caught off guard. However, Aunt Jing obviously held back and only lightly poked Lin Xiao on the back as a reminder. It was indeed an accident, thank you for holding on. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and endured the pain in his back. Aunt Jing chuckled, you're welcome, how can we not play with such a handsome little wolf dog? Huh, a woman with a sweet mouth. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, and this time he didn't wait for the beautiful woman to attack, but took the initiative to attack. He pointed his sword to test, but Aunt Jing swung her sword away, and Lin Xiao took the opportunity to rush forward from the gap. Although I have no experience fighting against soft swords, it is well known that soft swords are not good at close combat. I must fight in close combat and not give the opponent a chance to use the soft sword. The little wolf dog reacts very quickly. Aunt Jing's eyes lit up, she drew her sword and slashed it horizontally, quickly retreating. Lin Xiao knelt down on his knees and slid forward, leaning back to avoid the sword. He bounced up his legs and swept his sword across the other's white and tender legs. Aunt Jing jumped lightly, dodging the sweeping sword, and used the same trick again to hit Lin Xiao's back with the sword. Lin Xiao had suffered a loss once, so it was impossible for him to block the opponent again. Instead, he raised his sword and stabbed his arm. This reaction was extremely fast. If the beautiful woman insisted on pointing the sword, her arm would have been stabbed first. She could only admire the change of tactics and swept the sword upwards to chop Lin Xiao's neck. Lin Xiao subconsciously raised his sword to block, then thought to himself, oh no. His muscles reacted too quickly and he forgot that the other person was holding a soft sword. Sure enough, the upright sword blocked the sword tip, and the soft sword in the beautiful woman's hand immediately bent, and the tip of the sword pierced the back of the head. Fortunately, Lin Xiao had realized his mistake and reacted quickly. He stretched out his left hand to the side of his head and just managed to intercept the tip of the soft sword. No matter how bright Aunt Jing's eyes are, the little wolf dog has some skills. The soft sword bounced back, and just as he was about to draw the sword, he found that Lin Xiao suddenly moved the hilt, and the long sword immediately rotated at high speed and chopped towards his face. Swinging sword. I learned this trick from Qin Shan. Aunt Jing's pupils shrank. She had obviously not expected such an attack and she only had time to turn her head to the side. It was almost the same, there were blood marks on Aunt Jing's cheek and some of her hair was cut off. She was shocked and thought it was a close call. There were also exclamations in the live broadcast hall. TSK TSK, Lin Xiao really is a master at applying what he has learned. What a pity, Aunt May's reaction is just as fast. Lin Xiao didn't hold much hope for this attack. In order to avoid following Qin Shan's footsteps and having his sword taken away, he swung his sword while punching the beautiful woman in the chest. The plump breasts are full and beautiful, but now is not the time to hold back. Of course, you can also choose to attack her abdomen, but it is far away from the midline, and the beautiful woman may react and avoid it, so the chest, which is closest, is the best choice. But when it came to the chest, Lin Xiao softened his heart. With this punch, 70% of the pain would be fed back to the opponent, and the opponent would definitely suffer greatly. That was a sensitive part, so he changed his fist into a palm and pushed forward. Bang! TSK TSK, so soft. Lin Xiao felt like he was such a smart guy. While avoiding hitting the beautiful woman hard, he also had a good time. In an instant, the huge ball on the beautiful woman's chest was visibly flattened, and then she staggered backward due to the huge force. Lin Xiao caught the still spinning sword. Aunt Jing steadied her steps, felt her chest, and her face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. You are shameless. Huh, you keep teasing me by calling me a little wolf dog. It turns out that you only call me that fiercely, but you blush when you touch me. Lin Xiao chuckled. I'm sorry, it's not my choice. Aunt Jing felt helpless, knowing that the boy had actually held back. Besides, this was a fight, so physical contact was inevitable, and it would not be good to take advantage of the situation. He could only snort in annoyance, regretting a little that he didn't kill the opponent with one sword. She didn't hold back any more and rushed forward in her high heels. The soft sword is like a silver snake, erratic and murderous. The beautiful woman's sword-wielding posture was indescribably graceful, like a dancer holding a ribbon. The soft sword in her hand could be transformed into various shapes and she could always attack from unexpected angles. In a blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves, and Lin Xiao actually had 2 more wounds on his body. It's really hard to guard against. We must fight in close quarters, otherwise we will have no chance of winning. Lin Xiao murmured in his heart, feeling that his opponent was very tricky. He observed for a while, seized the moment when the beautiful woman switched between offense and defense, and tried to get close again. Take a bow step forward, lift the long sword to block the attack route of the soft sword in advance, and then elbow to attack. Aunt Jing sneered, and this time she showed no sign of backing down. She raised her knee and hit Lin Xiao in the abdomen. Lin Xiao clapped his hands and tried to block the attack, but she jumped up and kicked Lin Xiao on the shoulder. Lin Xiao was unable to dodge and was hit, so he moved sideways. Aunt Jing followed, actually discarded her sword, strode forward, and jumped up to perform a series of kicks. Lin Xiao quickly lowered his arm to block, and was surprised to find that the woman's leg skills were even stronger than her swordsmanship. A pair of slender legs is so powerful that every move is lethal, revealing a strong murderous intent in its beauty. Aunt Jing landed on the ground and quickly kicked sideways with one leg. Her slender legs were round and straight, and every kick was like a fierce jade spear. And Lin Xiao only then realized why she wore high heels. The sharp heels were like the tip of the jade spear. If anyone was kicked by it, it would definitely leave a big hole in the body. Lin Xiao dodged quickly and didn't even have a chance to breathe because of the suppression. This beautiful woman is so powerful. Could it be that her level has improved so much once she reached 5,000 points? Lin Xiao didn't know that the opponent's actual strength was 6,000 points, and he was more in awe of the 5,000 points. After Aunt Jing kicked continuously at high speed, she suddenly turned around and jumped up, kicking high into the air, sweeping across Lin Xiao's head. The attack was powerful and heavy, and the attacker used a turn to block the view, making it extremely concealed. Lin Xiao was nearly hit, but he dodged it narrowly by leaning back. Just as he straightened his back, the opponent kicked him sideways along the center line. The sharp heel of the high-heeled shoe kicked straight into the abdomen. Lin Xiao tried his best to twist his waist and dodge, but he was unable to breathe due to the pressure, so he clamped the opponent's ankle with his arm. Aunt Jing reacted very quickly and used the force to kick out with her other foot. Lin Xiao was so anxious after being kicked that he made up his mind to take the kick head-on and swung his sword to cut off her leg. Chapter 141 Spanking. Aunt Jing's face changed slightly, and she had to give up kicking. She stabbed out with her soft sword, like a snake spitting out its tongue, and entangled Lin Xiao's long sword. The two people's weapons clamped each other and they were unable to break free. Lin Xiao immediately changed his tactics and used his hands that were clamped on the beautiful woman's legs to grab her ankles. The ankle is extremely thin, less than one hand can hold, and feels smooth to the touch. Lin Xiao's heart was slightly shaken, but he had no time to feel it carefully, so he held on and was ready to fight back. But as the saying goes, one cannot twist a thigh with both hands, it is very difficult to subdue a leg with one hand. Therefore, Lin Xiao's counterattack method is very sophisticated, using the strokes and picks from the 8 Tai Chi methods. Try to use the opponent's force to counter the opponent. Use one hand to stroke upwards along the white calf, and feel the changing force beneath the skin. Then, follow the momentum to gather force, either pulling or tugging. The core of it is still the Tai Chi principle of listening to its strength, following its momentum, and borrowing its power. The listening part mainly relies on the feeling of the hands. But when Lin Xiao was halfway through stroking it, he felt something was wrong. Silky, so damn silky. This stroke actually touched the thigh directly. The texture of the stockings was delicate and thin, which could not prevent the palms from feeling the soft skin underneath. Lin Xiao was startled and his hands paused for a moment. Subconsciously looking at the beautiful woman, I saw her eyes widened with an incredible look. Ah, little rascal! Aunt Jing screamed out. This bastard actually touched her inner thigh. The jade legs exerted force suddenly. Lin Xiao was shocked and did not dare to hold back, so he pulled back suddenly. In an instant, the beautiful woman landed on the ground with a split. Hiss. It hurts just looking at it. If this were a man, his balls would probably have been broken. As for women, well, 2 petals might become 8 petals. Aunt Jing's face was obviously twisted, she was in pain. What's more, her cheongsam was already short, and now half of her buttocks were exposed, looking extremely sexy. Fortunately, the live broadcast view happened to be blocked by Lin Xiao, so the audience outside could not see it. Aunt Jing twitched in pain and became very angry. It was understandable that he hit his chest with his palm just now, but this time it is simply unforgivable. He jumped up straight away, his walking posture was a little deformed, but he still rushed over. You little rascal, I'm going to chop you to death. The soft sword in her hand danced like the wind, swinging wildly, and she vaguely used it to make it look like a whip. Lin Xiao was fighting and retreating, under great pressure. In fact, the beautiful woman's random slashing tactics had huge flaws, and she had several opportunities to counterattack. But the fall just now really hurt the other party badly. Lin Xiao felt a little sorry and subconsciously let her go. But defending all the time is not a solution. After all, the opponent is a master. Once such continuous attacks form a suppression pattern, it will become increasingly difficult for me to turn the situation around. After being attacked continuously for a while, Lin Xiao made up his mind. He watched the opportunity when the beautiful woman was about to chop him with her sword, raised his sword to deflect her, took the opportunity to press forward, and raised his knee to hit her abdomen. Aunt Jing was startled by the attack, then calmed down a little and subconsciously dodged to the side. But it was a feint. Lin Xiao raised his foot and changed his move, kicking the beautiful woman's ankle diagonally, forcing her to move. He spun with his other foot and successfully got behind her, then slashed at her lower back with a backhanded sword. From this angle, there was absolutely no way the beautiful woman could dodge, or even intercept. The winner will be decided. But Lin Xiao still underestimated the power of the soft sword. Aunt Jing sensed the danger and swung the soft sword backwards, keeping it close to her waist to form a protective shield. It's a bit similar to the effect of Su Qin carrying a sword on his back. Lin Xiao was slightly surprised and could only change his tactics and lower the angle of the attack. But this part is a bit embarrassing, it is the plump and perky buttocks of the beautiful woman. The following is something I spent the whole morning revising but it still didn't pass. I have no choice but to delete a lot of it, so it may not look right. To kill or not to kill? In a split second, there was no time to think. In the end, he softened his heart and changed the killing to shooting. The sword hit the beautiful woman's thigh. Ah! The woman cried out in pain and subconsciously straightened her waist and hips. Then she turned into a sculpture with an expression of disbelief. She was actually beaten there in public. The arena fell into deathly silence. Everyone in the live broadcast hall suddenly widened their eyes and looked at the two people on the screen in shock. Bamboo shoots fried with meat? What is this? Lin Xiao, this kid, is flirting with others? In the office, Wei Ying's rosy mouth opened wide with an expression of extreme shock. Ha ha ha. 2 seconds later, she suddenly burst into laughter. Aunt Jing, ha 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 ha, there will be a day when you will be beaten there too, Lin Xiao, well done. Wei Ying recalled the experience of being spanked by Aunt Jing when she was a child. Seeing this scene, she was so happy that she couldn't help it. It was as if someone had avenged her. Oh, you little rascal, I'm going to kill you. In the arena, Aunt Jing was petrified for a few seconds, then suddenly let out a high-pitched scream. Being beaten in public was a humiliation she had never experienced in her life. The whole person was instantly stunned. He turned around, not caring about any other moves, and just slashed with his turtle sword, and the soft sword hit Lin Xiao's face madly. Lin Xiao felt extremely helpless. Just as his sword fell, he realized the problem. It would be better to just strike directly. Now everyone would think he was teasing the beautiful woman. It would have been fine if it happened once, but he did it to this beautiful woman several times in a row. I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. Overwhelmed by the intensive hacking, Lin Xiao made up his mind and decided to end the battle directly. If we continue to fight, there's no guarantee that something strange will happen, and I'm afraid this beautiful woman will be offended to death. Of course, he has probably offended someone to death now. The beautiful woman's chopping was now completely disorderly and there were too many flaws. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, rushed forward and grabbed the opponent's wrist the moment he deflected the opponent's soft sword. Under normal circumstances this would be impossible, but the beautiful woman is like a mad woman at this moment, with too many flaws to count. Then he took the opponent's subconscious kick in the crotch and reluctantly stabbed the sword into his abdomen. Aunt Jing's body stiffened instantly. Sorry. Lin Xiao said with a grin. The illusory light spots spread from her abdomen. Aunt Jing lowered her head in a daze, and then she realized that she had lost. She then looked at Lin Xiao with blazing eyes and said through gritted teeth. Just wait for me, you are Long Yin's student, right? I will definitely come to find you. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure completely disappeared. Shit, someone is coming through the internet cable to beat me up. Lin Xiao's scalp was numb. Sit down, holding your crotch. My dear, don't break the egg. I touched it subconsciously, then remembered that this was a virtual mode, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Then I thought of something else, why don't I quit? Why do I have to endure the pain here? He immediately left the arena in embarrassment. Once you quit, the pain disappears immediately. Inside the live broadcast hall, everyone had extremely strange expressions as they watched Lin Xiao leave with his hands covering his crotch, and they didn't know how to evaluate this fight. It doesn't seem like Lin Xiao was deliberately teasing the beautiful woman. Every time it happened, it was just a coincidence and there was a reason behind it. But if it wasn't intentional teasing, he would tease her again and again. Hitting the sensitive parts 3 times. Is this how you can do it in a serious sparring match? This guy doesn't know how to be gentle with ladies. Aunt May must be furious, and the boys are also a little angry. Chapter 142 Lingxiu Realm Mission. I feel so sorry for classmate Lin Xiao. I wonder if he's still in pain. That woman is really crazy. Classmate Lin Xiao clearly held back, but she still kicked him. The boys who were complaining about Lin Xiao in their hearts were collectively speechless. Look, Lin Xiao's points have exceeded 5,000. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, diverting everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the big screen, on which the bright red numbers 5025 were clearly displayed. Although Lin Xiao had been making great progress before, everyone had expected him to get into the 5,000 point mark, but when they actually saw it now, they still felt shocked. 5,000 points means that you are a top-notch expert. It is very rare to become a top-notch expert at such a young age. Even a swordsmanship genius like Qin Shan couldn't do it, but Lin Xiao did it. It's incredible. For most of them, let alone 5,000 points, they may not even be able to get 2,000 points in their lifetime. In the office, Wei Ying's eyes were bright, worthy of being the one who inherited Gu Shuyan's talent in swordsmanship. In just 1 month, he became a first-class kendo master from scratch. He is truly a kendo genius. She just couldn't do it. The decision to come to Longyin this time couldn't be more correct. It's time to find Lin Xiao and explain the truth. The next day, morning. On the open space in the training ground, Wang Shi wiped the sweat off his face, took out his cell phone and took a look at it, his eyes suddenly widened. Everyone, check your phones. It's almost 11 o'clock. As soon as this voice was uttered, everyone around immediately put down their training and took out their phones. Almost at the same time, students from all over the college took out their mobile phones and opened the Longyin official forum, as if waiting for some news. At exactly 11 o'clock, a post titled #Longyin Foreign Language School 3077th Freshman Monthly Exam Results Announcement # suddenly appeared and was pinned to the top. The moment the freshmen saw this post, they immediately tapped the screen to enter. Who's number 1? Need I say more? It must be Lin Xiao. Amid the voices around him, Wang Shi eagerly clicked on the post and the first thing he saw was a table. The first row of the table indeed contained the name of the eldest brother Lin Xiao. There are 6 columns vertically in the table. The first column is the name, the second to fifth columns are strength, speed, reaction and fighting respectively, and the last column is the comprehensive score. Wang Shi glanced across the first row and saw the words. Lin Xiao, strength, 1896 kilograms, explosive speed, 61.45 meters per second, reaction, level 698 points, fighting, 5025, comprehensive score, 1092 points. This morning, the school organized everyone to do a physical fitness test at the end of the month. Lin Xiao's various indicators showed a cliff-like lead. Wang Shi and others had witnessed it with their own eyes at the test site before, but seeing it again on the table at this time was still extremely shocking. Wang Shi looked towards the second place. Qin Shan, strength, 998 kilograms, explosive speed, 32.63 meters per second, reaction, level 487 points, fighting, 4508, comprehensive score, 726 points. Fuck, Big Brother's overall score is nearly 400 higher than the second place, it's too abnormal. At the same time, other people also saw this result, and gasps of shock were heard all over the campus. The calculation of this comprehensive score is relatively complicated, and the school converts it based on the 4 individual scores in the table. Not only should we consider the high or low of the individual values themselves, but we should also compare them with the last baseline test and calculate the growth rate. The greater the growth, the more points you get. At the same time, the level factor must be taken into consideration, which will eliminate the growth brought by the level. In short, it is very complicated. Most students don't understand it and don't really care about it. They just look at the final score given by the school. This is too exaggerated. How come Lin Xiao is so much taller than everyone else? It's not surprising. Look at his individual items. They have almost doubled. His growth rate is far higher than the others. Yes, yes, yes. And the fighting points are also beyond our reach. Lin Xiao took golden ant eggs, royal jelly and disaster raspberry successively, and with the help of the unparalleled sword spirit, his strength, speed and reaction increased significantly. As for fighting, needless to say, a lot of points were scored in this aspect. It is not surprising to have such an achievement. Monster. Abnormal. He is not a human being. Exclamations were heard everywhere. But Lin Xiao did not look at his score at this time, but was called to the office by Wei Ying alone. On the swivel high-back chair, Wei Ying leaned back slightly, and the huge mass on his chest spread out under the action of gravity, making his already magnificent chest even more spectacular. Feeling that Lin Xiao across from him couldn't control his eyes at all and kept looking at him, Wei Ying had no choice but to sit up straighter and coughed. The end-of-month scores are out. Your overall score is 1092, ranking first. Lin Xiao reluctantly looked away and looked at Wei Ying's cold and beautiful face. He nodded slightly. He was not surprised at all and had no intention of taking out his phone to check. Coach Wei, what do you want from me? Just to tell me the score. Wei Ying shook her head. I have something else to talk to you about. Last time, I told you that when you reach 5,000 points in combat, I have something to tell you. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that if Wei Ying hadn't mentioned this matter, he would have almost forgotten about it. He immediately looked curious. Wei Ying's face turned serious and he said, You know, I came to Longyin to be an instructor this time because of you. For me. Lin Xiao was shocked and then thought Wei Ying was joking, so he laughed and teased. For me, it's not possible. Could it be that Instructor Wei also thinks I'm handsome and wants to find a husband for me? Lin Xiao subconsciously recalled the time when he had just awakened and was scrambled for by a group of beauties in Tianhai City. When Wei Ying heard this, her face turned embarrassed. She had a strange feeling towards Lin Xiao these past few days. There were moments when she actually wanted to date him. Ah! Lin Xiao's eyes widened, and he keenly noticed the unnatural look on Wei Ying's face. Coach Wei, you really like me. Wei Ying reacted and glared. I don't like you, you narcissist. I came to you because I want your help. Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard this, and was slightly suspicious. Help? Well, I have a task that I would like you to help me with. Wei Ying said seriously, it was Sister Su Su who recommended you, so I came to Longyin to find you. Since I didn't know if you could handle the task, I asked Sister Su Su not to tell you yet. It doesn't seem like a joke. Lin Xiao was very surprised. How can I help you? Although I am a bit more handsome and talented, I don't have any other special abilities. Wei Ying rolled her eyes, looking a little coquettish in her coldness. I have a special mission that requires the combined efforts of two kendo geniuses, a man and a woman, to complete. Both of them must be under 24 years old. Lin Xiao was puzzled. Mission? Who gave you the mission? Why is there an age requirement? It can't be that your family asked you to find a boyfriend. Don't let your imagination wander. Wei Ying said unhappily, it's a mission from the Lin Xiao realm. The 3 words DAPIGU didn't pass Shinhe's approval, so I delayed the update until now, sorry. Chapter 143 Flirting with Wei Ying. Lin Xiao was stunned. Can Lin Xiao realm still issue tasks? It's no wonder he was surprised. In his impression, all Lin Xiao realm copies were one-time dungeons. Once you entered and completed the level, you would exit. If there were any tasks, they would be completed in the dungeon. Wei Ying saw his confusion and explained. There is a special kind of personal mission in the Lin Xiao realm. You have a chance to encounter it after entering the dungeon, but it is very rare and not many people know about it. This mission suddenly appeared after I passed the Lin Xiao realm when I reached level 40, and I was required to complete it before I turned 24. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly signaled Wei Ying to stop, and then asked, Instructor Wei, how old are you now? Wei Ying said, there are still 4 months until I turn 24. Lin Xiao immediately said, if I understand correctly, you are attracted by my talent in swordsmanship and want me to enter the Lin Xiao realm with you, right? Yeah. Wei Ying nodded. Lin Xiao quickly asked, but the question is, what is your level, what is my level? Can we enter the Lin Xiao realm together? Wei Ying said, the problem you are worried about does not exist. This mission does not value the level, but only the sword. You only need to reach level 20. Of course, higher is better. No level required. Lin Xiao was surprised when he heard this, and after thinking for a while he asked again. Can you tell me the specific details of the mission? Wei Ying sighed and said, the mission only said that 2 people must complete a sword trial, and that they must be a man and a woman, and must not be older than 24. It didn't mention anything else, so I don't know. This. Lin Xiaoyi was speechless and said, 1 man and 1 woman, what a weird requirement. Is it that they want a man and a woman to work together to make it less tiring? Wei Ying paused for a moment, seeming a little hesitant. What's wrong? Lin Xiao noticed. Wei Ying said with an unnatural expression, the reason why they need a man and a woman is that I have a guess that the one who set up this task is a couple. Husband and wife. Lin Xiao's face looked strange when he heard this. He glanced at Wei Ying's delicate body and said with a smile. Then we are not husband and wife. Do we have to get married before going in? Wei Ying rolled her eyes at him. The mission only says 1 man and 1 woman, it doesn't say they have to get married. Lin Xiao was lost in thought. Not before the mission begins. What if we are asked to get married right here on the spot? Oh, there must be a reward for completing the mission, right? Wei Ying simply ignored the previous teasing and said. The reward is the couple's inheritance. You will know the details after you obtain the inheritance. Inheritance, what does it mean? Lin Xiao initially looked puzzled, but then he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes suddenly widened. Well, according to my experience of reading novels, inheritance means inheriting the Taoism and abilities of a certain powerful person. Is that what you mean? Wei Ying nodded. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, his expression shocked. The reason why he reacted so strongly was that, apart from external objects such as painted armor, soul jade and props, the summoner's ability only came from the feedback of the destiny contract spirit. Take Lin Xiao for example. After signing the contract with Sister Gu, he gained 4 abilities: sword controlling, unparalleled sword spirit, zither heart and broken strings. You will not gain any abilities in the future. If you want to improve your combat power, you can mainly rely on the contract with a new slave spirit. The skills from the pawn will not be fed back to the summoner. Lin Xiao had never heard of any method of acquiring abilities through inheritance. My breathing suddenly became rapid. Wei Ying said, obviously, you have seen the value of this mission. Although you don't know what the inheritance is, even if it is just to gain a skill, it is definitely worth a try for the summoner himself. This task was set up by a couple, and I think the inheritance will be half each. If you help me with this task, you should also be able to gain great benefits. How about you help me? Help. Of course. Helping you is helping myself. Lin Xiao couldn't think of any reason to refuse, so he asked calmly on the surface. How dangerous is the mission? If there is a chance of death, that's another story. Wei Ying shook her head. It's a non-fatal mission, but you only have one chance to try it. What else is there to say? Lin Xiao immediately said, as long as you think I'm fine, then I'm fine. Wei Ying heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with satisfaction. I'm not sure if you have any problems yet. I asked you to reach 8,000 points before, which is the minimum threshold in my opinion. Just reach this first. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Wei Ying would make such a request to him. He was wondering before why she agreed to the bet of doing whatever she wants. His eyes rolled and he chuckled, Coach Wei, I won't cancel the bet, are you going to cheat? When this was mentioned, Wei Ying got a headache and said unhappily, if you have the guts, then bring it up. Why don't I have the guts? By the way, you still owe me a request in the underground rift. How about fulfilling it now? As he spoke, he looked at Wei Ying's chest with a wicked look. Wei Ying shuddered, inexplicably feeling that the gaze was penetrating, and subconsciously hugged her chest, saying hastily. I did tell you to make one request, but you can do anything you didn't say. I won't agree to anything excessive. Lin Xiao's face fell. What's the point? He was still thinking about drawing a human figure sketch right now. But it was impossible to let Wei Ying go like this. A bad idea came to mind and said. Coach Wei, my request is not excessive. Come here and I will tell you in a low voice. Wei Ying looked suspicious and said coldly, anyway, don't think of anything crooked. I won't agree to it. After a slight hesitation, he came closer. Lin Xiao moved closer and saw that the busty instructor had exquisite hair, fair and delicate skin, and even fine strands of sweat hair that made people want to kiss them. Her ears among her hair were as crystal clear as jade. Hee, I'll let you pull my ear. Lin Xiao bit Wei Ying's earring and blew air into it. Bing! Wei Ying was stunned by this and her mind went blank. Lin Xiao couldn't help but stick out his tongue. Wei Ying felt an electric current passing through her body from her ears. Her whole body trembled violently and she went limp uncontrollably. Lin Xiao succeeded and ran away. It was not until he ran downstairs that he heard Wei Ying's angry and embarrassed voice behind him. You little bastard, I'm going to beat you to death. I'll be beaten if I want to. It was worth it just now. Lin Xiao looked back at the office building and didn't care at all. Wei Ying looks fierce and difficult to mess with, but he is actually not scary. In the office, Wei Ying leaned against the table with a flushed face, her legs trembling constantly, and she didn't have the strength to chase after the person. I felt shocked, angry, and ashamed, but more of a bewildered feeling. This little bastard actually dared to talk to her. Wei Ying felt incredible. Then I heard my own heart beating wildly. There's an inexplicable feeling of excitement. Chapter 144 Lin Xiao Realm Theoretical Knowledge. There are theory classes in the afternoon. There is also a separate building for theoretical teaching. In a tiered classroom that can accommodate hundreds of students, a gray-haired male teacher is speaking at the podium. Students, today is your first theory class of the second month. Last month you mainly learned the basics of common disasters. This month, the school's theoretical teaching will focus on the spiritual ruins realm. You will learn all the background knowledge of the spiritual ruins realm that has been discovered so far, so that you can have basic judgment skills when you encounter the corresponding spiritual ruins realm. In high school, you already know that the Lin Xiao realm is actually a test similar to a replica sent down by the Holy Spirit Star, and the background is a world invaded by disasters. When you reach level 10, a prompt to enter the Lin Xiao realm will automatically appear on the character panel. As the gray-haired male teacher spoke, he turned on the projector and used images to show the specific situation to all the students. At that time, you can click on the match button on the panel, and Lin Xiao realm will automatically find teammates for you to start the adventure. In addition, there are 4 levels of difficulty in the Lin Xiao realm, namely simple, normal, difficult, and nightmare. You can't choose the difficulty yourself. You'll get whatever difficulty you're matched with. Of course, the higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards for clearing the level. At this time, a student asked. Teacher, I heard that there are 2 types of death and non-death in the Lin Xiao world, right? The teacher replied, yes, when the match is successful, Lin Xiao realm will automatically prompt the copy type. Generally speaking, death-type dungeons only appear in the difficult and nightmare difficulty levels, but you don't need to worry too much. The mortality rate of death-type copies is not high. Death will only occur if 3 conditions are met at the same time. The teacher took a sip of water before continuing. After entering the dungeon, participants will receive a score regardless of whether they clear the dungeon or not. The full score is 100, the passing score is 60, and if the score is below 60, no reward will be given. In this case, if someone dies in a copy, then they die for real. The students below chewed over this sentence, and then someone raised his hand and asked. Teacher, what you mean is that only when the score is less than 60 points and you die in the dungeon will the real death mechanism be triggered, right? The teacher nodded and said, yes, if the score is higher than 60, even if you die in the dungeon, you will be resurrected and return to reality. All the students in the classroom breathed a sigh of relief. Then someone else asked, Teacher, you just said that whether you pass the level or not, does that mean that it doesn't matter if you enter the Lin Xiao realm or not? The teacher immediately shook his head, of course not. As long as you don't pass the level or complete the corresponding dungeon mission, no matter how high your score is, you won't get any rewards and will be demoted. The heaviest punishment is that the summoner and all his contracted spirits will simultaneously lose 10 levels, or 1 rank. When everyone heard this, they all gasped. They dropped 10 levels, and that included all the contract spirits. For low-level summoners, several months of hard work will be wasted, and for high-level summoners, even several years of hard work may be wasted. The teacher added, of course, this doesn't happen often. It only happens to people who maliciously sabotage the team. In most cases, they lose 3 to 5 levels. Sitting in his seat, Lin Xiao nodded secretly. This mechanism was quite good. In team missions, it's okay to encounter a slacker, but what's scary is encountering a bad teammate or even someone who deliberately holds you back. He couldn't help but raise his hand and ask. Teacher, I have a question. When matching in Lin Xiao realm, are there only team dungeons? Are there single-player dungeons? The gray-haired teacher looked at Lin Xiao with a kind smile on his face. Lin Xiao is very studious in the class, and has the best practical performance in the school. He said in a gentle tone. There is a single-player copy, but the summoner needs to activate the multi-spirit summoning ability before they can match. Teacher, how do we enable the simultaneous summoning of multiple spirits? The teacher replied, when you reach level 40, you can complete the corresponding challenge to unlock it, but for most people, you have to reach level 50 to be able to complete the challenge. Any questions? Lin Xiao did have some questions, so he asked, Teacher, I want to know how to contract a second spirit. Lin Xiao calculated that his level would reach level 10 in about 10 days. I have heard before that the contract with the spirit is to pass the test of the Lin Xiao realm, but I don't know much about the details. I have been busy with various trainings recently and forgot to ask Sister Su and Instructor Wei this question. I suddenly remembered it when I mentioned Lin Xiao realm today. The teacher said, this question is simple. When you pass the Lin Xiao realm, you will get a chance to communicate with the Holy Spirit star. The method of contracting a Holy Spirit is similar to that of awakening. The difference is that there will be very few Holy Spirits to choose from. Only the background characters of the Spirit Ruins realm that correspond to the dungeon will appear. You can understand it this way. After clearing a series of Spiritual Ruins realm dungeons, the Holy Spirit character with the Spiritual Ruins realm background will be placed in a lottery pool for summoners to draw. The number and quality of the Holy Spirits in this reward pool is related to the difficulty and content of the dungeon. Generally speaking, only EF quality will appear in simple dungeons, CD quality will appear in normal difficulty, AB quality will appear in difficult difficulty, and SSS quality will appear in nightmare difficulty. At the same time, the higher the score when clearing the dungeon, the higher the probability of drawing a high-quality Holy Spirit. Doesn't this mean that I can only contract the Holy Spirit by playing the nightmare copy? Lin Xiao couldn't help but frown. There are requirements for the Holy Spirit of the illustration contract. In addition to appearance, the quality must also be at least S-level. Not to mention the difficulty of the nightmare dungeon, the biggest problem is that you cannot choose the difficulty yourself when matching the dungeon. If I don't encounter the nightmare copy, won't I be unable to contract a new spirit? Lin Xiao suddenly felt a headache. He suddenly thought of a question and wondered. The dungeons in the Spiritual Ruins realm are randomly matched, so why can someone challenge a certain dungeon continuously? He still remembered what instructor Wang Hao said, that Principal Long Yin challenged a certain trial many times in order to contract Sister Gu. The teacher on the podium seemed to guess why he asked this and said with a smile. Special Holy Spirits like Fairy Gu are different. Some Holy Spirits whose power and status were too powerful and respected during their lifetime are qualified to set up special tests to select the spiritual master. And their test will be open to some summoners with outstanding talents. Lin Xiao suddenly realized and couldn't help asking, "Teacher, is there any way to ensure that I will be matched with a nightmare copy?" This question made the teacher on the podium laugh. As expected of the best students in the school, like those geniuses, they are not afraid of nightmare dungeons. Instead, they all want to contract an SSS spirit and actively seek ways to enter nightmare difficulty. Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed to be praised in public, but his eyes lit up. After hearing what the teacher said, it seemed like there was a way. Seeing his expectant look, the teacher smiled and said, "There really is a way. When matching dungeons, the spirit realm will adjust the difficulty based on the summoner's strength. The stronger the strength, the more difficult the dungeon matching will be. There is a place here that can be used. Summoners can bring in powerful painted armor and props. The Spiritual Ruins realm will judge that the entrant is strong and increase the difficulty." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. "I see, thank you for your answer, teacher." The teacher nodded and scanned the classroom. "Does anyone else have questions?" No one asked any more questions for a while. The teacher said, "Since there are no questions, let's get down to business and learn the knowledge of the Lin Xiao realm in Series 1. The so-called series refers to a series of copies that are derived from a world invaded by a disaster. The dungeons vary greatly, and each team encounters different situations after entering the Lin Xiao realm, so there is no such thing as a strategy like in the game. So you should try to master the background knowledge of each series as much as possible. This knowledge is usually very useful in the dungeon. The background of the Lin Xiao realm in Series 1 is a magical world with a total history of about 170,000 years. It can be roughly divided into 3 periods: the Age of Dragons, the Age of Elves, and the Age of Humans. The last ruler was the Church of Light. On the podium, the teacher was talking eloquently, and below, Lin Xiao and a group of students were listening attentively. Time flies. The author still has some problems in controlling the rhythm. I didn't expect that it would take almost 150 chapters before he started to contract the second spirit and learn from the experience later. I am very grateful for the support of readers who have followed me till now. Thanks to the little fox who loves tofu, Mr. Lin who loves crab paste, Ichino's Chizuru who is in a hurry, Bear out of ink, the impacting eagle flag, Wu Chi, Dream Festival, Demon Armor, South of the Mountain, Sunday who loves wife cakes, Tang Longua who likes rice and cabbage, Wang Dao Mengchuan, Li Bing who loves instant noodle soup, Black Hole Page, Yuan Minga, asking what year is this eve, Chiu Zhihui who loves boiled cabbage, Xuehua Binghe, Muyi Shangxue, Lian Yang, Meichuan Tianyi of Taiwu Academy, Mazitter of the Heroine, Big Brother Satan, Qingyu Suzhou, Chicken You Are Too Beautiful, User 332979942, Xiao Sijuan who loves glutinous rice balls, The Indestructible Dragon Ball Leping,
Saiku who likes Xianghuang chicken, etc., readers and friends who have not been named but start with user, thank you for your rewards during this period. Chapter 145, Dual Cultivation and Promotion to Bronze. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Qiling Palace. In the small pavilion in the middle of the lake, the gauze curtains dance in the wind and green smoke curls up from the incense burner. The small couch in the pavilion creaks, and the air is filled with spring. Gu Xuyan was leaning against the small couch. The spring tide had just passed, and there was a hint of charm on her cold face, and her eyes were full of spring. The afterglow had not yet completely faded away, and she half opened her cherry lips and panted softly, exhaling a sweet and tempting breath. Looking down, red strawberries are planted on the snow-white neck, like beautiful red plum blossoms blooming in the snow. The Jade Maiden Peak is covered in snow, towering and straight, and the white silk bellyband seems to be half covered by the clouds in the mountains. Gu Xuyan has a slim figure, neither plump nor thin, with a full and graceful body. Whether you look at it from a distance or up close, every angle and every detail is perfect and impeccable. An ancient poem says, she is graceful, kind, and genuine, with delicate skin and well-proportioned features. It's exactly what she is like. Sister Gu's body is so beautiful, I can never taste it enough. Lin Xiao hugged her waist and devoted himself to practicing. The dual cultivation technique was in operation, and holy light entered the Qiling Palace from the outside world, gathered at the Yuanshan holy pill, and was then transmitted through the intimate part of the two people, causing the yin and yang to flow. One gives birth to two, two gives birth to three, and three gives birth to all things. The holy light becomes more and more majestic. Sister Gu, we are just a little bit closer to bronze level, let's try harder. Feeling something drilling into her body, Gu Xuyan's cheeks flushed and she hummed softly and charmingly. The dual cultivation technique kept running, and the holy light circulated in their bodies for a cycle. The holy pill became brighter and brighter, and the holy light it contained was almost reaching its limit, about to burst out. It is only one step away from being promoted to bronze. It must be suppressed to allow the holy pill to further collapse and undergo qualitative change, otherwise all previous efforts will be wasted. Lin Xiao struggled to hold on, and Gu Xuyan's face became more and more flushed. She seemed to have reached the critical point and could be promoted at any time. Sweet sweat slid down her snow-white skin, exuding a faint body fragrance like orchid and musk. Finally, at a certain moment, the two of them hummed almost at the same time, hugged each other tightly, and their bodies burst into dazzling golden light. The golden light only lasted for a few seconds before it suddenly retracted and collapsed towards Lin Xiao's chest. A golden holy pill was spinning continuously, with a light golden line appearing on it. At the same time, Lin Xiao felt as if his body was immersed in an ocean of endless vitality. All of my physical abilities are growing and strengthening rapidly, and my whole body is full of energy. I had a similar feeling when I upgraded before, but it was far less obvious than it is now. Obviously, this is the effect of advancement. Call. Lin Xiao let out a breath and immediately opened his personal character information panel. Name, Lin Xiao, Human, F. Main Contract Spirit, Gu Xuyan. From the Spirit, None. Level, 10, Holy Light Value, 0%. Soul Jade, None. Equipment, Golden Scale Armor, Sword Raising Gourd, Arc Light, Cloud Crane Wings. Spiritual Combination Technique, Not Understood. Spiritual Feedback Skills, Sword Control, Unparalleled Sword Spirit, Piano Heart, Broken String. Sister Gu, I've been promoted to bronze. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Xuyan's eyelashes trembled, and she tried hard to resist the spasms in her body, with a look of joy in her eyes. Husband, I've been promoted too. Wow, that's great. Lin Xiao became even more excited and hugged her and kissed her fiercely. After a while of calming down, he looked at his personal information panel again. As the theory class teacher said, a prompt box appeared in the lower right corner of the panel, indicating that it could match the Lingxiu realm. Finally, we can match the Lingxiu realm. Lin Xiao's heart moved, and he consciously prepared to withdraw. Sister Gu, you take a rest first. I'll tell Sister Su about our promotion. Yeah. Gu Xuyan nodded gently and leaned lazily on the small couch. Lin Xiao immediately left Qiling Palace, opened his eyes, picked up his mobile phone, and made a video call to Sister Su. Little rascal, what do you want from your sister? The call was connected quickly,
and Su Nanyang was lying on the bed in her nightgown, with a beautiful succubus face facing the screen. Lin Xiao said excitedly, Sister Su, Sister Gu, and I have been promoted to bronze. Su Nanya's eyes widened, she sat up from the bed, her face was shocked, and she stammered. This, so fast. She knew about dual cultivation, but she didn't expect Lin Xiao's cultivation speed to be so fast. Yes. Lin Xiao said proudly, is it powerful? Su Nanya nodded subconsciously, then reacted and rolled her eyes at him. What's so great about that? Last time I talked to Sister Gu, she said that you tortured her for 4 hours every day. So Sister Gu is the one who is great. Lin Xiao felt instantly embarrassed when he heard this. He was most afraid to talk about this. Seeing his embarrassed look, Su Nanya burst out laughing and did not continue teasing him. Instead, she said. Little rascal, are you calling to ask about entering the Lingxiu realm? Lin Xiaola changed the subject and said quickly. Sister Su, I want to get in as soon as possible, what do you think? Su Nanya pursed her lips lightly, thought for a moment and said. Yes, but you have to be prepared to be matched with easy and normal difficulties. Why? Lin Xiao was stunned. Su Nanya explained, you should know that you are the first new summoner to enter bronze this year. Now you can only match with summoners from previous years. And the summoners who were still in the bronze level in previous years all had EF talents. It would be difficult to match them with high difficulty when they entered the Spirit Ruins realm. Lin Xiao frowned and ignored this question. But the problem is that entering a copy of difficulty below Nightmare doesn't make much sense for him. Although Su Nanyang was not clear about the mechanism of the illustrated book that could only contract S-level and above contract spirits, she could guess that Lin Xiao wanted to obtain a high-quality contract spirit. After all, this is the unanimous idea of all aspiring summoners. Well, I think you can give it a try. There have been many cases like you before. There is still a certain chance that you will be matched with the nightmare difficulty. Also, I will send you the level 2 painted armor. After you absorb it, it should increase your chances of matching with nightmare. Even if you can't find a match, just treat it as a training experience. You can just not sign a contract after you pass it. Or you can just wait for the other freshmen. Continue to wait. Lin Xiao was a little hesitant. To be honest, he didn't want to wait. He could roughly calculate that it would take at least half a month for the rest of the freshmen to enter the bronze level. It doesn't make much sense for him to continue with the regular training at school during the past half month. It is difficult for the school to design special training for him. Lin Xiao fell into deep thought after hearing this, and said after a few seconds. Sister Su, I decided to enter. Even if I can't match the nightmare difficulty, there will be rewards for clearing the level. It's better than waiting and wasting time. Su Nanya thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I don't have much advice on this. However, to ensure your safety, I'll give you one more thing. What? Resurrection Talisman. It can bring people back to life. It works in both dungeons and real life. Even if you die in a dungeon and your score is below 60, you can be forcibly resurrected in real life. Lin Zhao's eyes suddenly widened and he said with a chuckle, also, there is something this powerful. It must be very expensive. Yeah, it's really expensive. Su Nanya said in a serious tone, keep it well. When you get it, drop a drop of blood into it. There will be another chapter later, which has been written and is being revised. Chapter 146 The Resurrection Talisman is delivered. Seeing how cautious she was, Lin Xiao felt that it might be really expensive and it was a bit difficult to ask for it. Sister, you've already given me so many painted armors, I can't take them for free anymore, how much is the resurrection charm? I'll buy it. Su Nanya rolled her eyes at him and said calmly. You're trying to trick me again, sister. Fine. The market price of a resurrection charm is 5 billion. Pay it out. Lin Xiao was stunned. I guessed it was expensive, but I didn't guess it was this expensive. His face suddenly looked embarrassed. Su Nanya said with a teasing look, you can't take it out, are you still being polite to your sister? Lin Xiao stared at her blankly, his eyes moistened. Sister Su, this is too expensive. If you keep going like this, I don't know how I can repay you in the future. Who asked you to repay me? Su Nanya pouted, I've already told you that my sister's life belongs to you. Lin Xiao stared at her deeply, and suddenly said very seriously. Sister Su, I've made up my mind. I want to marry you. This is the only way I can repay you. Su Nanya was stunned for a few seconds, then burst out laughing, with a coquettish look in her eyes. Little rascal, are you repaying your sister? If I am married to you, won't I be bullied every day like Sister Gu and have babies for you? That would be exhausting, and I won't let you, a bad guy, get away with it. Sister Su's expression and tone didn't seem like she was rejecting me. Lin Xiao was pleasantly surprised. The above words were spoken sincerely, and were also intended to test Sister Su's attitude. Ever since he established a relationship with Sister Gu, Lin Xiao felt uneasy every time he spoke to Sister Su on the phone. The more Sister Su acted as if she didn't care, the more uneasy he felt. I'm really worried that she has no feelings for me, and even always treats me as her younger brother. To be honest, Lin Xiao felt that he was very fickle. He liked both Sister Gu and Sister Su, and even had some feelings for Wei Ying during this period. But he couldn't control his liking for this kind of thing. Let's not talk about Wei Ying for now. As for Sister Su and Sister Gu, after thinking about it, neither of them would give up. Sister Gu is already his wife. It goes without saying that he will be with her through thick and thin and never leave her. Sister Su is so good to me, there is really only one way for me to do this, which is to marry her. But if she treats me as her younger brother, then things will be difficult. Thoughts raced in his mind, and Lin Xiao decided to test it again, boldly teasing. Then I'll be gentler next time, Sister Nyo. Su Nanya's face turned visibly red, and then she said, "Pooh," softly. You little rascal, you are so good. Now you have learned bad things and dare to tease your sister. Who told my sister to be so nice to me? If you are good to me, you will think of Sister Nyo. It's really against Tiangang. I won't give you Nyo anyway. Su Nanya raised her chin proudly. Lin Xiao's heart was pounding. Just based on these few words, he was sure that she liked him. I want the cow. No. I want to. The two exchanged a few words, then suddenly stopped talking and stared at each other across the screen. Their eyes met, and both sides could not hide the affection in their eyes. Su Nanyang's eyes were full of light and she seemed a little dazed. After a while she woke up and her face flushed with shame. He poked Lin Xiao with his finger across the screen. You don't even want to chase after my sister, but you're still thinking about Sister Nyo. You're dreaming. Go away. I want to talk to Sister Gu. No, I want to look at my sister for a while longer. When he was sure that she liked him, Lin Xiao could no longer hide his admiration for her. Su Nanya's heart was pounding at the sight of such a fiery gaze. She hurriedly blocked the camera with her hands and said coquettishly. No, hurry up, let me talk to Sister Gu for a while, you go out, don't eavesdrop. Lin Xiao had no choice but to summon Sister Gu, hand the phone to her, and then walk into the living room. I didn't expect that I would be out for half an hour. Go back to the room. Sister Gu, what did you two talk about for so long? Gu Xuyan's face turned slightly red, the topic they had just talked about was quite embarrassing. Discussing the Queen's affairs. No, nothing much, just some boudoir talk. Lin Xiao didn't notice anything unusual about her, so he didn't ask any more questions. On the other side, Su Nanya hung up the phone and sat in the room in a daze, muttering to herself unconsciously. Little rascal, I can't give you the cow yet, you still need. She paused, hesitated for a moment, and then murmured. According to the little bad guy's current cultivation speed, it seems that I can give him the other half of the mental method. After a little hesitation, Su Nanyang seemed to have made up her mind. She walked to the desk, sat down, took a piece of paper, picked up a pen and started writing. The next day at noon, Lin Xiao came to Wei Ying's office. Instructor Wei was sitting with his back against the swivel chair as usual. When he saw Lin Xiao come in, he snorted and frowned. Then he took out a bag from the drawer and threw it directly onto the table without saying a word, looking very indifferent. Lin Xiao glanced at her. Since the last time he teased her, Instructor Wei had beaten him several times. Then she started to ignore him. Lin Xiao smiled, licked his face and leaned forward, grinning. Coach Wei, Sister Wei, are you still angry? Wei Ying sneered, don't call me so affectionately, I don't know you well. Lin Xiao was helpless, can I apologize to you? I shouldn't have bitten your ear last time. Wei Ying clenched her fists involuntarily, her voice was very cold. Lin Xiao, do you know what biting a woman's ear means? It's considered hooliganism, don't you know? Lin Xiao was speechless. He had to admit this, but he didn't think too much about it at the time. He just bit it in the heat of the moment. I know, I was wrong. Lin Xiao apologized sincerely. Wei Ying's tone slowed down slightly, and he said seriously. Sister Su Su is a very good girl, worthy of your cherishment. Try not to mess with other women in the future. You said you made another woman fall in love with you, how can you be responsible? Hearing this, Lin Xiao looked at him up and down with a strange look in his eyes. Wei Ying realized that there was something wrong with what he said, and immediately said with a stern face. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying I'm attracted to you, I'm talking about other women. This is almost an explanation that makes things more obvious. Lin Xiao suddenly fell silent. He rarely flirted again, but quietly took the bag from the table. Wei Ying felt relieved when she saw this, but then she felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The things in the bag were naturally sent by Sister Su. When I opened it, I saw that, just like last time, there was still an exquisite box inside, containing the second-level painted armor. These painted armors belong to the same series as the previous ones, and have the same functional characteristics. The difference is that the second-level ones are much stronger than the first-level ones. Take the wings of the cloud crane for example. Level 1 increases agility by 35% within 2 minutes, and Level 2 increases agility by 40% within 2 minutes. The first-level painted armor is indeed a transitional equipment. I used it once when I was clearing out the disaster last time. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. Putting the painted armor aside, Lin Xiao picked up a green paper talisman from the box. Although it is a paper talisman, the material should not be paper. Although it looks thin, it is actually quite heavy in the hand. It is outlined with dense golden lines, which looks very mysterious. This should be the resurrection talisman. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart, such a small piece actually costs 5 billion, it's really exaggerated. But think about it, it is understandable that something that has been brought back to life is worth the price. Wei Ying couldn't help but say. You must keep this talisman secret and not tell anyone about it. You should understand the principle of being guilty of possessing a treasure. Clear. Without Wei Ying's reminder, Lin Xiao also understood that the resurrection talisman was applicable to all levels. It can be said that it is something that all summoners want to possess. But this thing is said to be very rare, and there is only a very low chance of obtaining it after perfectly completing the nightmare copy. Wei Ying sighed and said, Sister Su Su is really good to you. From what I know, this talisman probably cost her all her savings since she became an armor painter. Lin Xiao was stunned, a warm feeling passed through his heart, and he became more determined to marry Sister Su. Chapter 147 Angel's Redemption. The sword controlling technique was activated, and a cut was made on the finger, and a drop of blood was carefully dripped onto the talisman paper. The golden lines on the resurrection talisman were suddenly stained with blood and turned into red lines. Lin Xiao looked at it for a few seconds and put it away carefully. Continue looking at the box, there is a folded piece of paper at the bottom. When you unfold it and look at it, you can see densely written words on it. The handwriting was beautiful, and it seemed to be written by Sister Su. However, as he read on, Lin Xiao became confused. I can understand each word above, but I can't understand them together. Especially when there is harmony between yin and yang, union of spirit and soul. Instructor Wei, what is this? Lin Xiao looked up, puzzled. Wei Ying glanced at the paper with a complicated expression and said. Sister Su Su has asked you to memorize it and recite it silently in your mind every time you practice. Then you will naturally know what it is. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Is it so mysterious? I'm too lazy to think about it. Since I knew it when I was practicing, I'll give it a try later and see the result. Well, Instructor Wei, how about you go out for a while? I'll change my painted armor. Lin Xiao said, putting the paper away. Wei Ying nodded, stood up and walked out of the office. It took more than 10 minutes for Lin Xiao to absorb the second-level painted armor, and correspondingly, the first-level painted armor was peeled off from his body. The peeled-off painted armor can be reused, but the meaning contained in it is weakened and needs to be repaired. When Wei Ying returned to the office, Lin Xiao had already packed everything. Coach Wei, I want to match with the Lingxiu realm right now. Is that okay with you? For your first match, find someone with experience to accompany you so that you can discuss any problems you encounter. Wei Ying nodded. Lin Xiao also talked to her on the phone last night and learned about her promotion to bronze. I was also shocked for a long time last night. Seeing that she agreed, Lin Xiao immediately opened the character panel and clicked match. Generally speaking, matching does not take long and results can be obtained in a few minutes. Time passed slowly, and about 2 minutes later, Lin Xiao heard a voice that seemed to come from the sky, and also from the depths of his soul. Ding, the spiritual ruins realm is opening. You will enter in 5 minutes. The spiritual ruins realm you are entering this time is Angel's Redemption, which belongs to the first series of spiritual ruins realms. Difficulty level, Nightmare. Type, Team, Death type. Note, please make sure your score is higher than 60 points. Introduction to the spiritual ruins. Holy Angel Elena is kind-hearted. She descended to the mortal world and worked as a nun in Shushan town to heal the dying and the wounded and spread the blessings of the holy light. Unexpectedly, his true identity was discovered by a necromancer and he was persecuted. The Church of Light learned the news and sent a 5-member team to rescue him, but unfortunately they failed. Elena was eventually refined into a unique holy light undead, and burned to death hundreds of millions of people she once cared about most in the final war. Adventurer, if time could go back and you became a member of the rescue team, could you rewrite Elena's fate? Nightmare. Lin Xiao felt happy at first, then mentioned it again. Although I really hope to be matched with Nightmare difficulty, if I really get matched, I have to consider the risks. With the Resurrection Talisman, you don't have to worry about death, but if you really die, that would be 5 billion. Did you find a match? Wei Ying asked. Lin Xiao took a breath and said. The first series of Lingxiu Realm, the copy is called Angel's Redemption. I quickly went over the introduction. Elena. Wei Ying showed a surprised expression. In the number 1 series of high-level copies, there is indeed this character. He is very powerful. His strongest ability is Holy Flame, but his weakness is also obvious. Forget it. You can't fight her this time. Time is running out. According to the background introduction, you will definitely encounter the necromancer after entering. Let me repeat some of the necromancer's important skills. Good. Lin Xiao nodded. He had studied the theory classes very seriously in the past 10 days and thought he was quite familiar with the knowledge of Series 1. However, it would be better for Wei Ying to fill in the gaps. In a high-end villa in Yinjiang City, Song Shujing finished processing the last document and stretched. Her voluptuous waist drew a sexy arc in the air. She lay on her back on the soft chair, her peach blossom eyes narrowed, and she whispered. After 10 days of hard work, I've finally finished all the annoying things. It's time to settle the score with that little hooligan. He reached out and knocked on the table, and the nanny came in after hearing the sound. Auntie Zhang, book a flight to Longyin and leave in the afternoon. Yes, ma'am. Song Shujing was just about to close her eyes and rest for a while when a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Ding! Warning, you haven't entered the Lingxiu realm for half a year, and you are now forced to match. The spiritual ruins realm is opening. You will enter in 5 minutes. The spiritual ruins realm you are entering this time is Angel's Redemption, which belongs to the first series of spiritual ruins realms. Song Shujing suddenly stood up from the chair and her face changed drastically. Auntie Zhang, cancel your flight ticket. My mission to the Lingxiu realm is coming. The nanny's face changed drastically when she heard this, and she looked obviously panicked. Ma'am, I'll go get the resurrection charm. Song Shujing smiled bitterly and shook his head, it's useless. I've already used one before. The resurrection talisman can only be used once in a lifetime. The nanny was stunned. Song Shujing quickly took out her cell phone and said, I don't know if I can come back this time. I'll call Nan Nan. In the martial arts room in the inner courtyard of Longyin University, a sweet-looking girl with twin ponytails, wearing a white training suit, sat cross-legged on the ground. The phone vibrated and she took it out and opened it, with a sweet smile on her face. Mother. Nan Nan, Mom is going to enter the dungeon. The sweet girl's smile disappeared, she stood up suddenly from the ground, her face became panicked. A few minutes later, the call was disconnected. The girl stood there in dismay. Across from him, a mature female teacher who was also wearing a white training suit and had a sexy beauty mole on the corner of her mouth spoke. Tsai, has your mother's spirit bond problem not been resolved yet? Yeah. Song Tsai nodded worriedly, the pollution is too strong, there is no way to purify it. Don't worry too much. Good things will come to you. Your mother will be fine. The mature female teacher comforted softly. In the office, time has come to the last 3 seconds. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and prepared to enter the Lingxiu realm. Under Wei Ying's encouraging gaze, his figure suddenly began to become illusory, then swayed like a reflection in the water, and finally was wiped out from the air bit by bit. It seemed as if Wei Ying was always the only one in the office. Everything in front of my eyes went dark at first, then the light and shadows blurred, and then gradually became clear. Chapter 148 Meeting Aunt Jing again. When I opened my eyes, I saw a medieval town lying in the valley below under the gloomy sky. Stone houses with high slopes and pointed roof buildings are arranged in a staggered pattern, and a muddy road winds from the town to the foot of the river. There is a field nearby with large patches of green crops lying there. But what was a little strange was that it was noon and everything was so quiet around, without even the chirping of insects. There was no sound of people in the small town in the distance. It was terrifyingly quiet. There was no time to observe further. The light and shadows around him floated, and 4 figures emerged, attracting Lin Xiao's attention. A girl wearing a JK skirt, with a slim figure, 2 brown braids hanging on her chest, and freckles dotted on her cheeks. A tall and thin elegant man with black-rimmed eye sockets, wearing khaki trousers and a black and white plaid shirt. A bald man in a Taoist robe with muscular body. With a quick glance, the images of the 3 teammates were in full view. Except for the girl in the JK skirt who looked to be around 20 years old, the 2 men were both over 30 years old. It turns out to be a summoner from the past. Lin Xiao looked at the last person and his eyes suddenly widened. A beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure wearing a red and black cheongsam, with her signature plump and perky buttocks and legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings, and high heels on her feet. Aunt Jing. Little rascal. Their eyes met almost at the same time, and then they spoke in unison. Song Shujing's peach blossom eyes widened instantly, and she was stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. It was obvious that she did not expect to meet someone she knew in a copy match. Then she reacted, anger flashed in her eyes, and she walked over in high heels. Okay, I was thinking of buying a plane ticket to Longyin today to beat you up, but I didn't expect to meet you here. The sound of high heels stepping on the path was hurried. Song Shujing walked up to her and kicked her sideways. You start fighting right away. Are you in menopause or is your yin and yang imbalance? The corner of Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. It had been so many days, and he was still holding a grudge. Jing, Aunt Jing. For the time being, he could only call her by her ID. Lin Xiao dodged sideways and jumped away, then spoke hastily. Can we not fight for now? I really didn't mean it last time. You didn't mean it. You little rascal, you teased me 3 times and you still say it wasn't intentional. Today I'm going to kick you to death. The 2 beautiful legs kept kicking and sweeping, forcing Lin Xiao to retreat again and again. The other 3 teammates were stunned and a little confused about the situation. They had all matched with people from Lingxiu realm many times, but this was the first time they encountered such a situation. Why do you start fighting right away? Isn't the default rule in Lingxiu realm that teammates help each other? After being stunned for several seconds, the 3 of them looked at each other and finally realized that this was a nightmare copy. The teammates started fighting as soon as the game started. What the hell, they quickly tried to stop fighting. The bald man rushed forward first. You two, stop fighting, stop it now. The girl in the JK skirt followed and shouted anxiously. Sister and brother, please stop for now, this is a nightmare dungeon. Song Shujing, who was kicking people wildly with her legs, suddenly stopped. The 4 words, nightmare copy, were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. Forgot this? She panted and glared at Lin Xiao, hesitated for several seconds, and said viciously. Little rascal, I'll spare you for now, but I'll settle the score with you later. Although Lin Xiao was chased and kicked, he was not hit. He smiled awkwardly and bared his big white teeth at the remaining 3 teammates. Hello everyone. The 3 of them stared at him, almost frowning in unison. It is not difficult to hear from Song Shujing's words that this boy probably acted like a hooligan towards the beautiful woman, which caused her to make such a fuss. It was just such a coincidence that the 2 of them met in a copy. I'm really unlucky today, the bald man muttered to himself. As expected, good fortune never comes alone, misfortune never comes singly. It was bad enough to be matched with a nightmare, but I even met two unlucky teammates. The man with glasses cursed in his heart. Only the girl in the JK skirt stared at Lin Xiao. She felt that he looked familiar. This boy was so handsome. She seemed to have seen him somewhere before. For girls, handsome boys are always easier to remember. Ah! She suddenly exclaimed, "You are the boy who has a contract with the SSS Spirit." "Yes, it's you. What's your name?" "Oh, I remember. It's Lin Xiao, right?" "Hey, I was recognized." Lin Xiao touched his nose, and saw the bald man and the man with glasses looking at him, looking him up and down with surprised expressions. Only Song Shujing glanced at Lin Xiao and snorted coldly, as if he already knew his identity. After her disastrous defeat on the virtual fighting network last time, she tried to check it out when she came back. Naturally, he easily learned Lin Xiao's identity. Although Lin Xiao's face was slightly adjusted on the virtual fighting network, the difference was not too big and he could be recognized with a slight comparison. Are you really Lin Xiao? The Lin Xiao who has a contract with Gu Xuyan." The man with glasses looked surprised and obviously recognized Lin Xiao's identity. "SSS Chi Ling, Lin Xiao, is he famous?" The bald man looked confused, as if he had not heard it. "Hey bald guy, don't you go online?" The girl in the JK skirt walked up to Lin Xiao, her eyes full of the excitement of a fan meeting her idol, and said. "Lin Xiao, one of the 4 SSS Spirit Contract winners this year, the winner of the strongest Spirit Contract in history." The bald man scratched his head and said, "I have been practicing in seclusion for the past few months and have rarely been online." "Wait, you mean this year?" "Yes," the JK girl nodded heavily. The bald man asked in confusion, "Did you remember it wrongly? How could this year's new summoners enter the dungeon now?" As soon as these words came out, the JK girl and the man with glasses were stunned, and Song Shujing also turned his head sharply. "Yes, it has only been more than 40 days since the awakening this year. How could there be any new summoners entering the Lingxiu realm? Ah, did I recognize the wrong person?" The JK girl was surprised and kept looking at Lin Xiao. The more she looked, the more puzzled she became. Even Song Shujing wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. Seeing the 4 people's expressions of doubt about life, Lin Xiao coughed. "Ahem, you are not mistaken, I am Lin Xiao." The 4 of them looked at each other, still unable to believe it. The bald man frowned and said, "Are you really this year's new summoner?" "Impossible, you are bronze." "Yeah, I just reached bronze." "Impossible. I've never heard of such a fast upgrade speed." The bald man looked skeptical. He probably didn't use the internet and didn't know Lin Xiao, so he was the most suspicious person present. "There must be a reason why I was able to reach bronze so quickly." Lin Xiao said calmly, looking at the town in the distance, and said. "Everyone, I don't think now is the time to focus on me. This is a nightmare instance. We should discuss our next steps immediately." Lin Xiao did not relax at all. He was secretly observing his surroundings, alert to any danger that might arise at any time. This sentence immediately brought the remaining 4 people back to their senses, and they were all startled. However, the impact of a new summoner reaching bronze level so quickly was too great, and the 4 of them couldn't help but keep looking at Lin Xiao. Song Shujing was the first to adjust at this time. Her situation was very special. Every time she encountered a dungeon, it was a test of life and death. She immediately said. "He is indeed Lin Xiao. There is no need to dwell on it. As usual, everyone should introduce their levels and abilities. Don't waste any more time." She now regretted that she had taken action as soon as she came in, wasting a lot of time. The nightmare dungeon is full of dangers, and wasting one more second may lead to greater danger. Chapter 149 Weird Song Shujing. Her words calmed the others down completely, and they all felt a sense of crisis. "Okay, I'll go first. I've never encountered a nightmare copy before, huh?" The JK girl took a deep breath, suppressed her nervousness and said. "My name is Kong Xinshin, I'm level 14, I have 2 contracted spirits, grade EF, one is good at healing, the other is good at defense, and I haven't mastered the combined skills yet. Chen Bin, level 15, 2 contracted spirits, double E grade, both are power type, can be used as main attacker, and have mastered the combined skills." The bald man also spoke. Next came the man with glasses, Su Ming, level 14, 2 contracted spirits, grade EF, one is good at long-range attacks, the other is good at control, and has not yet mastered the combined skills. The grades of the contracted spirits are all EF, which means their talents are only EF. It is just as Sister Su said. Lin Xiao sighed in his heart. After listening to the three people's introductions, Song Shujing's eyes showed obvious disappointment. Her teammates were much weaker than she had imagined. This game is difficult. Lin Xiao, level 10, a contracted spirit, has not yet mastered the combined skills. Well, he is capable of both long-range and close combat. After listening to Lin Xiao's words, not only Song Shujing, but the remaining three people also frowned. Although I had some guesses about Lin Xiao's situation, I was still disappointed when I heard him say it. Hey, little brother, you really shouldn't be so anxious to enter the Lingxiu realm. Your level is a bit of a drag. The bald man Chen Bin was obviously a straightforward person and spoke very directly. That may not be the case. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth and talked about the number of skills. Except for Aunt Jing, who had not yet reported her ability, the other three people might not have as many skills as him even if they could summon two contracted spirits at the same time. As for summoner ability, he took a variety of rare treasures continuously at the iron level and entered the bronze level with a perfect physique. This means that the enhancements he gains when he is promoted are far stronger than those of ordinary summoners. Now, in terms of physical fitness alone, even the biggest Chen Bin may not be able to compare with him. It's hard to say who is holding back. However, Lin Xiao was very modest. There was no need to talk about how strong he was right away. Even if he did, others might not believe him. He smiled and said, "Sorry, please take care of me, everyone." His attitude made everyone feel okay, and even Song Shujing's brows softened a little. She had no hope for Lin Xiao in the first place. A summoner who had just been promoted to bronze level could not have two strong abilities. She was thankful that he was not a troublemaker. Song Shujing, level 19, a contracted spirit, a succubus. Grade SS, can perform combined skills, but I won't use it unless it's a fatal situation, and I try not to use normal summons. Her self-introduction was a little different from the others. She directly reported the specific species of the spirit. As for the second half of the sentence, the others didn't pay attention to it for a while. They were all shocked by her level, with their mouths wide open and looks of surprise. Level 19. Sister, your level is so high. Kang Xinshin said subconsciously, her face filled with shock. Lin Xiao was also shocked, and then he felt something was wrong. He understood the matching mechanism. When matching teammates in Lingxiu realm, the difference in levels would basically not be greater than 5. Now, he is level 10 and Song Shujing is directly level 19, one is at the bottom of bronze and the other is at the top. Seeing everyone's confusion, Song Shujing smiled bitterly and said, "My situation is special. It's not an active match, but a forced one." Ah! Kang Xinshin exclaimed, "You haven't been to the Lingxiu realm for half a year. There is a mechanism in Lingxiu realm that if you don't enter a dungeon for half a year, you will be forced to match." Lying flat, impossible. Song Shujing nodded. The others suddenly realized and looked at each other in bewilderment. There were so many strange things happening today. There was a new summoner in the team who had rocketed to bronze rank, and he rushed to play the match. Now there is another person who has been procrastinating for half a year and is unwilling to play in a match. These are two extremes. But then Kang Xinshin's face lit up with joy. Sister is so high level, this time I have someone to lean on. After she finished speaking, she noticed that the others had strange expressions on their faces. What's wrong? She asked puzzledly. Do you think this kind of extreme matching is a good thing? I'm afraid not. The bespectacled man Su Ming said with a worried frown. Kang Xinshin was stunned. The others were obviously aware of this problem as well, and their faces looked unhappy. Hey, I've never played a nightmare game before. This one is going to be bad. I'll try to get 60 points. Chen Bin sighed. Lin Xiao looked at Song Shujing and thought of a question. With your level, you shouldn't have only one contract spirit, right? And your contract spirit grade is SS, so your talent should be at least S, right? Why is it only level 19? The other three were also surprised. Song Shujing's situation was too strange. She looked no younger than 30, and although her skin was as smooth as that of an 18-year-old girl, this was normal for a summoner. The talent is at least S, why is it only level 19 after so many years? Song Shujing didn't want to talk to Lin Xiao, but now they were teammates, so she couldn't just ignore him. She said coldly. My situation is special. And then. I waited for a long time but still couldn't get the sequel. Everyone knew that Song Shujing and Lin Xiao didn't get along. Chen Bin coughed and changed the subject, saying. By the way, Ms. Song, you just said that we can't use combined skills unless we are in a situation where we are sure to die. What do you mean by that? Song Shujing frowned and said, it's not convenient to tell the reason. This. Everyone was somewhat helpless and silent for a few seconds. Song Shujing changed the subject. The team cannot be disorganized. We need a captain. Is it okay for me to do it? Of course there is a problem, you are already at odds with your teammates, the four of them muttered in their minds at the same time. No problem. Can. Good. Agree. As a result, all four of them said one thing and meant another. The main reason is that Song Shujing's level is indeed high enough. One of the general rules after entering the Lin Xiao realm is that the person with the higher level will be the captain. Well, our current identity is rescue team members, right? Kang Xinshin asked. That should be it. So what should we do next? According to the prompt, our mission is to save the angel Elena, but how do we start? Before anyone could speak, a voice rang in everyone's mind at the same time. Yesterday, the church received a letter from Shirshan town, signed by Sister Elena. The letter stated that there were suspected activities of necromancers in Shirshan town and requested the church to help investigate. As investigators sent by the church, you must find Elena and find out the truth before midnight, otherwise the mission will fail. Everyone was stunned. Chen Bin subconsciously asked, what time is it now? Song Shujing subconsciously looked at her watch, and then found that there was no watch on her snow-white wrist. People in Lin Xiao realm are not allowed to bring items from the real world. Even the clothes everyone is wearing now are created by Lin Xiao realm based on reality. Lin Xiao also subconsciously reached for his phone, but halfway through he reacted and said. I checked the time when I came in. It should be almost 1 o'clock. Look over there. There's a clock tower. From a distance, everyone saw a pointed clock tower standing in the town, and the pointer was almost reaching 1 o'clock. That means we have about 11 hours. Song Shujing had obviously been through many instances, and said calmly. From the 2 copy prompts, Elena must have been abducted by the necromancer. As long as we find the necromancer, we can find Elena. Chapter 150 Sister Lisa. Where would the necromancer be? I remember a little bit of knowledge. Necromancers generally hate sunlight. They might hide during the day and only move around at night. Chen Bin touched his bald head and said, we can't look for it at night, right? Now is not the time to hide his incompetence. Lin Xiao took the initiative to speak. Of course not. The background introduction said that Elena is a nun. Maybe we should go to the church to inquire about the situation first. Su Ming clapped his hands and said, not a bad idea. The church should be in the town. Then let's go. Song Shujing obviously agreed with this proposal and immediately walked to the front, acting like a captain. Follow the dirt trail into town. Go forward along the not very wide Bluestone Street, and a few hundred meters away you will see a huge clock tower. There are rows of stone houses on both sides of the street. The doors of every household are closed and there is no sound at all. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The 5 people's footsteps landed on the stone slabs, so clearly that it was a little creepy. There won't be anyone living in this town. Kang Xinshin shrank her neck and moved closer to Lin Xiao. I don't know if she is really scared or just wants to take the opportunity to get closer to Lin Xiao. She obviously likes handsome guys. That shouldn't be the case. Look at that house. The door handle is very smooth and there is no dust at all. It must have been opened recently. There are some green vegetables hanging outside the doorway over there, they must have been picked 2 days ago. Yeah, there's also that family's house. There are mud footprints on the steps at the door. The mud is very fresh, and it looks like it was from last night. Lin Xiao quickly pointed at the details on the street and said. The other 4 were slightly stunned and looked at him in surprise, thinking that this young man was quite thoughtful. Song Shujing's eyes showed surprise. Although this guy was of low level, he was not completely useless. Wow, handsome Lin Xiao, you are awesome. Kang Xinshin showed an admiring look, then tilted her head and said. Then why is it so quiet? Aren't we looking for a church? Why don't we knock on the door and ask? Song Shujing was obviously having the same idea and had already walked towards a house. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard from the corner of the bell tower in front, and it seemed that several people were approaching. Song Shujing immediately stopped and turned her head to look, and saw 5 people running out from the corner of the street, 4 soldiers wearing full-body armor whose faces could not be seen clearly, and a nun wearing black and white nun's uniform. When the nun saw the 5 people, her expression was stunned for a moment, and then she showed a look of surprise. "Hello, are you the adult sent by the church?" As she spoke, she ran over quickly. She had a typical Western face, about 25 or 26 years old, quite beautiful, with green eyes and brown hair. TSK, so realistic, you can't tell it's an NPC at all. Speaking of which, the way we are dressed now, we don't look like people from the church at all. Could it be that the spirit ruins realm has forcibly distorted her perception? Also, her language was clearly a language I had never heard of before, but I could understand it directly. Several thoughts flashed quickly through Lin Xiao's mind. Facing the sudden appearance of the nuns, the 5 members of the team looked alert and looked at each other. Finally, the team leader Song Shujing stepped forward and said, "Yes, who are you?" The nun's face lit up and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank God, you are finally here. I am Sister Lisa from the church. The priest guessed that you would arrive at noon, so he asked me to pick you up. Elena is saved." Just when he was worrying about where to find the church, the NPC who was leading the way came. A thought flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Song Shujing's alert expression relaxed a little, and she looked at the 4 soldiers around the nun. "Who are they?" "They were sent by the mayor to protect me. There have been necromancers active in the town these days. It's very unsafe." Sister Lisa explained, and then urged. "My lords, let's go to the mayor's house. The priest is discussing countermeasures with the mayor. You've arrived at the perfect time. Go to the mayor's house." Song Shujing turned around and looked at his teammates for advice. The 4 of them gave you a look that said, "It's up to you to decide." Song Shujing thought about it for a while and felt that it would be the same wherever he went. If he went to the church, he would definitely ask the priest. Since the other party was now at the mayor's house, it would be the same wherever he went, so he nodded. "Okay, please lead the way." "Well, follow me." Lisa turned and walked to the front. 2 of the 4 soldiers followed her, and the remaining 2 waited until the 5 members of the team caught up before they walked at the end. Something is wrong. Lin Xiao frowned slightly when he saw this scene. While walking, Song Shujing took the initiative to ask for information. "Ms. Lisa, we came here to investigate after receiving your letter. Now can you tell us the details? When did Miss Elena disappear? What did she tell you before she disappeared? What do you know?" Sister Lisa subconsciously glanced at the soldiers around her and said, "I'm really sorry, my lords. I don't know much. The priest said that during the prayer yesterday morning, Elena told him that there were traces of the necromancer in the town. After praying, Elena went out with Sister Percy. I don't know what they did specifically, but I think they went to investigate the matter of the necromancer. At noon, a resident suddenly came to tell us that Percy had been found unconscious on the street, but Elena was missing. The priest suspected that it was the necromancer who attacked them. By the way, the priest seemed to have found something on Percy, but he didn't tell me." Everyone frowned when they heard this. It was difficult to guess anything based on Sister Lisa's description. "So, what did the priest discover? It seems that we have to meet each other to know." Kang Xinshin suddenly asked in confusion, why would they let 2 nuns go to investigate the necromancer? Isn't the priest afraid that they would be in danger? In Kang Xinshin's impression, nuns are very delicate. Lisa quickly explained, "Your Excellency may not know that Elena and Percy are combat nuns, and their strength is almost the same as that of the priests. They are the ones who usually deal with the evil spirits that appear in the town." "I see. What about you?" "I'm just an ordinary nun." Lin Xiao listened to the conversation with a thoughtful expression on his face, and the feeling that something was wrong became stronger and stronger. When Lisa was talking to everyone, she liked to look at those soldiers, who seemed to be very guilty. Why does she feel guilty? There is another question. Lisa said that the 4 soldiers were there to protect her. The wording was that there were necromancers active in the town and it was unsafe. But the problem is that it is noon now, and theoretically the necromancer is unlikely to hurt anyone. Just as Chenbin just said, the necromancer hates sunlight. Even just in case, for soldiers are a bit too many to accompany us. And the way they moved made it look like they were being escorted. Combined with Sister Lisa's abnormality, a thought emerged: was she being coerced? If this is the case, then the person who coerced her is obviously the mayor behind the 4 soldiers. But why would the mayor do this? Is he related to the necromancer? Also, if it was really coercion, why did he have to force Lisa to come and meet him and others? It would have been better to impersonate her. A series of thoughts popped into my mind, but there was no evidence to support them. Chapter 151, Another Way. He couldn't help but glance at his 4 teammates. Su Ming, Chen Bin and Kang Xinshin looked relaxed and didn't seem to be aware of the problem. Only Song Shujing lowered his head with a thoughtful expression. It was possible that he had noticed something was wrong. Lin Xiao wanted to discuss something with her, but now he was being watched by 4 soldiers, so it was not easy to talk to her rashly. Lin Xiao weighed the pros and cons quickly in his mind. If, as he thought, Lisa was coerced by these 4 soldiers, should he subdue them directly now? After a little consideration, I rejected this idea, regardless of whether my guess was correct or not. Even if it is right, subduing these 4 people now would alert the enemy. It is not a good idea to alert the enemy before knowing anything. But the 3 teammates are obviously in a state of confusion, and Song Shujing doesn't know whether they are aware of the problem. If this continues, it will not be good. What to do? Clang. 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 At this moment, a huge bell sound came from above, and the people who were walking in silence were frightened by the sudden sound. They all looked up and saw that it was the clock tower not far ahead. The time had reached 1 o'clock, and this was the sound of the time. Shuai was shocked. This place is too quiet. Suddenly there was a sound. I almost had a heart attack. Bald Chen Bin muttered something with an unpleasant look on his face. This reminded Lin Xiao, and he looked at Lisa and asked. Ms. Lisa, why is the town so quiet? Where have the townspeople gone? Along the way, I didn't meet anyone on the road, not even a dog or a chicken. The surroundings were dead silent, like a ghost town. Fortunately it was daytime, it would have been very scary to walk inside at night. Lisa explained. My lords, today is the day of the god's sacrifice. On the day of the god's sacrifice, no one in the town can go out, cook, make any noise, or visit each other. Everyone must pray at home all day. What kind of weird festival is this? Lin Xiao was stunned, and then he tried to recall the information about the Lingxiu realm in the #1 series in his mind, but he didn't find any relevant content. However, not finding it does not mean that it does not exist. The Lingxiu realm of Series 1 has a history of 170,000 years, and it contains a lot of customs and culture. Even if he studies it for a lifetime, he may not be able to understand them all. There was no doubt in Lisa's words. It was impossible for the other party to lie about such information. However, Lin Xiao still wanted to go and check it out, perhaps he could get some clues from the townspeople. Ms. Lisa, can we go visit the townspeople? Lisa's face was obviously stunned for a moment, and then she subconsciously looked at the soldiers around her. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Lisa reacted quickly, immediately retracted her gaze, and shook her head. My lord, being disturbed from praying on a god's day is a serious matter. You cannot visit, or you will anger the townspeople. The more she said this, the more Lin Xiao wanted to go to the townspeople's home to take a look. Her behavior was too abnormal. But how to leave the team? Now 4 soldiers were watching them from the front and back. Just at this moment, Song Shujing's eyes suddenly turned to him. The 2 looked at each other, and their eyes flickered. She also discovered the problem, they both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Then they all looked at the remaining 3 people, and it seemed like the 3 teammates didn't notice anything unusual and all looked relaxed. He was even looking around curiously, as if he was admiring a medieval scenery that could never be seen in reality. 3 scoundrels, the 2 of them sighed at the same time in their hearts. The 2 turned their heads and looked at each other again. Song Shujing didn't expect that the only person she could rely on in this copy was the rookie Lin Xiao. She glanced at the soldier in front of her, then quickly blinked at Lin Xiao. The meaning is not difficult to understand. She thinks there is something wrong with the 4 people. Lin Xiao nodded slightly to show his agreement, then pointed imperceptibly towards the houses on the street. What I mean is, I want to go and ask the townspeople about the situation. Song Shujing obviously understood what was going on. She frowned and gave him a questioning look. The general meaning is, how can we leave without alerting the 4 soldiers? Lin Xiao placed his fingers on his chest, blocking the soldier's view, and made a false summoning gesture. What it means is that you don't have to go yourself, just summon the spirit to ask. Song Shujing immediately shook her head slightly. Indicates that this method does not work. When a summoner summons a contract spirit, he can open the summoning gate anywhere within 10 meters of himself. But when it is turned on, there will be obvious spatial fluctuations, and it is impossible not to be discovered. Lin Xiao was also troubled by this and gave him a look that said, "Let me think about it." While thinking, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. He forgot that he had a panoramic perspective of the atlas. Now you can use perspective to see what's going on inside. He subconsciously wanted to open the illustrated book, and then he was stunned. The illustration didn't respond at all. What's going on? Lin Xiao was shocked. He tried several times but failed to open the illustrated book. Looking at his sea of consciousness, the atlas was still there, floating quietly, but it was ignoring him. This. Lin Xiao was extremely shocked. This was the first time he encountered such a situation since he obtained the illustration. Can't it be used in the Lingxiu realm? Lin Xiao frowned, and suddenly remembered that he had a great beauty like Song Shujing by his side. After entering the dungeon, there was no prompt in the illustration. My arm was suddenly bumped, and I subconsciously looked over and saw Song Shujing's inquiring gaze. Obviously, she noticed something from his face. Lin Xiao took a breath and gave him a look as if everything was fine. It's unexpected that the illustrations can't be used, but it's not a big problem since one's own strength doesn't rely on the illustrations. At this moment, Lin Xiao's gaze suddenly fell on Song Shujing's delicate body, and his eyes condensed slightly. Song Shujing's walking posture was very beautiful, like a willow branch swaying in the wind, walking slowly and gracefully. If you step slightly behind her, you can see her wearing high heels and walking like a cat, with her plump and perky buttocks swaying from side to side like a swaying peach. She has a natural charm that is very alluring. Could it be related to her succubus? Lin Xiao thought to himself, and suddenly he had a way to summon the succubus while avoiding the soldier's sight. He coughed slightly, attracting Song Shujing's attention, and then gave her an apologetic look. Under Song Shujing's astonished gaze, he reached out his evil hand towards her plump and perky breasts. A rub. Song Shujing just stared blankly as someone rubbed her buttocks hard. It wasn't until Lin Xiao retracted his hand that she came to her senses, and then she screamed. "Ah, you bastard, I'm going to kill you." She raised her jade leg and kicked out. Lin Xiao dodged quickly and winked at her frantically. Song Shujing didn't seem to understand at all. She became furious and chased Lin Xiao with both fists and feet. This sudden change stunned the other 3 teammates as well as Sister Lisa and others. Chapter 152, Strange Corpse. Then, the 3 teammates reacted and their faces changed drastically. At the last moment, they saw Lin Xiao reaching out his dirty hands. Damn, is this kid sick? Is he so lecherous? Chen Bin was so annoyed that he couldn't help but swear. Su Ming frowned deeply. Even Kang Xinxin, who had a good impression of Lin Xiao, looked unhappy. She really had misjudged him. This is a nightmare copy, okay? Can't you just be patient? It's a pity that he looks like a human being. Although the 3 of them were dissatisfied, they had to stop the fight at this time. Kang Xinxin rushed forward and grabbed Song Shujing's arm. Sister Song, stop fighting. We can't have an internal conflict under the current circumstances. Chen Bin and Su Ming also tried to persuade him. Ms. Song, everyone knows this guy's identity. It won't be too late to settle the score with him later. Even Sister Lisa said, "My lords, please stop fighting." "Let me go." Song Shujing didn't listen at all. She pushed Kang Xinxin away with one hand and said with gritted teeth, "I must kill this little rascal today." As he spoke, he raised his hand and made a summoning gesture. A red summoning gate opened on the wall. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and he pretended to pounce on Song Shujing. The 2 of them wrestled with each other instantly. Using their bodies to cover themselves, Lin Xiao summoned Sister Gu in a very covert manner. The summoning gate is cleverly located in a small courtyard next to the street. The wall blocked the view, and only the spatial fluctuations that summoned the door to open were heard. But with Song Shujing's summoning gate as a cover, the others did not realize it and thought that the space fluctuations came from her summoning gate. Seeing that Song Shujing had summoned the spirit, the faces of the three teammates changed drastically. This is serious. He rushed forward again and grabbed Song Shujing. Seeing that no one noticed that Sister Gu had walked out of the summoning door, Lin Xiao immediately begged for mercy. Ms. Song, I was wrong. I was blinded by lust. Please forgive me this time. Save you. Don't even think about it. Song Shujing struggled to push away her teammates who were pulling her, and her anger didn't seem to be acted. At this time, an extremely tempting voice came from the side. He Lord Spiritual Master, how can you bear to hit such a handsome little brother? I think you should just spare him. Everyone turned around to look, and both men and women began to breathe faster almost at the same time. An extremely charming succubus walked out of the summoning gate, with goat horns on her head, bat wings gently flapping behind her, and a long black tail behind her buttocks. Large areas of her skin were exposed, revealing a pink luster. She was wearing a small leather skirt that had almost no blocking effect. It was more of an erotic feature than a practical value. She was wearing a bikini-like leather jacket on her chest, with her breasts towering and her figure extremely hot. Gulu. Everyone swallowed subconsciously, their eyes burning with heat. She walked forward, hooked her hands around Song Shujing's shoulders, and stroked her back with one hand, finally rubbing her plump area. Master Spiritual Master, you actually also long to be touched by such a handsome little brother, right? Song Shujing's face froze, and her cheeks flushed. Phyllis, get back here. She forcibly dragged her spirit back to the summoning gate. Call. As Phyllis disappeared, the enchantment that lingered in everyone's hearts suddenly disappeared. As expected of a succubus, the temptation is damn strong. My cultivation in the past few months has been ruined. Chen Bin touched his bald head with a wry smile, and calmly squeezed his crotch. Su Ming pushed his glasses and turned away to hide his embarrassment. Kang Xinshin's cheeks turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao. The power of the succubus lies in its inherent charm, which can arouse people's lust, and even women cannot escape it. Kang Xinshin just couldn't help thinking about making love with Lin Xiao, the most handsome boy present. The previous bad impression of Lin Xiao disappeared again. Being interrupted by Phyllis, Song Shujing took advantage of the situation to let Lin Xiao go and said coldly. If you dare to do it again, I will never forgive you. Of course, there won't be a next time. Lin Xiao smiled. The three teammates gradually calmed down. Chen Bin glanced at Lin Xiao and snorted coldly, no longer as kind as before. Kang Xinshin sighed. Such a handsome guy should not be short of women, so why is he so hungry? How about I go and satisfy his craving? Kang Xinshin then reacted and wondered how she could have such a ridiculous and shameless idea. It seems that the influence of the succubus has not been completely eliminated. Sorry for the delay, Song Shujing said coldly to Lisa. No, it's okay. Lisa nodded, my lords, we have to speed up. Although Song Shujing summoned the succubus, it was obvious that there was a mechanism that forcibly distorted Lisa's consciousness as an NPC. Tell her it's reasonable. Everyone continued to move forward. In the small courtyard, Gu Shuyan lowered her body and walked silently to a door. The door was ajar and not locked. She listened for a moment, and when she didn't feel anyone inside, she pushed the door open and went in. It was a very simple room, with some furniture and a stone bed in sight. Gu Shuyan's pupils suddenly shrank. She clearly did not sense any breath of living people, but there was a man lying on the stone bed. The air froze instantly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the man didn't move at all. He just lay quietly on the bed, his chest not moving, and there was no breath. Could it be a dead person? Gu Shuyan frowned slightly, approached carefully, and looked around. He was actually dead. There was no breath between his nostrils. He didn't seem to have been dead for long. His face was pale and bloodless. When I touched him lightly, his body was as stiff as a stone. Strange, why aren't there any wounds? What was the cause of death? Gu Shuyan examined the body carefully but could not find any problems. There were no fatal injuries and it did not seem like poisoning. Confused, he looked around the room again, but still didn't find anything unusual. What a coincidence. I just walked into a small courtyard and found a dead person. Gu Shuian was surprised, and then conveyed what she saw and heard to Lin Xiao through her thoughts. The spirit and the spirit master can communicate with each other through thoughts across a long distance. Sister Gu, this may not be a simple matter. Go check other houses. I have a feeling this isn't the only one. Lin Xiao followed the crowd and walked forward, responding calmly with his mind while secretly looking around. Isn't it possible that everyone in this town is dead? It was so dead silent all around that it was hard not to have such thoughts. Then he glanced at Lisa's back again, his eyes puzzled. Did she know that all the townspeople were dead? If you know, then the term, God's Memorial Day, is a lie. But did she lie on her own initiative, or was she forced to lie? At this time, Song Shujing gave him a look, which obviously meant to ask if there were any results. Lin Xiao responded with a serious look. Song Shujing understood, and her heart sank slightly. Chapter 153 The Profligate Nun. Gu Shuyan floated over a wall and came to the house next door. I opened a room and saw the same situation again. Another dead body without any wounds, lying quietly on the bed. Ha! This time, she found something unusual. The body on the bed was covered with a quilt. She lifted the quilt and saw the body with both hands placed flat on the abdomen, as if it was sleeping. Gu Shuyan frowned again. The situation before my eyes was too strange. If this person was killed, who would put his body on the bed and cover it with a quilt? With doubts, she left the room and quickly entered one room after another, where the same situation continued to happen. In each house there was one or more dead bodies lying quietly. These corpses all have one thing in common: they died peacefully, lying on their beds. It's like sleeping. Could it be that these people were killed in some way while they were sleeping at night? Gu Shuyan guessed in her heart, but felt that it didn't make sense as these corpses were almost all fully dressed. If you want to sleep, you should take off your clothes. Gu Shuyan told Lin Xiao all her findings. On the street, Lin Xiao walked and thought, and he also felt that this matter was extremely strange. One person couldn't figure out what was going on, so he wanted to tell Song Shujing about his discovery, but he couldn't avoid the sight of the four soldiers. He couldn't help but glance at Song Shujing's plump buttocks. Coincidentally, the beautiful woman in Cheongsam was also looking over at him, and she knew what he wanted to do as soon as she saw the look in his eyes. The beautiful woman immediately stopped him with a threatening look, probably meaning that if you use this method again, I will kill you. Lin Xiao had no choice but to give up the idea. His plan was to have another fight with Song Shujing, until the fight would seem furious to others. Then he accidentally broke into the house. Just when I was about to change my mind and think of another solution, Lisa in front of me suddenly spoke. My lords, we have arrived at the mayor's residence. Lin Xiao was startled and looked up, only to see a man standing in front of him. There is a huge iron gate next to a row of iron fences. At the door, there were several soldiers wearing armor and whose faces could not be seen. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo, dressed like a butler, paced back and forth at the entrance of the mansion. Hearing footsteps, he looked over with a look of surprise. Lisha, you are finally back. Are these people the adults sent by the church? It is you, my lords. Lisa responded. The butler's eyes lit up, and he came forward and bowed very gentlemanly. My lords, the mayor and the priest are waiting for you. Please follow me in. Song Shujing subconsciously looked at Lin Xiao with a questioning look. Lin Xiao was unable to make a decision for a moment. Judging from Lisa's abnormality and the many corpses, there was obviously something wrong with the mayor. There is a high probability that there is a hongmen banquet inside. There is a high probability that it will be dangerous if you go in. But if you don't go in, you can't get more information. At present, the only one who knows the clues about Elena is the priest, and we must meet him. Let's go in and take a look. There might be a party waiting for us. This made the other three teammates look strange. Could this guy still be thinking about eating, drinking and having fun? Song Shujing's face darkened, and he heard the hidden meaning in the words. The banquet, this is a reminder that there may be danger. Song Shujing took a deep breath, led the four people, followed by the butler, and entered the mansion. The mayor's mansion is quite large. Inside is a huge garden and a stone-paved avenue leading to a Gothic courtyard. In the middle of the avenue, there stands a fountain with gurgling water, and on both sides are neatly trimmed green plants and lawns. However, the atmosphere around was quite eerie. As soon as the team stepped in, they felt a gust of cold wind. Although the venue was more open, the light seemed to be a little dimmer. The pointed roofs of the Gothic buildings were staggered and looked like the teeth of some giant beast. "Hey, look over there, there's a scarecrow." Su Ming suddenly spoke up, reminding everyone to look into the distance. Following his gaze, I saw a scarecrow standing in the flower bed in the distance. The scarecrow had a red scarf around its neck, and above it was a rather abstract face. Its eyes were replaced by hollow holes, and its mouth was lined with white cloth and sewn with black silk thread, which looked quite strange. "It's a bit weird," Kang Xinshin said in a low voice. "That's a flower garden, is it used to scare birds?" She knew that in rural areas, farmers often planted scarecrows in rice fields. When birds see something from a distance, they will think it is a person and will not dare to approach. The function of the scarecrow opposite should be to protect the flower bed. As they were talking, everyone had already reached the center of the garden. At this time, a figure walked out from behind the fountain. It was a young man wearing a dark green wizard robe and had golden hair. He still had a typical Western face, with a sickly pale complexion and an abnormal redness on his cheeks, giving people the impression that he was addicted to alcohol and sex. "Master!" Lisa exclaimed in surprise and ran over. "I brought them here." "Young master." This title immediately changed the expressions of Lin Xiao and Song Shujing, and even the three teammates who were slow to react were stunned. Lisa dived into the blond man's arms like a swallow flying into the forest. Just then a cold wind blew and lifted up her nun's uniform. Her entire lower body was exposed, and she was completely naked without anything on. "Are there such dissolute nuns?" The blond man hugged Lisa, and a satisfied expression appeared on his sickly pale face. "My lovely Lisa, you did a good job. Once you have dealt with them, I will reward you well." As he spoke, he pinched the nun's waist. This position was far from the mark after he had been there all morning. Lisa's face turned bright red. "Come in, I'll take care of these church bastards first." Lisa turned her head, gave Lin Xiao and the others a weird smile, and walked obediently inside. The blond man added, "Lisa, remember to persuade Percy. She is a beauty. It would be a pity to kill her." Lisa turned around with a jealous look on her face. "Master, isn't Lisa enough?" "Not enough, of course not. The more beauties the better." The blond man looked at the 5 members of the team, and his eyes fell on Song Shujing. TSK, I didn't expect there's an even better one here. I'm lucky today." These few words of conversation made the faces of the 5 members of the team turn ugly. "This is a trap. We've fallen into it," Chen Bin said in a low voice. Now even the dumbest person could see that they had been deceived by Sister Lisa. Kang Xinshin and Su Ming looked at Song Shujing with slightly gloomy expressions, waiting for her instructions as the captain. Song Shujing was looking at Lin Xiao. Neither of them had much change in expression. They had already guessed that there was danger here. The only surprise was that the danger came so quickly and the enemy showed their hand as soon as we entered. "What did you just find out?" "There is no need to hide it now," Song Shujing asked. Chapter 154 Priest. "Everyone in the town should be dead. The house is full of corpses." Lin Xiao replied. Song Shujing's eyes narrowed. "What are you talking about? Everyone in this town is dead. How do you know?" Su Ming spoke, looking at Lin Xiao in astonishment. Kang Xinshin and Chen Bin also looked confused. Let's talk about it later, here he comes." The blond man had walked over, and at some point, he had a staff in his hand that looked like it was made of bones. He walked to a position about 20 meters away from the crowd and stopped, holding the staff in his hand, and bowed very gentlemanly. Do all hypocritical nobles like to do this?" Lin Xiao complained in his heart. "Let me introduce myself. I am Damon Civis, the second son of the mayor Baron Civis. Welcome everyone. Today I will take you to see the God of Light, if you don't go to hell." The mayor is indeed problematic. Hearing the other party admit it himself, Lin Xiao frowned and stared at Damon and said, "You let Lisa lure us here just to kill us. Isn't Lisa a nun?" No, of course Lisa is a nun. She is a wanton nun, obsessed with lust, and has betrayed the church. So, on the way here, her nervousness was not because she was coerced, but because she was simply afraid that she and others would notice something. Damn it, she was deceived. Lin Xiao asked again, "What about the priest?" Is the priest also in the same group as you? Damon was not in a hurry to take action, and said calmly. That charlatan is very stubborn and refuses to betray the church. Where is he then? He. Damon showed a strange smile on his face. You will see him soon. As he spoke, he suddenly grasped the staff with both hands, slammed it to the ground, and said loudly. Bone field. A pale light suddenly lit up where the bone staff touched the ground. The light spread along the stone floor, quickly outlining lines, and in the blink of an eye formed a huge magic circle covering the entire garden. Everyone was enveloped in the magic circle, and they felt an extremely cold breath descending, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. At the same time, a high wall made up of countless white bones rose from all directions. Through the gaps in the white bones, one could see the outside. It was like a huge net, covering everyone. Quick, get out! Song Shujing yelled. The 5 people turned around and ran towards the gate. But it was too late, as a wall of bones rose directly from the gate, blocking their retreat. I'll see if I can break it. Chen Bin opened his mouth, and a blue summoning door opened beside him, and a giant brown bear came out of it. As soon as Fong came out, the giant bear roared and slammed the wall with its huge paw. Bang! The bone wall trembled, and cracks appeared in the intertwined bones, but then healed immediately. The brown bear slapped with its giant paw, and Song Shujing stretched out her jade legs and kicked a few times. Except for a few minor damages that healed quickly, the bone wall could not be broken at all. He, don't waste your energy. The bone wand in my hand is made from the bones of a dead dragon. The bone field it casts cannot be broken even by a silver warrior. It will be a cage that will trap you to death. Wait for death to come. Everyone's face darkened slightly. Don't panic, his aura is not strong, we can fight. Song Shujing quickly reminded that the blonde man also exuded a bronze aura, and his level seemed to be about the same as hers. I don't believe that we can't defeat the enemy with the 5 members of the team combined. Song Shujing's words made the teammates feel certain, and Kang Xinshin and Su Ming immediately summoned the spirit. Su Ming summoned a tree man with roots, while Kang Xinshin summoned a humanoid creature made of water. Let me try this guy first. Su Ming was good at long-range attacks, so he prepared to use his skills. But a second later, his face changed drastically, and he exclaimed. My skills are no longer usable. The remaining 4 people were all stunned for a moment, and subconsciously tried to use their own skills. The result was that without exception, it could not be used. Where are Qi Ling's skills? Lin Xiao reminded quickly. Except for Song Shujing, the remaining 3 teammates immediately ordered Qi Ling to release their skills, but their faces changed drastically again. It can't be used. Now, even Song Shujing's face turned gloomy. For a summoner, having his own abilities banned is not a serious problem, but if the skills of his spirit are also banned, that would be dangerous. Don't bother trying. You are under a silencing spell and cannot use any skills. The blonde man laughed strangely. Silencing spell. Everyone's pupils shrank. When did this happen and why didn't they notice anything? Even if you don't have any skills, I can still kill you. Killing you seemed to be the beautiful woman's motto. She snorted coldly and rushed out in her high heels. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam rushed across the avenue, quickly approached the blonde man, and kicked out violently with her white, elastic legs. The jade-like calves drew beautiful arcs in the air. Bang! Her high heels hit a barrier and failed to touch the blonde man. The latter was protected by a thin cover that rippled like water and stood there unharmed. Song Shujing frowned and kicked again, but it was still ineffective. The thin layer of cover was surprisingly tough. She was still unwilling to give up, and she kicked repeatedly with her 2 legs. Although she was a level 19 summoner and could not use any skills, her physical strength should not be underestimated. However, any kick that could have made the 4 players on the field vomit blood fell on that barrier, but it was always ineffective. TSK, these 2 legs look so sexy, my beauty, I can't wait to play with you. However, you don't have to waste your energy. I'm just the main person in the formation. As long as you stand at the center of the formation, you can't hurt me. Hey, he is your opponent. Damon turned his head and glanced behind him. Song Shujing's attention was drawn over and she saw a huge figure walking out from behind the fountain, and her pupils suddenly shrank. Aren't you looking for the priest? Here he is. It was a huge human figure. No, it was hard to say it was a human, it was more like a mountain of flesh, more than 2 meters high. At first glance, it looks like a fat man with an extremely bloated body. Upon closer inspection, you will find that it is a monster made up of many corpses. The bloated body has hands and feet that are dancing randomly, and even a head. Those heads seem to still have consciousness, wriggling in their bloated and rotten flesh, with their mouths open and making strange, shrill noises that made no sense. At the top of this mountain of flesh, there was only one head. It was the head of an old man. His eyes were lifeless and empty, and on top of his head was the crown that priests often wore. Is he the priest? This thought popped up in Lin Xiao's mind, and he felt a chill in his heart. Damon looked at everyone's pale faces and was very proud. He is the priest you are looking for, a very stubborn old fellow who refuses to give up the light and joins the dark. He insists that he is not afraid of death and that he will go to heaven after he dies. I am very curious, with this appearance, will heaven accept him? The deformed being, whom we will call the priest, was holding a huge kitchen knife with a long iron chain on the handle, and was walking slowly towards the crowd. He let out a strange sound, and when he was less than 10 feet away from Song Shujing, he threw the kitchen knife in his hand violently. Chapter 155, The Defense is Broken Already? The huge kitchen knife was covered with dark red spots, which looked like blood stains or rust. A fishy wind blew in his face. Song Shujing dodged to the side, and the kitchen knife chopped out, brushing against his body. Crash! The chains rattled. Song Shujing reached out one hand, grabbed the chain and pulled hard. But it did not move the priest at all. Instead, the chain was retracted and he staggered. She simply rushed forward, grabbed the chain with her hands and turned over. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam, wearing high heels, climbed up the chain like a light elf. She instantly approached the priest, jumped up, twisted her plump waist in the air, and kicked the priest's head with great force. Bang! The priest's head was visibly deformed, his entire face was squeezed into a ball, but his neck did not move at all. Song Shujing seemed to have kicked a piece of iron plate wrapped in rotten meat. Crash! With the sound of iron chains, the huge kitchen knife was pulled back and thrown up in an arc. Sister Song, be careful behind you. Kang Xinshin reminded her urgently. Song Shujing already felt the chill on her back, so she hooked her instep around the priest's neck to gain leverage and threw her body high into the air. While dodging the flying kitchen knife, he had already passed over the priest's head and appeared behind him. She twisted her waist again in the air and kicked out, with the sharp back end of her high heel piercing the back of the priest's head. Puff! The rotten flesh was punctured, and what gushed out was not blood, but some kind of sticky dark green liquid. The pungent stench in the air was nauseating. The priest, however, acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his bloated body around with a ferocious and angry look on his face. Roar! It let out a huge, piercing roar. Song Shujing, who had just landed, froze all over and felt her ears buzzing. In the moment of hesitation, the chain swept over and hit her shoulder hard. The beautiful woman's delicate body flew out, rolled in the flower bed, and got up in a panic. Sister Song! Ms. Song! 4 teammates shouted urgently and rushed forward to help him up. Let's go together. A flush flashed across Song Shujing's face, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. It was obvious that she had internal injuries. Chenbin gritted his teeth and rushed out first. The brown bear beside him followed suit. Its strong limbs fell to the ground, shaking the ground. Ouch! The brown bear's huge paw slammed into the priest's abdomen. The priest did not dodge and was scratched by the sharp claws, but his abdomen was almost uninjured, leaving only a white mark. Amazing defense. Chenbin had an extra big knife in his hand, which should be the painted armor. Under the effect of the silencing spell, the painted armor could still be used. The knife chopped out and cut towards the priest's thigh, but it was like cutting some extremely tough leather and could not penetrate it at all. What a strong defense. Chenbin was shocked. I didn't feel anything when I saw Song Shujing kicking the back of the monster's head just now, but when I did it myself, I found that the attack was quite different from that of the beautiful woman in Cheongsam. It's worthy of being level 19. In astonishment, the priest's strong arms were raised and the kitchen knife fell on his head. Shenbin rolled on the ground, and a foot-deep crack was cut on the stone floor where he was lying a moment ago. Just as he was about to stand up, the huge kitchen knife came down again. Just at this moment, a tree root as thick as a wrist snaked out from the ground and entangled the priest's raised arm. The kitchen knife pauses. It's Su Ming's spirit tree man. Squeak. The sound of tree roots cracking was heard. They only bound the priest for a second before suddenly breaking. The kitchen knife chopped down again. But Chen Bin had already dodged. Just as the priest was about to chase, Song Shujing rushed up from the side and kicked him again. The beautiful woman's beautiful feet kicked the priest's face into a pancake shape again, and then she used her legs to gain momentum and kicked the priest's head continuously. Call. The priest was completely enraged and kept trying to grab Song Shujing with one hand, but she dodged him flexibly. With his other hand he swung a chain, which whistled in the wind. The iron chains formed a dense net, sweeping across Song Shujing. The space she had to maneuver suddenly became very small, and if she wasn't careful, the chain would come around her waist again. Just as it was about to hit, a stream of water enveloped it. Puff. Water splashed everywhere, and Kang Xinshin's body, the spirit of the Qiling River, was shattered. But he also blocked an attack for Song Shujing. The scattered body of the river spirit condensed again and became noticeably more transparent. In just a few seconds, the team was in danger. This monster has high attack and high health, we can't defeat it. Su Ming said anxiously that he and Kang Xinshin were not good at close combat. Without their skills, they were like tigers with their teeth pulled out. They could only watch from afar. Lin Xiao, where is your spirit? At this time, Su Ming suddenly noticed that Lin Xiao did not summon Gu Xuan. I couldn't help but think, it's already this late, does this kid still want to slack off? Lin Xiao did not summon Sister Gu, of course, because she was not in Qiling Palace and was still outside. Without answering, the sword-raising gourd between his eyebrows lit up and a flying sword flew out. I can't use the sword-wielding technique now, so I can only do it manually. He ran out with the sword in hand and pounced on the priest without any fear at all. Chen Bin, who was being forced back by the iron chain, saw this with his peripheral vision and quickly shouted. Fuck, don't rush in, you're only level 10, you'll be killed if you go up there. Lin Xiao, don't go over there. Kang Xinshin and Su Ming also shouted quickly. Song Shujing looked back in the midst of her busy schedule and frowned. These guys are brave, but it's useless for them to come up in this situation. Chen Bin can't even break the defense, and a level 10 character coming up will only add trouble to the team. When in danger, she is the one who saves him. Lin Xiao, please don't. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao dodged the kitchen knife that the priest was throwing at him, stomped his feet to the ground, jumped up suddenly, and slashed at the priest's neck with a sword. Puff. Dark green liquid splashes. Song Shujing's peach blossom eyes suddenly widened. Broken defense. How is this possible? Even the priest, who had to use all the strength of her thighs to break through the defense, was cut by this seemingly unnatural sword, leaving a huge gash. Chen Bin stayed where he was. Kang Xinshin and Su Ming opened their mouths wide. Damn, am I dazzled? Chen Bin suddenly came to his senses and rubbed his eyes vigorously. He used all his strength, but he couldn't cut the priest's skin. How did he do it? Was it an illusion? When he opened his eyes again, he found that it was not the case at all. The wound on the priest's neck was still there. Green liquid gushed out, emitting a foul odor. Chapter 156. This brat makes people feel safe. Lin Xiao struck back with a slash, stepped on the priest's chest with his toes, and leaped up to avoid the grabbing arm. While falling, draw your sword again. Clang. This time, the sword was stopped by the kitchen knife in the priest's hand. Then, everyone widened their eyes again. Lin Xiao was knocked back by the knife, but the priest's bloated body staggered a few steps, and the knife in his hand kept buzzing, as if it was about to slip out of his hand. Fuck, why is he so powerful? Su Ming said blankly, his glasses almost sliding down the tip of his nose. Kang Xinshin covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock, and looked at Lin Xiao in surprise. I originally thought that the other party was just a burden. You, how did you do that? Song Shujing was shocked. Could a level 10 summoner have such attack power? Although she is not good at strength among summoners, she is at level 19 and seems to be a little inferior to Lin Xiao in strength. She also had a soft sword with painted armor, but she had never taken it out to use it because she felt that the soft sword could not break the defense. But Lin Xiao could actually do it. The reason why Lin Xiao was able to do this was certainly not just because of his great strength, but because he used 1,000 layers of snow in every sword strike. Snow 1,000 layers is not a skill, but a technique of using the sword. Even if you are under a silencing spell, you can still use it. Now that he has reached bronze level, he can stack snow 1,000 layers up to 23 times. The power of a falling sword has surpassed the power of most bronze summoners. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, and found the beautiful young woman's expression with her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly open very interesting. It was different from her usual fierce expression and was somewhat cute. There is no time to talk now. After landing, Lin Xiao rushed towards the priest again and said, Ms. Song, you and I will work together to chop off the monster's head. Chen Bin, you just interfere. Kang Xin, you let Shui Ling be responsible for protection. If we are in danger, you can use the trick you just used. Su Ming, you let your Qi Ling restrict the monster's movements. Lin Xiao swung his sword and chopped as lightly as a butterfly flying through flowers, while assigning tasks to his 4 teammates in an orderly manner. The 4 of them were slightly stunned. If it had been before, no one would have paid attention to him, and maybe even raised a lot of questions. But at this moment, looking at the young man's sword falling and constantly injuring the priest, the 4 of them felt convinced. I underestimated you. There was something strange in Song Shujing's eyes, and he was in deep crisis. However, this kid who had taken advantage of him time and again suddenly showed his prowess, stabilized the situation, and made people look at him in a different light. Okay, do as Lin Xiao says. Song Shujing said loudly. The remaining 3 teammates had no objections at all. In an instant, they felt reassured and felt they had a chance to fight. Damon saw this scene and sneered. Cut off the head. Let's see if you have the ability to do it. Without having time to pay attention to him, Lin Xiao jumped up with the sword in his hand and cut the priest's neck again. This huge monster is covered in rotten flesh, and its limbs are as thick as pillars. It is difficult to break through its defenses, and even if it is cut off, it may not cause fatal injuries. The only part of the animal that is small is the neck, so if you can cut off the head, you can most likely kill it. The kitchen knife cut through the air with a shrill sonic boom, and met the long sword in Lin Xiao's hand. Before the weapons collided, Song Shujing jumped high and kicked the priest on the upper arm from the side, causing the kitchen knife to deflect. Lin Xiao chuckled, put his hand on her thigh, and used the force to move forward. Song Shujing's face froze, but this time she felt more ashamed than angry. Just touch him, he is doing his job anyway. Puff. The 2 men cooperated once and successfully slashed the priest's neck again, causing the original wound to split a little. The priest roared and swept the iron chain across, the air seemed to be about to explode, and this sweep was aimed at Lin Xiao's waist and abdomen. Lin Xiao leaned back suddenly, his body falling straight down. Song Shujing flew over, stretched out her delicate hand, and grabbed his arm. The high heels kicked the priest's chest, causing him to stagger slightly, helping Lin Xiao to get out of trouble. Song Shujing fell down exhausted, and used his arms to throw Lin Xiao up, who used the force to cut him again. The priest retracted the chain and assumed a horizontal bar position. As a result, the tree man stretched out his roots and pulled his arm violently, causing the angle of the horizontal block to deviate. The sword cut in again, and the wound on its neck became bigger, revealing the tough cervical vertebrae inside. The dark green juice spurted out, but the priest seemed unaffected and roared. The sound waves vibrated, and Lin Xiao and Song Shujing, who were nearby, both felt tinnitus in their ears. It took the opportunity to chop Lin Xiao with a kitchen knife. Puff. Water splashed everywhere. Kang Xinxin's Shui Ling used the same trick again to block the fatal blow. The 5 people cooperated for the first time and they were quite in sync. Lin Xiao fell to the ground, and before the priest could chase him, Song Shujing jumped up again and kicked him in the head from behind. The priest reached back with one hand and grabbed it fiercely. It was also quite smart and took the kick and grabbed Song Shujing's ankle. Then he threw himself forward with all his might. If this were to hit him, Song Shujing's internal organs would probably be shattered. The beautiful woman turned pale. Lin Xiao's face changed slightly, and without thinking, he rushed forward and hugged the plump body of the beautiful woman in Cheongsam. But the force of the fall was so great that he and Song Shujing were knocked to the ground together. Puff. Lin Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood and felt like his lungs were about to explode. Song Shujing was much better. She was held in Lin Xiao's arms, which provided a cushion for her, so she was almost uninjured. You don't want to live. Song Shujing's heart trembled as she looked at the young man vomiting blood. Lin Xiao's face flushed, he swallowed a mouthful of blood, and pulled her to the side. Bang! The kitchen knife fell to the spot where it had just landed, causing smoke and dust to rise and rocks to fly. No, it's okay. The moment you rushed out diagonally, you absorbed a lot of force. If you were seriously injured, it would be difficult to fight. Lin Xiao explained. The injury is not too serious and is within the tolerable range. If she hadn't saved Song Shujing just now, she would most likely have lost her combat effectiveness. I really had no choice. But this reckless act of saving people changed the way Song Shujing looked at him. It turns out that this guy wasn't that annoying. On the contrary, he made her feel a little safer. Keep going, don't get distracted. Seeing that she was slightly dazed, Lin reminded her. Song Shujing looked at him deeply, then turned around and rushed towards the priest again. His eyes became sharp. Lin Xiao touched the blood on his lips and followed again with sword in hand. Then the two of them cooperated again and again, cutting the priest's neck continuously. In half a minute, almost all the rotten flesh on the priest's neck was chopped off, leaving only the bare cervical bones. There were also sword marks on the bones, as if they could break at any time. But this guy was not affected too much, which makes people doubt that he would not die even if his head was chopped off. The chains whistled and the kitchen knives swept across a large area to attack. The flower bed was in disarray and a mess. Chen Bin rolled on the ground, stood up, and stabbed the priest's leg with his long knife. Puff. The skin was cut and green juice oozed out. Damn it, I finally broke through the defense. After untold hardships and cutting at the same spot every time, Chen Bin finally cut a hole in the priest's calf, and he screamed with excitement. But when he looked up, he saw that the priest's neck vertebrae had been cut by Lin Xiao, leaving only a part not as thick as a wrist, and he sighed in his heart again. Why can't a level 15 power player like me beat a level 10 newcomer? I really don't know what kind of freak this kid is. This time he's finally got someone powerful enough. Lin Xiao had no idea what Chen Bin was thinking, and he was putting in a lot of effort at this moment. The monster's bones were as hard as steel, and every time it was chopped off, it could only leave a shallow mark. He had struck with his sword more than 10 times in a row to achieve the current effect. Fortunately, although this monster had high attack and high health, it was not flexible enough. It was surrounded and beaten by several people. Our side was about to achieve its goal because of the lack of focus. Chapter 157 The Rotten People. At this time, the priest angrily chopped at Lin Xiao with a kitchen knife. There's nothing special about its attacks. Apart from a sonic roar, it's just plain chopping with a kitchen knife. It is difficult to touch against a flexible opponent like Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already figured out his attack pattern. He dodged sideways, leaped lightly, and even stepped on its arm to move upwards in an elegant manner. He dodged its other hand's grab and struck with the sword again. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and a cervical joint was finally chopped off. Ms. Song, I think you can try to kick it in half. While speaking, Song Shujing was already doing it. Lin Xiao was the main attacker at the moment, while she was harassing from the side. At this time, Chen Bin's brown bear spirit was digging out the jar behind the priest. She ran forward, stepped on the brown bear's back, and jumped high. One of the legs is stretched straight, performing a standard flying kick. The high heel hit the priest right on the back of the head. Snap! The cervical vertebra finally couldn't bear such a great force and broke with a snap. A human head fell to the ground with a loud bang, and green liquid gushed out from the broken neck bones. The priest's huge body suddenly stiffened, and after standing there for a while, he fell to the ground with a bang. Wow! Kong Xinshin was the first to exclaim, we succeeded, we succeeded. Chen Bin and Su Ming's eyes also suddenly lit up, and they looked excited while breathing heavily. Song Shujing and Lin Xiao did not dare to relax too much, as they were not sure whether the monster was really dead. After a long while without any movement from the priest's body, they were finally sure that he was dead and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, Song Shujing showed an expression of appreciation. After this joint attack, her impression of Lin Xiao changed drastically. Apart from being a bit of a hooligan, this kid actually has an incredibly strong fighting talent. No wonder he was able to defeat her on the virtual fighting network at such a young age. Bang! Bang bang bang! Suddenly there was applause. TSK, I didn't expect you guys could really kill him, it's quite surprising. Turning his head, he saw Damon with golden hair still standing in the same place with a bone staff stuck in front of him. A relaxed smile appeared on his sick face. He did not seem angry about the game being broken, and his expression was totally unconcerned. The team members' faces changed slightly. It seemed that this guy had some tricks up his sleeve. Chen Bin roared with a gloomy face. Don't pretend. Just use whatever tricks you have. I'm not afraid of you. Good courage. Damon raised his lips, as for the means, he is my means. He pointed to the headless body on the ground. At this time, a large amount of dark green liquid flowed out from the broken neck, forming a green swamp on the ground. The stench became increasingly strong. Damon snapped his fingers and bubbles suddenly emerged from the green swamp, as if evaporating, and the air was filled with smoke. He's already dead, and you still expect. Chen Bin suddenly stopped talking, his face horrified, staring at Kang Xinshin and said. Kang Xinshin, your face. The JK girl's slightly freckled cheeks suddenly had large areas of skin ulcerated. The skin peeled off, revealing the bloody flesh underneath, before rotting and peeling off again. Not only that, her bare arms also began to rot, and in a few seconds, they became extremely ugly. Ah! Kang Xinshin screamed in fear, what happened to me? Ah, you too. Lin Xiao looked at himself in horror and found that his exposed arm was also festering, with pus and blood oozing out of his skin bit by bit. Looking at the rest of the people, they are all the same. Even the spirit of the contract was decaying, its roots decaying rapidly, and it looked like rotten wood in a damp alley. Large chunks of the brown bear's fur fell off, and its fresh color turned black and looked extremely dirty. Especially Song Shujing, her two long snow-white legs were now covered with dark red ulcerated patches. Traces of decay appeared on her cold and beautiful face, and the charming woman instantly turned into an ugly zombie-like appearance. What's going on? Even though he had experienced many dangerous dungeons, Song Shujing was still frightened at this moment. She cherishes her appearance and body, and her heart trembled when she saw such a horrific scene. It's the priest's blood, it's poisonous. Lin Xiao suddenly realized, run away. The rest of the people reacted and fled from the body in fear. As I ran farther away, the rate of skin ulceration slowed down significantly. It's useless. The toxins in the corpse fluid have already invaded your lungs. Your body is also festering. In 2 or 3 minutes, you will die. As if to verify Damon's words. Just as Kang Xinshin was about to open her mouth to speak, black blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Combined with her festering face, she looked like a zombie in a doomsday movie. The rest of the people are no exception. Lin Xiao felt a sweetness in his throat and a burning pain in his internal organs. My head felt dizzy and my whole body felt weak. Apparently, the poison not only had the effect of causing sores, but it could also drain away the body's strength. Thump. Thump. The sounds of people falling to the ground were heard one after another. Even Song Shujing, who had the highest rank, couldn't hold on and fell to the ground, struggling in pain. There was fear and despair in the eyes of the beautiful woman in Cheongsam. Am I going to die in the copy this time? The team didn't find out any information about Elena, so the score couldn't be higher than 60 points. Seeing his teammates falling one after another, Lin Xiao's heart sank. His situation was better than the others. The unparalleled sword spirit gave him a strong physique from the inside out, so he was still able to stand. But if it continues, it will eventually fall. Think of a solution quickly, or we will all die. Chen Bin made an indistinct sound, and his fearful eyes moved between Lin Xiao and Song Shujing. These are the only 2 people we can count on. However, facing his gaze, Song Shujing could only smile bitterly. Since they could not use their skills, they were like lambs to be slaughtered. Lin Xiao also fell down, his cheek pressed against the ground, black blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing the last person who persisted fall to the ground, Chen Bin and others were completely desperate. You finally can't hold on any longer. Damon's figure was reflected in the dilated pupils of the crowd. He left the position of the staff and walked towards the crowd. What a delightful sight. Don't worry, you won't die. Damon gave a weird smile, you will be spliced together like the priest and become my puppets. He looked at Song Shujing again, lust flashing in his eyes. As for you, my beauty, don't worry, I will heal you and then refine you into a doll to become my Xingnu. Everyone shuddered. No one wants to be like a priest, and Song Shujing doesn't want to become a slave for others to vent their anger on. But by then the poison had already penetrated deep into their bodies, and they were unable to even move a finger. Despair spread in my heart. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly sat up, opened his lips and uttered a calm voice. I'm afraid it won't be what you want. Damon, who was looking down at Song Shujing, turned his head subconsciously. A flying sword suddenly shot out, catching him off guard, and his chest was instantly pierced. The fragile mage's defense is as weak as paper. Hey, you. Damon covered the big hole in his chest with his hand, staggered back, his face full of disbelief. You, how can you use skills? Oh, of course your silence spell has been broken. Damon was stunned and subconsciously turned his head to look into the distance, but as soon as he turned his head, a flying sword shot out again and pierced his head. The Baron's second son's expression became dazed for a moment, and he slowly fell to the ground and died. Chapter 158 Breakthrough. The moment Damon was killed, Lin Xiao drove the flying sword again and shot at the bone staff. Without the master's drive, there will be no barrier to stop it. The bone staff was knocked away. The magic circle in the garden was instantly disrupted, and the huge bone barrier covering the sky began to collapse. These scenes happened so quickly that several teammates were still confused. Why did it suddenly turn around? The four of them stared. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Lin Xiao took a breath and reminded loudly. Kong Xinshin, can your spirit detoxify? Kong Xinshin was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses in an instant. Although she had a lot of questions in her mind, one thing was certain, she could use her skills. Yes, sure. She was overjoyed and first summoned the water spirit back, and then summoned a bronze tripod. A spiritual bronze tripod with 4 legs that can run on the ground. Damn, this is also possible, how come there are all kinds of contract spirits? Lin Xiao was amazed. Little furnace, hurry up, check our situation and make some bullet pills. A bronze tripod as big as a wash basin was seen jumping around among the crowd, then swaying left and right. Green smoke rose from the tripod, and within a few seconds, several yellow pills flew out. Swallow it quickly, said Kong Xinshin. Everyone didn't have time to think about it, they just grabbed the pills and stuffed them into their mouths. The effect was immediate. The pain in everyone's chest and abdomen disappeared after a few seconds, and the sores on their bodies also stopped immediately. The bronze cauldron produced a few more green pills. After swallowing it, the ulcerated skin began to heal instantly. Song Shujing looked at her thighs, which had become white and tender again, as if water could be squeezed out of them, and her eyes were filled with relief. I've become beautiful again. Everyone looked at themselves in surprise for a few seconds, and then looked at Lin Xiao together. Kong Xinshin couldn't help but ask, Student Lin Xiao, how did you break the silence spell? Yes, I want to ask that too. Chenbin scratched his bald head, I don't even know how I got hit by the silencing spell. Su Ming showed a curious look. Song Shujing stared at Lin Xiao with her beautiful peach blossom eyes without blinking. Being looked at eagerly by everyone, Lin Xiao tilted his head and looked into the distance. The 4 of them followed his gaze and their eyes froze slightly. In the slightly cold wind, a fairy in white stood in the flower garden, her white skirt fluttering in the wind, her hip-length hair flying in the air, like an immortal banished from heaven. The 4 of them were stunned for several seconds, then gradually came to their senses and looked at Gu Shuyan's side with their eyes fixed. Hey, why is the scarecrow's head gone? Kong Xinshin spoke in surprise. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes suddenly widened. I see, we can't use our skills because of the scarecrow. That's right. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, so as long as we destroy the scarecrow, the silencing spell will be lifted. Everyone suddenly realized. Song Shujing's eyes flashed with a strange color, when did you find out? Lin Xiao smiled and said, when we were besieging the priest, I was wondering why we were silenced without any signs. After a little thought, I thought of the scarecrow's sewn mouth. I see, Chenbin touched his bald head, measured the distance of the scarecrow, and suddenly said in surprise. If I remember correctly, Scarecrow was outside the bone barrier just now. How did your contracted spirit get out? Yeah, I didn't notice you summoning a spirit. Kang Xinshin said. She suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao was fighting with the priest the whole time and had never summoned the spirit contract. Without waiting for Lin Xiao to explain, Song Shujing said, when he was outside, he had already summoned the spirit. Outside? The three teammates looked confused. Su Ming frowned. When did the summoning of the contract spirit make such a big noise? Why didn't I feel anything at all? Song Shujing said, when he and I pretended to fight, I summoned the contract spirit and he used the cover to summon the contract spirit as well. You just didn't notice it. The three of them were stunned. Ah, you were pretending to fight at that time. Kang Xinshin said with a chuckle, then classmate Lin Xiao touched you. The word but was not uttered. Song Shujing looked slightly embarrassed. You're just pretending. The three of them all showed admiration on their faces when they heard this. These are simply two god-level teammates. While they were still wandering around in confusion, they were already acting in secret. At this moment, I recalled what Lin Xiao had just said, that all the people in the town were dead, and then I realized that this was what he learned from the investigation at that time. In comparison, the three of them felt like they were just idiots. Kang Xinshin suddenly showed a guilty look on her face. Student Lin Xiao, yes, I'm sorry. I thought you were a gangster at the time. I was wrong. Sorry, I had a bad attitude. Chen Bin scratched his bald head and said with an embarrassed look on his face. Although Su Ming didn't say anything, there was embarrassment on his face. These three guys are quite cute. Lin Xiao waved his hand. It's okay. It's normal for you to think the worst without understanding the situation. After a pause, he said, we have to keep moving. Hearing this, the four of them looked solemn. At the very beginning, they encountered a life and death crisis, and they didn't know what they would encounter next. Su Ming looked at the headless body of the priest and frowned. What to do next? The priest is dead. Song Shujing looked at the Gothic building across the garden. I'm afraid we have to go find the mayor. Judging from what we experienced, the mayor should be the necromancer. The five men stood up and first checked the body of the dead daemon, but found no useful clues or items. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the white bone staff. Lin Xiao walked over and picked it up. After holding it, a string of words immediately appeared in front of my eyes. Corpse Dragon Staff, a staff made from the ribs of a dead red dragon. Skill 1, insert the staff into the ground to form a bone cage with a radius of 30 meters, which can only be broken by those above silver level. Skill 2, infuse magic power into the staff. Within a 1-meter radius, the staff holder is protected by the field and cannot be attacked. Looking at this second skill, Lin Xiao's eyes flickered. He guessed right. In fact, he could have asked Sister Gu to destroy the scarecrow earlier, but he didn't do that. The reason is that when Song Shujing tried to attack Damon at the beginning, he was protected by a barrier. If they destroyed the scarecrow in advance, Demon might not leave the staff, and even if they recovered their skills, they might not be able to kill the other party. As a mage, the opponent must have other skills, which may be even more dangerous. So he held back and didn't let Sister Gu destroy the scarecrow. He waited for the other party to come out, and then took advantage of her unpreparedness and killed her with one sword. He passed the staff to the rest of the teammates, and everyone took turns looking at it, and then it returned to Lin Xiao. The items in the copy can be used in the copy, but whether they can be taken out of the copy depends on whether the Lingxiu realm rewards them to the summoner. Judging from the properties of this staff, you probably can't take it out. The Lingxiu realm usually does not reward items beyond the summoner's level. Let's go and take a look inside. Chapter 159, Bundling. Very tempting. Wait. Chen Bin turned around and ran away. I'll go pick up that scarecrow. I had forgotten about this prop, but Sister Gu has chopped off its head. I wonder if it can still be used. Lin Xiao thought to himself. Not long after, Chen Bin came back holding the scarecrow in one hand and the fallen head in the other. It can no longer be used, but there is an item information prompt saying that it can still be used after repair. Chen Bin said. Can it be repaired? Lin Xiao looked surprised. Did they tell me how to repair it? Chen Bin said nothing and handed the scarecrow over. Lin Xiao took it, and a string of words appeared in front of him. For a broken scarecrow, please use dry straw to repair it. Skill, quiet. Please be quieter and don't disturb the flower's sleep. Can it be repaired with dry straw? Any kind of straw will do. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. The repair method seems to be very simple. We need dry straw. Do you want to find some? Lin Xiao looked at his teammates, asking for their opinions, and handed the scarecrow to everyone. Song Shujing took a quick look and said, "The skill is very powerful, and it is worth repairing. But it has its pros and cons. The silencing effect means that all targets within the range cannot use skills, which means we ourselves cannot use skills either." Hearing this, Lin Xiao recalled the battle against the priest just now. The opponent did not use any skills throughout the whole battle. The sonic roar from his hands was more like a physical attack rather than a skill. Just by shouting out loud sounds, he can make people dizzy. No wonder Damon didn't use any abilities to assist the priest throughout the process. There are indeed pros and cons. How about this, let's go in and figure out the situation first. It's not worth wasting too much time on a prop. Song Shujing thought for a moment and said, "There will be many props in the Lingxiu realm to assist the summoner in passing the level. But not every one of them can be used reasonably, and some are even deliberately thrown out by the Lingxiu realm to confuse people. Their mission now is to rescue Elena, and they have a time limit. It's possible that the task of repairing the scarecrow was deliberately designed to waste their time." The others nodded without objection. In the Rococo-style room, a red and white carpet stretches forward to a large bed. A beautiful brown-haired woman in a dress was tied up with a red rope. The binding technique was quite unique, which made her body curve into perfect shapes. Coupled with the nun's uniform, there was a strange temptation. Lisa sat on the bed, stretched out her fingertips, pinched the brown-haired woman's chin, and her eyes flashed with strong jealousy. Why does the young master want you and Elena when he already has me? Isn't one of me enough?" Percy's chin was pinched, so he had to look up and said with a look of pity, "Lisha, wake up, it's not too late for you to turn back now. Just let me go and rescue Elena. I will ask the church to forgive your sins." "Crime?" Lisa smiled angrily. "What crime have I committed? I am just following my nature. Am I born to be a nun?" She suddenly took off her clothes, revealing her naked body. "I'm tired of this outfit. I was sent to a monastery at the age of 4 and entered the church at the age of 12. I need to pray 24 times a day and live a boring life every day. But the problem is, that's not what I want. I want to be like an ordinary woman, to be able to wear all kinds of beautiful clothes and have a tryst with my lover." "Stop talking, Lisa." Percy showed a look of pity. "You must have been bewitched by the devil." "Devil? Ha ha ha, the devil is better than the god of light. When has the god of light ever treated me fairly?" Lisa's eyes were full of coldness, and she pinched Percy's face. "Why are you and Elena able to be close to the holy light and become battle sisters, while I am just an ordinary person? Why are you more beautiful than me?" Her expression became more and more jealous. "The young master likes you, but I won't let him succeed. As long as I scratch your face, he will lose interest in you." As she spoke, she pulled out a dagger and without hesitation, cut a horrible mark on Percy's face. Blood gushed out instantly. Just then, footsteps were heard at the door. Lisa was stunned for a moment, then showed a panicked look, stuffed the dagger into Percy's hand, and turned back hastily. "Master, Percy wanted to cut the rope with a dagger, and I was fighting with her and accidentally." She was suddenly stunned. The person who came in through the door was not the Master Damon she had imagined. Why are you here? Where is Master Damon?" The people who came in were Lin Xiao and his group. After they entered the mansion, they encountered no particular danger. There were only a few guards blocking the way, and they were easily killed. "Then found my way here. Sister Lisa." Song Shujing entered the room and saw the naked Lisa. She was shocked and said coldly, "What a shameless nun. Naked in broad daylight." Lisa realized this and hurriedly covered her body with clothes, saying in horror, "Where is the young master? What did you do to him?" TSK, Western women have exaggerated figures, and a big car. Lin Xiao muttered in his heart and said, "Of course we killed him." Lisa was stunned, and then panic appeared on her face. "No, it's impossible." Song Shujing ignored her and looked at the brown-haired woman on the bed and said, "Are you Sister Percy?" Percy was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, looking surprised and asked, "Are you the elders of the church?" Song Shujing nodded, looked at the injuries on her face, turned to Kong Xinshin and said, "Give her treatment." Kang Xinshin summoned a bronze tripod, refined a pill to heal the injury and handed it to the other party. Then he took the knife and cut the rope. Only then did Lisa react and tried to run out the door, but Chenbin grabbed her hair. You want to run, but I'm afraid you can't. Let me go, you running dogs of the church. Tell her to shut up. Song Shujing said coldly. Chenbin bared his teeth and slapped Lisa, who immediately fell silent. Song Shujing walked to Percy and asked in a gentle voice. The church has received your letter for help. Can you tell us the details and where Sister Elena is now? When Percy mentioned this, his eyes suddenly turned red and tears fell. My lords, please save Elena. She was kidnapped by the mayor and was fed a puppet potion. The mayor wants to turn her into a puppet. Didn't the prompt say that it would be refined into a holy light undead? How come it turned into a puppet? Lin Xiao murmured in his heart, but didn't think much about it. Maybe there were other accidents in the refining process. After all, the hint also said that Elena was the only holy light undead. Don't worry, we are here to save her, but you have to tell us where she is. Percy nodded heavily. In the backyard, but my lords, the mayor has set up a magic trap there called the Whisper of the Dead. I'm afraid you can't get in. The mumbling of the dead. Lin Xiao frowned. He happened to learn about this magic trap when he was studying the knowledge of Lingshu Realm No. 1. There are a large number of undead in the trap. Once outsiders break in, they will be attacked endlessly. If you don't have the means to restrain the undead, going in will be a death sentence, because the undead cannot be killed by ordinary attacks. The mayor should use this magic trap to protect himself from being disturbed while refining Elena. The others obviously also knew the deceased's mumbling and frowned. Su Ming said, Holy light magic can restrain undead magic, but none of us has a light attribute spirit. Lin Xiao didn't think much about this question, but looked directly at Percy. Do you have a way to destroy the whispers of the dead? If the team has no means to deal with it, then they must look for it in the dungeon. Percy nodded immediately. There is a magic core of a sacred dragon in the Beishan monastery. Its holy light energy can dispel the undead. As long as we get it, we can pass the trap, but... But what? Chenbin asked. Percy said with a heavy face, however, the mayor's eldest daughter Maggie has brought people to guard the monastery, so it will be difficult to get the magic core. You should have met Damon. Maggie is much more powerful than him. Everyone frowned, they almost died at Damon's hands. However, Damon's specific strength is unknown, but his 2 items are extremely terrifying. I wonder if Maggie has any similar tricky items in her hands. What should we do? Go to Beishan Monastery? Chenbin looked at Lin Xiao and Song Shujing and asked for their opinions. Song Shujing sighed and said, let's go check out that magic trap first. Sister Percy, can you walk normally? Yeah, sure. Then please lead the way. Chenbin looked at Lisa and asked quickly, what should we do with this nun? Song Shujing said calmly, knock him out, tie him up, and hand him over to the church for punishment. Tie them up, good idea. A gleam of excitement flashed in Chenbin's eyes. He looked at the naked Lisa and remembered the tied-up posture he saw of Percy when he just came in. Wow, naked bondage, it's so tempting just thinking about it. Why don't you guys come over? I've been practicing asceticism lately and I don't want to get close to women. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Su Ming asked in confusion, what does tying someone up have to do with you not being interested in women? Chenbin choked. Everyone looked at his expression, and then suddenly understood. Kang Xinshin blushed and said, what a bad idea. I had a bad cold and my head hurt when I woke up this morning. I managed to write 1 chapter, you guys take a look at it first. If there are typos, correct them later. Chapter 160, The Deceptive Mission. Backyard. A gray-white castle-like building was shrouded in a large area of gray fog. Dry branches emerged from the trees, and the wind blew, causing the mist to swell slightly. It was quiet all around, with the sound of a few crows wailing in the distance. The 5 members of the team, led by Percy, came to the backyard. When standing at the edge of the gray fog, everyone couldn't help but shudder. The temperature was obviously not low, but everyone felt cold in their hearts. Song Shujing tried to get closer to the gray fog and stretched out her fingers to touch the edge of the fog. The next second, the gray fog seemed to suddenly come to life and rolled violently. Ah! A horrifying scream suddenly came from the depths of the gray fog, as if something was awakened, and black figures flashed quickly inside. The situation was like a shark in the deep sea suddenly smelling blood and rushing forward madly. Pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the gray fog. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed out and appeared in front of Song Shujing in the blink of an eye. The beautiful young woman turned pale and stepped back suddenly. Ah! A shrill scream was heard, and as the black shadow rushed out of the black fog and fell into the sunlight, smoke began to rise from its surface. It struggled a few times in the air before turning into black smoke and dissipating. During this process, Lin Xiao saw the black shadow's appearance clearly. It looks like a ghost, with a face made of mist, 2 red eyes, and a mouth as hideous as saw teeth. When one ghost disappears, the rest dare not come out. They gather at the edge of the fog and make roars that make people feel very uncomfortable. Song Shujing was so frightened by the ghost in front of him that his heart was pounding. It took him a few seconds to recover. He touched his chest and kicked a stone at his feet away in annoyance. The stone hit one of the ghosts right in the middle, then passed through it unhindered, leaving the ghost unharmed. "Are you okay?" Lin Xiao walked forward, looked at the beautiful young woman's slightly pale face, and then said, "Ordinary physical attacks are ineffective against them." Song Shujing glanced sideways, listening to his concern, thinking of the hug in the garden just now. Her heart was inexplicably warm. "It's okay. These undead spirits can directly attack people's souls. If there is no way to restrain them, they will die if they go in. It seems that we must get the magic core of the sacred dragon." Song Shujing looked to the side and said, "Ms. Percy, are the mayor and Elena in that castle?" "Yes." Percy looked pale, and was supported by Kong Xinshin, looking like he was about to fall down at any moment. "My lords, there is another problem. Elena was injected with a doll potion. If there is no antidote, even if we rescue her, she will still be destined to become a doll." "Antidote?" Song Shujing frowned. "What kind of antidote do you need?" Percy said, "The magic potion can remove the effects of the puppet potion. We need to configure it ourselves." "So troublesome." "But we won't, will you?" Song Shujing frowned. "Sure. I need 3 kinds of herbs." Percy said, "One is the holy thistle of soul breath that grows on the high mountains 20 miles to the west, one is the sunshine glaze grass that grows in the canyon 20 miles to the east, and one is the cemetery lily of the valley that grows in the town cemetery 20 miles to the south. This Beishan Monastery is located in the north as the name suggests. The 3 kinds of medicinal herbs are in one direction each, and they are all 20 miles away, east, south, west and north. Is this a design game?" Lin Xiao complained wildly in his heart and immediately realized that this was obviously a task used to delay their time. Song Shujing said with an unpleasant expression, "Elena can't hold on for long. If we run in all 4 directions, we will definitely be too late. What should we do? How about going to the monastery first, getting the magic core, rescuing Elena, and then gathering herbs?" Lin Xiao hesitated. Percy waved his hands repeatedly. "No, that would require us to act at night, which is very dangerous because the townspeople would wake up at night." "Townspeople, I almost forgot about this." Lin Xiao quickly asked. "By the way, I forgot to ask you, what happened to the people in the town? We checked before, and it seems that they are all dead. What does it mean that they woke up?" Percy's eyes were slightly red as he said, "The mayor has released a large-scale undead magic in the town, turning all the townspeople into undead creatures. They sleep during the day and will revive at night. The town will be in great danger then. We must save Elena during the day." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Lin Xiao's mind immediately flashed back to the zombie movies he had seen, where the protagonist team was chased by dense swarms of zombies. "My scalp is tingling." The others obviously thought of it as well, and their faces looked extremely ugly. Although Lin Xiao indicated that the mission would be completed if Elena was rescued before midnight, it was obvious that the difficulty of rescue would increase exponentially if it was delayed until night. Chapter 161 Collision. "What time is it now?" Song Shujing asked with a slightly changed expression. As if in answer to her words, a loud bell rang in the distance. "It's 2 o'clock. The clock tower strikes the hour." Lin Xiao said in a deep voice, then looked at Percy. "What time does the town usually get dark?" Percy said, "It's 7:30 this season." Everyone looked at each other, and Song Shujing said, "We have 5.5 hours. It seems we must split up." Some people will go to collect herbs, and some people will go to the monastery. Then, how do we distribute it? Kang Xinshin's face turned pale when she heard that they had to act separately. Lin Xiao looked at Percy. Are the 3 herb-picking locations dangerous? Percy thought for a moment and said, the area around this town is relatively safe. There shouldn't be any danger. Then, Lin Xiao looked at Song Shujing and handed the power of allocation to the captain. Song Shujing was very decisive. After a little thought, he said. Kang Xinshin, Chen Bin, Su Ming, the 3 of you go collect herbs separately. Lin Xiao and I are the strongest, so let's go to the monastery. Whether you complete the mission or not, meet up here before dark. After the words fell, the scene became slightly quiet. After a while, Kang Xinshin sighed and said, well, then you better be careful. This is the only way to allocate it for now. The monastery is the most dangerous place, and only the 2 strongest members of the team can go there. Although Lin Xiao is only level 10, he has shown in the battle just now that his strength far exceeds that of the remaining 3. Beishan Monastery is a convent located in a valley about 20 miles north of the town. The monastery is very large and is surrounded by tall walls. From the outside, one can only see the pointed tops of the buildings inside. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing quietly climbed up the wall and looked inside. A vegetable patch stretches out, at the end of which is a church-like building, surrounded by trees and in silence. There were patrolling soldiers on the gravel path. They should be the men under the mayor's daughter. There was no sign of the nuns in the courtyard. It was unknown whether they were imprisoned or had all been killed. Ms. Song, what should we do next? Lin Xiao turned his head and looked at Song Shujing. The 2 of them lay side by side on the wall. There was a faint body fragrance coming from the beautiful young woman. When he tilted his head, he couldn't help but see the tenderness under her snow-white neck. He quickly looked away, but was still noticed by Song Shujing. However, this time the beautiful young woman was rarely angry. Instead, she rolled her eyes at him, fell back to the ground, and said, don't call me Ms. Song, it's a bit awkward, just call me Aunt Jing. Ah. Lin Xiao also quietly returned to the ground and scratched his head. How about calling Sister Jing? Although I don't know Song Shujing's age, the beautiful woman looks quite young. Song Shujing lifted the hair beside her ear. My daughter is also studying at Longyin. She is a junior this year and is older than you. Calling her aunt is not taking advantage of you. Lin Xiao was shocked. Although he thought that such a plump and beautiful woman could not have never given birth, after all, her buttocks did not look like those of a young girl, he did not expect that she would have a daughter older than himself. Jing, Aunt Jing, how old are you? I think you're only about 30. I don't mean to flatter her. The beautiful woman in front of me is in such good shape. Her skin is so delicate and fair, even younger than that of an 18-year-old girl. If it weren't for her voluptuous and juicy figure and her mature and cool temperament, it would be easy to think she is very young. Song Shujing felt inexplicably happy. You can talk, but I'm 36 this year. 36. Lin Xiao was surprised again. Your daughter is a junior in college, so she should be 20. You gave birth to her when you were 16, so she should be 15. Lin Xiao didn't continue, realizing that what he was about to say was a little beyond the limits of their relationship. Song Shujing's face was visibly gloomy for a moment, but it was obviously not because of Lin Xiao's offense, but because she thought of something. Let's not talk about this. She sighed, took out a map from her arms and spread it out. This is a sketch of the monastery's building layout given by Percy. Song Shujing pointed at the paper and said, the dragon magic core is in the storage room of the cathedral. We just looked around and found that there are the most guards around there. There are a few other places, so we will sneak in from the less crowded places. It would be best if we can reach the church smoothly. For the rest, we can only act according to circumstances. Okay. Lin Xiao didn't have many suggestions, but before taking action, he hesitated and said, Auntie Jing, there is a question I have been wanting to ask you on the way. I asked you before, but you didn't want to answer. But we need to cooperate with each other and understand each other's skills. So I still want to ask, why don't you use the combined skills until it is absolutely necessary, and why don't you even use the summoning spirit? When fighting against the priest before, Song Shujing did not summon the succubus. If we were to sneak into the monastery now, we would most likely encounter powerful enemies. If Song Shujing could not or was unwilling to summon the contract spirit, it would be difficult to defeat them. If you really cannot summon, then you have to be mentally prepared in advance. Song Shujing hesitated and sighed. It's really hard to explain the reason, but you just need to know that it's not a fatal situation. I won't use the combined skills because it will make things worse. As for summoning the spirit to fight, it depends on the situation. We won't summon it unless it's absolutely necessary. Summoning Phyllis may cause more trouble. Lin Xiao frowned, this sounded too weird. There was no time to think about it, so I could only helplessly say, then let's get to know each other's abilities so that we can cooperate better later. This time, Song Shujing did not hide anything and told everyone about his personal summoner skills and painted armor abilities. Lin Xiao did not hide anything and stated his main abilities. After learning that he and Gu Shuyan had a lot of skills, the beautiful woman said with a chuckle. You, how come you have so many skills? Lin Xiao really liked her surprised expression with her mouth slightly opened, and said proudly. If you tell me your secret, I'll tell you too. Tisk. Song Shujing rolled her eyes at him and turned away, let's do it. The two men climbed up the wall again, waited for the patrolling soldiers to go away, and then jumped into the yard quietly. Both men were martial arts masters. They landed on the ground, bent over, and walked quickly. They were so fast that they disappeared into the shade of the trees in the blink of an eye. The whole process was like two nimble civet cats. They sneaked quickly under the shade of the trees and had a smooth journey. When they were about to reach the church, Song Shujing, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. There's a secret sentry. The stop was too sudden, and Lin Xiao was caught off guard and bumped into it. As they were bending forward, the collision ended up hitting Song Shujing's buttocks. The beautiful young woman was knocked forward. If she didn't have a solid foundation in martial arts, she would have fallen to the ground. Lin Xiao seemed to have hit a bouncy bumper ball, the rebound force almost made him sit back on his butt. Chapter 162 Aunt Jing's Problem. Song Shujing turned her head with a red face and reprimanded in a low voice. You little bastard, why do you always want to take advantage of me? Do you just target me there? How many times has this happened? Counting, her buttocks had been touched by Lin Xiao 3 times for various reasons. In Song Shujing's chilling palace, the succubus saw this scene and giggled. My lord spiritual master, are you feeling good? Let me tell you, being a Hongru is very comfortable. The woods here are dense, how about we pull this little guy in and eat him? The succubus licked her bright red lips, her eyes gleaming with lust. Song Shujing's face turned red when she heard this, and she cursed in her heart, Phyllis, shut up. Phyllis looked aggrieved, Master spiritual master, I have a miserable life. Since I followed you, I have never tasted a man. I am a succubus, so that's fine, but you won't let me taste it. Don't you know how I have lived for the past 10 years? I'm going crazy. Please, let's eat him. He's so handsome, I can't help myself. Song Shujing's heart was beating like thunder, and a strong desire appeared in her eyes. She knew that the pollution had erupted again. Phyllis, calm down. This is a nightmare instance. Calm down. I can't calm down anymore. I want to eat him, please. Just beg me and he will agree. The succubus tore off her clothes, and her leather skirt and bra, which had no covering function to begin with, fell off. She twisted on the ground like a worm, and seductive sounds burst out from her pretty little mouth, echoing throughout the Qi Ling palace. Song Shujing's delicate body also began to tremble slightly, her face flushed, and she had to suppress her desire. I just bumped into her accidentally while walking. This is even more exaggerated than Instructor Wei. Lin Xiao noticed that Song Shujing was acting strangely, and was amazed in his heart. He said. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. You stopped so suddenly. Where is the sentry? Song Shujing took a deep breath, suppressed her restlessness, looked towards a bush in the distance, and pointed, there. Lin Xiao looked in the direction where her finger pointed and took a closer look, and indeed, he found a piece of cloth sticking out from the bushes. If you don't look carefully, it's hard to notice, and you can't help but praise, Aunt Jing is so careful. Song Shujing nodded, you go to the left and I go to the right, surround them and assassinate them. Good. The secret sentry was not very strong, so Lin Xiao started with a broken string, and the two martial arts masters killed him together, and the whole process was completed silently. After hiding the body, the two men continued to move forward and soon found themselves under the church. It was difficult to move next as there were a large number of soldiers on both sides. There is no chance of successful assassination. Song Shujing frowned, I'm afraid we'll have to force our way in. The storage room is underground inside the church and must be entered. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly pointed above his head. Song Shujing looked over and saw a skylight on the top of the church. It's too high, we can't climb up. Song Shujing understood what Lin Xiao meant and shook her head. The skylight was more than 10 meters high between the two of them. Without the ability to fly, it was impossible for them to climb up along the smooth wall. Lin Xiao looked at the wall for a while and said, we can climb up. Look, there is a groove there, a little over 1 meter wide. We can use our hands and feet to support the walls on both sides and move up little by little. Song Shujing's eyes lit up when she saw it. This was a good idea. Smart. I'll do as you say. The two of them bent over and walked to the groove. Song Shujing didn't think much about it. He faced the clamp first, supporting the walls on both sides with his left and right hands, and doing the same with his left and right feet. Then he used his limbs to easily climb up a distance. The slot is not wide, and any ordinary person can get in this way, let alone a summoner with an extraordinary physique. Lin Xiao was watching from below with a strange look in his eyes. He originally wanted to say that he was in front, but Song Shujing went up first without giving any explanation. The beautiful young woman's posture at this moment is not very elegant, she looks like a frog. The two snow-white legs are stretched tight and the buttocks are raised. The most erotic thing was that she was wearing a cheongsam, which was short to begin with, so you could clearly see what was underneath. Tsk tisk, it's white, and it has lace. Lin Xiao sighed. Song Shujing climbed for a while and didn't feel any movement behind her, so she turned back subconsciously. Seeing Lin Xiao's lustful eyes, she was stunned for a moment, looked at her thighs, her face flushed red. How could she forget this? She should have let Lin Xiao crawl in front. But now that he had already climbed a distance, he couldn't go back. He glared at Lin Xiao with shame and anger. I couldn't say anything, so I could only signal with my eyes, stop looking, you little bastard. Lin Xiao smiled and looked away. Climb up quickly. But after a few seconds, Song Shujing regretted it. In Qiling Palace, Phyllis spoke all kinds of lewd words. Master Spiritual Master, you have been seen naked. It feels so good to be exposed, doesn't it? Look, he's looking at you, Master Spiritual Master, you're being looked down upon. Song Shujing felt her whole body trembling and cramping, and her hands and feet that were supporting the wall were shaking constantly. Halfway through her climb, she could no longer exert any strength. I was sweating profusely and my clothes were all wet. I don't know if it was all because of the sweat. A drop of sweat fell on Lin Xiao's face. When I looked up, I saw Song Shujing's legs trembling. More than half a month later, this was posted by Shenhe. I was speechless and could only delete it. The beautiful woman was shaking all over and her body seemed to be about to fall down. Lin Xiao was horrified. Aunt Jing, what's wrong with you? Hang on. Song Shujing shuddered. If she fell down at this moment, she would definitely be discovered by the enemy. She took a deep breath to calm herself down and climbed up desperately. Finally, we arrived at the skylight. She turned over and went in, and there was a beam inside. She lay on the beam, exhausted, gasping for breath. I just felt my heart pounding like thunder, as if I were someone who had experienced death and escaped while rock climbing. Lin Xiao followed him into the skylight and when he looked out he saw Song Shujing lying on her back, looking like she had just been fished out of the water. She was covered in sweat and was in an exaggerated state. He sensed that something was wrong with Song Shujing, and he lost all his romantic thoughts and looked worried. Aunt Jing, are you okay? No, it's okay. Song Shujing saw him come in, hurriedly got up, and pulled the hem of her cheongsam with her hands. At this moment, she felt that the fabric was so short. Song Shujing clearly felt that the look in her eyes when she looked at the boy was full of desire. If there was a mirror now, she would definitely see her face turning blue. What's wrong with her? Why does she look like she wants to eat me? Lin Xiao felt more and more that something was wrong with Song Shujing. Could it be because of her contracted spirit? Lin Xiao was not a stupid man. Combining Song Shujing's reaction with the fact that he could not summon the contracted spirit to merge, he vaguely guessed something. Aunt Jing, will your succubus spirit affect you? Lin Xiao asked tentatively. Song Shujing was stunned, turned her head away, not daring to look at Lin Xiao, and said helplessly after a few seconds. It seems you have already guessed it, so there is no need for me to hide it. Something went wrong with Phyllis. We encountered a rift during a battle and she was severely contaminated. It has become difficult for her to suppress her nature and she could enter a state of desire at any time. And she will also affect me, especially after entering the fusion. I can't actively cancel the fusion, and I will be dragged into the abyss of desire and lose my mind. I must vent my desires to cancel it. In addition, the pollution has prevented me from contracting a new spirit and advancing, so I am stuck at my current level. She is now in a state of desire again. Chapter 163 Almost ruined myself. Lin Xiao was stunned. He had never expected Song Shujing to ask such a question. No wonder she was reluctant to talk about it before. It took him several seconds to come back to his senses. He looked puzzled. Cracks. What are those? Song Shujing sighed, the erosion of the spiritual ruins realm by the disaster star. Simply put, the spiritual ruins realm is sometimes affected by the disaster star and cracks appear. Evil forces will surge out of the cracks, and those who enter the Lingxiu realm will be contaminated if they encounter them. The contamination varies, but once contaminated, it will be difficult to purify. I had the misfortune to encounter this when I was at bronze level. The pollution from the Calamity Star caused Phyllis to be injured. After she recovered, she was very prone to lust and it was difficult for her to control herself. The Lingxiu realm would actually be polluted by the disaster star. This news shocked Lin Xiao so much that he was unable to recover for a long time. Song Shujing said bitterly, because I can't merge, I dare not enter the Lingxiu realm. In recent years, I have been stuck in entering once every 6 months. If you keep stuck in time, you will be punished. I am going through a dungeon now. If I die, my score must be over 80 to be resurrected. Hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately showed sympathy. Is that so? That means every time you enter the Lingxiu realm, it will be a test of life and death for you. Song Shujing smiled bitterly and nodded. Lin Xiao thought about it, and then he was a little confused, and said. I have a question. I don't mean to offend you. From your description, it seems that the problem of desire is not difficult to solve. Can't you just find a man? You have a husband, right? Just ask him for help. It's not that simple. Song Shujing's eyes were bitter. First of all, my husband died before our daughter was born. Secondly, venting desires will only make them worse, just like drinking poison to quench thirst. I've had that experience once. Song Shujing said, that was not long after it was contaminated. I was alone in the Lingxiu realm and encountered a demon ape. I rashly activated my fusion skill, and as a result, my desire exploded in the middle. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, staring at the beautiful woman in front of him in disbelief, and subconsciously glanced at her buttocks. You won't. What are you thinking about? Song Shujing looked embarrassed. Before I lost my mind, I committed suicide and left the Lingxiu realm. That time my score was high enough for me to be resurrected in reality, but... Song Shujing's expression turned unnatural. However, what I didn't expect was that I still couldn't get rid of the fusion state after resurrection. I locked myself in the cellar for 3 days, and during those 3 days, I almost broke myself. Broken. Lin Xiao opened his mouth slightly, feeling greatly shocked. This was obviously a very sad thing, but he inexplicably wanted to laugh. The corners of my mouth raised and then pressed down again, it was really hard to hold it back. Well, is it possible that this kind of thing can only be solved with a real man? Or does your personality not allow you to find a man? In fact, I think your problem is already difficult to be restrained by normal moral standards. Even if you are a little unrestrained, it is understandable. After all, it is to save lives, which is another kind of emergency hedging. Song Shujing smiled bitterly, of course I'm not that pedantic. It was my first time, so I thought about enduring it. But after that discovery, for nearly 3 months since then, I wanted to pounce on almost every man I saw, and Phyllis became increasingly out of control. I feel that if I really indulge myself once, I will probably sink into it and gradually become a person of desire who only knows how to vent. If that happens, I might as well commit suicide. I can never bring shame to my daughter, and I can never bring shame to my family. Lin Xiao looked at Song Shujing with admiration in his eyes. This woman's willpower was really strong enough to be able to endure such a thing. If it were another woman, she would have become a slut long ago. Is there no other way to solve this problem? Song Shujing sighed, there is a way to purify the soul, but the level of purification required must be very high. Over the years, I have only found one person who has it. Then you didn't ask the other party for help? Lin Xiao was surprised. I have looked for him. Song Shujing's face turned very ugly when he mentioned that person. A white-skinned man whose spirit is an SSS quality angel. I asked him for help, but his condition was to make me his mistress. Bah, even if I, Song Shujing, die, I will never sleep with a foreign devil. Lin Xiao stared at her blankly, his face gradually becoming one of respect. This was a woman of integrity. However, angels, there are angels in the number 1 Lingxiu realm, Elena is one of them. If I can pass this copy with high scores this time, can I contract an SSS angel to help her? When this thought came to his mind, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, but he didn't say it out loud. After all, the forced contract was his own secret, and even if he contracted with an angel, the skills of the angels might not be the same, and they might not be able to help Song Shujing purify herself. He sighed and returned to the present. Song Shujing was unable to summon the spirit, so things would be difficult next. Aunt Jing, are you feeling better now? We have to hurry. Inside the Qi Ling Palace, the succubus Phyllis was still venting, and the lascivious music kept assaulting Song Shujing's mind, which naturally made her feel no better. But once Phyllis enters the state of desire, it cannot be resolved in a short time and it is impossible to drag it out. I can hold it in. Come on, keep moving. Lin Xiao looked at her worriedly and could see that Song Shujing's face was flushed and she looked very uncomfortable. But there was nothing he could do to help her, so he could only nod and look around. This is above a room on the side of the church. The room below looks like a lounge and is empty. The two men moved forward along the beam and slid down a pillar to the ground. After landing, he tiptoed to a window. This window is on the inside and you can see the church hall next door. Lin Xiao carefully leaned over to look, then narrowed his eyes. At the top of the hall, the statue of the god of light was smashed and fell to the ground. Atop his huge head sat a woman. He was wearing a purple wizard robe, had a gloomy face, held a staff in his hand, and closed his eyes to rest. This woman must be the mayor's eldest daughter, Maggie. I could sense his aura slightly, and it seemed that he was at the peak of bronze level. If Song Shujing could summon the spirit, it shouldn't be difficult for the two of them to defeat the opponent together. But now, it's a bit difficult to fight. Not daring to speak, Lin Xiao made a gesture to Song Shujing, meaning to ask what to do next. According to Percy's hint, the church's underground storage room is located behind the statue of the god of light. If you want to get there, you have to go into the lobby, where you'll inevitably have to confront Maggie. Song Shujing frowned and thought, and after a few seconds she pointed at Maggie and then pointed outside, meaning to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Lin Xiao was troubled when he heard this. The question was how to adjust it. Just then, there were hurried footsteps and the clanging of armor outside the church, and a man's hasty voice came. Miss, it's bad, our sentry has been taken out, and the enemy has sneaked in. Maggie, who was sitting on the head of the statue, suddenly opened her eyes and sneered. Have the church's minions finally arrived? Take me to see them. She walked out of the church, and after a few seconds her figure disappeared, with the sound of her footsteps fading away. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing looked at each other, their eyes lit up with joy. This saved them a headache. When the hall was completely empty, the two men walked out quickly, flitting across the hall like a civet cat, and came behind the statue. There was another room at the back. The two of them glanced around and saw a staircase leading down against the wall. When I reached the stairs and looked down, I saw a stone door at the end. It's right here. Song Shujing's tone was a little excited. I'll go open the door, you stay upstairs. Writing now, there will be another chapter later. Chapter 164 Shadow Realm. As she spoke, the beautiful woman walked quickly down the stairs and came to the stone door. Magic lines are carved on the ancient stone wall, and in the center is a woman figure praying with her eyes closed. This is a magic door that requires a specific magic key to open. They've gotten it before from Pacey. Song Shujing pressed his palm on it, ready to input the magic key, but the moment it touched the stone wall, something strange happened. She only felt that the air around her seemed to fluctuate and the whole world began to shake. The surrounding scenery quickly shattered, even the colors began to fade, and only black and white remained before my eyes. Song Shujing was horrified and took a step back in panic, only to find herself in a dark forest. The world is in black and white, without any other colors. The surrounding scenery gives people a shadowy feeling, unreal and illusory. She turned back in panic and saw Lin Xiao not far away, looking around in panic. Jing, Aunt Jing, what's going on? Lin Xiao was also startled by this sudden change. He looked around with a slightly alert look, then looked forward, slightly stunned. The world is black and white, except Song Shujing, who is colorful. The beautiful woman in Cheongsam is still as charming and beautiful as ever, dazzling in this black and white world. Look at yourself again, you are also colorful. The two people seem out of place in this black and white world. I don't know what happened. It happened as soon as I touched the door. Seeing that his partner was still there, Song Shujing breathed a sigh of relief, walked over quickly, and stood back to back with Lin Xiao. Is it some kind of magic trap? Lin Xiao looked around with a serious look. It should be. We must have fallen into the trap. Just as Song Shujing finished speaking, she heard footsteps coming from the dark woods. Yes, you fell into the trap. Maggie, who had just left the church, walked out of the woods and said proudly. I knew about you two the moment you sneaked into the church. Leaving was just a trap to lure you in without any defense. Song Shujing and Lin Xiao's faces changed. An NPC could be so sinister and cunning. You two, welcome to the Shadow Realm. Shadow Realm. Lin Xiao was shocked. He had heard of it when he was learning about the number 1 Lingxiu realm. But we don't know much about it, we only know that the original world of Lingxiu realm number 1 is a multiple world. Beneath reality there is the so-called Shadow Realm, where the undead reside. How could a living person enter the Shadow Realm? Lin Xiao was puzzled. Because the content of this section was too advanced and he felt that he would never encounter it at a low level, and there was so much knowledge to learn, he had not spent too much time on it before. But Song Shujing had a wealth of knowledge in this area, and his face turned extremely ugly when he heard it. This is terrible, we are in big trouble. If we don't leave here as soon as possible, we will never be able to get out. Can never get out. What does that mean? Lin Xiao's face changed. Song Shujing quickly explained, the Shadow Realm is the world of the dead. If real people enter and stay for too long, they will be corroded by the shadow energy and become undead. It is impossible for the dead to return to reality. Lin Xiao's heart suddenly turned cold, and he asked anxiously, how long will this process take? Song Shujing said, see the colors in us. When everything fades to black and white, that's when we are completely assimilated. Lin Xiao was stunned, and he quickly glanced at himself, then he was horrified to find that he looked like a colorful doll soaked in water, with strands of color floating from his body into the air. The clothes and skin are like objects that have been stored for many years. They gradually become old and lose their bright colors bit by bit under the baptism of time. The same is true for Song Shujing. At this moment, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed that Maggie, who was walking from a distance, was in black and white. Why isn't she colorful? Without waiting for Song Shujing to answer, Maggie spoke first. Because the necromancer is the apostle of the god of death, this is our world. As she finished speaking, she raised the skull-shaped staff in her hand, and a ball of black and white flames burst out from the top of the staff and smashed towards the two of them. Die, you lackey of the church. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing jumped away swiftly and avoided the fireball. The ball of black and white flame fell to the ground, exploding, with black and white sparks flying everywhere. A spark fell on Lin Xiao. He didn't pay much attention to it. He just glanced at it subconsciously, but his pupils suddenly shrank. The sparks fell on the surface of the clothes, and the fabric faded instantly, turning black and white. The flames contain a lot of shadow energy, so don't touch them. Just open the painting armor. Song Shujing quickly reminded. Lin Xiao's expression changed and he immediately activated his golden scale armor. A golden light was floating, and he was wrapped in golden armor, like an awe-inspiring ancient general. We can't just passively take the beating. We have to take the initiative. Lin Xiao said, the person on the other side is a mage who is good at long-range attacks, so he needs to be suppressed in close combat. Good. Song Shujing also activated a defensive painted armor, and her delicate body was wrapped in a layer of pink translucent shield. At the same time, he took out a soft sword and rushed towards Maggie first. Lin Xiao made a summoning gesture, summoning Sister Gu. As soon as the fairy in white stepped out of the summoning door, she flicked her white sleeves and Guqin Zuzhongjian appeared in front of her. Thump thump thump. The sound of the piano exploded, and the air blade slashed out, reaching Maggie before Song Shujing. The necromancer raised his staff, drew a circle forward, and a grey barrier appeared. Puff. Puff. The air blade was blocked and the grey barrier quickly dimmed. Song Shujing has arrived, the soft sword in his hand is infused with holy light, and he thrusts it forward. The sword is bright and dazzling, and a thin golden snake shoots out. Armor painting skills. The grey barrier was hit by the golden snake and suddenly exploded. The golden snake moved forward as fast as lightning. The necromancer Maggie's body was hit instantly and passed through. However, the figure disappeared, it was just an afterimage. The universal magic of the number 1 Lin Xiao world, magic transfer. Maggie's figure appeared several feet away, with her staff raised high, and a ball of black and white fire hit Gu Xuan, intending to interrupt her attack. Ding! The air blade swept out and shattered the fireball. Gu Xuan's fingers quickly moved across the strings, and more than a dozen air blades flew out densely. Chapter 165 The Unkillable Necromancer. Maggie used the same trick again and blocked it with a grey barrier. Song Shujing had already caught up and was slashing at him from the side with his sword. Maggie made a move, drew out a long sword, and slashed at Song Shujing. The sound of clanging was endless. Her fighting ability was surprisingly good. Lin Xiao had already activated the sword controlling technique at this time, and 6 flying swords were like meteors, attacking the necromancer from the back. Attacked from both sides, Maggie had to use magic again to teleport and dodge. She appeared 2 feet away, holding her staff high and muttering something. Soul stripping. The 3 people present were instantly frozen in place, their faces filled with pain and hideous expressions. The feeling of having your soul pulled out is extremely painful, and it feels like a tendon in your body is being pulled out bit by bit. The 3 of them resisted stubbornly, their souls floated out and retracted, and they were pulled repeatedly. Their bodies seemed to have double images and would disappear at any time. Ah! Lin Xiao suddenly screamed, his eyes widened, and he glared at Maggie while enduring the severe pain. Buzz! His eyes flashed with golden light, and the broken string started to move. The necromancer was struck by lightning and his staff fell to the ground. The pain of everyone's souls leaving their bodies came to an abrupt end. Song Shujing rushed out again, pointed the soft sword, and the golden snake started again. There was a flash of golden thread in the air. The level gap between Lin Xiao and Maggie is too great, and the effect of the broken string lasts less than half a second. She suddenly woke up and dodged to the side, but still couldn't avoid the golden thread attack. The shoulder was pierced violently. Song Shujing approached at high speed with her 2 beautiful legs, and slashed with her soft sword wildly, forcing Maggie to retreat again and again. The sword-wielding technique followed up again, and several shots were fired, leaving wounds on his body. Gu Xuan's air blades never stopped, and she always found time to make up for the damage. For a moment, the 3 of them cooperated and suppressed the necromancer. Suddenly, Maggie, who was repeatedly defeated, clasped her arms together, her figure flickered, and her color dimmed. She, who was originally black and white, suddenly became extremely transparent, leaving only a vague outline. Dissipate. Song Shujing kicked in the air and her legs went straight through the figure. The flying air blades and swords cut through the air without hitting any solid object. Maggie's illusory figure held up a staff and chanted a spell. In an instant, a whistling sound came from above everyone's head, as if a strong wind was howling. Lin Xiao looked up subconsciously and his pupils shrank suddenly. Countless black and white fire rain fell from the sky, covering an area of hundreds of meters in radius. His and Song Shujing's faces changed drastically. It is impossible to break out of this area. The next second, dense rain of fire came crashing down. Lin Xiao didn't even think twice and directly activated the painted armor skill Cloud Crane Wings, which increased his speed dramatically. At the same time, summoned Sister Gu Hui and asked her to hide in Qiling Palace. He dodged at high speed in the gaps of the rain of fire, narrowly avoiding one fireball after another. From the corner of his eye, Song Shujing was also dodging in a panic. She was level 19, and her speed was comparable to Lin Xiao's speed when he activated his painting armor skill. The two tried their best and finally survived this round of fire rain. Most of them dodged it, and those who didn't were blocked by the painted armor. The price was that the painted armor became dim and could not be used for a short time. Maggie had by now withdrawn from the dissipation. Don't give her the chance to continue using this skill. Song Shujing shouted. Rush out again and oppress the opponent with violent melee combat. Lin Xiao summoned Sister Gu again, and both she and her spirit followed. Song Shujing attacked violently for a few seconds, and suddenly shouted, Lin Xiao. Kill her instantly. Lin Xiao understood what it meant, and shouted in his mind, Sister Gu. Gu Xuyan understood the intention and stopped playing the piano to attack. Her body suddenly floated in the air. The white skirt fluttered, the thousands of black hair danced, a huge fairy sword condensed in front of the body, and the white sword intent was surging. Stunning beauty. Maggie instantly realized that Gu Xuyan's level was obviously far lower than hers, but the giant sword gave her a strong sense of crisis. The necromancer immediately raised his staff. This is the prelude to soul stripping. Lin Xiao was prepared and slashed at her arm with a flying sword, interrupting the spell. Maggie frowned and dodged the attacks continuously. She no longer tried to interrupt Gu Xuyan and decided to use magic to avoid the attack. She had already seen that this was a charged attack. Although it was locked, the spell transfer was teleportation, so there was no point in locking it. Now! Song Shujing shouted, her eyes suddenly flushed pink, and she instantly became extremely charming. Come on, let's play. The extremely tempting voice almost made Lin Xiao stumble. The necromancer suddenly froze, staring at Song Shujing with obsessed eyes, as if the lover she had been thinking about day and night appeared before him. This is Song Shujing's feedback skill, charm. It can be used by both men and women. At this moment, the stunning scene was complete. Go! Gu Xuyan's cold voice sounded. A stream of light flashed in the air and shot towards Maggie like a meteor chasing the moon. The necromancer had not yet broken free from the charm and was pierced through by Jinghong. A big hole appeared in her chest. She woke up from the severe pain, her eyes staring at her chest blankly. Call. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. It was over. Although the opponent is of a high level, he is a fragile mage after all and cannot withstand Jinghong's attack. Killing Maggie was easier than expected, and not even as dangerous as fighting David. However, the next second his pupils shrank. The pierced chest of the necromancer Maggie suddenly began to heal, and the black and white colors refilled it. In just a few seconds, she was back to normal. This can be resurrected. Lin Xiao was extremely shocked and quickly looked at Song Shujing. Aunt Jing, what's going on? Song Shujing's expression was also extremely ugly, and he spoke quickly. I see. She is in a state of shadow energy. She is unkillable. Maggie laughed sinisterly, that's right, you can't defeat me in the shadow realm. No matter how serious the injury is, I can recover. But it hurts, and I'll make you feel the same way. Maggie raised her staff again. Soul stripping. The three of them experienced the pain of being skinned and having their tendons pulled out again. They all squatted on the ground and covered their heads. Maggie directly released the spell of transfer, flashed in front of Lin Xiao, raised her staff high, and was about to smash his head. In the battle just now, she had keenly realized that as long as she killed this man, the woman in white would also disappear, making her the most suitable target to be killed first. At the critical moment, Gu Xuyan forced herself to break free from the pain and released the sword. Clang! The staff was stopped. Maggie frowned, she hadn't expected them to have such defensive skills. Just as he was about to withdraw, Lin Xiao raised his head, his eyes shining with golden light. The CD with broken strings is also fixed. Maggie was struck by lightning. Lin Xiao stabbed her heart with his sword without hesitation. The necromancer died again. Then a few seconds later, she came back to life again. Chapter 166 Hold Me. Song Shujing had already rushed over to share the pressure with Lin Xiao, and the three of them formed a siege. At this time, Maggie's dissipation skill can be used again, and she activates it without hesitation. After entering the dissipation state, he immediately raised his staff high, a whistling sound of wind suddenly occurred, and a rain of fire from the sky pressed down on his head again. Damn, this trick again. Lin Xiao's heart sank. The energy of the painted armor couldn't recover so quickly. This time it was dangerous. Lin Xiao, can you hide? If not, come and hug me. Song Shujing shouted loudly. What? Hug you? What's the point? Can't we just be a pair of desperate lovers? A flash of doubt flashed through his mind, but it was indeed difficult for him to avoid this rain of fire. He rushed over without hesitation and hugged Song Shujing from behind. Hold the front and summon your contract spirit back. Feeling the man's solid chest muscles on her back and strong hands holding her waist, Song Shujing trembled and hurriedly reminded him. Hug from the front. Lin Xiao was stunned, and before he could make any move, Song Shujing turned around and pulled him into her arms. An extremely warm and soft feeling came over me, as if I was sinking into a ball of cotton. The faint body fragrance rushed into the nasal cavity crazily, and a certain part of the body instantly became swollen with blood. Song Shujing was not much better off. Her heart was beating wildly, her body was trembling constantly, and she couldn't resist pressing her body against him. In Qiling Palace, the succubus Phyllis screamed excitedly. Ah, the smell of a man is so wonderful. That's it, my dear Lord Spirit, eat him quickly. Song Shujing felt an electric current running through her body and she trembled continuously, but she forced herself to suppress the throbbing. A purple light shone from his back, and a pair of huge purple bat wings spread out, completely wrapping himself and Lin Xiao, shaped like a giant egg. Black and white flames fell from the sky and bombarded the surface of the egg. Purple light ripples on the bat's wings, blocking the erosion of shadow energy and rapidly consuming energy. It became dim in an instant. The wrapped world forms a sharp contrast with the outside world, giving people an indescribable sense of security. Lin Xiao felt himself being wrapped in tenderness, his whole body immersed in a rich body fragrance, and he couldn't help but want to greedily inhale it. I couldn't see Aunt Jing's face in the darkness, but I could clearly feel her heartbeat, which was even more violent than my own. Her body is hot and inviting to explore. The beautiful woman seemed to have difficulty controlling herself and hugged him with increasing strength, as if she wanted to rub him into her body. The whole process is both short and long. It is short because it is too wonderful, and when it ends, people remain reluctant to leave. It is long because it is too torturous, and one more second will make people lose control. The rain of fire ended, and Song Shujing pushed Lin Xiao away violently. She quickly distanced herself from him, gasping for breath. In just 10 seconds, she felt like she had experienced a long nightmare. Her heart was pounding and her face was flushed. However, this round of crisis was finally avoided. Without time to savor it, Lin Xiao said loudly. Aunt Jing, this is not a solution. You know the Shadow Realm better than I do. Is there any way to escape? In the Shadow Realm, if you cannot kill the undead mage, it means that he is invincible. By the time the next round of fire rain comes, they will most likely be finished. The life and death crisis prompted Song Shujing to calm down quickly and said loudly. Run first, and think while you run. Good. The two turned around and rushed into the woods. When Maggie saw this, a smile like a cat playing with a mouse appeared on her face. Escape? Where can you escape to? She chased after them slowly, but she wasn't so eager to kill them. Maybe it would be nice to play with the two of them. The shadows of the trees quickly swept back, the black and white world was dead silent, and the hurried footsteps and breathing were particularly harsh. Call. Occasionally, a black and white fireball would attack from behind, forcing Lin Xiao and Song Shujing to move. Aunt Jing, have you thought of a solution? After running for 4 or 5 minutes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but speak. Let me think about it again, think about it again. Suddenly, Song Shujing's eyes lit up and he said quickly. Although the Shadow Realm and the real world are two different worlds, they are not completely independent, and there are connections between the two. If we can find a connection point, maybe there's a way out. Then, what does the connection point look like? Where is it? Lin Xiao asked hurriedly. Song Shujing tried hard to recall what he had learned. After a long while, he smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know, I don't have the knowledge in this area. Lin Xiao's heart sank when he heard this. I took a quick look at myself, and my heart felt even heavier. During this period, the colors on his body became darker, and the fabric of his clothes looked like it had been worn for many years and had turned white due to washing. The two of them ran around in the black and white world like headless flies, feeling more and more desperate. Give up, you are destined to sleep here, there is no escape. Maggie's teasing voice came from behind. Lin Xiao didn't want to give up just like that, his brain was working quickly, thinking about ways to break the impasse. Suddenly, he said, "Aunt Jing, let's change our thinking. The necromancer behind us is actually not that strong. If he were in the outside world, we could kill him easily. I don't think that with her strength, she can easily drag a living person into the shadow world. She must have used some method. If we can find this method, is there a chance to escape?" Song Shujing paused in her running steps, her eyes suddenly brightened. "Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Yes, she must have used some method, let me think about it." Song Shujing was awakened, her brain started working rapidly, and within a few seconds she raised her head and said, "Yes, the barrier between the shadow realm and the real world cannot be broken by an ordinary necromancer. If she wants to drag us into the shadow world, there are only two ways. The first is to use the weak points between the two worlds and forcibly break them apart. The second method is to use teleportation. Judging from the feeling at the time, it should be the second one. She must have used some powerful tool to teleport us here. There should be a teleportation anchor left on the door of the church, which will be activated when touched. Based on this calculation, the item must be in the shadow realm. Once we find it, we can use it to teleport back." Lin Xiao frowned, and walked around, looking for something again. "The question is, where is that thing? Is it on Maggie?" Song Shujing immediately shook her head. "It can't be Maggie. She was in reality before. Let me think about it." The beautiful woman's brain was working frantically, muttering to herself. An item that can drag a living person into the shadow world must have a powerful shadow attribute. Yes. That's it, I understand, Lin Xiao, we may find the item if we look for places with strong shadow energy. Lin Xiao's spirit suddenly lifted when he heard this, and his thoughts were also opened up. Since we were dragged into the shadow realm by that object, I think we can't be too far away from it. We are probably nearby. Yeah. That should be it. The two ran quickly, constantly sensing the fluctuations of shadow energy. Behind them, Maggie frowned when she saw that the two men did not run in a straight line, but began to circle nearby. Have they noticed it? Chapter 167 Vinyl Record Player. Maggie's heart trembled. Song Shujing's inference was correct. She did use a prop to pull the two people into the shadow world. And just as Lin Xiao thought, the prop was nearby. Maggie was happy to see the two of them running away just now, because the farther they ran, the less likely they would find the prop. But now the two seemed to have reacted. Maggie knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she swung her staff and shot out fireballs at a faster speed. Feeling the sudden increase in the frequency of attacks from behind, Lin Xiao and Song Shujing were not worried but happy. The other party suddenly became anxious, which only meant that their guess was correct. At this time, Lin Xiao suddenly pointed to the distance and said, "Aunt Jing, what is that?" In the distance, there was a floating and moving blue color, which was hidden by the woods and could not be seen clearly. But suddenly, a touch of other color appeared in the black and white world, and it was still unusually dazzling. Go and take a look. Any variables and abnormalities now may change the situation. Song Shujing spread the wings behind her, grabbed Lin Xiao's arm, and the two of them floated in the air and flew quickly towards the blue light. Maggie's face in the back suddenly changed. I want to release the soul stripping, but the distance is not enough. In a blink of an eye, Lin Xiao and Song Shujing rushed out of the woods and looked forward, their eyes were slightly stunned. The blue that I had just seen was surprisingly abundant now, floating on the meadow ahead. They were creatures that looked very similar to jellyfish, floating silently from all directions. What is this? Lin Xiao said blankly. Song Shujing frowned and thought for a few seconds, then a look of sudden realization appeared. The glowing jellyfish is a shadow creature that likes places with dense shadow energy. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, are they attracted by the shadow energy? Could it be that prop? These glowing jellyfish floated in from all directions and gathered in a lowland in front, dancing around constantly, as if they were attracted by something. Go and take a look and you'll know. Song Shujing flapped her bat wings and flew over the meadow. As I reached the edge of the lowlands, I heard whimpering music coming from below. It was like some kind of dance music, with a slow melody, but in this black and white world, it gave people an eerie feeling. Looking down, there was a box-type vinyl record player placed in the middle of a large pit. The needle slowly moved across the groove of the vinyl record, producing music. A large group of glowing jellyfish gathered around, their transparent caps dancing and their tentacles swaying. At the same time, Lin Xiao felt drowsy, but his body inexplicably wanted to dance. Aunt Jing, is it this record player that pulled us into this world? It should be. There can't be such a thing in the shadow realm. Let's go and touch it. There should be information about the item. Not daring to fly over rashly, Song Shujing landed and the two of them walked carefully into the huge pit. Just after going down a few meters, their expressions changed. As I got closer to the record player, the music became clearer and the drowsiness in my head became stronger. As I got closer, my body began to dance uncontrollably. Lin Xiao stretched his body and danced unconsciously. Song Shujing twisted her plump buttocks and moved her slender waist rhythmically, as if she wanted to do a passionate dance. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly woke up and took a step back. Aunt Jing, this thing has a strong control power. I feel like we might lose consciousness before we get close to it. Stand still, I'll try again. There was no time to waste. Relying on her high level, Song Shujing ventured forward a little further. She walked and stopped, fighting against the magic of the music. She twists her hips and waist from time to time, which makes the scene both funny and attractive. When she was only about 10 meters away from the record player, she suddenly stopped with a dull look in her eyes. Then she began to dance passionately on the spot, caressing her hips and waist with her hands, and twisting her body like a water plant. Aunt Jing. Seeing that she seemed to be trapped, Lin Xiao was horrified and warned her loudly, but Song Shujing did not react at all. She continued to twist her hips and dance in ecstasy. He shouted several times, but still couldn't wake the other person up. It's over, it's over. Lin Xiao's face looked extremely ugly. His level was lower than Song Shujing's, and his resistance to the magic of music was much weaker. It was unrealistic to go over and pull her back. Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he implemented it immediately without caring whether it would work or not. His eyes flashed with golden light, and he released the broken string at Song Shujing. A severe headache instantly woke Song Shujing up from her dance. She suddenly came to her senses and stepped back in horror. The magic power is too strong, it's hard for me to resist, let's get out first. Song Shujing retreated to Lin Xiao's side before speaking with a look of fear on her face. Call. As soon as the two reached the edge of the giant pit, they heard the sound of wind behind them. Turning around, they saw a huge black and white fireball coming towards them. Maggie had already caught up. This guy is chasing us so fast. The two of them dodged the fireball attack, looking a little anxious. I'll stop her, you figure out a solution. Song Shujing said that she felt Lin Xiao was smarter. Wait. Lin Xiao grabbed her arm, I have this. As he spoke, he took out the bone staff, stuck it into the spot, and activated the bone field. A huge bone barrier rose up, covering an area with a radius of about 50 to 60 meters where the two were. And the record player just happened to stay within the range. Song Shujing's eyes lit up, she almost forgot about this prop. Turning to look at the necromancer, she was blocked outside the barrier. Maggie showed an angry expression and waved her staff. Black and white fireballs kept bursting out and smashed into the bone wall, but they were all blocked. You didn't expect it, your brother's props. Lin Xiao sneered triumphantly, making Maggie look extremely angry. He didn't have time to provoke the other party anymore, so he looked at his body first. The color of his body was getting darker and darker. The shadow energy in this area is extremely dense, and the erosion is accelerating. Aunt Jing, we must find a way to get the record player as soon as possible. The erosion here is too strong. Song Shujing obviously noticed it as well and nodded with a frown. But after thinking for 5 or 6 minutes by the huge pit, the two men still couldn't think of a way to get the record player. As time went by, their colors became dimmer and dimmer. According to this trend, in another 5 minutes, the two of them will be completely corroded by the shadow energy. Outside, Maggie was unable to break through the barrier, so she simply stopped and taunted. Don't struggle, you guessed it right, the record player can indeed bring you back to reality. But without Baiin's strength, it is impossible to resist the magic of music and get it. Just wait for death. The two people inside the barrier looked even uglier when they heard this. Song Shujing suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up, but then she showed an extremely conflicted and hesitant expression. Aunt Jing, what's wrong? Lin Xiao noticed it and asked subconsciously. Song Shujing was stunned, as if she had made up her mind, and gritted her teeth and said. Lin Xiao, do you like me? Ah. Lin Xiao was caught off guard by this question and was completely stunned. The next second he reacted, he saw Song Shujing with a charming face and uneasy expression, staring at him with a pair of eyes. I don't know if it's because of her peach blossom eyes, but the expression on her face when she looked at me was so charming. Lin Xiao almost blurted out, I like it, but he swallowed it back in the end. Sister Gu is still watching in Qiling Palace. How could he have the courage to tell another woman that he likes her? But facing Song Shujing's eyes that were obviously full of expectation, it would be against my will to answer that I didn't like it. Aunt Jing, why do you ask this suddenly? Lin Xiao avoided answering. Chapter 168 Aunt Jing's Unbelievable Request. Song Shujing's eyes were obviously filled with disappointment, and then he said seriously. Your current score should be 60, so it's okay even if you die, but I can't. I must get 80 points, and I have to pass this level to achieve it. I've considered it. If I activate the combined skill, I should be able to get the record player. But you know my situation. After activating the combined skill, I will quickly lose my mind. I need. The beautiful woman blushed like a shrimp and couldn't say the second half of the sentence. But Lin Xiao already understood what she meant and was completely stunned. Are you asking him to help you satisfy your desire? Oh my goodness. This is a dream. He subconsciously glanced at Song Shujing's plump body, which seemed to be able to squeeze out water, and his heart began to beat wildly. Any man would be moved when such a stunning beauty asks him for pleasure. Seeing that Lin Xiao didn't speak for a long time, Song Shujing lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling, and added. Lin Xiao, I know this may be very difficult for you. Our acquaintance was not a pleasant one. You may still hate me in your heart, but I really have no other way. Can you help me? I don't completely treat you as a tool. In fact, you saved me in the garden, and I have a good impression of you. I am willing to give my body to you. The reason why Song Shujing said the latter sentence was because she was really unsure. After all, her attitude towards Lin Xiao was very bad before. Moreover, in her opinion, Lin Xiao is handsome and has a super goddess like Gu Shuyan by his side, so he may not be attracted to her. Faced with Song Shujing's humble request, it would be a lie for Lin Xiao to say he wasn't moved. But it was really difficult for him to agree to this matter. Putting aside those hypocritical reasons, the biggest problem was that he was not single, he had a partner. This matter must require Sister Gu's consent. If Sister Gu didn't agree, he wouldn't be able to help Song Shujing. Because after all, the two of them had only known each other for a short time and could not even be considered friends. It is clear what is more important. Sister Gu, are you listening? Lin Xiao couldn't make a decision and communicated with Gu Shuyan in his heart. There was silence in Qiling Palace. He was stunned and felt a little headache, thinking that this matter might make Sister Gu very embarrassed. From Sister Gu's perspective, it is difficult to accept letting her husband have a relationship with another woman, even if there is a reason. Then I thought that I should make my own decision on this matter. What kind of man would I be if I made Sister Gu embarrassed? If Sister Gu didn't agree and Song Shujing died in the end, wouldn't she be branded as a person who didn't help? With this idea in mind, Lin Xiao could not push the responsibility onto his wife. He gritted his teeth and said. Aunt Jing, I'm sorry, I can't help you. We still have time, let's think of other ways. Song Shujing was stunned when he heard this, his face darkened, and he smiled miserably. There is no other way. Lin Xiao's heart was in a knot. After all, he couldn't bear it. Song Shujing murmured, You don't want to help me, is it because you dislike me? Are you afraid that I'm dirty? No, that's not what I meant, Lin Xiao didn't know what to say. Song Shujing said to herself, I'm not dirty. Everything I told you before is true. I have never had sex with any man, not even my husband. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, and said subconsciously. Well, don't you have a daughter? Song Shujing said bitterly, Nan is an embryo transplant. This matter is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, but I really have never been touched by a man. Lin Xiao was stunned, and then he realized what was going on. He didn't care about these things at all. He is not the kind of person who has a mental obsession with cleanliness, and he even has some sneaky thoughts occasionally. Aunt Jing, I really don't dislike you. You are so beautiful, how could I think you are dirty? You misunderstood. But then why don't you want to help me? Song Shujing was really confused. Even if Lin Xiao didn't like her, as a man, he shouldn't be uninterested in her body. She is very confident in this regard. Lin Xiao was speechless, not wanting to use Sister Gu as a shield. Because in the final analysis, he wanted to have a relationship with Song Shujing. The more this is the case, the more you cannot say that you have a wife. Otherwise it would be, it's not that I don't want to save you, but my wife doesn't allow it. The responsibility lies with Sister Gu. Hey! Gu Shuian sighed from inside Qiling Palace, husband, I'll go out and talk to her. Lin Xiao was stunned. Sister Gu finally spoke and said quickly. Sister Gu, I don't want to embarrass you. Forget it. I'll handle it. Gu Shuian heard this in a gentle voice. Husband, I understand your intentions. Shuian is very touched, but we can't just stand by and watch her die. Let's help her. If she is willing, she can follow you in the future, and I will help you to intercede with Xiaoyao. Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect Sister Gu to agree. This surprised him. It took him a long while to come back to his senses and open the summoning door. Since his wife agreed, there was no need for him to make hypocritical excuses. Gu Shuian came out, looked at Song Shujing, and sighed. Miss Song, Lin Xiao didn't agree to help you because of me. I'm his wife. My wife? Song Shujing's beautiful eyes widened with shock. She never expected that Gu Shuian, a contracted spirit, was actually married to Lin Xiao. It turned out that this was the reason why Lin Xiao refused. Then he reacted and his face turned red. She actually begged a woman's husband to satisfy her desires in front of her. Even if there was a reason for it, she still felt ashamed. Gu, fairy Gu, I. Song Shujing hesitated for a long time but couldn't come up with a word of explanation. Gu Shuian looked at her for a few times and actually had a good impression of Song Shujing. This girl had a great appearance and figure. From what I've heard, she's a woman of great integrity, and being a concubine to her husband isn't a bad thing. Polygamy is allowed in this world. Mainly due to years of war and disasters, countless men were killed and injured, and the gender ratio was seriously unbalanced. In order to increase the population, polygamy was officially permitted. Gu Shuian walked over, took Song Shujing's hand, and said softly. If you don't mind, call me sister from now on. Chapter 169 Song Shujing after the fusion. Song Shujing was stunned and didn't react for a long time. After several seconds, she finally understood what she meant and her mouth opened wide. When she came to her senses, she wanted to explain that she simply wanted Lin Xiao to help her satisfy her desires and had no other ideas. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. She thought of a problem. If Lin Xiao helped her this time, she would most likely have to look for him to continue after leaving Lingxiu realm. What is the relationship between those two people? Lover? Sex buddy? Song Shujing, who came from a prominent family, could not accept such an ignominious title. It seems that it is right to have a status. But she herself felt that this was too unbelievable. By playing a copy, she found herself a husband younger than her daughter. Gu Shuian saw the hesitation in her heart and smiled. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. I just think that if a husband takes your body, he should be responsible. Gu Shuian came from a relatively traditional world, and subconsciously believed that if a man and a woman had sex, they should be together. Gu, fairy Gu, thank you, but my situation is special. I don't know if I can control myself after leaving the dungeon this time. If you fall, it will bring shame to Lin Xiao. If you can control yourself in the future, I am willing to call you sister. If he indulged himself in the copy this time, Song Shujing felt that he would not be able to control his mind after leaving. If she turned into a slut, she would be sorry to Lin Xiao. As she said this, she glanced at Lin Xiao again. To be honest, she now had a good impression of the boy. The bad impression quickly turned into a favorable impression. Furthermore, no woman would dislike a tall and handsome young wolf dog, and the idea of an old cow eating young grass is something that both men and women cannot escape. The prerequisite is that the other party does not mind that you are old. Okay. Gu Shuian nodded, I am a spirit, and I will never be able to bear children for my husband. He will definitely have to marry in the future. After a pause, she continued, so I have something to say in advance. If you are willing to be with him in the future, you can't be the main wife. You can only be a concubine. This sentence once again stunned Song Shujing. She really hadn't thought about the problem so far. Right now, I'm just thinking about saving my life. How did it gradually become about the main wife and concubine? I understand. Song Shujing stuttered. Even whether or not she would be with Lin Xiao was unknown, so why would she bother arguing about these things? Lin Xiao's heart was beating fast. Sister Gu's words solved one of his worries. Recently I haven't known how to deal with the relationship between Sister Su and Sister Gu. He wants both of them and there is no way he would give up either of them, but both of them are stunning beauties, so how could they be willing to share one man? But today, Sister Gu took the initiative to agree to let him get married and have children in real life. This is really great news. In this way, we only need to deal with Sister Su. After Gu Shuyan finished speaking, she went straight back to Qiling Palace. She was actually very lost inside. As a woman, how could she be willing to share her husband with others? But Gu Shuyan knew very well that she was just a contracted spirit and it was impossible for her to carry on Lin Xiao's family line. Moreover, Lin Xiao will have to contract with other spirits in the future, so dual cultivation is inevitable. In other words, her husband is destined to have many women, and she has to accept it whether she likes it or not. So I always feel a little depressed. Gu Shuyan left, leaving only Song Shujing and Lin Xiao on the scene. The two looked at each other and quickly looked away, both feeling a little embarrassed. However, Song Shujing was older after all, and faced with a life and death crisis, so she quickly calmed down, turned her head again, and said with a blushing face. Lin Xiao, there is no time to lose. I will perform the combined skills now. Yes, Aunt Jing, please. Lin Xiao nodded. Song Shujing took a deep breath and summoned Phyllis out. As a result, when the succubus appeared, Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. This Qi Ling was in heat in the Qi Ling palace. He stripped himself completely and walked out completely naked. The fruit trembled and could not be looked at directly. That's not all. After walking out of the summoning gate, she rushed towards Lin Xiao uncontrollably. He. Handsome boy, let's play. The bewitching voice aroused people's desire. This has nothing to do with self-control, the succubus simply has the ability to arouse people's desires. Song Shujing turned his head away feeling somewhat ashamed and quickly released his combined skills. The succubus was forcibly pulled back and turned into a pink light that sank into her body. In an instant, Song Shujing's appearance changed drastically, making Lin Xiao, who was standing beside her, feel dry-mouthed. The beautiful woman took off her cheongsam and replaced it with a black leather skirt and a black leather bra with very little fabric. Her skin is as white as mutton fat jade, with a pink glow, towering breasts, a magnificent figure, a slim waist and a perky butt, which is very alluring. A long and slender succubus tail grew on the buttocks, and black bat wings spread out, making her as evil and charming as a queen. There were also two succubus horns on her head that were as crystal clear as obsidian. The face was still Song Shujing's beautiful face, but the peach blossom eyes had a bit more evil, and the eyes were affectionate and charming. Her temperament changed drastically. She licked her red lips with her sweet tongue and laughed like a silver bell. She took a step forward and stood in front of Lin Xiao, raised the boy's chin, and giggled. My little man, you must be kind to me later. After the transformation, Song Shujing's temperament changed drastically and her words became unscrupulous. There was a gleam of desire in her eyes, and she moved closer uncontrollably, as if she couldn't wait to pounce on the boy in front of her. Lin Xiao took a step back and quickly reminded, Aunt Jing, business is more important. Song Shujing was startled when he heard this, and his face turned red. He took a deep breath to suppress his desire, then turned and walked towards the record player. This time, the magic of music had little effect on her. When she was within 2 or 3 meters of the record player, she couldn't help shaking her hips and tail a few times. The scene was so erotic that Lin Xiao turned his head away unconsciously. His heart was beating wildly at the thought of going to Wushan with such a beauty. Song Shujing twisted her body a few times before coming to her senses. She rushed forward 2 steps and put one hand on the record player. The music stopped abruptly and the huge pit suddenly became dead silent. Outside the bone barrier, Maggie's face changed. She didn't expect that the enemy could really get the record player. But she could only watch. Aunt Jing, is this the item we are looking for? Lin Xiao walked over quickly. Yes, Song Shujing's answer was accompanied by an alluring tremor. Great, let's get out of here. Song Shujing did not move, her small nose sniffing the air gently, and suddenly turned her head with a dazed look. What a nice smell, my little man, you smell so good. She was obviously controlled by desire again. Lin Xiao felt his scalp tingle as she sniffed him like a kitten, and he said in a trembling voice. Aunt Jing, let's get out of here first. But I want you. Ahem, the next chapter has a very absurd plot, I don't know if I can pass it. Chapter 170 Crazy Song Shujing. Song Shujing said coquettishly, moved forward, hugged Lin Xiao's neck, and bit his red lips without giving him time to react. Woo! Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly widened, and he felt a sweet tongue pushing through his lips and teeth. The sweet taste rushed straight to his brain, making him almost dizzy. The next second he came to his senses and pushed Song Shujing away. Aunt Jing, calm down, we are about to be completely invaded. The color on his body has become very dim and is about to turn into black and white at any time. Hearing this, Song Shujing regained some rationality in his eyes, and his heart felt cold and he calmed down a bit. She lost her mind too quickly this time. Then figure out what's going on. Phyllis merged with her in a state of desire, and instantly pulled her into a state of desire. Seeing that Song Shujing was a little dazed, Lin Xiao didn't dare to delay any longer and snatched the record player. A string of item information appeared before my eyes. The Gravekeeper's record player. Gravekeeper Rocks likes to play dance music at night and dance in the cemetery. He often says that the dead also need entertainment. Skill 1, Dance of the Dead. When the dead hear the dance music, they will dance along without stopping. Skill 2, Communication with the Underworld. Rock's record player is nourished by shadow energy all year round, and can communicate between reality and the shadow world. Call. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This was it. He turned around and ran to pull out the bone staff, then rushed back to Song Shujing and pulled her hand up. Then he activated the record player's underworld communication skill. The next second, the light and shadow in front of my eyes shattered, and the black and white world cracked like broken glass, with colors appearing in the cracks. When the black and white completely disappeared, they appeared in a cornfield. The sunlight shone through the large green leaves, making Lin Xiao, who had just returned from the shadow realm, feel as if he was in another world. After taking a breath of the air filled with the fragrance of cornfields, you can see the monastery in the valley not far away through the gap. The locations in the shadow realm correspond one-to-one with the real world, but the scenery is different. I just moved in the shadow realm and returned to the real world, so I'm naturally not in the monastery. It's finally out, woo. Before Lin Xiao could finish his sigh, his mouth was blocked by Song Shujing again. Just as I was about to push her away, I heard the sound of corn leaves bursting. Without thinking, he hugged Song Shujing's waist and rolled to the side. The necromancer Maggie appeared not far away and threw a fireball at him. In the real world, the fireballs she emitted were no longer black and white, but turned into a ghostly green. Large areas of corn were blown away. Lin Xiao hugged Song Shujing and rolled over, crushing a large area of corn stalks. Song Shujing rode on him. The crisis of the shadow world was resolved. She suddenly relaxed and lost all her sanity in an instant. He lowered his head and his hot lips demanded it frantically. Jing, Wu Aunt Jing, Wu wake up. Lin Xiao tried hard to push her away, but failed. The beautiful woman wrapped her arms around his neck tightly and kissed him passionately, with her two round legs wrapped around her waist, unable to get rid of them at all. Another fireball came crashing down. Lin Xiao could only hug her and turn over, dodging in panic, while calling for Sister Gu at the same time. Gu Shuyan knew the situation outside very well. When she came out, she couldn't help but glance at Song Shujing who was biting her husband madly, her beautiful brows furrowed deeply. Although she had just agreed to let this woman be her mistress, Gu Shuyan still felt extremely sad when she saw her being so intimate with her husband. No matter how magnanimous she was so angry that she stamped her feet. Lin Xiao looked at her with great embarrassment and apologized. Gu Shuyan took a deep breath and vented all her anger towards Maggie. Qin Jianzxian was completely enraged, and the fighting power she unleashed was extremely terrifying. She rushed forward and slashed with her sword continuously, actually forcing the necromancer, who was much higher in level than her, into a state of distress. Lin Xiao was not idle either. He had a pendant hanging on his body and rushed over to help. While dealing with Song Shujing's passionate kiss, he used the sword controlling technique. The flying swords harassed and pierced continuously, forcing Maggie to use magic to teleport and dodge. As soon as the necromancer appeared in the field, Lin Xiao attacked with a broken string. Then he launched the Lyoha sword formation without hesitation. Since I learned this skill, I have not actually used it against the enemy. At this time, without the fighting force of Song Shujing, he had to take it out. In the instant that Maggie was in a trance, she was surrounded by 6 flying swords and trapped in a sword formation. The flying swords retracted and surrounded and assassinated from 6 directions. She subconsciously used the spell to teleport again, but was shocked to find that it did not work and her body was firmly locked in the sword formation. Due to misjudgment, the necromancer was immediately in danger and could only immediately start to dissipate and try to break out of the sword formation again. But what surprised her even more was that she couldn't even dissipate to get out. However, the 6 swords that stabbed at him missed. These 2 skills restrain each other, and neither can do anything to the other. Maggie, who was in the dissipated state, raised her staff and dense rain of fire fell. The moves are not new. But the problem is that this rain of fire is really hard to avoid. Although there is no danger of being eroded like the Shadow Realm, it would definitely not be pleasant if you were hit by it. Boom boom. A pale green fireball fell from the sky and smashed into the cornfield, destroying a large area of crops. Lin Xiao activated the cloud crane wings and dodged quickly while hugging Song Shujing. At this time, the beautiful woman wrapped her arms around the back of his neck, kissed him non-stop with her hot lips, and wrapped her legs around his waist, like a girlfriend who was acting coquettishly and asking for a kiss. Song Shujing is quite heavy. She is 170 centimeters tall and has a plump figure, weighing about 130 caddies. Holding such a plump woman, even with the help of armor painting skills, the speed did not increase much. If they weren't careful, the 2 would crash into a fireball. In panic, Lin Xiao threw himself to the side, rolling for several times on the corn stalks, looking very miserable. Just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly felt as if struck by lightning and looked at his waist in disbelief. It's like falling into a hot spring. Song Shujing showed a satisfied expression on her face and let out a soft moan. Lin Xiao was in a state of complete confusion. He suppressed his pounding heart, hugged her and climbed up, continuing to dodge the fireballs. I just looked at Sister Gu with an extremely guilty look, and prayed madly in my heart, "Don't look back, don't look back." But Gu Shuiyan, who was worried that he might be hit by the fireball, still looked over here. The cold fairy was stunned for a moment, and the next second her eyebrows raised. For a moment, she wanted to rush over and kill that shameless woman with a sword. Maybe God thought Lin Xiao was miserable enough, and he managed to dodge this round of fireballs in a daze. In the Lyoha sword formation, Maggie came out of the dissipated state. Gu Shuiyan suddenly had a target to vent her anger. The furious fairy soared into the air and launched a stunning attack. A huge immortal sword condensed, and the murderous aura was more fierce than ever before, even the nearby corn leaves were crushed to pieces. The green powder was flying around and staining Gu Shuiyan's hair, making it look a little green. Ha ha ha, the author laughed while writing this chapter, this plot is so ridiculous. Chapter 171 Obtaining the Magic Core. In the sword formation, Maggie was horrified. She was locked in place and could only take the blow head-on. A grey magic shield condensed in front of him, pouring in magic power madly. Sow! The air exploded and the beauty was gone in a flash. Prickly Lala. The magic shield cracked, and the cracks spread out like lightning. It lasted for less than a second before suddenly exploding. As a flash of light passed by, the necromancer's body suddenly stiffened. He lowered his head blankly, and a big hole appeared on his chest again. This time, she will not be able to be resurrected. The necromancer fell down unwillingly, but at the moment she fell to the ground, her round eyes saw the man and woman in the distance, and the absurd emotion even overshadowed the despair. How could someone do that in battle? What's even more frustrating is that she actually died at the other party's hands. The necromancer died, and Gu Shuiyan turned her head suddenly. Looking at Song Shujing who was twisting her body in Lin Xiao's arms, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. As if feeling the threat of death, Song Shujing's body stopped for a moment. In a trance, the beautiful woman became a little more sober. As he felt his current situation, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. She actually hung on a man and turned on automatic mode. Not alive anymore. In an instant, she even had the thought of dying. Then he turned around and looked at Gu Shuyan, his face filled with extreme fear. Gu, Sister Gu, I'm sorry. Gu Shuyan, who was filled with anger, was stunned again when she heard the word sister. The murderous intent had no place to vent, so it dissipated. After all, she is my adopted sister, what else can I do? Bitterness rose in her heart and she didn't want to stay in the outside world for even a second, so she went straight back to Qiling Palace. Lin Xiao also reacted at this time, and hurriedly apologized with his mind. Sister Gu, I'm sorry. Turn off the view of Qiling Palace. I don't want to see it. Gu Shuyan's voice was cold. Lin Xiao felt guilty. It was the first time he saw Sister Gu so angry since he signed the contract with her. I could only close my eyes and wait until Song Shujing's problem was solved before coaxing her. As soon as Gu Shuyan left, Song Shujing was immediately overwhelmed by desire again. He pressed Lin Xiao into the cornfield and let him go completely. The skylight is flowing and the white clouds are floating. The cornfields in the valley have lost their former tranquility, and from time to time, they can hear the sound of corn. Anyone who hears this will blush. As it grew darker, the woman's panting gradually subsided. On the flattened corn stalks, men and women embraced each other after the madness, enjoying the tranquility after the storm. Lin Xiao lay on the ground hugging Song Shujing, feeling as if he had just finished an extreme training session, his whole body weak. The beautiful young woman in his arms became so crazy that she was no longer a human being. After merging with the succubus, she turned into a ruthless juicer. It is only because of the unparalleled sword spirit that he has been given super endurance that he has been able to hold on until now. If it were another man, he would be defeated in a few minutes. In his arms, Song Shujing closed her eyes slightly, her charming face pressed against Lin Xiao's chest, her eyelashes trembling slightly. After the spring tide, she is as beautiful as a crabapple after the rain. There is still spring in the corners of her eyes, a touch of bright red on her cheeks, and her rosy lips are a little swollen. She is breathtakingly beautiful. She raised her head slightly, and stared at the little man who was hugging her, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of affection. This was the happiest day she had in the past 20 years. It turned out that being with a man was so addictive. At the same time, this was also the most relaxing moment for her in the past 20 years, as she had been enduring a state of restlessness all the time in the past. Even her temper had become bad over the years, but at this moment, she felt a peace she had never felt before. I have an urge to lie in the arms of the man in front of me forever. In Qiling Palace, the succubus Phyllis laughed with satisfaction. What a strong man. So satisfying. Master Spiritual Master, I didn't lie to you, did I? Men are really delicious. Let's find men to play with every day from now on, okay? Song Shujing's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly sank and she was pulled back to reality. Yes, the peace is short-lived, and a gloomy fate is still waiting for her. Feeling the beautiful woman in his arms tremble, Lin Xiao glanced at her, then looked up at the sky with a frown. Aunt Jing, it's getting late, are you feeling better? The sun had already set behind the mountain and it was almost dark, but their mission in the Lingxiu realm had not yet been completed. What's more, there will be big trouble after dark. It's all right now. Let's go get the magic core. Song Shujing supported herself with her arms and stood up. Although she was extremely greedy for this embrace, now was not the time to continue indulging herself. He glanced at the mess on the ground and his face couldn't help but turn red again. The ground was muddy, as if it had been watered. She turned around hastily, her legs went weak and she almost fell back. The whole afternoon was filled with almost no rest and even the summoner's physique could not bear it. Lin Xiao also got up and tidied his clothes. After experiencing such an incident, both of them were inevitably embarrassed and could not find anything to say, so they walked towards the monastery in silence. Halfway through, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say. Aunt Jing, if you are willing to follow me, I will be responsible. Song Shujing's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly replied, okay, I'll think about it carefully. The two continued to walk forward in silence. Song Shujing fell behind, her eyes involuntarily looking at the boy's back, her thoughts fluctuating. She was thinking about a problem. After the previous fusion, she locked herself in the basement and tried all kinds of methods to relieve her desires. The results were not ideal. This time, asking Lin Xiao for help, the effect was surprisingly good. Is it true that this kind of thing really requires a real man to solve, as he said? So what should I do after I get out? Should I continue to endure it or find a man? Or just follow Lin Xiao from now on? Of course, she was inclined to follow the young man in front of her. After all the absurd things, she could no longer suppress her deep feelings for him. But the age gap between the two is too big, and the daughter is older than the other. Are they suitable to be together? Song Shujing felt a little confused. She shook her head and suppressed her thousands of thoughts. Her condition still needs to be observed. Although her desire has been temporarily resolved, she can feel that the pollution has become deeper. You never know what you will become in the future. In silence, the two returned to the monastery. There's no one here anymore. The soldiers on guard had apparently learned of Maggie's death. Now that the master is gone, the little shrimps below have already scattered. I came back to the stone door and opened it successfully. An underground treasure house appeared before our eyes. Lin Xiao's attention was immediately attracted by something in the treasure house. On the table against the wall, a crystal emitting soft golden light lay quietly. It is as big as 2 fists, with a smooth and round surface, translucent and without a trace of impurities. This should be the magic core of the sacred dragon. Lin Xiao thought, took it in his hand, and the item information appeared. The light magic core, the magic core left behind after the death of the holy dragon Oster, radiates pure divine light. Skill, majesty of holy light. Wherever holy light shines, the undead retreat. The effect radius is 3 meters. After seeing the item information, Lin Xiao was certain that passing the magic trap in front of the castle would not be a problem. When I came out of the castle, the sky was already very dim and dusk was spreading across the valley. Aunt Jing, it seems that it is unrealistic for us to rush back before dark. We must be careful next time. Song Shujing nodded. She had calmed down now, but a look of worry appeared between her brows. For her, the life and death crisis has not been resolved yet. Lin Xiao put in the most effort in the first 2 levels, and her score is probably less than 80 points. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Xiao comforted softly. Lin Xiao subconsciously has regarded Song Shujing as his own woman, and he must ensure her safety at all costs. Looking at Lin Xiao's gentle gaze, Song Shujing's heart couldn't help but beat fast. At this moment, she actually had the thought that it was great to have a man. I would like to apologize to all my readers. I have been very busy at work since the beginning of the year and have not had much time to write a book. I have only written 1 chapter a day during this period. Readers who are tired of following the story can save it and read it once every few days. Thank you very much for your support. Thanks to Black Hole Page, Lu Sun from Yulin, Legendary Elephant Xiaoxin, Long Yin who likes Qinzheng, Jilan who likes Botone Piano, asking what year is today, Zhou Qijio likes to eat wife cake, Zhen from How Strange the Boys Are, It's Xiao Si, Boonie Bears, Impact Eagle Flag, Gu Run from Ningqing Hotel, Tang Hui who likes hamsters, Qin Jia from Xianshan, Wuan, Master of the Fairy Valley, riding a dinosaur to see a beauty, Heavenly Demon Armor, Xiaowan who likes to eat coconut fragrant. Grain Cake, Nanxiao Baimu, Mr. Zhang who likes Teng, she thank you very much for your support to Tang Yayuan from Huanzhong, Qingo Binbin who loves braised sweet potatoes, Zhang San Frank, Evilral, Nanqing Lulixing, Wine who loves spicy fungus, the oranges in my hometown are ripe, Wu Qi, Jiang Huanchu, Mrs. Lin from the imperial capital of the Xia dynasty, Angelweed, the dragon of fantasy, Lu Fei who loves thin spring pancakes, Gaozu De Fei of Guanming Foodie, Jiuling Qingchen, Luo. Ian who loves Guangdong steamed rice noodles, and other readers and friends starting with users. Chapter 172 Like the afternoon. Dusk gradually enveloped the earth. The grey fog in front of the castle flowed in the evening breeze. Shadows flickered inside, emitting bursts of creepy screams. In the open space outside the grey fog, bald Chenbin paced back and forth, sometimes looking at the grey fog, sometimes looking at the direction of the gate, and sometimes looking at the windows of the small building next to it. The clinking sound of glass test tubes and beakers occasionally came from the window. Just when Chenbin was about to get impatient, a surprised voice came from the window. Configuration successful. Chenbin quickly turned around and saw Kong Xinshin sticking her head out of the window, holding a glass test tube filled with light golden liquid in her hand, and waving down. Chenbin's face lit up with joy. The 3 of them had a very smooth afternoon collecting herbs, and after returning they handed the herbs to Percy. After an hour of refining, the antidote for Elena was finally prepared. Boom boom boom. Kang Xin ran downstairs, followed by Su Ming. Lin Xiao and Sister Song haven't come back yet. The girl with pigtails came out and looked around, but didn't see her two teammates returning, and the joy on her face disappeared immediately. Not yet. Chen Bin also showed anxiety on his face. It's going to be dark soon, I feel like they're in trouble. Kang Xin hesitated for a moment and said, do you want us to go find them? If they are in trouble, we can help. Chen Bin was somewhat moved when he heard this. Su Ming shook his head, no, it's already dark, the townspeople are probably awake, if we go out now, we might be besieged. Kang Xin and Chen Bin felt inexplicably horrified when they heard this, and subconsciously thought of the scene in the movie where countless zombies were hunting down living people. The idea of going out was immediately dispelled. Su Ming changed the subject. By the way, I saw a valley on my way to collect herbs, and I collected some straw. I wonder if I can repair the scarecrow. Chen Bin's eyes lit up, and he took out the scarecrow's head and body from the summoner's exclusive inventory. The broken object was carried by him all the time. But how exactly do we fix it? Su Ming took out a bunch of dry straw from his arms, not sure if it would be of any use. I've made hand-woven rag dolls before, I'll give it a try. Kang Xin volunteered. The two men's eyes lit up and they handed her the scarecrow and straw. Kang Xin sat on the ground, pulled out some straws, and twisted them into a thin rope. Then he found a thin wooden stick to use as a needle, tied the straw rope at one end, and carefully sewed the scarecrow's body and head together. This took her nearly half an hour, and she finally connected the scarecrow's body and head together. Chen Bin immediately came up and asked, is it effective? Kang Xin touched the scarecrow and checked the item information. The repaired scarecrow cannot fully demonstrate its effect due to poor repair techniques. Skill, quiet. Please be quieter and don't disturb the flower's sleep. Kang Xin looked at the words, poor repair skills, and said with a slightly embarrassed expression. It can be used, but I didn't repair it very well. The skill of this item has been discounted. I have to try it to know its specific performance. Chen Bin and Su Ming took it and looked at it. The former smiled and said. It doesn't matter. As long as it can be used, it's fine. Whether it can be put to good use is hard to say. Then the three of them tested the silencing effect on the spot. It was found that the range of silence was greatly reduced. Previously, the range was about 100 meters in radius, but now it is only about 50 meters. After putting away the scarecrow, the three of them looked out into the night, gradually becoming anxious. It had been dark for so long, and there was no sign of Lin Xiao and Song Shujing returning. The situation is not good. But with the strength of the three of them, they can neither pass through the magic trap in front of them to find the mayor, nor dare to walk out of the mayor's mansion. Since night fell, the town, which was dead silent during the day, gradually became noisy. From time to time, sounds of collisions and objects falling could be heard in the distance, occasionally mixed with one or two meaningless growls. The three people's minds immediately flashed with the scene in the movie where zombies were roaming the streets. Without thinking, they could guess that these noises were made by the awakening townspeople. After waiting for a few more minutes, Chen Bin suddenly tilted his ear to listen. Listen, what's that sound? Kang Xin and Su Ming listened attentively after hearing what was said, and they heard a faint rumbling sound coming from afar. It's like something is vibrating. The sound was far away at first, but gradually came closer and closer, and then the three of them finally heard clearly what it was. There were dense footsteps, like many people running. In less than half a minute, the footsteps were getting closer and closer. In addition, sounds like the roar of a monster kept coming along with the footsteps. Getting closer and closer to the mayor's mansion. The ground was shaking slightly. The three people's expressions gradually changed, and they all guessed what was going on. It must be Lin Xiao and Sister Song who are back. They should be being chased by the townspeople. The three of them could no longer bear it, so they ran from the back house to the garden, came to the gate, and looked out through the crack in the door. On the street in the distance, Lin Xiao and Song Shujing were running in front with big strides, followed by a dense crowd of people. The townspeople, on both sides of the street, were awakened and rushed out of the windows and doorways towards the two people. The situation before them was no different from the zombie hordes in the movies. The townspeople rushed towards the two living people like wild beasts. Lin Xiao gasped heavily and looked at the mayor's mansion. The door had been opened and Kong Xinshin and the other two were waving anxiously at him at the door. Lin Xiao waved at them and shouted. Go back, don't close the door, find a place to hide. The three of them were stunned and puzzled, but instinctively trusted their two powerful teammates and immediately retreated back to the garden. Then he went into the mansion at the back and found a spot with a window to look out. From here you can vaguely see the neighborhood. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing did not enter the mansion, but ran away along the street. What are they going to do? Chen Bin scratched his bald head, very confused. Su Ming seemed to be thinking about something, and said, it seems like they want to lure all the townspeople out. Ah. Why? Kong Xinshin opened her mouth wide. Su Ming thought for a moment and said, I can probably guess what they want to do. If we don't deal with so many undead, we will be attacked from all sides when we fight the mayor later. Is that so? Chen Bin suddenly realized, and then his scalp tingled, but how can we deal with so many undead? Do they want to die? I don't know about that. Su Ming shook his head, not knowing exactly what the two were planning to do. And he did guess Lin Xiao and Song Shujing's plan. On their way back, the two were chased by the undead and found that they could not get rid of them at all. They immediately realized that if they went in to find the mayor with so many undead, they would have no chance of winning. So after some discussion, they decided to gather all the townspeople together and deal with the situation centrally. As for the solution, it was proposed by Song Shujing. When Lin Xiao thought about it now, he found it a bit absurd. Whoosh! Gasping for breath, the two walked through the blocks. Lin Xiao turned his head to glance at Song Shujing. Beads of sweat hung on the beautiful woman's forehead. After running for a long time, her blood was rushing up and her cheeks were flushed. The little mouth that had been tasted countless times during the day kept opening and closing to inhale, which was inexplicably tempting. Aunt Jing, I think it's about time. Are you sure your method is effective? They are all undead. Song Shujing said without hesitation. Don't worry, even if you are a dead tree, you will be able to bloom again after being hit by my skills. Okay. Lin Xiao looked strange. The two began to lead a large group of undead towards the mayor's mansion. He rushed in through the gate, and the townspeople followed closely behind him, pouring in like a tide and rushing into the garden. Song Shujing activated her flying skills, the bat wings behind her spread out, she hugged Lin Xiao, and flew into the air. Hugging the plump body again, Lin Xiao's breathing quickened a little. He found that after a crazy afternoon, he actually stood up and saluted again. I don't know whether it's because the unparalleled sword spirit is too powerful, or because the beautiful woman in his arms is too alluring. Song Shujing held Lin Xiao in her arms and floated in the air, but she didn't fly too high, only 3 meters from the ground. This distance gave the townspeople the illusion that they could reach it, gathering below. They bared their teeth and claws, and roared like hungry beasts. There was a huge piece of fat above them, making them salivate. More and more townspeople crowded into the garden, filling the area to the brim. The population of the town is not particularly large. I asked Percy before, and it is about 1,000 people. At this time, almost everyone was crowded in the garden. Seeing that it was almost done, Song Shujing blushed slightly, looked at Lin Xiao, and spoke in an embarrassed tone. With my current ability, I can only cast the lust mist to cover an area of about 4 meters. If I want to cover the entire garden, I will need a lot of lust power. Lin Xiao was slightly confused, and subconsciously asked, then how can I obtain a large amount of lust power? You, just help me. Song Shujing stammered. I help you. How? Lin Xiao was stunned and didn't react for a moment. Song Shujing's face flushed, and a different style flashed in her peach blossom eyes. She said with a look of desire and shyness, like in the afternoon. Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 173 Crazy Party. Again. Now it's in the air. What if the beautiful woman's body goes limp and the plane crashes, and she falls from the sky? The undead below would definitely tear them to pieces alive. Jing, Aunt Jing, are you sure? Lin Xiao was still a little bit unbelievable, and subconsciously checked the vision of Qi Ling Palace. Fortunately, it was always closed, and Sister Gu didn't hear it this time. Song Shu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. She was extremely embarrassed, her face flushed and she looked extremely charming. Lin Xiao was helpless. He took a deep breath and glanced at the window in the distance. He had noticed several teammates watching over there. You can't perform a live sex show in front of others. After thinking about it, she took out a long skirt of Sister Gu from Qiling Palace, avoided the flapping bat wings, and wrapped it around Song Shujing's back to cover her lower body. Then he smiled and said, "Warm up first." Song Shu nodded shyly, her eyelashes trembling, and she closed her eyes. Lin Xiao's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt that she was extremely attractive. Although it is a bit ridiculous now, it is really not disgusting. Instead, it makes people feel excited. He bent his head and kissed her. His hands also became restless. Half a minute later, he gently touched the beautiful woman with his knee, signaling her to open her legs. Inside the mansion, Kang Xinxin and 3 others lay in front of the window, looking at the densely packed townspeople below. They didn't dare to breathe, for fear of attracting them over. The 3 of them looked at Lin Xiao and Song Shujing hovering in the air, with puzzled expressions. What are they going to do? Chen Bin asked in a very low voice. I don't know, it looks like some kind of. Before Su Ming finished speaking, his expression suddenly became strange. Kang Xinxin and Chen Bin also widened their eyes. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing were seen hugging each other and biting each other. What are they doing? Kang Xinxin asked in shock. It seems like they are kissing. Su Ming murmured in disbelief. When did they get together? Weren't they fighting when they came in? Chen Bin came back to his senses, thought for a moment and said, beating is love, scolding is love. They probably had a relationship before, but kissing at this time, wait. Chen Bin seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed. They didn't think they were going to die, so they were being romantic before they died, right? That's what happens in disaster movies. Then we are. Kang Xinxin's face turned pale. If 2 powerful teammates gave up, there would be no way they could pass the level. They were just there for the sake of showing off in these levels, and basically didn't put in any effort, so their points definitely weren't even 60. That's impossible. Ms. Song can fly, so why hasn't she reached a desperate situation? What are you imagining? Su Ming remained relatively calm and pointed out the problem directly. The 3 of them waited patiently. Due to the distance between them and the darkness, they couldn't see clearly what the 2 people were doing. You could just barely see the 2 of them kissing, but the kiss lasted a little too long. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the 3 men looked more and more strange. Finally, just when their patience was about to run out and they were thinking about whether they should go over to check, the 2 people who were kissing finally broke apart. In the air, Song Shujing's face was as red as blood, with a romantic charm flowing in the corners of her eyes. Her eyes were slightly dazed, and her whole body was trembling slightly. For a moment the bat's wings forgot to flap and it fell downwards, then it woke up and steadied itself in the air. She didn't dare to look at Lin Xiao and rested her chin on his shoulder. Now was the time when her passion was at its most intense. She slightly opened her plump little mouth and exhaled breath downwards. A puff of pink smoke came out of her small mouth, and she looked like a beautiful woman puffing out smoke after smoking a cigarette. Pink mist continued to fall downwards, and any townspeople touched by the pink mist began to feel something was wrong. They gradually stopped trying to attack the 2 people above, and a sense of uneasiness brewed between them. When the whole garden was shrouded in pink mist, everything below became completely quiet. The townspeople stared at each other, their empty eyes gradually taking on a special look. At this moment, they seemed to have regained their lives. The desire to reproduce grows uncontrollably. The garden gradually became restless, and the zombie-like townspeople began to shift their targets of attack to each other. They originally wanted to eat the 2 living people in the air, but now they only wanted to eat each other. Finally, some undead followed their instincts and pounced on other undead around them, and following their nature, they pounced on the opposite sex. When a riot occurs in one place, it is like a chain reaction, and all the undead join in. In just a few seconds, the undead zombies with no self-control were completely reduced to slaves of reproduction. Throw each other down. Eat each other. The scene suddenly became crazy and indescribable. Teaching and training. Reproduction. It has become the main theme here. A crazy party took place in the Grand Garden. In mid-air, Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. I wonder what the relationship is between these people who are biting each other now. Neighbor? Or someone else? Fortunately, these people have turned into undead. If they could wake up, the relationships in this real town would be difficult to sort out. What a sin. He and Song Shujing were also forced into a dilemma. Inside the window, Kang Xinshin and the other two looked down in disbelief, their expressions shocked to the extreme. The development of the scene was beyond their expectations. After a long time, the three people gradually reacted. The only girl, Kang Xinshin, turned her head away, her face flushed, and said softly, "What a pervert." Chen Bin touched his bald head and sighed repeatedly, "It's really over this time. The 3 months of cultivation have been completely wasted." Su Ming's glasses were about to fall off, and he kept clicking his tongue in amazement. No longer harassed by the undead, Song Shujing carried Lin Xiaofei to the door of the mansion and landed. The two quickly separated and sorted out their clothes. This time is even more embarrassing than last time. Both of them wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Song Shujing felt that she had fallen into depravity without realizing it. She could actually come up with such an outrageous idea and even invited Lin Xiao to implement it in the air together. This is simply incredible for her, who has remained chaste despite the impact of desire for decades. But I didn't feel much rejection in my heart. I even felt it was extremely exciting and vaguely addictive. Song Shujing's face looked a little ugly, knowing that this was not her true intention. It was just as she had expected. Once she indulged herself, the pollution would be difficult to control. Thinking of this, my shyness gradually disappeared, and instead I felt a little heavy. She vaguely saw herself becoming a shameless slave to desire. Lin Xiao tied his belt and felt that today was the most ridiculous day in his life. I have never encountered such a ridiculous thing when drawing nude sketches of beautiful women before. He glanced at Song Shujing and sighed in his heart. He had to accept the money even if the woman didn't agree. I have possessed her body twice. If I let her find another man, I would be miserable. Noticing Song Shujing's gloomy expression, Lin Xiao guessed what she was thinking, suppressed his embarrassment, and generously took her hand. "Aunt Jing, follow me from now on. I will find a way to solve the pollution problem for you." Song Shujing's hand was held. She struggled slightly but failed to break free. She felt shy but moved. Lin Xiao was able to make a firm statement at this time, which showed his responsibility. To be honest, she is feeling very fragile inside right now. She is worried about the future and afraid that she will become a slut and be hated by others. Lin Xiao accepted her without hesitation. Song Shujing felt as if her heart was pierced and her eyes turned slightly red. Her lips couldn't help but tremble slightly, but I will shame you. No, trust me. I will help you through this. Lin Xiao comforted him softly and made up his mind that he must pass this copy this time. At that time, we must force a contract with a spirit that can purify pollution. However, it is not a good idea to tell Song Shujing directly about this now. Okay. Song Shujing nodded slightly. Although she didn't think Lin Xiao could really help her, her heart still became warm because of these words. Boom boom boom. There was a noise on the stairs and 3 teammates ran down. When the two sides met, Kang Xinshin and the other two looked extremely strange. Awesome. Su Ming gave a thumbs up. Song Shujing's face turned red, and she was shocked to realize that her hand was still being held by Lin Xiao. She tried to break free in a hurry, but was held tightly by Lin Xiao. The 3 teammates noticed this detail, and Kang Xinshin couldn't help but say, "Lin Xiao, you and Sister Song. Well, actually she and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, and we had a quarrel before." Lin Xiao said with a smile. The reason why he held on to Song Shujing was to explain his relationship with her to the 3 of them. Even though they were covered with clothes and were far away, it was not clear how much the 3 people saw. It is better to explain the relationship now to prevent the 3 of them from going out and talking nonsense. After all, it's understandable for boyfriends and girlfriends to do some embarrassing things. Is that so? The 3 of them suddenly realized and their eyes became much more normal. Let's go, it's time to find the mayor. Lin Xiao looked back at the crazy garden and said. They won't come to us for at least an hour. We have to hurry. Chapter 174 Entering the Castle. The gray fog flowed, and black shadows kept flickering in it, and from time to time, there were creepy and shrill roars. The 5 members of the team arrived in front of the gray fog, and the ghosts among them were immediately alarmed, and countless scarlet eyes lit up. Then they swarmed towards the edge of the gray fog, like countless wild beasts ready to devour their prey. Kang Xinshin shuddered. Are we really going in? Obviously, this scene made the little girl feel extremely insecure, and she subconsciously moved closer to Lin Xiao and Song Shujing. It's okay. Song Shujing acted like an older sister. She patted Kang Xinshin's hand and then looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took out the Holy Dragon magic core from the inventory and held it in front of him. The golden halo flows like a lighthouse in the dark night, instantly illuminating the area. The golden light seeped into the grey mist, and the ghost at the very edge screamed, as if it was burned by flames, and its body quickly disintegrated. The ghosts at the back immediately retreated in fear, emitting shrill screams in agitation. But they did not move away. Instead, they retreated to a position where the magic core halo could not reach them, and then kept moving around, as if looking for an opportunity to attack. When Kang Xinshin saw this, she patted her poached chest with her little hands. Fortunately, it seems the magic core is effective. Let's go in. Everyone, follow me closely and don't fall behind. Lin Xiao said this, raised the magic core above his head, and took the lead in stepping into the grey fog. The others quickly followed and gathered around him. As they stepped into the grey fog, the group of ghosts immediately became extremely restless. Several ghosts couldn't help but try to attack again, but as soon as their bodies approached the glowing range of the magic core, they made a sizzling sound and turned into green smoke. The ghost in the back, who was about to move, suddenly stopped and dared not move forward. They could only surround the 5 people from all sides. The situation was like countless piranhas waiting for an opportunity to kill their prey. Even though they knew they were protected by the magic core's radiance, they still felt a chill in their hearts, and their hearts were lifted. Everyone walked forward holding their breath, not daring to breathe. With every step forward, the ghost in front is forced back a little, while the ghost behind follows a little. They continued to move forward in this confrontation, and it took nearly 2 minutes. A layer of cold sweat broke out on everyone's back. Afraid that this group of ghosts would rush forward without regard for their lives, compared to their huge numbers, the light within a 3-meter range of the magic core was as small as a candle flame. Just as everyone was tense, Song Shujing said softly, "We'll be at the castle soon." The remaining 4 people looked up and saw the outline of the castle vaguely visible in the depths of the grey fog. Everyone's face lit up with joy. "Let's go faster." Lin Xiao said softly. The pressure from the surrounding eyes was too great, and every second he stayed there made him feel suffocated. The pace quickens. Everyone almost stumbled to the castle gate, then stopped and turned to look at the ghost. The scarlet eyes lingered, still lingering 3 meters away. Seeing that they showed no signs of rushing forward, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at the castle. The castle gate was wide open, revealing a dark doorway. Because they didn't know the situation, even though they were forced by countless scarlet eyes, they didn't dare to go in at the first time. Song Shujing looked at the doorway and said, "Stay where you are, I'll go in and take a look. If there is danger in the doorway, it is safest for the strongest member of the team to go and investigate. Be careful." Lin Xiao grabbed her wrist and warned her. Song Shujing felt warm in her heart and nodded gently. Then he turned his head, looked at the doorway vigilantly, and approached carefully. She didn't walk in from the front, but came to the edge, leaning against the wall and listening attentively. During this process, Lin Xiao activated the sword controlling technique, and several flying swords penetrated from the top of the doorway first to provide her with cover. Song Shujing felt for a few seconds and found nothing, so she carefully poked her head in and crawled into the doorway. Click. When the soles of the shoes stepped on the ground, the sound of stones being crushed could be clearly heard. Song Shujing entered the doorway, looked around, and breathed a sigh of relief when she found no danger. There is a long corridor in front, and further ahead is a pair of stone stairs leading upwards. No guards were seen. She breathed a sigh of relief and turned back and said, "Come in, there's no danger." Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked into the doorway. Lin Xiao fell behind at the end, still holding the magic core, and retreated carefully. The ghosts pressed forward step by step until he completely entered the doorway and then stopped at the edge of the grey fog. Pairs of scarlet eyes watched in silence. Seeing that these ghosts could no longer catch up, Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, still holding the magic core as a lighting device, he walked to the front and carefully moved towards the depths of the castle with several teammates. Inside the castle, tall walls surrounded a courtyard of moderate size. There was a bonfire burning at regular intervals near the walls around. The flames leaped, and the flickering light barely illuminated the courtyard. From time to time, one or two shrill screams would be heard in the courtyard, heart-wrenching, and then disappear in an instant. The source of the sound was in the center of the courtyard, where stood a tall cross. There were 4 bonfires surrounding it below. Strangely, the color of the bonfires was a pale green. Those screams came from the green flames. Another scream was heard, and a human face appeared in the green flames, with a distorted feature. The scream had just been uttered when it was burned to ashes by the flames. Those are the souls of the dead, serving as fuel for the green fire. The burning soul turned into pure soul power, slowly floated up and poured into the body of the woman hanging above the cross. The woman was dressed in a black and white nun's uniform, with 2 wings on her back. Her head was drooping, with her pure golden hair falling like a waterfall. Her body twitched occasionally, proving that she was still alive. Not far from the cross, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground. He was covered in a black robe and his face could not be seen clearly. Mayor Civis raised his head slightly and looked at Elena on the cross, his eyes falling on the 2 wings behind her. The wings are 1 black and 1 white. The black one was originally pure white, but it turned into black after being influenced by the power of the undead. A look of joy appeared on Swicy's face, which was shrouded in a black robe. The undead transformation ceremony was already halfway through and was going quite smoothly. As long as Elena's wings turn completely black, this angel nun will be completely corrupted and become his puppet. Just then, Swiss turned his head slightly and looked at the doorway at the edge of the courtyard. A concave and convex figure walked out of the dark doorway. Swiss' pupils dilated slightly, and a part of his body instantly became congested. An extremely charming woman walked out from the shadows. She had a plump figure, revealing clothes, and her steps were full of charm. The woman had bat wings fluttering behind her, curved goat horns on her head, and a long black whip in her hand. "Hee, do you want to play?" The woman made an extremely seductive sound, her pink tongue licked her lips, and every frown and smile was filled with endless charm. Civis felt that he saw the most beautiful woman in the world, and his eyes suddenly became dazed. The extremely seductive woman curled her lips and swung the whip in her hand violently. Snap! There was a sudden explosion in the air. The whip hit the Mayor Civis hard. At the same time, 6 flying swords shot out from behind, caught up with the whip, and launched an attack together. The people who suddenly launched the attack were naturally Song Shujing and Lin Xiao. The team sneaked into the castle without encountering any guards along the way and arrived at the courtyard smoothly. From a distance, I could see Mayor Civis sitting cross-legged in the courtyard. After some observation, he found that this person's level should be just entering silver, higher than Song Shujing. Just thinking about it will be difficult to fight a high-level necromancer head-on. After some discussion, the team decided to launch a surprise attack. After all, the mage is a fragile profession, and if he is attacked by surprise, he might be killed instantly without any warning. So there was a scene where Song Shujing directly activated the combined skill, then started with charm, and Lin Xiao attacked with a flying sword. Chapter 175, Fighting the Necromancer. However, reality did not follow the team's vision. The moment the flying sword and the long whip hit Mayor Civis, his black robe was crushed, revealing a layer of silver soft armor underneath. Puff! Clang! There was a series of muffled sounds, neither the flying sword nor the long whip could break through the defense. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing's faces changed slightly. The necromancer was actually wearing a soft armor made of mithril. Series number 1 is one of the most precious metals in the Lingxiu realm. It is often made into soft armor with extremely strong defensive capabilities. The necromancer was attacked and suddenly woke up from the enchantment. It turns out to be a bastard from the church. Amidst a string of shrill laughter, the necromancer wearing mithril soft armor slowly stood up, stretched out his claws, and grabbed a deadwood staff from the void. He pointed his staff forward and shouted, "All things will decay." Lin Xiao and Song Shujing suddenly felt as if all their strength was stripped away from them, and their bodies went limp. Lin Xiao lowered his head and saw that the skin on his arms was rapidly drying up, with black patches like age spots appearing on the surface. He felt weak all over and felt like a dying old man. He released the broken string without hesitation. He did not use a broken string after Song Shujing's charm when he launched the sneak attack just now, just to prevent a similar soul-stripping situation. Flashing golden light. The necromancer's body stiffened for a moment and his spell was interrupted. Song Shujing reacted extremely quickly, spreading the bat wings behind him, and suddenly flew through the air, arriving in front of Mayor Civis in the blink of an eye. The long whip in his hand shrank and turned into a long sword. This painted armor weapon was a chain sword that could be extended and retracted freely, and then it stabbed out suddenly. He he he. Civis's laughter was right in front of him one moment, and 3 feet away the next. Spell transfer. He has the same skills that Maggie has. As soon as Civis appeared, he raised his staff again. Ding! The sound of the zither suddenly exploded. Gu Shuian appeared at some point, and a blade of air burst out from the strings, slashing at the necromancer's arm, preventing him from casting a spell. Thump thump thump. As soon as Gu Shuian made a move, the sound of the piano became endless, and continuous air blades flew across, forcing the necromancer to move and not giving him the chance to cast spells. Annoying flies. The necromancer snorted coldly, his figure flashed, his spell transferred in an instant, and he appeared behind Gu Shuian the next second. He raised his left hand high to gather strength, and a black light burst out from the palm of his hand. Shadow spikes. A sharp blade in a state of shadow energy, emitting a dark and strange color, pierced through the air and hit Gu Shuian's back. Gu Shuian had sensed something and dodged to the side, with a long sword in her hand, and she slashed back with her hand. Clang. The slash was blocked by the withering wood staff, and the necromancer's palm trembled. What a strong force. The level of the woman in white in front of him was obviously very low, but the power of her sword made his palm slightly numb. The thought flashed through his mind, and the shadow spike stabbed the woman's neck again. Gu Shuian had a calm expression. If it was a close combat, the necromancer might have made a wrong decision. Her long sword slid across the staff, and the blade swept diagonally, slashing towards the necromancer's left wrist without a trace of fireworks. This attack forced Civis to retract his hand, but before he could make any follow-up move, the sword in the hand of the woman in white changed its move midway, as if she had expected him to retract his hand, and slashed at his throat as fast as lightning. Civis was shocked. This woman's close combat ability was obviously beyond his. Her sword was so tricky that he was forced to release spells to avoid it. The next second, he came behind Lin Xiao. He decided to change his target. Still start with shadow spikes. But this time, as soon as he raised his hand, he caught a glimpse of 2 flying swords shooting at his head from the left and right. Civis's eyes darkened and he quickly retreated, trying to create some distance. The 2 flying swords then turned and attacked towards his face. Civis swept the staff across, knocking away 2 flying swords. The next second, he heard a puff sound and felt a sharp pain in his arm. A flying sword pierced his arm silently, but was blocked by the surging magic power and failed to penetrate deeper. Civis was surprised that this guy was also a tough guy. Without time to think, he used magic to migrate again and came behind Song Shujing. He thought the 2 low-level guys were easy to deal with, but it seems he was wrong. Then we have to find a breakthrough from this succubus woman. A succubus is good at control, but she can't. Before the necromancer could finish his thought, he saw a long whip emerge from the waist of the enchanting woman in front of him like a snake and wrap around his arm like lightning. Then, the charming woman's seductive body twisted, and her 2 snow-white legs kicked towards the chest at high speed like 2 phantoms. Bang bang. 2 muffled sounds were heard. The black robe on his chest was kicked to pieces, revealing the silvery mithril soft armor underneath. Although he failed to break through the defense, the feeling of blood surging immediately surged in Civis' chest. The arms were entangled and unable to cast spells to move away. Civis was shocked by the reaction and fighting ability of this enchanting woman, and instantly realized that his fighting style was wrong. The 3 people in front of me are all top-notch in terms of pure fighting skills. He activated the skill without hesitation. Ghost Claw of the Netherworld. The ground suddenly cracked open, and a huge, ghostly hand suddenly reached out to the woman in front of her. Song Shujing had to stop her attack and retreated to avoid it. Civis flashed and immediately distanced himself from them, appearing in a corner, not daring to approach anyone again. As soon as he appeared, he immediately raised his staff and shouted, "Forbidden Land of Plague." The black night sky illuminated by the bonfire suddenly turned dark green, and a large cloud of poisonous fog floated down from above, covering the courtyard in an instant. Cough cough cough. The 3 people on the scene suddenly felt their breathing stagnate, their lungs itchy, and even breathing in became extremely difficult. Kong Xin Xin. Lin Xiao shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, a small bronze furnace emerged from the doorway, and it felt the poisonous fog for a few seconds. Then flames rose from the top of the furnace and several pills flew out. Lin Xiao, Gu Xuyan and Song Shujing took the pills and swallowed them, and the itching sensation in their lungs was relieved. However, Kong Xinshin's spirit is much lower in level than the necromancer's, and the elixir's ability to suppress the plague is not strong. The three of them still felt a little weak and could only force themselves to rush towards Sivis. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing forced the opponent into close combat, while Gu Xuyan assisted with her piano music and air blade. Sivis has learned his lesson and no longer fights in close combat. He uses spells to teleport repeatedly and starts to play the kite game. At the same time, keep releasing the netherworld ghost claw. Eerie ghost hands kept emerging from the ground, slapping the three people madly. The courtyard was suddenly filled with ghost hands, making the space for the three people to hide smaller and smaller. There is a plague. We can't delay. Aunt Jing, how long will your charm last? Kill me again. It will be ready soon. Just follow my instructions. After a few seconds, Song Shujing shouted, use the Lyoha sword formation to trap him first. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao stretched out his hand and pointed, and 6 flying swords flew out, following the quickly flashing necromancer. The moment Sivis used magic to migrate and reappeared, he felt a sudden sharp pain in his head. But his level far exceeded Lin Xiao's, causing his body to instantly return to normal and wake up. However, this time is enough for Lin Xiao to launch the Lyoha sword formation and trap it. Sivis cast the spell to teleport again, but like Maggie, he found that he could not escape. Song Shujing then started to charm. Want to play? Her eyes were filled with peach hearts, and a charming tone sounded. Sivis's face was instantly dull, and a look of obsession appeared on his face. At the same time, Gu Xuyan floated into the air and launched Jinghong. A huge immortal sword condensed, and the sword intent swept wildly, stirring up the poisonous fog in the air and causing it to roll endlessly. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, a ball of green flame lit up in Sivis's eyes, and he broke free from the charm. Feeling threatened, he grasped the staff with both hands and made a stabbing motion forward. A thick black light suddenly condensed at the top of the staff, and the surging shadow energy gathered, forming a shadow energy column in an instant, which shot forward fiercely. Lin Xiao frowned, feeling a violent force. As his mind turned, the 6 flying swords that besieged the necromancer borrowed strength from each other. One of them became extremely bright and shot out a beam of black light, trying to intercept it. Snap! The moment the flying sword hit the black light, cracks appeared and then it shattered. The Lyoha sword formation didn't last even a second and collapsed directly. The power of that black light was too strong. There is no way, the level of the necromancer is too high. Sister Gu. Lin Xiao shouted. Gu Xuyan understood what it meant. Jinghong had only accumulated energy for 3.5 seconds, but had to release it early. There was a flash of light, and at the moment when the Lyoha sword formation collapsed, the huge immortal sword collided with the beam of shadow energy. Bang! A huge muffled sound was heard. The two forces collided, and the turbulent energy exploded, shaking away the plague poison fog, instantly forming a spherical hole with a radius of several feet. The indestructible Jinghong was actually at a disadvantage this time. After 2 seconds of stalemate, he suddenly exploded. It's not just because of the lack of charging time, but also because of the level suppression. The shadow beam continued to move forward, aiming directly at Gu Xuyan. The fairy in white floated sideways to avoid the attack. Boom! The castle at the rear was hit, and large parts of it collapsed, with smoke and dust rising everywhere. Sivis escaped from the trap and immediately cast a spell of migration. His figure flashed and appeared in the distance. The necromancer held up his staff and chanted, "All things will eventually decay." The three of them once again felt the powerless feeling of losing vitality and rapidly aging. But this time, Lin Xiao's broken string had not healed yet, and Song Shujing's charm had just been used. Chapter 176 Black and White Angels. Chen Bin. Lin Xiao's eyes widened and he shouted loudly. Bald Chen Bin heard the shouting and rushed out from the back door. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he felt the power of decay acting on his body, and he felt weak all over. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward a few steps. When he felt that the distance was about right, he took out the scarecrow from the inventory and thrust it into the ground. This was discussed before the battle. If our side faces an irresistible skill, we will use Scarecrow to silence it. The invisible silent power suddenly erupted in the courtyard. Civis felt that his magical power was instantly sealed. The power of decay ceases. Civis naturally recognized this Scarecrow with the power of silence. Instead of trying to snatch it, he turned around and ran without hesitation, trying to get out of the silent range. Song Shujing reacted even faster. She spread out the bat wings behind her and rushed out at high speed. Her wings brought up a violent gust of wind, splitting the plague fog into two. The ability to fly is a natural part of the fusion and is not disabled by the silencing effect. She flew across the courtyard in the blink of an eye, rushed out of the silent range first, twisted in the air, looked back at the moon, and lashed backwards with the whip. Call out. The air exploded, Civis's face changed, and he couldn't dodge in time. He could only use the mithril soft armor to resist, while waving the staff and smashing it toward Song Shujing. Song Shujing could have flapped her wings to dodge, but in order to stop the necromancer, she had to endure it. The painted armor is activated, and the pink light on the body forms a defensive barrier. Sizzle. Bang. After a mutual attack, the necromancer was forced to retreat 2 steps and was stopped at the edge of the silence range. Just as he was about to break out again, he felt a chill coming from behind. Lin Xiao had already arrived and chopped off his head with a sword. The mithril soft armor could not protect the head, so Civis could only turn around and block with his staff to avoid being beheaded. Clang. The staff trembled violently, and a huge force came from the palm. Civis was shocked. This person was only level 10, but his strength was terrifying. He was as abnormal as the woman in white. However, with his level advantage, he managed to withstand the huge force and pushed the sword away. He turned around and was about to break out, but was greeted by Song Shu's high-speed kicks. Bang, bang, bang. 2 beautiful legs landed on his chest, kicking him back repeatedly. The 2 fighting masters attacked from the front and back, and Civis was instantly in a desperate situation. As a mage who mainly relies on the power of spells, if he does not rush out of the silence range, he is no different from a tiger that has lost its claws and teeth. Civis made up his mind and rushed forward regardless of being seriously injured. As long as he could get out of the silence range, he could use the spell to migrate away. Then, the next second, there was a pain at the back of the head, and a flying sword shot into the head. An icy chill swept through my body. Civis' eyes widened, and he threw himself forward with all his strength, finally breaking out of the silent range. Lin Xiao hit the target with 1 strike and rushed forward to finish him off. The long sword, carrying the tremendous force of the 1,000 layers of snow, chopped towards the head of the undead mage. Snap! The neck was broken and the head rolled. Song Shujing, who had stopped chasing, looked delighted and was about to speak out in excitement when he saw the rolling head suddenly explode. A ball of dark green flame shot up into the sky. Oh no, it's the fire of the soul. Song Shujing's face changed and he reminded. Soul fire. Lin Xiao was stunned for a second, then immediately remembered what it was. The unique ability of a silver-level necromancer is to transform the soul into will-o'-the-wisp. The flame will not go out and the soul will not die. Green fire shot up into the sky, shaped like a burning skull, swept through the air, headed straight for Elena on the cross, and plunged into her body. The blonde angel with his head hung down suddenly, his body twitching violently, and he struggled violently on the cross. Crash! The iron chain around his wrists made a loud noise. What's going on? Lin Xiao didn't understand and asked hurriedly. Song Shujing frowned, thought for a moment and said, it should be similar to possession. What should we do then? Lin Xiao frowned. Before Song Shujing could speak, Elena's twitching body suddenly calmed down and she slowly raised her head. Her eyes were suddenly replaced by dark green flames. The next second, she opened her mouth and roared, with green flames coming out of her mouth. If you destroy my body, you will all die. The voice belonged to Civis. The possessed, Elena, raised her arms violently, green flames rose from her left hand and golden flames rose from her right hand. The flames swept through and spread along the iron chain, and the connected wooden cross was instantly burned to ashes. The black and white wings behind Elena flapped violently and soared into the sky. No, don't let her leave the silent range. When Lin Xiao saw Elena's actions, he immediately came to his senses and reminded her loudly. Song Shujing obviously also noticed Elena's intention at the first moment, and flapped her bat wings behind her, chasing after her like a meteor chasing the moon. The long whip in his hand shot out, wrapped around Elena's ankle, and pulled it down suddenly. The black and white-winged angel was suddenly pulled back to the ground by a huge force. Lin Xiao strode forward, ready to strike with the sword, but the instant the sword dropped, he remembered that if he killed Elena, the dungeon mission would not be completed, so he had to put away the sword halfway. The possessed, Elena, didn't have so many concerns. She waved her right arm and the iron chain burning with golden flames swept through the air like a fire dragon. Lin Xiao leaned back to avoid it, and then he felt something entangled his ankle. His body was instantly rolled up and thrown out. Looking back, I saw that it was another iron chain with green flames. After repelling Lin Xiao, Elena flipped over and threw 2 flaming chains at Song Shujing. Facing 2 flaming whips, Song Shujing could only withdraw the whips that were wrapped around Elena's ankles and dodge quickly. As soon as she retracted the whip, the necromancer controlled Elena to flap her wings and try to fly again. Song Shujing used the same trick again, sweeping the long whip around his ankles once again. Elena roared angrily, her wings vibrating violently. A gust of wind blew up in the courtyard, pulling the whip straight. Song Shujing tensed her whole body and wrestled with Elena, her high heels plowing deep marks on the ground. Elena couldn't break free, so she swung the flaming chain backhandedly, hitting her on the head. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Song Shujing decided to endure it. Fortunately, Lin Xiao was quite reliable. He and Gu Shuiyan rushed forward and blocked the attack with swords. Su Ming, Kong Xinshin, let your spirits help. Lin Xiao shouted. The 2 people who had been hiding in the castle gate finally came to their senses and rushed out to summon the spirit. As soon as the root tree man appeared, his hands turned into long vines, rolled into the air, and instantly wrapped Elena like a dumpling. Snap! Unable to vibrate its wings, Elena slammed to the ground, but the next second, a dazzling golden flame erupted from the gaps between the roots. The roots wrapped around her instantly caught fire and burned fiercely. Ho! The root tree growled in pain, and its hands turned into roots, which couldn't help but loosen up due to the severe pain. A pair of black and white wings flapped again. But before she could leave the ground, Kong Xinshin's water spirit contract transformed into a tornado and wrapped her up again. The golden flame lit up again. Sizzle! Just like a branding iron dropped into water, a layer of Qi Ling's flowing body was instantly evaporated, making a loud noise. Large amounts of mist rose up and filled the courtyard. Seeing that the water spirit was burned and evaporated in just a few seconds, Kong Xinshin couldn't help but shout anxiously. We can't trap her. The golden flame on Elena's body is the holy flame of the angels. It is their original power and cannot be silenced. The high temperature it possesses is far beyond the reach of ordinary flames. 2 ordinary contracted spirits of E-grade quality and far lower level than Elena could not withstand it at all. Chen Bin and his contracted spirit lacked the means to control the situation and were unable to help. He was so anxious that he kept scratching his bald head and shouted. Do you need me to break my silence? Ms. Song uses charm to control her. Chapter 177 Dance of the Dead. Song Shujing and Lin Xiao looked at each other, hesitation flashed in their eyes. It is currently unknown what abilities Elena possesses, and once the silence is broken, the consequences will be difficult to predict. Before entering the dungeon, Wei Ying had said that Elena was very tricky to deal with. If she broke the silence, it would be troublesome if the opponent released some difficult-to-resist big move. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment and shook his head. It can't be solved. We can't kill her. We are already restricted in our fight. Once she can use her skills, we will be even more passive. Song Shujing obviously thought so too, and said anxiously, what should we do? We can't delay any longer. I can't hold on any longer. Lin Xiao was startled and looked at Song Shujing, only to find that her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were soft and tender. The way she looked at him became the kind of hungry look that a big bad wolf gives to a little white rabbit. No, I let you vent all afternoon. We just did it once, and you want it again. Lin Xiao's scalp tingled and his heart sank. If Aunt Jing lost control and put the car in automatic gear on her like she did in the afternoon, the embarrassment would be secondary. The key point was that without her, the remaining people would not be able to restrain Elena. What to do? Lin Xiao waved his sword to block the incoming chain while thinking quickly. At the same time, he took out the dragon bone staff from the inventory, threw it to Chen Bin, and shouted. Chen Bin, you come and release the bone barrier. Then he took out the sacred dragon magic core and threw it to Kang Xinshin. You and Su Ming go call Percy over. She might have a way to control Elena. In this situation, the only way to keep Elena in silence is to use the bone barrier. Then go to Percy and ask if there is any way to deal with Elena. Good. The three of them took action immediately. Su Ming and Kang Xinshin rushed into the doorway, and Chen Bin immediately opened the bone barrier. The range of the bone barrier is approximately 50 meters in radius, which almost completely overlaps with the scarecrow's silence range. When the bone barrier completely covered the area, Lin Xiao and Song Shujing breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she couldn't escape, Elena could only attack them. He waved the two flaming chains in his hands, causing the air to explode. In fact, without using skills, it would not be difficult for Lin Xiao, Song Shujing and Gu Xuyan to defeat her. But the problem was that they couldn't kill her, and because Elena had a layer of extremely high-temperature flames on her body, the three of them felt like a tiger biting a hedgehog, unable to start. After a period of passive defense, Percy was brought in. The nun was still very weak and needed help to walk. When she saw Elena's eyes glowing green, she was so anxious that tears came out and she called out in a hurry. Elena, wake up, wake up. Her call did not wake up Elena. The soul of this angel nun had been suppressed by Civis and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Xiao said loudly, Ms. Percy, Elena is possessed by Civis's soul fire. What method can be used to drive the necromancer's soul out of the body? Upon hearing this, Percy immediately began to think, and after a few seconds he said hurriedly. There is a way. Soul fire is most afraid of holy light. If Elena swallows the holy dragon magic core, the holy light power in her body will increase, which should force Civis to escape. Kang Xinshin looked at the golden balls in her hands that were as big as two fists and said with a chuckle. How can I get her to swallow it when it's so big? Percy immediately said, break it. The holy light core inside is very small. Kang Xinshin suddenly realized and was about to throw the magic core to the ground, but Percy quickly stopped her. Wait a minute. Once it's broken, the holy light energy inside will quickly dissipate. You need to figure out how to get Elena to swallow it first. Elena is now possessed by Civis, so it is impossible for her to take the magic core obediently. However, ordinary methods could not restrain her, and it was very difficult to force-feed her the magic core. Lin Xiao, do you have any solution? Kang Xinshin asked hurriedly. Lin Xiao and Song Shujing thought rapidly, but they couldn't come up with a suitable solution for a while. Song Shujing's face became more and more charming. Do you want to break the silence? I'll try using charm. Her voice became uncontrollably seductive and she was clearly on the verge of losing control. Lin Xiao's heart sank, but he felt that breaking the silence was too risky. Civis now controls Elena's body, and no one knows what skills he has in his hand. Who knows, he might be waiting for the silence to be lifted before launching the attack. It is hard to say who will control whom at that time. Moreover, angels have the ability to purify and are not necessarily susceptible to charm. It's too risky. Let me think about it. Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost forgot that he had a prop on him, and said quickly. Use the record player, Aunt Jing, you come and use it. Song Shujing's watery eyes were a little confused, not understanding the meaning, and said in a tender voice. When the music starts, we all dance, but I don't think I can do it. The delicate voice gave Lin Xiao goosebumps. In order to prevent the necromancer from hearing his plan, he leaned forward and whispered quickly in her ear. Song Shujing was already on the edge of desire, and the hot breath sprayed on her earrings, so she moved closer. Her body rubbed against his, her eyes were blurred, and her two plump breasts pressed against Lin Xiao's arms. Gu Xuyan frowned, her cold face full of annoyance, and she snorted coldly. Song Shujing immediately came to her senses and forced herself to move away, with a pitiful look in her eyes. Lin Xiao looked at her helplessly. He had already explained the plan. He reached out to take out the record player from the inventory and handed it over. Song Shujing took it, suppressed the restlessness in her heart, rushed towards Elena, and at the same time activated the painted armor, preparing to launch a strong attack. Cover. Lin Xiao whispered. These words were spoken to Sister Gu. Gu Xuyan and he had a mutual understanding and naturally knew what to do. The two men, one on the left and one on the right, restricted the two iron chain attack routes of Elena's left and right hands. At the same time, Lin Xiao shouted to Chen Bin. Chen Bin, listen to my command and prepare to lift the bone barrier. Okay. Although Chen Bin was not clear about the next plan, he trusted this teammate very much. At this time, Song Shujing was approaching quickly. Sivis immediately realized that something was wrong, controlled his body, and subconsciously flapped his wings to fly into the air. As soon as he left the ground, a long whip was swung out from Song Shujing's hand. The whip was like a snake, shooting towards him like lightning and binding his body. Golden flames instantly ignited Elena's body, but the whip was a piece of high-quality painted armor and was not so easily burned off, so it was no problem to bind her for a few seconds. Song Shujing rushed forward and turned on the record player's skill, Dance of the Dead, without hesitation. The deep and melodious music spread instantly, and Sivis's soul fire flickered instantly. The controlled Elena's body stopped struggling instantly and began to dance unconsciously. The next second, the possessed necromancer regained some consciousness, controlled Elena's body to stop dancing, and tried to escape. But then, he was infected by the magic of the music, twisted his body again, and gradually sank into it. But the moment Song Shujing started the Dance of the Dead, she withdrew and flew away. But she couldn't withdraw. Her body and mind were already filled with desire, and now she was infected by the magic of music, and immediately twisted on the spot uncontrollably. The scene became a little funny, with a slutty succubus and a holy angel dancing passionately face to face. The visual effect is quite erotic. Chapter 178. It's finally over. Chen Bin. Lin Xiao didn't have time to pay attention to these things. He shouted loudly while flying backwards. Bald Chen Bin was in the center of the venue, close to the record player. As soon as the death dance music started playing, he was affected and began to shake his head and twist his buttocks. But he still had a little bit of rationality. When he heard Lin Xiao's reminder, he immediately twisted his hips and reached out his hand tremblingly to turn off the bone barrier. The movement was quite similar to that of a DJ on stage, dancing and adjusting the music at the same time. Lin Xiao and Gu Shuian retreated in a timely manner and were not disturbed by the music. As soon as the bone barrier disappeared, they retreated to a safe distance. Kang Xinxin and Su Ming walked over quickly, looking at the field with strange eyes. What should we do next? Kang Xinxin asked. Lin Xiao took the light magic core from her and looked at Su Ming. Is it okay to let the root tree man wrap the magic core and put it into Elena's mouth? Su Ming's eyes lit up, and he finally understood his plan. He immediately nodded and said no problem. Lin Xiao immediately took the sacred dragon magic core and threw it hard to the ground. Snap! The golden glass-textured surface shattered, a ball of golden light burst out from it, and a sacred aura quickly spread to the courtyard. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, reached out and picked up a multifaceted diamond crystal the size of a pigeon egg from the broken crystal. It is extremely dazzling, like a small star, illuminating the entire courtyard. Hand the crystal to the root treeman. The tree man's arms turned into vines, and the tops of the roots carefully wrapped around the crystal, then spread forward, across the courtyard, and came in front of Elena. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, and the last bit of worry was gone. His plan was to fear that the roots of the tree man would also be affected by the music. But I have already guessed that it is unlikely. After all, the effect of music is only useful if it affects the soul. The roots are only half of the tree man's body, while the soul is inside the body, far away from the music. Ginshu brought the magic core crystal to Elena's mouth. The necromancer had been caught up in the dance and had no idea how to resist. Two tiny branches grew out of the roots, pried open Elena's lips, stuffed the magic core in, and let her swallow it into her stomach. After just 2 or 3 seconds, Elena, who was still immersed in dancing the moment before, began to tremble violently. When Sivis soul fire encountered the holy light, it was like encountering a terrifying flame and was burned and melted. The possessed Elena's eyes glowed with green fire. She covered her head and screamed in pain, with green fire and golden light gushing out of her open mouth. Although Sivis was burned by the holy light and his soul was in great pain, he still couldn't get rid of the magic of music. The outward manifestation was that Elena's expression was extremely painful, but her body was still dancing uncontrollably. This lasted for more than 10 seconds, and the green fire that Sivis' soul transformed into gradually disappeared, completely purified by the strong holy light. If it weren't for the dance of the undead, he could have ended the possession and escaped, and perhaps even struggled a bit, but he was controlled by the dance of the undead and could only be passively purified by the holy light. Call. Seeing the green fire in Elena's eyes completely disappear, everyone who was still awake breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, it's finally over. Su Ming, ask Qi Ling to move the record player away. Lin Xiao said. Su Ming nodded. The root-bearded tree man received the order, and his arms turned into vines, wrapped around the record player and stuffed it into a window in the castle. The music faded away and lost its allure. Elena collapsed to the ground and fell unconscious. Chen Bin stopped and scratched his head with an embarrassed look on his face. Song Shujing's situation was not good. Her sanity had completely disappeared during the dance. She turned around, a charming and provocative look on her face, walked like a cat, licked her lips with her tongue, then spread her wings and came to Lin Xiao. Hee, my little man, let's have fun. Lin Xiao looked embarrassed. He quickly picked her up by the waist and rushed into a room in the castle without looking back. He ran and shouted. Give the antidote to Elena. No need to worry about us. Her lips were held, her tongue kept drilling in, and her voice was intermittent. Kang Xinxin, Su Ming and Chen Bin looked at each other with extremely strange expressions. Then they all looked at Gu Shuyan at the same time. The cold fairy had a chilly face, her forehead twitching constantly, her fists clenched tightly, and she looked like she was ready to rush in and beat someone up at any time. Ahem, let's save people first. Kang Xinxin was the first to react and awkwardly changed the subject. Gu Shuyan took a deep breath and forced herself not to listen to the noise in the castle. He took the initiative to find things to do to distract himself, helped Kang Xinxin help Elena up, and fed her the antidote. Lin Xiao rushed into the castle holding Song Shujing, who had lost her mind due to the burning desire, and kicked open a door and walked in. Fortunately, it was a bedroom with a large bed against the wall. He immediately hugged Song Shujing and threw himself onto the bed. The beautiful and charming woman was pressed down on the bed, her peach blossom eyes were misty and her gaze was blurred, tempting people to kiss her. The sweet tongue was as smooth as honey, licking the cherry-colored mouth restlessly, leaving wet marks. The skin on her face and neck turned a light pink, emitting a charming glow in the dim light. The leather jacket on her chest slipped off most of the way she rubbed herself restlessly. The pale crescent moon illuminated the dark room, making her eyes dazzled. Hee, my little darling, hurry up, I want it so much. Seeing Lin Xiao staring at her in a daze, Song Shujing hooked her hands behind his back and turned over, turning the passive position into the active one. Lin Xiao was thrown into the soft bedding, and the enchanting Song Shujing pounced on him. When Song Shujing merged with the succubus, she had a strange wild charm, like an evil queen. Not restrained at all, just indulging in joy. She giggled and moaned wantonly, looking charming and alluring. The noise made by the two was quite loud, and even the thick castle walls couldn't completely block it. The people outside felt their cheeks flushed after hearing what was said and could only pretend they didn't hear it and try to distract their attention by making small talk. Ha, I didn't notice before that there is a moon in the Lingxiu realm. This moon is so bright. No, it's so bright. Yeah, this is my first time experiencing a nightmare dungeon. It's so dangerous. When I see the moon, I feel so depressed. I'm homesick. Don't mention it. I'm homesick now. I want to get out as soon as possible, like Grandma. Ahem, what are you talking about? It's not good to keep Elena on the ground. How about we carry her to the room? Good idea. Chen Bin and Su Ming argued back and forth, and finally Kang Xinxin found a reason, and the three of them carried Elena and hurriedly walked towards the castle. When you enter a room, the obscene music is immediately cut off. The three of them then secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Shuyan remained in the courtyard. She also wanted to leave, but stayed for unclear reasons. She clearly didn't want to listen to the sound inside, but she couldn't help but want to listen more carefully. Gu Shuyan was feeling conflicted and irritable now. She was like this in the afternoon at Qiling Palace as well. She felt like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting restlessly. She has been practicing Taoism for many years, and her heart has always been as calm as water. She would not change color even if a mountain collapsed before her eyes. But today, her mood is up and down, and she cannot be at peace. Gu Shuyan could only remember one such impetuous moment when she was very young. When I was about 5 or 6 years old, my cousin came to visit us and wanted to play with the rag doll my mother sewed for her. She lent it to the other party generously on the surface, but when she saw him playing with it without any restraint, she felt extremely anxious. I was worried that my cousin would break or dirty the doll. Although he pretended to be indifferent on the surface, his ears and eyes were always paying attention to his cousin's every move. Every time the other person bumped into the doll, she felt nervous. It feels exactly the same now as it did then. Gu Shuyan took a deep breath and forced herself not to think too much. My husband is not a rag doll, he should be hard to break. But then I thought, I have been doing this for the whole afternoon, can he really bear it? I felt inexplicably distressed and couldn't suppress my anxiety. As she thought about it, she couldn't help herself and walked towards the castle uncontrollably. Chapter 179 Settlement Rewards. The castle was dark. The candlelight flickered gently, and elongated shadows were reflected on the walls. As soon as Gu Shuyan stepped into the hall, the woman's breathing became particularly clear. Why is Song Shujing screaming so loudly? Gu Shuyan frowned even more tightly. When she and her husband were making love, she clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from making any embarrassing sounds. He only hums when he really can't help it. Song Shujing, on the other hand, was shouting at the top of her lungs as if she was afraid that others couldn't hear her. She was really shameless. I followed the sound to the door, but before I went in, I saw a huge shadow rising and falling on the side wall. The shadow had a pair of wings and 2 horns on its head, like a devil, and the front was swinging up and down, forming an arc. Gu Shuyan was stunned, not quite understanding what was going on. After all, when she was with her husband, she was always the passive one. As she stepped into the house, Gu Shuyan's puzzled eyes froze. Why is my husband lying on the bed? Look at the crazy Song Shujing. The first thought that came to her mind was whether her husband had been tortured, otherwise why was he lying motionless in bed? He suddenly became very anxious and rushed over to push Song Shujing. Get down here. Song Shujing's arm was pushed, and she looked back. She was completely lost, not afraid of Gu Shuyan, but giggling. Sister, do you want to play together? Gu Shuyan's ears turned red when she heard this, and the next second her eyebrows were raised. She grabbed Song Shujing's arm and pulled hard. Still playing, my husband is exhausted, get up quickly. Song Shujing refused to get up and didn't move at all. Gu Shuyan was annoyed and couldn't pull anyone away, so she stretched out her hand and a long sword gathered in her hand. Can't come down, she said with murderous intent. Song Shujing shuddered, sensed the danger, and her body stiffened slightly. Lin Xiao was stunned when he saw Sister Gu suddenly rush in, and didn't know how to respond. At this moment, he finally came to his senses and said quickly. Sister Gu, I'm fine. Gu Shuyan glanced at him, her eyes filled with both heartache and resentment. It's okay, you've collapsed from exhaustion. There's a limit to how much you can help others, there's no need to torment them like this. Lin Xiao looked embarrassed. He didn't fall down because of tiredness. He was clearly lying comfortably. It was also my fault that I had been too sympathetic to Sister Gu. Seeing that she was conservative and shy, I didn't have the courage to teach her the postures. Well, Sister Gu, I'm really fine. In fact, I feel more relaxed this way. I'm not tired at all. Easier. Gu Shuyan looked suspiciously at Lin Xiao's face. Seeing that he did not look weak, she couldn't help wondering. Why didn't you tell me this was possible before? Lin Xiao was now embarrassed and excited, and said with a smile. Sister, you are like a fairy. How can I disrespect you? How about I teach you from now on? Gu Shuyan's face turned slightly red, and she glanced at Song Shujing secretly, thinking that this action was very strange. No, this is so embarrassing. Realizing that it was a misunderstanding, Gu Shuyan felt relieved. When she calmed down, she realized how embarrassing the situation was. She actually rushed in to watch a live sex show, and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. I'm going out first. You, if you can't hold on, call me. With that he hurried out of the room. Lin Xiao originally wanted to hold her back and do something exciting, but he felt that Sister Gu was really a rookie in this regard, so it would be better to proceed step by step. Although she had just rejected his teaching proposal, given her obedient nature, she would definitely obey him after a few persuasions. The night is lonely and the full moon shines brightly. In the garden of the mayor's mansion, the crazy party has ended. The townspeople who turned into undead wandered aimlessly after losing their target. Time passed, and when midnight approached, the bell from the distant clock tower rang as expected. Clang. The bell sounded like some kind of controller. The moment it rang, the whole town fell silent. The wandering townspeople seemed to have been paused, all standing still. At the same time, the 5 team members who entered the Lin Xiao realm all had a prompt about the Lin Xiao realm pop up in front of them. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first Lin Xiao realm mission, Angel's Redemption, difficulty nightmare, calculating the final score. Inside the castle, Song Shujing, who had already broken away from the state of desire and dissolved the fusion, lay in Lin Xiao's arms. Looking at the prompt in front of her, the shadow of death that shrouded her heart disappeared instantly, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For a moment, she didn't even bother to pay attention to the final score. Instead, she slightly raised her head and looked at the young man who was hugging her. The boy had a handsome face, with delicate chin and cheeks. Song Shujing couldn't help feeling a little dazed. This time when she entered the Lin Xiao realm, she had already prepared herself to die, but she didn't expect that she would be able to pass it and survive in the end. If it weren't for him, I would have died. Song Shujing murmured in her heart, looking at the boy's face in a daze. For a moment, she couldn't help but think, it would be great if she could be with him forever. She came to her senses in a flash. Although she had completed the dungeon, her situation was getting worse and worse. It was only a matter of time before she was completely swallowed up by desire. I was destined to fall, so what right did I have to stay with him? I would only bring shame to him. Song Shujing sighed inwardly and thought to herself, just treat this as a dream. After leaving Lin Xiao realm, the two had no further connection. Lin Xiao didn't know what Song Shujing was thinking. After receiving the prompt, he stared at the golden interface. After waiting for a few seconds, the prompt appears again. Calculating the final score. Final score, 96 points. Final rewards, Star Stone times 5, Soul Crystal times 5, Skill Stone times 5, Red Soul Bead times 1, Armor Painting Blueprint, Sword of Judgment, Item, Silent Scarecrow. Exclusive reward, your outstanding performance in the Lin Xiao world has won the appreciation of 2 heroic spirits. Get the exclusive trial mission of Holy Light Angel Elena. Get the exclusive trial mission of the Sacred Dragon Grimala. Settlement completed, exit Lin Xiao realm in 5 minutes. Exclusive trial mission. Lin Xiao was surprised. This kind of exclusive trial mission is rare and has a chance to be triggered only when you clear the nightmare difficulty copy. Usually it requires players to perform extremely well to encounter this. Lin Xiao immediately thought of Principal Long Yin's trial mission, which should be obtained by performing well after passing the Lin Xiao realm where Sister Gu is. However, the 2 trial tasks in front of him are meaningless to Lin Xiao. With the illustrations, he can just force the contract. There is no need to fight the trials at all. He glanced at the reward items again and his eyes fell on the red spirit bead. After passing through the Lin Xiao realm, everyone will receive a Qi Ling Pearl. However, depending on the score, each person will receive a different color of the Qi Ling Pearl. There are 4 colors, blue, purple, gold and red. There are only EF quality Qi Ling in the blue Qi Ling beads, while there are not only EF quality Qi Ling in the purple Qi Ling beads, but also CD quality Qi Ling. The golden spirit beads can not only contain EFCD spirits, but also AB quality spirits. The red soul contract beads contain soul contracts of all qualities, including SSS quality. Summoners use the soul contract pearl to draw soul contracts from it. The quality of the soul contracts drawn depends on both personal ability and luck. Of course, Lin Xiao didn't need to think so much. When using the soul contract pearl, he could just use the illustration to force a contract. However, the atlas cannot be used in the Lin Xiao realm, so we have to wait until we get out. There was no time to check the other items. Lin Xiao looked into his arms and said anxiously. Aunt Jing, we have passed the level and are about to exit the Lin Xiao realm. Tell me your phone number. Song Shujing had a complicated expression on her face. She had just decided in her mind to treat what happened today as a dream and not to contact Lin Xiao after she got out. But when I heard him asking for my number, I felt inexplicably hesitant. Lin Xiao guessed what she was thinking and immediately said. You are already my woman, I will not ignore you, and you are not allowed to touch other men. Don't worry, I will definitely solve your pollution. I will come find you after I leave Lin Xiao realm. Song Shujing's eyes were inexplicably red. She turned her head away and dared not look at Lin Xiao. Her voice was slightly choked. Lin Xiao, forget it. You don't need to look for me. Thank you for giving you my pure body before I fell. I am already very satisfied. I know my situation. Unless you become the mistress of that white man, you can't purify yourself. But that will definitely bring shame to you. That's it. Just treat this as a dream. I have nothing to do with you. Even if I have fallen into depravity and had sex with other men, it will not tarnish your reputation. Seeing her still thinking about him even though she was like this, Lin Xiao felt a little distressed and said softly. Silly boy, I told you I have a way to help you solve it, so trust me, okay? Tell me the phone number now, or I'll spank you if you hesitate. After saying that, he slapped. Song Shujing blushed and twisted uncomfortably, feeling a little aggrieved. But you don't have that kind of purifying power. It's no use calling you. Just because there isn't one now doesn't mean there won't be one later. Hurry up. Lin Xiao urged with his eyes wide open. Song Shujing turned her head away stubbornly. Lin Xiao, let's just leave it at that. I really don't want to let you down. Lin Xiao was so angry that he laughed at this stubborn woman. Time waits for no one, and he was about to exit the Lin Xiao realm. If she couldn't get the phone and couldn't find Song Shujing when she went out, she would be in real trouble. Lin Xiao turned over angrily and put Song Shujing horizontally on his thighs with his buttocks facing upwards. You're not listening, are you? I'll punish you according to the family rules. After a few slaps, he said, hurry up and tell me what's going on. Song Shujing's cheeks flushed, her peach blossom eyes were filled with tears, she felt both wronged and touched, but she still said stubbornly. Lin Xiao, forget me. I will only bring shame to you. Lin Xiao was speechless. This woman was quite stubborn. He suddenly had an idea and said. Listen to me, I have obtained 2 exclusive trials, one from the Holy Light Angel Elena, and one from the Holy Dragon Grimala. These 2 spirit contracts should have the power of purification. After I get out, I will immediately fight the trial. As long as I contract with any one of them, I can purify you immediately. Song Shujing was stunned, really? Why would I lie to you? My score is 96. Be good and tell me the number. Song Shujing stared at Lin Xiao blankly, and tears came out after a few seconds. Then she buried her head in his arms and sobbed, obviously crying tears of joy. It is a release after finally being under tremendous pressure. Lin Xiao rubbed her hair distressedly and comforted her softly. Don't cry, be my woman from now on. Come on, call me, there are only 2 minutes left. Song Shujing raised her head, her tearful face broke into a smile, and she looked coquettish. You are so much older than me, and I am too embarrassed to face anyone when you keep calling me your woman. Lin Xiao chuckled, then call me Jinger from now on. She sounds younger than me. Song Shujing's cheeks flushed, and she looked embarrassed, whatever you want. Then without further delay, I repeated the call. Lin Xiao took note of it carefully, but couldn't help but remind him. Don't lie to me. If you do, I'll find you and beat your ass into pieces. No, I didn't lie to you. Feeling a hand approaching her, Song Shujing's face turned red and she quickly moved her hips away. The feeling of those slaps just now is still there. I feel so shy, but also like an indescribable sweetness. Chapter 180 Return. Another room in the castle. Kang Xinxin, Chen Bin and Su Ming also received the prompt from Lin Xiao realm, and then they all breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Xinxin couldn't hide her happiness. From today on, I am also the one who has cleared the nightmare dungeon once. By the way, my score is 62, how about you? 60. Chen Bin scratched his bald head. 65. Su Ming adjusted his glasses. The scores of the 3 were similar, just passing the qualification line for the reward in Lin Xiao realm. It's not surprising to get this score. The 3 of them didn't put in much effort in the entire dungeon and basically didn't participate in any key battles. For the 3 of them, this was more of an ordinary dungeon than a nightmare difficulty dungeon. However, it is not wrong to say that it is a nightmare, because without Lin Xiao and Song Shujing, the 3 of them would not be able to pass the first level. But for Lin Xiao and Song Shujing, this is a real nightmare difficulty. This copy seems to be specially prepared for 2 people, and the 3 teammates are just there to make up the numbers. Su Ming couldn't help but look at Gu Xuyan and ask tentatively, "Fairy Gu, how many points did Lin Xiao get?" This immediately aroused the curiosity of Kong Xinxin and Chen Bin, and they looked over together. The spirit contract and the spirit master can communicate with each other through their minds, even if they are far away. Gu Xuyan already knew that Lin Xiao had scored, and said, 96. This is so high. The 3 were shocked, but felt relieved after thinking about it. This time, they basically relied on Lin Xiao and Song Shujing to pass the copy, so it was normal for them to get high scores. Oh, it would be great if I could meet teammates like this to lead me in nightmare dungeons in the future. Kong Xinxin's face was full of sighs. Although the score is just passing, the reward for passing the nightmare copy with a low score is higher than that for passing the ordinary copy with a high score. Chen Bin said, "We are about to leave Lingxiu realm, Fairy Gu, is Lin Xiao available now? Let's go and say goodbye." Su Ming and Kong Xinxin also had this idea. If they could exchange contact information with a genius, they might have some interactions in the future. Gu Xuyan shook her head, "Sorry, it's inconvenient." Lin Xiao was still coaxing Song Shujing at this moment. The 3 of them were a little disappointed, but then they put their minds to it. They thought that meeting was fate and there was no need to force it. In fact, the 3 of them also knew that with their own levels, even if they knew Lin Xiao, it would be difficult for them to have more interactions in the future. The countdown to exit came to the last few seconds, and the 3 of them looked at Elena. As an NPC, since the bell rang, she has become a still picture just like the townspeople outside. However, after taking the antidote, she was awake. This team of hers changed her destiny as far as the mission was concerned. But as far as history is concerned, she has fallen in this catastrophe and turned into a fallen angel. If this Lingxiu world is a parallel world that will continue to evolve, she may have a new life. On the other side, Lin Xiao said goodbye to Song Shujing, kissed the beautiful woman gently on the forehead, and said softly, "Wait for me obediently." Song Shujing snuggled in his arms obediently. At the last moment, she wanted to feel the man's breath again. The 2 of them were briefly affectionate, and the light and shadow in front of their vision began to break, and the scenery changed little by little. The scene of the office gradually appeared in front of Lin Xiao's eyes. Wherever you entered Lingxiu realm, that is where you will appear when you return. As soon as Lin Xiao's pupils focused, he saw Wei Ying right in front of him. Instructor Wei crossed his arms with his chest bulging, half of his buttocks leaning on the edge of the table. He looked a little anxious, and his toes kept tapping the ground. Feeling the light and shadow floating in front of him, Wei Ying looked up in surprise. "Lin Xiao, you." Before she could utter a word, her eyes suddenly widened with disbelief. The next second, the cold female instructor's cheeks flushed, she turned her head sharply, and said in an exasperated voice, "Lin Xiao, you villain, why are you not wearing clothes?" When Lin Xiao lowered his head, he felt as if struck by lightning, and the only thing left in his mind was, "Fuck it." After coaxing Aunt Jing, he actually forgot to put on his clothes and now he was completely naked. The main reason is that this is my first time entering and exiting the Lingxiu realm, and I have no experience in this area. Villain, well, that's a pretty apt description. Lin Xiao felt embarrassed, but at this moment, if he wasn't embarrassed, then others would be embarrassed. He took out his clothes and pants from Qilin Palace and put them on calmly, saying with a smile, "Sorry, the dungeon has a system that explodes clothes." The battle was quite intense and all the clothes and pants were gone. Lin Xiao said something nonsense. After the rustling sound ended, Wei Ying turned her head. The blush on her face had not completely disappeared, and her eyes looked murderous. In this office, she has seen Lin Xiao naked twice in a row and feels that she is no longer pure. "I don't believe it. How can a fight take off your clothes? Did you do something bad?" Wei Ying frowned. The Lingxiu realm could be said to be a lawless place. It was not uncommon for evil-minded people to enter and do bad things to the NPCs. Just a quick glance, the marks on Lin Xiao's body don't look like those from a battle, but rather like those from another kind of battle. Wei Ying did not think about having a relationship with her teammates. It was unlikely that she would have an affair with a teammate in less than a day. It was more likely that she had done something improper to the NPC. And if that's the case, Wei Ying would have to examine this guy's character. Lin Xiao knew that she had misunderstood, and it was difficult to explain, so he could only say, "I'm helpless too." I encountered a succubus and I had to do that to pass the level. Wei Ying was stunned, frowning even more deeply. Is there such a perverted copy? I'm not lying to you. Lin Xiao showed an expression that said, I'm also a victim. Then he remembered something and immediately said. Wait a minute, I'll make a call first. Beep beep beep. In the bedroom, the cell phone rang. Song Shujing, who had just returned, was also naked, with her plump and graceful body exposed to the air. Just as I was about to go to the bathroom to take a shower, I heard a ringtone. I picked up my phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. I knew it must be Lin Xiao calling. There was a flash of joy in his eyes, and he called her as soon as the copy was completed, which showed that he cared about her very much. Hello, is this Lin Xiao? Song Shujing's voice couldn't help but become a little gentler. Yes, it's me. How are you feeling now? Is there anything unusual? Song Shujing felt it silently for a few seconds. Her body felt a little hot. Lin Xiao's body unconsciously appeared in her mind, and she felt restless. There was a strong desire rushing into my heart, and I really wanted to lie in Lin Xiao's arms right now. Logically speaking, after doing it so many times today, the body should have calmed down a little, but now it is full of desire again, which is obviously abnormal. However, Song Shujing didn't want Lin Xiao to worry too much, so she said softly. Fortunately, there is no big problem. Okay, report your situation to me every once in a while, and I'll come as soon as possible. Well, I'll wait for you. Song Shujing seemed to have found someone to rely on, and her heart was filled with a sense of security. After hanging up the phone, she felt a burning pain in her throat. She seemed to have thought of something and her cheeks turned red involuntarily. My throat is so sore today and I've lost a lot of water in my body. He quickly walked to the water dispenser and drank several large glasses of water in one breath, barely quenching his thirst. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a noise from the door. Ma'am, are you back? It was the nanny's voice. Yeah. Song Shujing replied, Auntie Zhang, don't come in yet, I need to take a shower. Okay. Aunt Zhang said through the door, Madam, Sai is back and should be at the airport soon. Nan Nan is back. Song Shujing's body stiffened and her expression was a little flustered. Lin Xiao is also coming over and will definitely bump into Nan Nan. If Nan Nan knew that she had found a husband who was younger than her, she would probably find it hard to accept it, not to mention that this man was Nanan's classmate. What should I do? Song Shujing felt panicky. Lady? Okay, I get it, go ahead and get busy. Song Shujing's cheeks felt hot. She felt that she should discuss this matter with Lin Xiao and keep it a secret from Nan Nan for the time being. If their relationship were to be made public rashly, not only would my daughter be unable to accept it, but I would also feel ashamed. I'm afraid people will say that I'm an old cow eating young grass. On the other side, Lin Xiao hung up the phone, and Wei Ying asked curiously. Who did you call? The voice coming from the phone was very weak and a little distorted. Wei Ying felt vaguely that the voice was a little familiar, but she had no idea who it was. Lin Xiao couldn't explain what happened between him and Song Shujing, so he could only perfunctorily say. A friend of mine has some health problems. Instructor Wei, I need to take a few days off and go out for a while. Visiting that friend of yours? Okay, your level is already far higher than the rest of the school anyway, so the next training won't be very meaningful to you. You can rest for a few days. When are you leaving? Lin Xiao gestured to wait, opened the mobile app to look through the air tickets, found the one closest to Jingyi City and bought it. Then he replied, the ticket for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Wei Ying didn't think much about it, didn't ask any more questions about it, and changed the subject. How was the reward from the dungeon? What's the score? The first time Lin Xiao entered the Lingxiu realm, he encountered a nightmare copy. Wei Ying was quite curious about his rating. Hey, guess how many points? Lin Xiao did not answer, but asked back. Wei Ying looked surprised, and recalled how Lin Xiao had just come out naked, and said unhappily. You look so disheveled, over 60. TSK, you are looking down on me. What about more than 70? Wei Ying asked tentatively. Lin Xiao was too lazy to let her guess and asked directly, 96, isn't that great? Wei Ying's eyes widened, and then she looked unconvinced, are you kidding me? If you don't believe it, forget it. Lin Xiao shrugged. Wei Ying carefully examined Lin Xiao's expression and felt that he was not lying. She was a little surprised. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and her face looked strange. Well, you have good skills. Lin Xiao was puzzled. What technique is good? Wei Ying looked curious and a little embarrassed. Didn't you say that you can only pass the level by having sex with the succubus? Is the succubus very satisfied with you? No, what's your train of thought? It seems that I got the high score because I made the succubus very happy, right? Coach Wei, the one who is grading is not the succubus, but the spirit world, okay? What the hell are you thinking about? Wei Ying said unhappily, it's you who makes people think this way, okay? Lin Xiao was speechless. He did not want to dwell on this matter. He had more important things to do. He said. Coach Wei, please help me sort out the information about the contracted spirits in the number 1 Lingxiu realm. I need to know which contracted spirits have the ability to purify. The most important thing right now is to immediately contract a spirit with purification ability to solve Aunt Jing's troubles. Chapter 181 Friends. Purification ability. Wei Ying was a little puzzled. What do you want to contract? Lin Xiao didn't know the relationship between Wei Ying and Song Shujing, so he nodded and said directly. My friend's body has been contaminated by the evil light and needs to be purified. Is that so? Wei Ying suddenly realized and then shook her head. Then I don't think you need to make a special contract with a spirit that has the power of purification. Why? Lin Xiao asked in surprise. The Institute of High Technology has developed a drug that can treat mild evil glow pollution, Wei Ying explained. The disaster star is polluting everything all the time. Ever since humans learned about the evil light, they have been working tirelessly to find ways to deal with it. Lin Xiao was not surprised by such results. After thinking for a while, he asked, what about severe pollution? Is your friend seriously polluted? Wei Ying shook her head. Then there is no other way. That kind of medicine can only treat mild pollution and can only slightly curb severe pollution. Is there a way to condense the demon seed? If the demon seed is condensed, there will be no hope. Aunt Jing's situation is a little different from pure evil light contamination. Although it is very serious, it has not condensed into a demon seed. Lin Xiao didn't explain much, he just said. No, but it's quite serious. The medicine you mentioned should not be effective on her. It takes a very high-level purification power to remove the pollution. Lin Xiao was not very clear about Song Shujing's family situation, but judging from some details, it should be not bad. An ordinary family cannot raise such a beautiful girl. She had probably used the medicine Wei Ying mentioned. Since it still needed to be purified, it meant that the medicine was ineffective. Wei Ying suddenly realized and thought for a moment before saying. Your idea is good, but there is a problem. How can you contract with a suitable spirit? The quality of the contracted spirits with high-level purification power must be SSS. The probability of contracting with these contracted spirits is very small. Although the quality of the first contract spirit is high, the quality of subsequent contract spirits will generally not be low. However, there are very few cases in history where the quality of 2 consecutive contract spirits reached SSS. The status of the subordinate contract spirit is lower than that of the main contract spirit. The summoner will also give priority to the main contract spirit when allocating holy light and improving abilities. Which of those SSS quality holy spirits was not a great figure in their lifetime? Generally speaking, they would not be willing to be a contracted spirit. This is similar to being a wife or a concubine. Take Wei Ying herself for example, her talent is SSS, her main contracted spirit, Xiao Bai Jiao, is of SSS quality, and the rest of the contracted spirits are all SS and S. As for Lin Xiao, his talent was only F. Wei Ying already found it incomprehensible that he could contract with Gu Xuyan. As for the second contracted spirit, she really suspected that it was possible that he could be EF. Lin Xiao was unable to explain the illustrated book to Wei Ying, so he could only say. Give it a try. Maybe it will work if you are sincere. Wei Ying was slightly stunned when he heard this, and suddenly sighed, as if he remembered something, and sighed. Come to think of it, your friend's situation is very similar to that of a friend of mine. She also has health problems and needs the purification power of a high level. Every time I contracted a new spirit over the years, I also tried to find one with purification abilities. My sunflower spirit was of SS quality and had purification abilities, but I still couldn't solve her pollution. Lin Xiao was a little surprised when he heard this, and subconsciously asked, "Who? What's going on?" Wei Ying looked a little depressed, and sighed. "To be exact, it was my aunt. She encountered a crack in a dungeon a few years ago, and her soul was seriously polluted, which in turn affected her. She has not been able to upgrade until now." Do you know what the crack is?" Lin Xiao was stunned when he heard Wei Ying's words. It took him 2 or 3 seconds to come back to his senses. Cracks. I know." Wei Ying's reaction to him was a little strange. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing, it just feels like a coincidence." Lin Xiao was extremely shocked. Why did the person Wei Ying was talking about sound so much like Aunt Jing? Their situations were exactly the same. Could it be the same person? Many thoughts suddenly emerged in my mind. If Song Shujing was Wei Ying's aunt, then things would be serious. If Instructor Wei knew that he had slept with her aunt, the red ties between her and her would be severed. Wait, what am I thinking about? Lin Xiao suddenly cut off his train of thought, feeling that his thoughts had gone astray. Although I like Wei Ying a little bit now, it is far from the point of admiration. Moreover, it is too greedy to eat from the bowl and look at the pot. Sister Su hasn't even settled anything yet, but she's already worrying about this and that. What a jerk. After some introspection, Lin Xiao still felt a little bit lucky. Aunt Jing was not the only one in the world who had encountered rifts. What if there were really 2 people? After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "Instructor Wei, where is your aunt from? If I can contract with a suitable spirit, I can also help with the purification." Wei Ying thought about her aunt's condition and felt a little depressed. She didn't notice Lin Xiao's abnormality and sighed. Come to think of it, you know her. She's the woman with the ID, loser, call me auntie." Lin Xiao was stunned, and the last bit of hope was gone. He sighed inwardly, hesitated for a moment and said, "It's a bit of a coincidence, my friend is her." "What do you mean?" Wei Ying was a little slow to react. She was stunned for 2 seconds, and her eyes widened. "Are you saying that the friend you want to help purify is my aunt?" Lin Xiao nodded and didn't intend to hide it, mainly because this matter was not easy to hide. Wei Ying discovered that it was only a matter of time before they went to Yunjiang City. Wei Ying showed an extremely surprised expression on her face, and then she became a little confused. "When did you and my aunt become friends?" Although Lin Xiao did not hide the fact that the person he was going to help was Aunt Jing, he did not intend to reveal everything that happened in the dungeon. He said, "Well, there's no acquaintance without fighting. After that competition, we privately arranged to compete with each other a few times, and gradually we became friends. The virtual fighting website does have a function for privately scheduling fights." Wei Ying had no doubts and exclaimed, "I see. I didn't expect that the person you wanted to help was my aunt. What a coincidence." Wei Ying's expression straightened up, and she spoke with gratitude. "Lin Xiao, I came to Longyin this time just for you. I didn't expect that you could not only help me, but also be willing to help my aunt. I don't know how to thank you." "There's no need to say thank you. If you really want to thank me, just..." Lin Xiao glanced at Wei Ying's bulging chest, and these words came out of his mouth subconsciously. But halfway through the conversation, he thought about his current relationship with Aunt Jing and realized it was not appropriate to continue teasing Wei Ying, so he stopped talking. Wei Ying obviously heard what Lin Xiao was going to say next, which was nothing more than teasing her like before and making some unreasonable demands. She seemed angry on the surface, but she was not actually disgusted in her heart. When Lin Xiao suddenly shut up and looked embarrassed, Wei Ying was stunned and felt a little disappointed. Subconsciously, I thought that what I said when I entered the Lingxiu realm had worked. She told Lin Xiao not to mess with other women and to cherish Sister Su Su. But now that it seems that he really has no intention of provoking me, I feel inexplicably sad. Chapter 182. How do you know my aunt? Wei Ying sighed inwardly, suppressed her frustration, and took the initiative to change the subject. "I'll sort out the information first." As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and retrieved the information of the spirit contract in the number 1 Lingxiu realm who possessed high-level purification power. Lin Xiao took advantage of this opportunity to make a video call to Sister Su. The video was connected, and Sister Fox's beautiful face appeared, smiling like a flower. "Little rascal, the copy is finally out. What a coincidence. I was just about to call you, but when I opened the address book, your call came." Sister Sue's voice is so soft and sweet that just hearing it makes people feel warm. Lin Xiao looked at the smiling face in the video and felt inexplicably guilty. He wanted to immediately confess to her everything that happened in the copy. But I knew now was not the time to talk about this, so I could only suppress my emotions and said with a smile. Hey, does that mean I have a telepathic connection with my sister? Su Nanya chuckled. Of course, my sister and the little rascal are very close. As he said this, he made a heart shape with his hands. Lin Xiao felt so warm that he couldn't help but stare at her. What's wrong? Su Nanyang could still feel that Lin Xiao was in a bad mood even through the phone. Nothing, I just miss my sister so much. Su Nanya burst out laughing again. Oh, you little rascal are getting sweeter and sweeter. I miss you too. I will come to see you in a few days, okay? It's time for you to learn how to paint nails. Aha. The two of them spoke sweet words without restraint, which made Wei Ying, who was standing by, look at her sideways and feel inexplicably jealous. Su Nanya said, by the way, little rascal, tell me what you encountered in this dungeon and what is your score. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately began to talk about what he had seen and heard during this dungeon with great interest, covering every detail. Of course, he deliberately avoided talking about Aunt Jing. I played a big role in helping me pass the nightmare dungeon this time. I got a final score of 96. Isn't I awesome, sister? At the end of his speech, Lin Xiao showed a smug smile, waiting to be praised. Wei Ying rolled her eyes as she watched from the side, wanting to ask, didn't you fight the succubus? Why didn't you mention it? But it's not a good time to sabotage it. After hearing what Lin Xiao said, Su Nanyang's eyes suddenly sparkled with admiration, and that little expression didn't seem to be deliberately pretended at all. Wow, my little rascal is the best in the world, so awesome. Lin Xiao felt so comfortable in his heart. Sister Su was always so good at coaxing people. It's more comfortable to talk about love with such an intimate sister. Wei Ying felt that she couldn't bear to listen any longer and coughed. Hey, can you two stop being so annoying? It gives me goosebumps. Su Nanya smiled and said over the phone, Ying, why do I hear your tone is full of resentment? Are you jealous? Wei Ying's heart tightened, knowing that her best friend had a very sharp mind and could easily sense other people's inner thoughts. Although he was not so exaggerated over the phone, he was still afraid that she would see that he had a crush on Lin Xiao, so he quickly said. Nonsense, how can I feel comfortable with you guys showing off your affection? Lin Xiao, stop talking, the information has been found. Lin Xiao felt that Wei Ying's tone was a little unhappy and was a little surprised. He didn't chat with Sister Su anymore. He simply told her that he was going to help a friend, and then the two ended the call. Wei Ying was in a messy mood, and her tone was a little cold. We found 3 types of relatively suitable contract spirits, namely the Holy Dragon, the Holy Light Angel, and the Elves. Take them and have a look yourself. Then he threw the phone over. Lin Xiao took it in a hurry and asked tentatively, Instructor Wei, are you taking gunpowder? Wei Ying snorted coldly and turned her head away. Lin Xiao smiled and looked straight ahead. Wei Ying made a list of 18 names in total, with gender, name, and race included. All of them were famous figures in the number 1 Lingxiu realm. Most of them have heard of it. After all, I have learned a lot of knowledge about the number 1 spiritual ruins realm during this period of time. Elena and Grimala are among them. However, although there are 18 contract spirits with high-level purification abilities on the list, Lin Xiao has silently excluded 13 of them. Men were eliminated, those who could not be effeminate were eliminated, and finally only 5 were left. Well, it's not that he is lustful, it's just that the illustration doesn't allow it. Lin Xiao glanced at Wei Ying, pointed at the remaining 5 names casually, and asked. Coach Wei, who is the most powerful among these 5 people? Is there anyone who has made it onto the Holy Spirit ranking? Wei Ying didn't intend to pay attention to him, but after taking a look, she found that the 5 people he was referring to were all women, which made her even more angry. It's not right to call you a villain. A pervert is more appropriate. With so many contracted spirits, you're just staring at the female ones. Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed, so he stopped pretending and said with a smile. I'm a man, I like women, that's okay, right? Hey, who's the prettiest among these 5? Wei Ying was almost angry to death. She stared at him without saying a word. I guess she meant to open your eyes wide and look, there is a super beauty in front of you. Lin Xiao probably saw why Wei Ying was angry. He just felt it was not good to tease her again, but now he was too lazy to care so much and said with a smile. Of course, no matter how beautiful these contracted spirits are, they can't be as beautiful as Instructor Ying. Look at these long legs, look at these big balls. Wei Ying felt a chill, and subconsciously hugged her chest and legs, staring at him with her beautiful eyes, and said viciously, "What are you looking at?" "Ah, facing such a beautiful instructor, I really can't control my eyes." "You are a pervert, and you can't even say anything nice when praising someone. You just talk about legs and breasts, which is vulgar and disgusting." Wei Ying's tone was still stiff, but her brows were visibly pleased. Lin Xiao smiled secretly and continued to talk about business. "Beautiful instructor, tell me, who is the most powerful among these 5 contracted spirits? Are they on the Holy Spirit list?" Wei Ying was no longer angry. She hugged De Tuan Tuan with a cool attitude. "Your question is difficult to answer. These 5 people are definitely on the Holy Spirit ranking. I don't know their specific rankings. As for who is the most powerful, it is also hard to say, but these 3 are relatively strong." Wei Ying stretched out her white and tender fingers and pointed at 3 names on the screen. 1 angel, 1 dragon, and 1 elf. Wei Ying introduced the 3 holy spirits one by one. This flower elf from the elf clan is good at purification, healing, and control. This dragon lady from the dragon clan is good at purification and defense. This angel, is Elena whom you met in the Lin Xiao realm. She is a little special. She has 2 forms, one is the Holy Light Angel form and the other is the Fallen Angel form. The Holy Light Angel form is good at purification and blessing, while the Fallen Angel form is good at curse and assassination. After the introduction, Wei Ying couldn't help but remind. These 3 are definitely not the strongest on the list. I advise you not to fill your mind with women. It's better to choose someone who is strong. But as soon as she said this, Wei Ying realized that she had lost her mind. She actually helped Lin Xiao to be selected. These 18 holy spirits must be of SSS quality. It is harder than ascending to heaven to make a contract with them. After coming to his senses, Wei Ying was too lazy to say anything more. He pulled a chair under his hips, crossed his legs, and said calmly. "Hurry up. When it comes to opening a contract spirit bead, you have to go with the flow. Whatever you get is what you get. The only thing you can do is to not sign a contract if you get a contract spirit you don't like." After a pause, she said seriously, "If you really want to help my aunt, if you don't encounter the contract spirit on the list this time, you can give up and continue to queue for the dungeon to brush the contract spirit beads. My aunt shouldn't be that anxious, after all, she's been here for so many years. Oh, by the way, she doesn't know I'm in Longyin yet. I'll give her a call and ask, we haven't contacted for a long time." Lin Xiao was shocked. If Wei Ying called him now, Aunt Jing might reveal the secret. But there was no reason to stop Wei Ying from making the call, but fortunately, after the call was made, no one on the other end answered. Lin Xiao felt relieved, guessing that Aunt Jing was probably taking a shower. The 2 of them had been together for so long that they were all filled with each other's scent, so it was normal for Aunt Jing to take a shower as soon as she returned. He calmly picked up his phone and sent a text message to Aunt Jing, asking her not to tell Wei Ying about the copy. Chapter 183, Angel of Light and Shadow Elena. It was late at night and a full moon was hanging high in the sky. Silver moonlight poured into the office through the window. Lin Xiao pulled out a chair and sat opposite Wei Ying, opened the inventory, and took out the spirit bead. The fist-sized dark red beads have a glass texture and feel cool to the touch. If you look closely, you can vaguely see countless figures floating in it. Even though the soulbound pearl can be taken out, it is actually a soulbound item and cannot be traded to others. It can only be used by oneself. Seeing that Lin Xiao was about to start the contract, Wei Ying put away his crossed legs and sat up straighter. "Let's get started. Just like the first time, you still have 1 minute to sign the contract. I'll time you by the second." Lin Xiao nodded, took a deep breath, and poured the holy light into the Qi Lingzhu. The deep red beads were instantly tinged with a layer of gold, and then shattered with a crack sound. The entire bead turned into tiny crystals, floating in the air like a bright red blood mist. It gives people a somewhat seductive feeling under the moonlight. Unlike the last time when he awakened and had no reaction, Lin Xiao felt that his consciousness was summoned by something this time. He instantly crossed an extremely long distance and established a connection with the Holy Spirit star in the sky. An extremely huge golden planet appeared in my consciousness, and it felt like I was in the vast universe with a super sun floating in front of me. In an instant, Lin Xiao felt as if he was being stared at by countless eyes, as if countless holy spirits were casting their gazes at him at this moment. According to the normal contract process, I should be being examined and selected at this time. This thought emerged in Lin Xiao's mind. Wow! Just at this moment, the sound of flipping through an illustrated book came into my mind. The myriad goddesses atlas slowly opened, and a string of words appeared on the golden paper. Detected S-level thorn snake demon, cannot be feminized, does not meet the contract conditions, continue testing. SS-level storm thunder eagle detected, cannot be feminized, does not meet the contract conditions, continue testing. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 messages from the Holy Spirit appeared and disappeared on the paper. With the experience of the last contract, Lin Xiao was not in a hurry and waited slowly. After about 10 seconds, the first person available for contract appeared on the paper. SS-level phantom star deer detected, can be feminized, asking the host if he wants to contract. No contract yet, continue searching. Lin Xiao's plan was still to drag it out until the last second. If he failed to find one of the 5 female holy spirits on the list given by Wei Ying, he would give up the contract. Then immediately go to fight Elena's trial. Saving Aunt Jing is the most important thing. Time passed quickly, and suddenly, another person available for contract emerged. SSS-level Red Dragon Queen detected, meets the contract conditions, asking the host whether to contract. SSS, or Dragon Lady. Lin Xiao closed his eyes in pain. For Aunt Jing, he could only give up. No contract yet, continue searching. SSS-level Stardew Elf detected, meets the contract conditions, asking the host whether to contract. Unexpectedly, another SSS followed. Lin Xiao felt like he had lost a forest. He gritted his teeth and said, "No contract yet, continue searching." Time continued to pass, and suddenly, Wei Ying's voice came, "There are only 10 seconds left, 10, 9, 8, 7. Lin Xiao frowned, seeing that the countdown was about to end, and he still hadn't found one of the 5 contracted spirits in the atlas, and he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. 5, 4, 3. Wei Ying's voice was cold and her face was somewhat disappointed. She thought that it was indeed impossible. At this moment, she saw a sudden look of joy on Lin Xiao's face. My heart skipped a beat and I almost blurted out, "The Qi Ling on the list likes you." Normally, when the Holy Spirit takes a liking to a summoner, it will proactively initiate a contract application. Yeah. Lin Xiao responded hurriedly, his whole attention attracted by the words on the golden paper. SSS Holy Light Angel detected, meets the contract conditions, do you want to sign? Holy Light Angel, could it be Elena? Lin Xiao was delighted and immediately said, contract. In the list that Wei Ying just gave, there were several Holy Light Angels, but Elena was the only female one. It is most likely her, but of course it does not rule out some character information hidden in history that Blue Star has not yet collected. There are actually quite a lot of such people. After all, Blue Star's understanding of the civilization behind each spiritual world relies entirely on the information collected by the summoner every time he goes through a copy. A civilization like the Lin Xiao realm in the number 1 series, which has a history of tens of thousands of years, contains a vast number of historical figures. Instructions received, contract in progress. Contract successful. During the anxious wait, the image of a woman with golden curly hair and golden wings on her back appeared on the illustration. At the same time, a paragraph of text appeared below. Name, Elena, Angel. Qualification, SSS. Appearance, SSR Body, SSS Temperament, SSS Overall Score, SSS. Holy Spirit Ranking, 973. Character Information, the Apostle of Light Healing, the Sister of Thorns Elena, the only angel of light and shadow in the number 1 universe magic civilization. The necromancer infused him with shadow energy and transformed him into a half-holy light, half-undead creature, living in a daze for half his life. In the final battle, she killed countless lives, but she was kind-hearted. She came to her senses at the last moment and chose to self-destruct. The explosion dealt a heavy blow to the Legion of Disaster, delaying the fall of Universe No. 1's magical civilization by 50 years. The heroic soul is included in the Holy Spirit Star, and ranks 973rd on the Holy Spirit list. Intimacy, 50%. Wisdom, 100%. Intimacy improvement suggestion. Elena, who is kind-hearted by nature, has made a big mistake and is eager to atone for her mistake. Any good deed can win her favor. Hobbies: healing injuries, listening to music, and enjoying the sun. Dislike: greed, selfishness, irritability and other evils of the soul. It's really Elena, ranked 973rd on the Holy Spirit list, so powerful. Lin Xiao was surprised and happy. Although Elena's ranking seems to be much lower than Sister Gu, but among the vast number of Holy Spirits, she can be ranked in the top 1000, which also makes her a super strong person. Looking at the other party's appearance score again, Lin Xiao was overjoyed. He had picked up another beauty. Come to think of it, I really didn't pay attention to Elena's appearance when I was fighting in the dungeon before. The main reason was that her hair was disheveled at the time, and she was possessed by a necromancer, with green flames coming out of her eyes, making it difficult for people to notice her beauty. The character information is similar to the prompts in Lin Xiao realm when entering the dungeon before. Hey, why is the intimacy so high? Lin Xiao remembered that when he first signed the contract with Sister Gu, the intimacy was 0%, but Elena's intimacy was 50%. After thinking about it for a while, he roughly guessed the reason. He had saved her once in the copy and also obtained the qualification for the trial. This is probably why there is such a high level of intimacy. At this time, the summoner's built-in information interface popped up. Lin Xiao immediately looked at the golden panel. Name: Elena, Angel, SSS. Holy Spirit ranking: 973. Level: 10, Holy Light value: 0%. Character information: Apostle of Light Healing, Sister Elena of Thorn Sin. Equipment: none. Soul Jade: none. Star level: 1 star. Skills: Holy Hymn, Blessing of Holy Light, Twins of Light and Shadow, Shadow Leap, Curse of Decay. Holy Light Purification, Level 1. Elena chants the Holy Light praise, summoning the Holy Light rain to purify all mental, physical, and soul-level pollution, diseases, plagues, and other evil effects within a 20-meter range. Holy Light Blessing, Level 1. Elena blesses the friendly target, improving the target's corresponding attributes for 1 hour. Blessing of Strength, plus 30% strength, Blessing of Agility, plus 30% agility, Blessing of Wisdom, plus 30% spirit, Blessing of Guardian, plus 30% defense. When Elena releases a blessing on a target of a higher rank than herself, the effect decreases. Light and Shadow Twins, Level 1. Elena activates the Shadow form, which lasts for 5 minutes and can only be activated once a day. In the Shadow state, she transforms into a fallen angel and can use Shadow skills. Shadow Leap, Level 1. Elena jumps from the Shadow realm to the back of the target and launches a Shadow stab. Shadow Death Curse, Level 1. Curse the target, causing it to age rapidly within 10 seconds, with all attributes greatly reduced. Note: you can obtain more skills by raising the target star level. Looking at Elena's information and skills, Lin Xiao's mouth gradually opened into an O shape. Like Sister Gu, Elena actually has 4 skills when she first appears. Are all the Holy Spirits at the top of the Holy Spirit list so powerful? His eyes first fell on the Holy Hymn. This skill made Lin Xiao breathe a sigh of relief. There was a way to solve Aunt Jing's problem. The remaining 3 skills all seem very powerful. Especially the Blessing, the effect is too strong, it directly increases the target's attributes. Imagine what would happen if Elena cast 4 blessings on a target at the same time. The target's overall strength would be directly increased by 30%. And this improvement can last for an hour without any side effects, which is simply exaggerated. Elena is totally a super buff baby. Lin Xiao can already imagine the shocking scene in the future when he has multiple contracted spirits. He will summon Elena, add buffs to everyone, and cause the strength of everyone to skyrocket. When Lin Xiao was shocked, in the office, the broken bright red particles of the Qi Lingzhu gathered in the room and gradually formed a huge summoning door. The summoning door opened, and a blonde woman slowly walked out. Chapter 184. Flirting again. Late at night, the moonlight was like frost and snow, and the office atmosphere was quiet. The angel that walked out of the summoning gate exuded a soft golden glow, as if bringing time back to the afternoon. Seeing her is like seeing the bright warm sunshine of spring, and my heart unconsciously feels warm. The moonlight is no longer cold. Lin Xiao's heart beat slightly and his breathing unconsciously became lighter, as if he was worried about disturbing the angel in front of him. Elena was wearing a platinum dress, with white feather wings fluttering gently behind her as she floated in the air. Her soft and tender feet are exposed, and the white calf lines are revealed from the slit skirt, as crystal clear as jade. She has a slim figure, a slender waist, slightly plump breasts, beautiful curves, and her whole body is as soft as a feather. The pure golden curly hair fell to the hips like a waterfall, as if it was coated with a layer of soft sunlight. This angel girl looks only 18 or 19 years old, with a cute small oval face, pink lips, and a high and delicate nose. Judging from her mouth and nose alone, she looked quite cute like a doll, but her pair of light golden eyes held a trace of compassion and gentleness that went beyond her age. That is the gentle temperament that has been precipitated after going through countless hardships but still remaining true to one's original intention. When thinking about her past, one inexplicably feels pity for her. The office was silent. Elena's eyes gently swept around the surroundings, and finally looked at Lin Xiao, her eyes shining with curiosity. The natural connection between the spirit and the summoner allowed her to immediately know that the young man was her spirit master. Elena knew this young man. After the mission in Lingshu realm was successful, she received a prompt and woke up from her sleep, and then reviewed the whole process. This mission has an extraordinary meaning to her. All the suffering she has experienced originated from the Mayor Civis. Although the long time has healed most of the trauma in her heart, she can still dream about the most painful moment in occasional nightmares. When she watched her former self being rescued from a bystander's perspective, the lingering nightmare seemed to dissipate, and she gradually felt relieved. She was very grateful for the efforts made by the team, especially the young man who made great contributions, so she issued a trial mission to them. I thought that if the other person performed well, I could follow him back to the human world to repay his kindness. At the very least, say thank you to him personally during the trial. But what she didn't expect was that she was forced into the contract by the other party without knowing it. Elena didn't feel unhappy, just surprised and curious. The young man in front of her seemed to be somewhat special. He could actually summon her to the human world by force under the power of the Holy Spirit star. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Xiao gradually came back to his senses, his eyes slightly fiery. What a beautiful little angel. He did not speak directly, but communicated politely with Elena using his mind. Ms. Elena, it's nice to meet you. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind. Please go to Qiling Palace first. I will answer them for you later. Wei Ying was right next to them, and it would be difficult to explain if Elena asked about the compulsory contract right away. Elena nodded obediently, and then turned into a ray of golden light and sank into Lin Xiao's brow. The office lost its golden figure, and the atmosphere was once again replaced by the tranquility of the moonlight. At this time, Wei Ying gradually came back to her senses and recognized that the angel was Elena. Her eyes were replaced by shock and she stammered. Lin Xiao, what is your charm? 2 SSS in a row, it's incredible. Lin Xiao enjoyed the beauty's shock and said with a smile, of course I'm handsome. Narcissism. Wei Ying curled her lips. Her original shock faded a lot because of this joke. Then she asked curiously. Tell me quickly, what skills does she have? Lin Xiao did not answer, but walked out of the office, yawning and saying. It's late, the narcissist needs to go back to bed. Wei Ying glared at him, and she stepped forward, grabbed Lin Xiao by the collar, and pressed him against the wall, doing a domineering wall dong. Isn't it enough to call you a narcissist? Are you too arrogant? How dare you make me wait? Lin Xiao was just teasing her on purpose. If he really ignored Instructor Wei, it would be difficult to coax her later. He immediately explained Elena's skills, and then waited patiently to see her surprised expression. Sure enough, when Wei Ying heard that Elena had 4 skills, her beautiful eyes widened and her sexy lips opened slightly. Being pressed against the wall by a super beauty, the fine lines on her lips were clearly visible at such a close distance. Not only was his nose filled with fragrance, but the huge mass of liquid below was almost touching his chest, and Lin Xiao was already distracted. Looking at her sexy lips, I don't dare to kiss them directly, but I still have the courage to tease her. The brain was out of control, and a finger reached out and lightly touched the little tongue. Omega. Slippery, damp and hot. Wei Ying was struck by lightning and was stunned for a second. Lin Xiao succeeded, withdrew his hand like lightning, lowered his head, crawled out from under the arm, and ran away. In the end, he didn't run away. Wei Ying reacted and became furious. He grabbed his arm in one step and then kicked him across the floor. Lin Xiao reacted quickly and reached back to grab Wei Ying's waist, trying to stabilize his center of gravity. But when it comes to fighting ability, he is far inferior to Wei Taidu. Before he can continue his moves, Wei Ying twists him around, hugs him from behind, and passes one arm under his neck, instantly forming a naked choke. Wei Ying's exasperated voice came from behind, almost piercing her eardrums. Lin Xiao, how dare you? Last time you bit my ear, and this time you dare to touch my tongue. I'll twist your head off. Lin Xiao's cheeks turned red instantly as he exerted force with his arms. He was speechless and could only slap the ground with his hands to beg for mercy. With Wei Ying's strength, it would be easy for her to twist off a person's head with a naked stranglehold, but it was impossible for her to really do that. She was just trying to scare him. Seeing that the bastard in his arms had a red face, he loosened his grip a little. Lin Xiao was able to catch his breath and quickly begged for mercy. Please spare my life, man, spare my life. Wei Ying raised her eyebrows. Who is the hero? Lin Xiao quickly changed his words. No, instructor, please spare me, beautiful sister Wei, please spare me. Wei Ying still didn't let go, determined to make this guy suffer more. His arms continued to maintain the naked choke position, but the force was obviously reduced. Since she couldn't kill him, Lin Xiao didn't feel that bad. On the contrary, he felt a little happy. There were two big lumps on the back, and they were extremely soft. Wei Ying's two long legs were wrapped around her waist from behind, forming a triangle, with one leg hooked around the inner thigh to restrict movement. Lin Xiao didn't feel anything at first, but after struggling for a few times, he felt the blood flowing uncontrollably to somewhere and he was a little afraid to move. Wei Ying noticed that the struggle in his arms had subsided and was startled. She thought that she had not controlled the strength well and suffocated this guy to death. When he let go and looked at the side, he found that he was not dizzy at all, and Lin Xiao looked like he was enjoying it. Wei Ying was stunned for a moment, and then she felt something wrong with her calf, as if something was poking her calf and was about to push it apart. Looking down, Wei Ying was stunned, then her cheeks became hot and her calves shrank back as if they had been electrocuted. In this way, the triangle choke becomes ineffective immediately. Lin Xiao noticed something and turned around abruptly, forcibly twisting his neck so that he was face to face with Wei Ying. The reason why this was possible was because Wei Ying's arms were already relaxed, and coupled with her daze, she was able to succeed. The man is on top and the woman is on the bottom, which is exactly the same as it was in the termite rift. Lin Xiao was worried about being strangled again, so he put his hands under his ribs and hugged Wei Ying's back tightly. Under tremendous pressure, the big ball turns into a pancake. Wei Ying reacted and struggled violently. Her strength far exceeded Lin Xiao's, and she almost escaped with just a struggle. Lin Xiao was afraid of being broken free, so he looked at the earring so close to him and bit it again without thinking. Wei Ying's body, which had been tense a moment ago, suddenly stiffened, and then softened uncontrollably. Lin Xiao, you bastard, hurry up and open your mouth. Wei Ying was bitten on a weak spot and instantly lost the strength to resist, her voice trembling as she spoke. Lin Xiao didn't dare to let go, and said in an unclear tone. Coach Wei, you can let me go, but you have to promise not to beat me again. Wei Ying felt dizzy at this moment, and her whole body felt like it was electrified. She just wanted to escape immediately, and hurriedly agreed. Okay, let go, I won't beat you. Real? Yeah, really. A liar is a puppy. Well, I lied to you that you were a puppy. Lin Xiao tentatively opened his mouth. Wei Ying hurriedly climbed up with red cheeks. After standing up, she kept wiping her ears with her hands. After taking a breath, her eyes were 3 parts charming and 7 parts angry, and her voice was full of murderous intent. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao let go of Wei Ying and was already retreating towards the door. Seeing that the situation was not good, he ran very fast this time and went downstairs in a flash. See below for the naked choke position. Chapter 185 Coaxing My Wife. The office was dead silent late at night. Wei Ying's panting could be heard, and her body was rising and falling violently like the waves. She could hear her own rapid heartbeat, like the sound of a drum, thump, thump, thump non-stop. Watching the culprit who played a prank on him disappear out the door, he wanted to chase after him, but when he raised his leg, he found it was too weak. In the end, he could only sit back in the chair, his face sometimes angry and sometimes absent-minded. Are you angry? Of course I am angry, but why do I feel an inexplicable feeling in my heart that I can't explain? Wei Ying felt her heart was in a turmoil and she was a little confused. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, the cell phone in his trouser pocket rang, and Wei Ying's heart stopped in the silence of the night. He took it out angrily and found that it was Wang Hao who called. He suppressed the thousands of emotions in his heart and said in an emotionless voice. What's up? Coach Wei, I just saw a flash of red light outside the window. Is that Lin Xiao? Wang Hao felt that Wei Ying's tone was not right, but he didn't think much about it. The contract just now made quite a loud noise and I was woken up from my sleep. There were many people like Wang Hao who were awakened and realized that someone had contracted with the red spirit, but no one thought of Lin Xiao. However, Wang Hao guessed that it might be Lin Xiao, because he knew that the other party had entered the copy. So I couldn't help but call and ask. Yes. It's him. Wei Ying responded indifferently. Wang Hao was extremely surprised. He knew that Lin Xiao had entered a nightmare copy and thought it would be difficult to pass it. However, he did not expect that he not only passed it, but also received a red spirit bead reward. S or SS? Wang Hao asked hurriedly. It's SSS. Elena. Wei Ying said directly. What? SSS. Instructor Wei, you didn't lie to me. There was uncontrollable shock in Wang Hao's voice. Wei Ying raised the corners of her mouth, feeling inexplicably proud. Then she felt something was wrong. Lin Xiao had a contract with SSS, so why should she be happy? That pervert had just teased her. I don't have the time to lie to you. I'm hanging up. Wei Ying was not in the mood to chat with Wang Hao anymore, so she hung up the phone directly. Okay. The campus was quiet late at night, but there were many lights on in the windows of the dormitory buildings in the distance, and many heads were leaning out of the windows to look in. A student who was obviously awakened by the noise and was looking for the source. Lin Xiao looked back as he walked, and was relieved to find that Instructor Wei did not follow him. I took out my cell phone and called Aunt Jing, and the call was picked up immediately. Jinger. Lin Xiao said with a smile. When Song Shujing on the other end of the phone heard this name, her cheeks instantly turned red. She hummed shyly and then said. Lin Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Xiao said, I have good news for you. I have contracted with Elena. She has the ability to purify. Song Shujing was stunned, still a little unresponsive, and asked in a daze, you passed the trial so quickly? She was a little bit unbelieving. How could it be possible that Lin Xiao passed the test in the time it took him to take a shower? Lin Xiao laughed, it's not a trial. I'm lucky. The contract spirit bead opened and Elena is SSS. Song Shujing was completely stunned, feeling unbelievable in her heart, her voice trembling. Really, you didn't lie to me? Lin Xiao smiled and said, how could I lie to you? Wait for me. The flight is at 10 o'clock tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Song Shujing still felt like she was dreaming. She stood in the room blankly, lost in thought for a long time. Gradually, my heart was filled with great joy, but then, an urge to cry rushed through my heart. She finally couldn't hold it in any longer and threw herself on the bed, sobbing into the quilt. The suppressed heart that had been suppressed for many years was completely released at this moment, and she finally stopped worrying about the future. She cried for a long time, venting all the grievances in her heart. Only then did her tears gradually stop and she got up again. Although there were traces of tears on her face, her eyes were brighter than ever before, and her face was extremely bright and beautiful, with a fascinating charm. Lin Xiao, thank you. It's my luck to meet you. She murmured in her heart. In room 302, the lights in the living room were not on, and thunderous snoring could be faintly heard coming from the bedroom. Lin Xiao shook his head and laughed. Even though the noise just now was quite loud, it was impossible for a guy like Wang Shi who could fall into a deep sleep as soon as he touched the bed to be woken up. Lin Xiao did not disturb them. He simply washed up, packed the luggage he would take tomorrow, and then lay down on the bed. However, he did not go to bed immediately, but entered the Qiling Palace. The soul stood on the familiar lake and looked forward. Next to the huge stone archway of Shen Sword Sect, there was a new building. The white stone archway in the style of ancient Greek temples, decorated with the sun, moon, stars and angel reliefs, is full of a sacred feeling. This was obviously the residence that Elena had conjured up. However, Lin Xiao did not go in, but walked into the stone archway gate of Shen Sword Sect. Before meeting Elena, I have to go and coax Sister Gu first. She must be very angry today. The soul arrived at the mountain lake. The moonlight was quiet, the lake water was sparkling, and there was a small pavilion standing in the middle of the lake. Amid the fluttering green gauze, a fairy in white sits quietly, with a guqin in front of her, from which the sound of the guqin floats. The sound of the piano is low and plaintive, and it gives people a feeling of sadness at first listen. As if sensing Lin Xiao's arrival, the sound of the piano showed a subtle fluctuation, and then continued to play. Lin Xiao came behind Sister Gu and did not make any noise to disturb her. Instead, he listened quietly to her plucking the strings of the piano and felt the emotions in the sound. Although he didn't know much about music, he could still hear the loss and confusion in the heart of the person playing the piano. Lin Xiao felt a sudden surge of pity in his heart and couldn't help himself any longer. He slowly walked forward and hugged his wife's waist from behind. Gu Shuyan struggled for a while, and the sound of the piano became intermittent and without a melody. In the end, Gu Shuyan simply stopped playing, but stiffened her body and ignored Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt the woman in his arms secretly competing with him, and knew that she was jealous, so he forcefully hugged her in his arms, said nothing, turned her face, and kissed her on the lips. He kissed her so hard, as if he wanted to eat the person in his arms. Gu Shuyan struggled at first, but gradually began to respond enthusiastically, pressing her body tightly against him, as if she wanted to melt into him. After a long time, the two separated breathlessly, and their eyes met. Tears welled up in Gu Shuyan's eyes. 2 tears slid down her cheeks. Lin Xiao was shocked and hurriedly wiped it with his hand, feeling very distressed. "My dear, why are you crying?" Gu Shuyan buried her face in his neck, her tears could no longer be stopped, falling like beads from a broken string, and her voice choked with sobs. "Husband, I'm so sad. Seeing you being with another woman makes me sad." Lin Xiao was slightly startled, feeling panicked, and kept saying, "It's all my fault. I'm too philandering and made my wife feel bad. I'm sorry. It's okay if my wife hits me or scolds me. Don't cry." Lin Xiao felt extremely guilty. He knew that Sister Gu was very angry today, but he did not expect her to be so sad. She felt even more guilty. Aunt Jing could say that she had no choice, but she couldn't help but flirt with Wei Ying again just now, which was indeed a bit fickle. He had to endure all the beatings and scoldings from Sister Gu, but he just kept wiping his tears and suddenly felt a little at a loss. Gu Shuyan looked up, her tearful face full of sorrow. "Husband, I don't blame you. I am too stingy. I want to possess you alone. I am too selfish." Lin Xiao felt so distressed that he quickly said, "How can you be blamed for this? It's all my fault. Be good, stop crying." Gu Shuyan said to herself, "I also know that this is not right. I am just a contracted spirit and cannot bear children for you. You still have to marry a wife. But I just can't control my emotions. I'm afraid you'll be snatched away by someone else. The days I spent with you were the happiest times of my life. I'm so afraid that after you contract more spirits and have more women, you will gradually stop paying attention to me and gradually ignore me." Lin Xiao felt even more distressed when he heard this. He probably understood what Sister Gu was feeling at this moment. No matter how noble she was in her previous life, she was actually very lonely throughout her life. Now that she has someone to depend on, she is naturally afraid of losing him. Besides, she is the only one representing the race, so you can imagine how lonely and desperate she feels. I am her only spiritual support now, so of course she is afraid that someone will snatch her away. No matter how powerful she is, no matter how good she is at playing the zither and sword, she is still a woman after all, and has a fragile side. Lin Xiao felt extremely compassionate in his heart, and he embraced her even more tightly, speaking in a gentle and doting voice. "My silly wife, how could that be? You are irreplaceable in my heart. You are the most important person in my life. I can ignore anyone but you. Be good, don't let your imagination run wild. We are not only Taoist companions, but also partners in life and death. Our connection can only be severed by life and death, and we will never leave each other in this life." Gu Shuyan actually didn't really think that Lin Xiao would ignore her. The sadness in her heart was mostly caused by jealousy. Listening to Lin Xiao's gentle voice coaxing her, the sadness disappeared in an instant. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed, his cold face turned red with embarrassment. "My dear husband, you won't laugh at me, will you? I am jealous like an ordinary woman and I am crying. Will you dislike me? Lin Xiao listened to her words with mixed feelings. Sister Gu is really different now than when they first signed the contract. She has changed a lot. She used to be calm and composed, not like now, like a frightened deer, hesitant and uncertain. But why did she do this? In the final analysis, it was because of me. I forced her into a contract, forcing her to be involved in the secular world. If she had a choice, she could have chosen not to become my Taoist partner and not to practice dual cultivation with me. But she had no choice. In other words, it was because of him that she had to become a wife and fall in love. It was he who made her lack of spiritual integrity and revealed her vulnerable side. If it weren't for herself, she would still be that cold fairy who was not moved by external things, and still be that high and mighty banished fairy with the zither and sword. How could I be a little woman who is worried about being rejected by my husband like I am now? How could I shed tears for others? She had no choice but to do so because of me. Even if I disliked anyone else, I would never dislike her. Lin Xiao couldn't help but kiss her eyes gently and said lovingly. How could that be? If my wife wasn't jealous, I would be sad. This can only mean that my wife loves me. I can't wait to be happy. When Gu Shuiyan heard this, her heart felt warmed and the uneasiness in her heart completely disappeared. Well, just this once. I won't do this again. As long as my husband has me in his heart, I will be satisfied. Lin Xiao sighed slightly in his heart and said nothing more. He hugged her and rubbed her ears, enjoying the tenderness. The moonlight is gentle and the lake breeze is pleasant. After a while, Gu Shuiyan took the initiative to leave his embrace and said softly. Husband, you don't have to accompany me. Go see the new girl. Don't neglect her. Lin Xiao really wanted to see Elena, but he couldn't show any urgency at this time. He took her hand and said. Let's go together. Elena might be nervous if I go alone. I forced her to sign a contract. I don't know if she will be angry. I'm not very good at writing romance scenes, so I stumbled a bit when writing them. Chapter 186 City of Angels. The pure white clouds look like pieces of cotton candy, and the magnificent white marble buildings are built above the empty sky, surrounded by white clouds. A huge stone arch bridge spans the sky like a rainbow, one end connecting to the palace where angels live, and the other end hidden deep in the white clouds. At the top of the arch bridge, Elena sat on the edge of the railing carved with auspicious cloud patterns, her white wings gently flapping behind her and her bare, crystal-clear feet swaying in the air. She couldn't remember how many years it had been since she last returned to the City of Angels where she was born. Ever since she was persecuted by the necromancer, she had never returned to her hometown. I have dreamt of this place countless times, but each time it seemed so illusory and unreachable. Elena thought that she would never see this place that she had been dreaming about again, but she did not expect that tonight she would be able to sit on the arch bridge where she sat in her childhood again, looking at the familiar white clouds and listening to the familiar wind. Of course, she knew that what she saw before her was not her real homeland, but just an illusion. It's just that this illusion is too real, or maybe it is real, a replica of my hometown. In fact, this is enough to satisfy my wish for many years. Elena couldn't help but wonder, is Qiling Palace really so magical? It can actually make everything you want come true. But she felt that it shouldn't be the case. The details here were too realistic. It must be due to her spiritual master. What secrets does he have? It makes people curious. What kind of person would he be? Is he easy to get along with? Holy Spirit Star told her that the spirit contract and the summoner are equal partners, but why does she feel that it is a master-servant relationship? Elena was a little nervous. She had been controlled by a necromancer before and didn't want to become someone else's slave again. Just as she was thinking this, she seemed to sense something, and saw light and shadow flickering on the arch bridge, and two figures gathered together. Here we come. Elena's gently swaying little feet paused, and after a slight hesitation, she flapped her wings and slowly stood up. Lin Xiao, who came with his sister Gu, stood on the arch bridge and looked around involuntarily. It is in line with imagination that angels live in the sky, and the buildings here are also very exotic. Seeing Elena flying over, he couldn't help but look at her secretly. This angel girl is so beautiful that she doesn't look like a real person. She is shrouded in a light golden halo and is full of holiness. The exposed jade feet are also coated with golden light, like perfect works of art, giving rise to the urge to play with them. The body floating in the air is soft and light, and the beautiful face has a bit of childish beauty, but the temperament is elegant and dignified. Lin Xiao smiled and took a step forward and said, Ms. Elena, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. As Elena flew over, she was also secretly looking at Lin Xiao and Gu Shuiyan. The first two thoughts that came to my mind were, the spirit master was so handsome, and the sister in white next to him was so beautiful. The two of them standing together gave off a sense of golden boy and jade girl. When she heard Lin Xiao's words, she bent down slightly, and said politely and softly, It's okay. Elena has seen the spirit master. Lin Xiao smiled, turned sideways and gestured to Sister Gu. Elena, let me introduce you. This is Gu Shuiyan, my main contracted spirit and also my Taoist partner. She ranks 7th on the Holy Spirit list. Elena's eyes suddenly widened. As a Holy Spirit, she was ranked very high on the Holy Spirit list, and she also knew the value of the Holy Spirit list. She thought she was powerful enough, but she didn't expect that the fairy-like woman in white in front of her was even more powerful than her. Ranked 7th on the Holy Spirit list, this sister in white is one of the top figures in the universe. At this moment, she remembered that Lin Xiao said that the sister in white was his Taoist partner. It was even more incredible in his heart that such a woman would actually commit herself to becoming another man's wife. It seemed that he, the spiritual master, was really extraordinary. In surprise, Gu Shuiyan took a step forward with a gentle look and said softly, Ms. Elena, it's nice to meet you. We will be partners in life and death from now on. If you don't mind, you can call me sister. Elena could clearly feel the kindness of the woman in white in front of her. She was also gentle and kind, so she immediately took a liking to her and said softly, I'm also very happy to meet Sister Gu. Sister Gu, you are so beautiful and amazing. Gu Shuiyan smiled. It was her first time meeting this cute little angel, and she had a high impression of him. She smiled and responded, Sister Elena is also very good. After the two sides got to know each other, Lin Xiao smiled and said, Sister Gu, Elena, Qiling Palace is rather deserted after all. When you are bored in the future, you can walk around more often. I think you should get along well. Gu Shuiyan and Elena looked at each other and nodded with a smile. The game started harmoniously, and Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He then said apologetically, Elena, I'm sorry to force you into a contract. I think you've already felt that we are in a master-servant relationship, but you don't have to worry. I won't force you to do anything. Our relationship is equal. Elena was worried about this, and when she heard this, she felt relieved. Thank you, Master Spiritual Master. Lin Xiao waved his hand, no need to call me Lord Spiritual Master, just like Sister Gu, you can just call me Lin Xiao from now on. Remember, we are partners. Elena felt more and more relaxed. The situation was much better than she thought. The Spirit Master seemed to be a very easygoing person, so she asked curiously. Lin Xiao, can you tell me how you managed to force the contract on me? Lin Xiao smiled slightly and immediately told her about the illustrated book, which immediately surprised Elena. Like Gu Shuiyan at the beginning, she also had the idea that it would be a good idea to follow such a powerful spiritual master. Elena couldn't help but sigh. This illustrated book is a divine object. Lin Xiao, you are a person favored by the gods. It is an honor to follow you. Lin Xiao also smiled and said, It is my honor to be able to contract the kind and beautiful Miss Elena. This sincere compliment immediately made Elena's cheeks slightly red, and she seemed to be an angel who was easily shy. Lin Xiao smiled, and seeing that it was indeed very late, he decided not to continue the in-depth conversation with Elena. We can talk about looking at skills later, and there is no need to mention dual cultivation in a hurry. I had contracted with Sister Gu before, and mentioned it when we first met. It's still awkward to talk about it, mainly because I needed to practice dual cultivation to improve my level at that time, so I couldn't wait. Later, during a conversation, I learned from Sister Gu that the impression left at that time was indeed not a very good one. Sister Gu once suspected that he was a horny little hooligan. There is no need to rush now, so I decided to take it slow and let Elena get used to it. It would be best to let Sister Gu hint at it indirectly so that she can be mentally prepared. Then you can try to please her and gradually increase her favorability, which will make Elena feel like she is in love. Elena, it's getting late, so Sister Gu and I won't bother you. Also, a friend of mine has been contaminated and needs to be cleaned up, so I'll have to trouble you to help tomorrow. Hearing that someone needed help, Elena's eyes lit up, and she immediately felt needed, and nodded. Okay, I'll do my best then. Lin Xiao nodded, then left with Sister Gu. Chapter 187 Sensation. The next day. In the early morning, the quiet campus wakes up slowly in the morning light, and the sound of ping-pong begins to be heard from the dormitory buildings. Wang Shi was awakened by the alarm clock, and a thought popped into his dazed mind, I wonder if my brother is back. Then all sleepiness disappeared and I turned over. She walked into the living room in slippers and knocked on Lin Xiao's door, but there was no response for a long time. Not back yet. Wang Shi suddenly noticed a note on the table in the living room in suspicion. I picked it up and found that it was from my eldest brother. It said that he had asked for leave from school and would be away for a while and would be back in a few days. Wang Shi was surprised, knowing that his elder brother had entered the dungeon yesterday, and instinctively took out his cell phone to inquire about the result of the dungeon. After sending the text message, I went to wash up. When I came back, I found that the text message had not been replied, so I hurried downstairs. As soon as I arrived at the playground, I saw Qin Shan and Shin Juanru standing by the playground and talking in a low voice. The noise last night must have meant someone had made a contract with the Red Spirit. Wang Shi was stunned when he heard this, a little confused. He thought for a moment and walked over and said. Qin Shan, classmate Shin, good morning, what are you talking about, what happened last night? Shin Juanru and Qin Shan looked over and greeted him together. Shin Juanru smiled and teased. Wang Shi, you need to sleep so soundly that you didn't even notice the loud noise. Someone made a contract with a red spirit last night, and the whole school was covered in red light. Wang Shi blushed slightly. His elder brother always teased him that he slept like a dead pig. He couldn't help but touch his nose. Really? Do you know who it is? I just don't know. It's probably the teachers or instructors at school. As for us freshmen, it's impossible. Shin Juanru lowered her voice and said, at present, only Lin Xiao is about to reach level 10, right? By the way, where are the others? Shin Juanru and Qin Shan were not in the kendo class and did not usually attend classes together, so they did not know that Lin Xiao had been promoted to bronze, and naturally did not know that he had entered the dungeon yesterday. Wang Shi was stunned when he heard this, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Could it be that the one who made a contract with the Red Spirit last night was his eldest brother? When this thought came to him, he felt incredible. The first time Big Brother went into a dungeon, he contracted a Red Spirit back. How perverted is that? What are you daydreaming about? Where's Lin Xiao? My brother has something to do, so he asked for leave from school. Just at this moment, the cell phone in my trouser pocket dinged. Wang Shi subconsciously took it out and saw that it was a message from his elder brother. The content was very brief, saying that the copy had been passed and told him not to worry. Shin Juanru had sharp eyes. She saw the word copy and came over immediately. Copy, what do you mean? Well, you don't know yet, my eldest brother has been promoted to bronze level and entered the Lingxiu realm yesterday. Shin Juanru and Qin Shan usually get along well with Lin Xiao. They knew Lin Xiao's situation during the previous disaster hunt. Wang Shi was clear about this and naturally had no need to hide it. While explaining, he sent messages quickly, asking about what happened last night. When Qin Shan and Shin Juanru heard that Lin Xiao had reached level 10 and had passed the dungeon, they were extremely shocked. Qin Shan was shocked, this guy is too abnormal. I am only level 7 now. Shin Juanru was just about to agree with something, but when she saw the content of the text message sent by Wang Shi, she was stunned. Brother, were you the one who contracted the red spirit last night? No, it was Lin Xiao last night. I don't know, let's see what Big Brother says. As a result, before Wang Shi could finish his sentence, Lin Xiao replied with a Shin Juanru and Qin Shan were stunned and shocked. This pervert had unknowingly reached level 10, unknowingly entered the spirit world, and unknowingly contracted a red spirit. How come it's like a joke? Are upgrades and contracts that simple? Responding the next second, Shin Juanru hurriedly said, ask him what grade he is. Wang Shi did as he was told and soon received a reply, SSS. The three people in front of the screen were completely stunned. SSS. It would be fine if I contracted a red spirit the first time I went into the dungeon, but the second spirit was an SSS-1. How is that possible? The three of them even suspected that Lin Xiao was teasing them. Brother, you are not kidding us, right? Why are we teasing you? Are there people around you? Wang Shi looked up subconsciously and found that there were many people surrounding him. The three of them were talking a little loudly just now, which attracted the students passing by. At this moment, everyone was staring at the screen in his hand in amazement. Wang Shi was speechless. Before he could reply, Lin Xiao's message came first. Wang Shi, don't say it's my contract, otherwise everyone will look at me like a monster. Keep a low profile. Who is next to you? Is he from our class? Let them keep it a secret. Wang Shi's mouth twitched, and he replied awkwardly. Brother, I can't hide it anymore. There are too many people around me. This area of the playground fell into an eerie silence. After a while, a student nearby spoke up. Wang Shi, is the person you are chatting with Lin Xiao? Wang Shi pulled the corner of his mouth. Well, I said it's not true, do you believe it? The people around him looked at him strangely, and the meaning in their eyes was very clear, I don't believe you. Then, the student who asked the question turned and ran away, shouting exaggeratedly as he ran. Extra, extra, Lin Xiao has reached level 10, and he was the one who contracted the red spirit last night. And it's SSS, you heard it right, it's SSS. The entire campus was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded. What the hell is this? Lin Xiao is now a bronze medalist. You're talking nonsense. The second spirit contract is SSS. Are you kidding me? Wang Shi, is what he said true? It's fake. Don't listen to that guy's nonsense, it's fake. Well, it seems to be true. Fuck. Lin Xiao is too abnormal. He reached bronze level without making any noise. Lin Xiao is actually afraid of being called a monster, but he is a monster, otherwise how could he reach level 10 so quickly? Oh my god, 2 SSS in a row, is this the son of luck? Where's Lin Xiaoren, brother Koi, let me breathe. Chapter 188, Tooth for Tooth. On the rugged mountain road, a jeep was speeding on the winding road. Lin Xiao looked at the message sent by Wang Shi and was speechless, but he didn't take it to heart. The reason for keeping it secret is that I don't want to stand out, but now that others know about it, it doesn't matter. He put down his phone and looked at the cold female instructor in the driver's seat with a flattering smile on his face. Beautiful Sister Wei, please talk to me, don't ignore me. To go to Yunjiang City, you have to take a plane to Fuyuan City, the closest big city to Longyin. It is hundreds of kilometers from Longyin to Fuyuan City. Lin Xiao naturally cannot walk there, so he has to ask someone to take him there. The person who was seeing him off was naturally Wei Ying. However, after what happened last night, Wei Ying had been silent the entire way since they met in the morning, and was obviously angry. At this time, Instructor Wei was sitting upright, holding the steering wheel with both hands. The huge Tuan Tuan was almost touching the steering wheel, and it was shaking constantly with the ups and downs of the car body. Looking from the side, the visual effect was amazing. Her waist is very thin, and her peachy buttocks are very elastic when she sits on the seat. Every time the car bumps, her butt rises higher than Lin Xiao's. Well, after all, it is more elastic. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wei Ying had a blank expression on her face, her lips tightly pursed, and she said nothing. It's like, who are you? I don't know you. Lin Xiao felt somewhat helpless and continued, I was wrong last night, can you please forgive me? Wei Ying finally reacted, glanced over, and said coldly. Wrong, then may I ask where you went wrong? Seeing that she finally spoke to him, Lin Xiao smiled happily. Just shouldn't bite your ears, shouldn't touch your tongue. Wei Ying raised her eyebrows, why do you sound so happy? Is this your attitude of admitting your mistakes? Lin Xiao choked and said awkwardly, I don't see you finally paying attention to me, I'm happy. Wei Ying was satisfied with this answer, but her tone was still cold. Then let me ask you, with whom can you do things like biting ears and touching tongues? Lin Xiao scratched his head and asked tentatively, boyfriend or girlfriend? Wei Ying sneered, it seems that you know, then let me ask you, who am I to you? This question is not easy to answer, Lin Xiao can only avoid it and say. I didn't mean to do that. I just got carried away and couldn't help myself. Please forgive me. Wei Ying felt particularly aggrieved for some reason. I am not related to you. You flirt with me again and again. Do you think I am a casual woman? Lin Xiao immediately shook his head, of course not, I know you are definitely not a casual woman. So you are very casual? Wei Ying asked back. Lin Xiao looked embarrassed. Of course I'm not a casual person. Wei Ying immediately said, then give me a reason why you treat me like this. Lin Xiao hesitated and scratched his head. I told you not to be angry, okay? Explain. Lin Xiao said carefully, well, it's just that Instructor Wei is too beautiful. I couldn't help myself. We were so close at that time, and I was a little distracted. Wei Ying's face turned red visibly, and she thought of the embarrassing thing she encountered last night, and then she became extremely angry. How dare you have thoughts about me? How can I not have any thoughts about such a beautiful woman like you? Lin Xiao muttered to himself, but shook his head quickly on the surface, I dare not. Wei Ying snorted coldly, it's good that you don't dare. I am your instructor. Lin Xiao glanced at her, then do you forgive me? Wei Ying sneered, you think too much, do you really think I have a good temper? Lin Xiao was helpless, how can I forgive you? You can punish me, anything is fine. Are you sure? Wei Ying glanced over. Lin Xiao hesitated a little, but when he met that cold gaze, he immediately nodded. Seeing this, Wei Ying suddenly braked and stopped the car on the side of the road. Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat and he quickly said, what are you doing? I'm in a hurry. I don't want to miss the plane. Don't worry, it will be quick. Wei Ying unbuckled her seatbelt, turned her head and said with a half smile, the punishment is simple, tooth for tooth, stick out your tongue. Lin Xiao was speechless. Instructor Wei also wanted to touch his tongue. This punishment seemed okay. Hesitate slightly and stick out your tongue. Seeing how well-behaved he was with a satisfied expression, Wei Ying was about to touch him, but then she felt a little disgusted and pulled her hand back. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Xiao chuckled and said, if you don't touch me, don't say later that I didn't cooperate with your punishment. Wei Ying felt that he couldn't do it, and suddenly an idea came to him. It's disgusting. I won't touch you, but you stick out your tongue and bark like a pug. Lin Xiao's expression froze. Wei Ying said coldly, don't want to. Fine, don't talk to me from now on. Lin Xiao had no choice but to open his mouth after a little preparation, woof 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 woof. Wei Ying's lips were obviously raised, but they were suppressed the next second. She suppressed her smile and said indifferently. So you're a puppy, so it makes sense that you like to bite people. Lin Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed like she was just looking for an excuse to get bitten. She said with a smile. Do you forgive me now? It's not that easy. Wei Ying looked like she wasn't done yet, come closer with your ears. Lin Xiaojiang felt a little resentful, but his eyes lit up again after hearing this. Was Wei Ying going to bite his ear too? This was good. However, in order to prevent her from seeing his excitement, he kept a reluctant expression and moved closer hesitantly. Wei Ying was also observing Lin Xiao's expression. Seeing that he seemed a little scared, it was obvious that he was pretending. Huh, you are still looking forward to it, right? I'll make you look forward to it. Wei Ying immediately opened her red lips and held the earring in her mouth. Lin Xiao's whole body trembled violently, and he felt a hot breath on his ears, and then it was like an electric current running from his ears to his body. My scalp started to feel numb, and my whole body felt tingling. Although I didn't feel as weak as Wei Ying, the feeling was indescribable. If this is a punishment, please make it more severe. Wei Ying held the earring in her mouth and observed Lin Xiao's expression. Seeing that this guy unconsciously showed a trance expression and groaned softly, she sneered in her heart and bit it hard with her silver teeth. Hiss, Lin Xiao, who was enjoying himself a second ago, suddenly straightened his body. It hurts, ouch, my ear is going to fall off. Wei Ying bit her tongue and said unclearly. How does it feel to be bitten? Will you dare to bite me again in the future? I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Lin Xiao begged for mercy, let go, hiss, it hurts. Wei Ying was finally satisfied. He opened his mouth, gnashing his teeth and looking relieved. Lin Xiao rubbed his ear quickly and looked at it next to the rearview mirror. Wow, there was a row of teeth marks on the earring, almost bleeding. He immediately said with a look of resentment. Coach Wei, I think you are the puppy. I was just being gentle at the time. I didn't use that much force. Wei Ying was in a good mood. She fastened her seatbelt again, drove forward, and said calmly. If I don't use any strength, then that's a reward for you. Am I that stupid? Lin Xiao felt amused when he heard this. This was quite stupid. Anyway, I enjoyed it. But he didn't dare to show it, so he thought for a moment and said, do you forgive me now? Wei Ying said calmly, I guess so, but I have to warn you, don't do it again in the future. Lin Xiao didn't dare to provoke her again and nodded obediently. Seeing this, Wei Ying changed the subject and said seriously. Thank you for helping my aunt purify herself this time. Lin Xiao did not refute this. He thought that he would have to till the fields for several days, which was indeed hard work. He said. We're all friends, that's what we should do. Wei Ying added, originally I should have gone with you, but you and my aunt wouldn't let me, so you have to worry more. Wei Ying had originally planned to visit Song Shujing, but was persuaded not to do so by Lin Xiao and Song Shujing. The reason why the two stopped her was very simple. This time, given Song Shujing's condition, she would definitely go to bed with Lin Xiao and have a good emotional exchange. If Wei Ying followed, she would definitely be exposed. Song Shujing hasn't figured out how to deal with the fact that he is an old man eating young grass. He has to keep it a secret from his daughter, and naturally can't tell his niece. Lin Xiao also didn't want Wei Ying to know about this, so he tried his best to persuade her. The excuse was that it would probably take many times to purify Aunt Jing successfully, and this trip would inevitably be delayed for many days, and the kendo class could not be left unattended. Wei Ying thought about it and felt that it made sense. After all, she was teaching in Longyin now, and it would not be appropriate for her to leave for too long, so she finally agreed. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best. Lin Xiao responded and chatted with the two of them all the way. They arrived at Fuyuan City at about 9 o'clock, then checked their tickets, boarded the plane, and set off. Chapter 189 Self-Comfort. In the bedroom with retro decoration, the curtains were half drawn, and the morning sunlight shone in, shining on the half-naked white body of the woman lying on the bed. The gourd-like figure is plump and attractive, big where it should be big, and thin where it should be thin. White lace pajamas with a light blue lotus embroidered on the chest. The collar was too big, so the blue lotus turned into a fat lotus. The lace nightgown was semi-transparent, revealing her waist vaguely, with just the right amount of flesh and a peach-like but hidden under the thin blanket. Song Shujing twisted restlessly on the bed, rubbing the quilt with her knees. Even in her sleep, she felt burned by the fire and slept very uneasily. Suddenly, she woke up with a start, half closed her eyes and looked a little dazed. She subconsciously reached to her side, but found nothing. I just had a dream. In the dream, I was having sex with Lin Xiao, but I couldn't get it up at the critical moment, which made me feel very uncomfortable. When I woke up, the uncomfortable feeling in my body did not disappear. Instead, it became clearer as I woke up. Song Shujing only lay in bed for a moment before she felt extremely uncomfortable. As she expected, once indulged, the pollution would become difficult to control. Even though it had only been 8 or 9 hours since Lin Xiao and I made love, I felt as if I had been suppressed for months. Song Shujing felt really uncomfortable. She got out of bed, put on her slippers, and listened at the door for a while. There was no sound in the villa. I told Aunt Zhang last night not to disturb me in the morning. My daughter has already come back and is probably still sleeping. Song Shujing pursed her lips and stepped on the carpet with slippers without making any sound. She walked silently to the dressing table and sat down. In the mirror with retro decoration, she saw a beautiful woman who had just woken up. Her hair was slightly messy, her cheeks were rosy, and her eyes were as clear as spring water, charming and attractive. This face looks unsatisfied and full of desire for men. Song Shujing felt a little embarrassed when she saw it. After a slight hesitation, he found the key and opened a private drawer under the dressing table. It was filled with all kinds of gadgets and trinkets. After a busy period, Song Shujing lay down on the bed to rest, with her little feet hanging on the edge and her arches raised. After more than 10 minutes, Song Shujing still hadn't reached the point she wanted, and always felt like something was missing. She soon realized what was missing. She bit her red lips and hesitated for a while, then took out her cell phone and sent a text message to Lin Xiao. Can you send me a photo of you? At this moment, Lin Xiao had not boarded the plane yet and was sitting in the waiting hall. Wei Ying had left after sending him through security check, and now he was alone. I suddenly received a text message from Aunt Jing. I was very surprised and replied in confusion. What do you want the photos for? I want to see you. Lin Xiao found it a little funny. He actually thought Aunt Jing was missing him. But they had only been apart for one night, so he immediately sent her a daily photo. Song Shujing looked at the photo on the phone screen. The handsome boy had eyes as bright as ink, and his lips were slightly raised in a cynical smile. Song Shujing felt something instantly and rubbed her cheek against the phone screen gently. But it's still not enough, it's still a little bit short. Song Shujing hesitated for a moment and sent another text message. Can you post a picture without clothes? Lin Xiao was stunned when he received the text message. He finally reacted and asked. Auntie Jing, has the pollution increased? Song Shujing's thoughts were exposed, and she felt ashamed and replied with a Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, then checked the time. The plane would not take off for another 40 minutes. He glanced at the restroom not far away and typed a reply. Do you want to make a video call? Song Shujing's body trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to refuse. Even though the two of them had gone crazy several times, she still didn't want to be seen with all the accessories adorning her now. No, just send me a photo that shows a little more. Lin Xiao guessed that she was shy, so he didn't force her. He found a topless photo of her showing her abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles on his phone and sent it to her. When Song Shujing saw the artistic photo with sexy lines appear on the mobile phone screen, her eyes were instantly fascinated. The feeling was getting stronger and stronger, but it was still just a little bit away. Song Shujing was helpless and could only send another text message. Can you send me a voice message and say something gentle to me? Lin Xiao got goosebumps instantly. There were people everywhere, so how could he have the nerve to speak? After thinking about it, he quickly went to the bathroom and found an empty one and went in. I opened the panoramic perspective of the atlas, waited until there was no one in the bathroom, and sent a voice message that made my scalp tingle. Jinger, my little darling, I miss my husband. When Song Shujing heard the voice, it was as if she received a signal, and her mind was blank for a moment. The feeling she wanted finally came, her voice was a little whimpering, and her peach blossom eyes were misty. After half a minute, she collapsed on the bed, not wanting to move at all. Jinger, are you okay? Song Shujing lazily picked up the phone, not wanting to type, and replied with a voice message in a gentle voice. Yeah, much better. Lin Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The room was silent, with only gentle breathing to be heard. Dong dong. Song Shujing was lying down when suddenly footsteps were heard on the stairs on the first floor. She shuddered and looked a little flustered for a moment. She propped up her weak body and tidied up Lin Luan's bed. I was only halfway through packing when I heard footsteps approaching the door. Tap-tuck. There was a knock on the door, and a clear and sweet girl's voice came from outside. Mom, are you up? Can I come in? Song Shujing panicked and said hurriedly, Nan, Mom is getting dressed, don't come in. Oh, then I'll wait for you in the living room. The girl replied, and obediently did not come in. Song Shujing didn't dare to delay. She tidied herself up, put on her clothes, and went to the mirror to fix her makeup before leaving the room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room was a girl in a JK skirt. She was youthful and sweet with twin ponytails. When she heard the door being opened, she stood up excitedly. Song Tsai's gaze lingered on Song Shujing's face for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. Mom, why is your face so red? As he said this, he walked over and reached out to touch it. Song Shujing stretched out her hand to slap it away, but she didn't hide it, and said tactfully, the old problem has come back again. Song Tsai was stunned for a moment, then she understood what was going on. She knew something about her mother's problems, so she quickly comforted her. It will be fine once the pollution is cleaned up. Mom, when will your friend arrive today? The friend Song Kai mentioned naturally refers to Lin Xiao. Although Song Shujing hadn't figured out how to tell her daughter that she had found a little man, there was no need to hide the fact. Last night, she told her daughter that Lin Xiao was coming today, and immediately said. About 12 o'clock. Song Tsai immediately said, then I'll go to the airport to pick him up. Song Shujing shook her head, you don't know him, so just stay at home and I'll pick him up. Song Shujing was still thinking about getting a hotel room immediately after meeting Lin Xiao, so naturally she couldn't let her daughter go to pick him up. In her current state, she would probably become hungry and thirsty again by 12 o'clock. In fact, it was only a moment later and she already felt like she wanted it again. The pollution was more severe than expected. Song Tsai was not very clear about his mother's current condition, and did not insist, but said. Mom, my uncle just sent someone over here and said he has a friend who can also purify pollution. He wants to come over and help you later. Do you want to meet him? Song Shujing was slightly stunned, thinking that this was a coincidence. Lin Xiao was coming today, and a person with purification ability also appeared on Song Jin's side. Song Jin is Song Shujing's cousin. The Song family is a large family in Yunjiang City, but there are not many direct members. My grandfather's generation had only one son, two sons, the eldest, Song Beihai, and the second, Song Nanbishu. Song Beihai has two daughters. The eldest, Song Yunxiang, married into the Wei family, who is Wei Ying's mother. The second one is Song Shujing himself. There was only one child in my second uncle's family, Song Jin. Although the Song family has few members, the family is quite powerful. They are engaged in the armor painting business, which also includes a part of the disaster-related material trading business. They are considered the leader in the entire Yunjiang. Song Shujing's father was the previous head of the family, but he unfortunately passed away in an accident while out a few years ago. The second uncle died even earlier, when Song Shujing was less than 10 years old. My grandfather lost his two sons, and he had no intention of taking care of family affairs. When Song Shujing's father passed away, her elder sister Song Yunxiang had already married, so her grandfather promoted Song Shujing, who was a girl but had outstanding abilities, to the position of head of the family. Song Jin is 1 year younger than Song Shujing. Although he is a boy, his grandfather thinks he is indecisive and not suitable to be the head of the family. Song Shujing didn't know whether Song Jin was dissatisfied for not becoming the head of the family, but as far as they were concerned, they had been getting along quite harmoniously over the years. So Song Jin sent someone to say that a friend wanted to help her. Song Shujing didn't think much about it and just asked casually. Did you say who it was? Song Kai said, it is said that the swans from Bei Li Mei have the ability to purify. Whether they can purify or not depends on the mother's condition. Song Shujing had a rough idea in her mind. She had also looked for the Swan clan before, but she had never heard that anyone in the Swan clan had the purification ability that could meet her requirements. It was very likely that her friend Song Jin would not be able to help her. However, since Song Jin was sincere, she couldn't refuse directly, so she said. Okay, tell your uncle, I'll see you in the evening. Song Kai nodded slightly. Song Shujing added, ask Aunt Zhang to bring up breakfast. I'll go wash up first. Half an hour later, Song Shujing finished her shower and had breakfast. She looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock. She began to dress up and prepare to pick up Lin Xiao. Oh my god, Shen he marked more than a dozen places in this chapter, and I spent an afternoon revising it. Basically, all the interesting parts were deleted, and the whole article feels weird. Chapter 190 Women dress to please themselves. The curtains were fully drawn, letting in bright sunlight into the bedroom. Song Shujing sat upright on a vintage Nanmo round stool, wearing a black and red cheongsam, with the temperament of a wealthy lady from Haicheng in old times. Her beautiful back was straight, and when viewed from behind, her figure became more prominent, with two obvious semicircles on both sides of her ribs, and her chest was magnificent. Ying has a graceful waist curve that expands rapidly downwards, forming a big, plump peach on the round stool. Song Shujing held a cherry pink lipstick in her hand, gestured at her lips in front of the mirror, and asked her daughter who was styling her hair behind her. Nan, how about this lipstick? The young and beautiful Song Kai wanted to shake her head subconsciously. Her mother was 36 years old. Although as a summoner, she took good care of herself and her skin condition was similar to that of an 18-year-old girl. However, her charming figure hides a mature and beautiful temperament that cannot be concealed at all, and it is really not a good match for her to use a cherry pink lipstick that is too girly. Song Tsai didn't think much about it, and asked subconsciously, why does mom want to use this? How about trying this one? As she spoke, she picked up a rose-red lipstick from the dressing table and held it to her lips for comparison. Song Shujing chose cherry pink. Her thoughts were not complicated. She was about to meet Lin Xiao and felt that she was old and wanted to dress younger. She couldn't help but say, will this color make me look old? Song Kai was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect his mother to consider this, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Now I am putting on makeup and dressing up to meet someone. My mother would have just told me to dress normally, but why did she pick out lipstick and was worried about looking old? Is the person I am meeting very young? Song Tsai was suspicious, but did not ask directly. He held her cheek from behind and said sweetly. How could that be? Mom will look more charming with rosy red. Mom, you look so beautiful today. Your skin looks much better than before. Even I envy you. You're just a sweet talker, how can I compare with your face full of collagen? Song Shujing sneered, but she was very happy in her heart and subconsciously looked at herself in the mirror. You know what, it seems really different from before. Her skin was exceptionally lustrous today, and her whole face was charming and attractive, as if it were glowing, especially her peach blossom eyes, which were filled with an indescribable brilliance. Song Shujing looked at herself in the mirror and was slightly stunned. She used to be gloomy and her eyes were mostly irritable, but why was she so gentle and charming today, like a pool of spring water? After thinking about it, Song Shujing had a strange idea in his mind. It is said that women need nourishment from men. Could this be the reason for her change? The more Song Tsai looked at her mother, the more she felt that she had changed a lot. She was surprised and said, the more I look at my mom, the more beautiful she looks today. She looks really different from before. She seems to be glowing. Song Shujing felt strange in her heart. She shouldn't continue talking about this. She was a little afraid that her daughter would notice something, so she quickly said. No, isn't it the same as before? At most I'll be happy today. When Song Kai thought that the pollution that had troubled her for years might soon be cleaned up, her mother would be happy and energetic, and her appearance and temperament would change. This was natural, so she smiled and said. It seems to be true that when good things happen, people feel refreshed. Song Shujing smiled and nodded, and finally chose the rose-red lipstick. It was really not suitable for her to pretend to be young. It would be better to give full play to her mature and beautiful temperament and show her gentleness and charm as an aunt. Maybe a little man like Lin Xiao would be more attracted to her. Song Shujing gently applied lipstick on her plump lips, pursed her lips, and looked at them in the mirror. Quite satisfied. At this moment, a thought flashed through my mind. I have changed so much that I have started thinking about how to please that little man so quickly. He might eat all the lipstick later. The mother and daughter were busy for a while, and when it was 11:30, Song Shujing did not dare to delay any longer, so she hurried out. Watching her leave, Song Tsai stood at the window, finally no longer hiding the suspicion in his eyes, and murmured softly. Mom, you look so weird today. I'm just picking someone up, why are you dressed so grandly? At first Song Kai thought it was her mother who was happy, but just now when her mother was leaving, she secretly took the perfume. Dressing up carefully can be considered a joy. After all, women love to dress up when they are in a good mood. Looking at themselves looking beautiful will make them feel happier. But what is the meaning of a man spraying perfume? Although Song Tsai has never been in a relationship, as a girl, she is very clear about the meaning of the saying, women dress up to please themselves. When you spray perfume, isn't the purpose to make it smell good for people to eat? The more Song Tsai thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, and suddenly he thought of the white man abroad. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my mother had compromised and met that bastard? She couldn't help but think about it. After so many years, no one with the purification ability was found. How come one suddenly appeared? Song Kai was in a state of confusion, but she couldn't interfere in this matter because she knew how much her mother had suffered over the years. Not only does he have to bear heavy pressure, but he also has to suppress his desires. In recent years, his temper has become visibly irritable. The virtual fighting network is where she vents. If her mother finds a man to remarry, Song Tsai actually has no objection. As a daughter, she doesn't want her mother to be a widow, right? But that white guy is too disgusting. Not only is he ugly, but his character is extremely low. The first thing he said was to make my mother his mistress. Song Tsai thought wildly for a while, and then felt that it shouldn't be the case. Even if her mother compromised, it was impossible for her to dress up so carefully. It was probably someone else. Thinking of this, Song Tsai wanted to go over and take a look. The more he thought about it, the more wrong his mother's behavior today seemed. It was definitely like she was going on a date. Song Kai gritted his teeth, secretly went downstairs and followed. Earlier, Lin Xiao boarded the plane on time. Due to the internet control, he couldn't play with his mobile phone, so he calmed down, opened the inventory, and checked his previous gains in Lingxiu realm. I have been busy since the copy came out and have not had time to check it. In the inventory, apart from the Qi Lingzhu that had been used, there were 5 items left. Star Stones times 5, Soul Crystals times 5, Skill Stones times 5, Armor Painting Blueprint, Sword of Judgment, Item, Silent Scarecrow. The harvest can be said to be very rich. Take the first 3 materials as an example. Although Lin Xiao is not clear about the harvest of other teammates in the copy, according to his understanding, with a score of more than 60, it would be good to get one of each of these 3 materials. He had 5 of each. Star Step Stone is colorful and looks like a cut-colored diamond in a princess square shape. Its function is to upgrade the star rank of the Qi Ling. After the upgrade, the Qi Ling will gain new skills. The method of use is to let Qi Ling swallow it, 1 pill at a time, but the probability of successfully upgrading the star is not high, so it is often necessary to swallow multiple pills. The soul crystal is light purple in color and has a prismatic shape with sharp corners at both ends. It is an auxiliary material for the summoner and the contracted spirit to comprehend the fusion, which can make the souls of the two merge. Similarly, you need to use multiple pills to have a chance of success. The skill stone is also colorful, but its shape is a round gyroscope with dozens of faces, close to the common diamond shape. Its function is to enhance the power of summoner and spirit skills, and even allows some skills to evolve to obtain different effects. Looking at the 3 shiny consumables, Lin Xiao fell into deep thought. There are currently 2 contract spirits, which one should be promoted? Faced with this problem, there is actually no need to think too much. If materials are limited, just promote Sister Gu directly. After the summoner and the main contract spirit merge, they can use the main contract spirit skills, which means that improving the main contract spirit's ability is directly improving the summoner's ability. Therefore, we must prioritize improving Sister Gu's star rank. Based on this, when using skill stones, you should also give priority to improving Sister Gu's skills. Needless to say, the soul crystal can only be used by myself and Sister Gu together. Then look at the remaining 2 items. First, I check the armor drawing. Armor painting blueprints are a very common reward for summoners after clearing a dungeon. Materials can be collected according to the requirements of the blueprints to make various weapons and armor. For summoners who don't know how to make painted armor, the blueprints are usually sold to armor painters. Most low-level blueprints are not valuable because they have probably been produced by predecessors and many of them are street goods. The blueprint Lin Xiao obtained was a second-level blueprint, which could be used to make a long sword painted armor. He didn't know its rarity, after all, he didn't understand the market. Depending on the quality of its craftsmanship, this long sword painted armor can have 2 skill effects. The first skill is to make the sword body attached with holy flame to increase the attack power. When the holy flame comes into contact with external objects, it will produce intense burning and is difficult to extinguish. The second skill is to release a sword of judgment that falls from the sky, causing heavy damage to the designated area. This kind of additional skill effect is usually called an entry, and usually only appears on legendary quality products. It may occasionally appear on epic quality products, depending on luck. Finished products of ordinary, excellent, and fine quality are almost impossible to have entries attached. Lin Xiao glanced at the materials required by the drawings, and there were more than a dozen types. Since I haven't learned how to paint nails yet, I have basically never heard of the above materials. So I didn't study it further. I will ask Sister Su and Master for advice when I formally learn to paint armor later. The final item is the scarecrow. Lin Xiao felt a little emotional. He encountered several items in the dungeon, but he didn't expect this to be the reward. I felt the item information and found that the effect was the same as in the copy, and it was the complete version without being damaged. It has a silencing range with a radius of 100 meters, and the silencing effect is effective for extraordinary people below level 50. To be honest, this item is quite powerful. It can directly block skills. People who don't know the situation will be caught off guard if they encounter it suddenly. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. The silencing effect does not distinguish between friend and foe. The enemy cannot use skills, and neither can our side. It depends on how you use it. If used properly, it can have miraculous effects, but if used improperly, it may kill you. After looking at the items, Lin Xiao leaned back slightly, rested his head on the back of the chair, his consciousness sank, and his soul appeared in Qiling Palace. I plan to find Sister Gu to improve my star rank and skills. After a little feeling, I found that she was with Elena at this time. So the thought came to him and he appeared in the City of Angels. Chapter 191 Star Rising. White clouds float in the sky, and the city of angels looks like a castle in the sky. Lin Xiao landed in front of a terrace that extended into the floating clouds. The breeze was gentle and warm. Being high above the sky, he had a broad view and could faintly see the outline of the earth below. Clear and melodious singing came from the terrace. The voice was pleasant to the ears, like the sound of nature, accompanied by the lingering sound of the piano. On the edge of the terrace, Gu Shuyan, dressed in white, sat cross-legged on the ground, her black hair like a waterfall, fluttering in the breeze. The white dress hung to the ground and spread out on her round hips like magnolia petals. In front of her was a guqin with its strings vibrating. Next to her, the little angel Elena sat on an embroidered cushion with a harp beside her. She gently held the resonance box, her fingertips plucking the strings that shone with golden light in the sun, her white wings folded behind her, yet trembling slightly with the notes. A series of ballads came out from her delicate throat, passed through her two pink lips, and echoed on the terrace. She tilted her head slightly, and her golden curly hair fell down, sprinkling on her snow-white arms. The buttocks on the embroidered cushion are not big, but they appear firm and full because of the sitting posture, and the sidelines of the thighs are smooth and elastic. As if sensing someone coming, the two girls turned their heads and stopped playing. Elena stood up quickly, put her hands on her waist, and knelt down gracefully. Lin Xiao quickly raised his hand to support him, apologetically saying, "Miss Elena, you don't have to be so polite. It's me who disturbed your fun." Elena smiled and said, "It's not that I'm disturbing you. Sister Gu and I just wanted to play it on a whim." Lin Xiao knew that both of them loved music, so it was not surprising that they could chat with each other so quickly. However, he really didn't know much about this, and couldn't say anything tasteful, so he just praised. "I don't know much about music, but Miss Elena's singing voice is so beautiful that it sounds like heavenly music." Elena's cheeks blushed visibly. She seemed a little shy to be praised, and said softly, "When I was in church, I would lead the choir in singing every Sunday, but practice makes perfect, so I can't say I can sing hymns from heaven." This time, before Lin Xiao could speak, Gu Shuyan smiled calmly. "Sister Elena is too modest. Your singing voice and piano skills are the best I've ever seen." Elena's eyes were bright. She was obviously pleased to hear such professional praise from Gu Shuyan. However, her face became even redder. She said softly, "Sister Gu's attainments in music are the best I've ever seen." Seeing the two of them praising each other, Lin Xiao felt good. The two of them getting along harmoniously was what he wanted. However, he really couldn't get a word in about the rhythm of the music, so he changed the subject and said, "Elena, did you rest well last night? Are there any parts that you are not used to?" Elena said quickly, "I feel great. I haven't been back to my hometown for many years. Although this place is an illusion, it is also the happiest night I have had in many years. Then I'm relieved." Lin Xiao smiled slightly, walked forward, took out the skill stone from the inventory and said, "I gained a lot in the dungeon before, and there are many materials that can improve your abilities. Elena, due to the limited materials, I will not improve you this time. I hope you don't mind." Elena waved her hand, "You can arrange everything in this regard." "I don't mind." Lin Xiao nodded, sat down next to Sister Gu, opened his palm, picked up a colorful skill stone and handed it to her, saying softly, "Open your mouth, lady." Gu Shuyan subconsciously opened her mouth, her lips as tender as cherries. The next second she remembered that Elena was watching beside her. It seemed a bit embarrassing to be fed like this. Her plain face suddenly turned slightly red. She glared at Lin Xiao and turned her head away. Lin Xiao also reacted. He was used to being affectionate with Sister Gu, but he didn't consider that there was someone around him today. He couldn't help feeling a little awkward. Seeing the two people being so intimate, Elena was obviously a little embarrassed and said quickly, "You guys are busy, I'll go take a walk over there." "Hey." Lin Xiao wanted to call her, but the little angel had already flapped its wings and flew to the arch bridge in the distance. Lin Xiao had no choice but to look at Sister Gu again. Gu Shuyan couldn't help but glare at him. "Someone is still so intimate, aren't you ashamed?" Lin Xiao was a little embarrassed, but not too much. Seeing Elena walk to the arch bridge with her back to him, he didn't feel awkward anymore. Instead, he picked up a skill stone again and said, "Ma'am, open your mouth." Gu Shuyan gently punched his chest with her little fist. "Are you still coming?" Lin Xiao took the opportunity to pull her into his arms and coaxed her, "Be good, open your eyes." Gu Shuiyan's eyes were 3 parts helpless and 7 parts doting, so she could only open her mouth obediently. Lin Xiao laughed again and said, "Stick out your tongue." Gu Shuiyan's face turned red, but she still did as she was told, a small hint of cherry color appearing between her lips. The cherry color was smooth and moist. Lin Xiao's heart was moved and he quickly lowered his head. Woo! Before Gu Shuiyan could react, she found herself being kissed and her tongue was sucked in, unable to escape. He was terrified and kept looking at the arch bridge in the distance, feeling so embarrassed, afraid that Elena would turn around and look at him. He twisted his fingers around Lin Xiao's waist, but was afraid of hurting him, so he didn't dare to use force. Lin Xiao kissed the person in his arms until he felt dizzy before letting go. Gu Shuiyan took a quick breath, her chest rising and falling, and she couldn't help but punch Lin Xiao's chest. "Husband, you are so mean, what if Elena sees it?" Lin Xiao didn't take it seriously, but laughed. "It's just right for her to be prepared. By the way, have you told her about dual cultivation?" Gu Shuiyan shook her head, "Not yet, just a preliminary understanding. Elena is very simple, don't be anxious, take your time, don't scare others." "I'm not in a hurry." Lin Xiao shook his head, put a skill stone into Sister Gu's mouth, and asked, "How does it taste?" Gu Shuiyan held the sparkling crystal in her mouth and chuckled, "It doesn't have any taste at all." Lin Xiao lowered his head quickly, "Really? Let me try it." Gu Shuiyan was prepared. She covered his lips with her hand and said angrily, "Why don't you just eat one?" "Well, which skill do you want me to improve?" Lin Xiao had thought about this a long time ago, and together with Sister Gu, they now have a total of 8 skills. They are, Broken Strings, Unparalleled Sword Spirit, Heart of the Zither, Sword Controlling Technique, The Sword is with the Man, Breaking the Formation, Startling Beauty in Zither Music, Ambush from All Sides. Among them, Wushuang's Sword Soul and Qin Xian are passive, and will automatically grow stronger with the growth of the summoner and cannot be upgraded. The power of sword-wielding skills needs to be increased by learning sword formations, and it cannot be increased by skill stones. The sword in the person's skill is quite special, as it always keeps 3 defenses invincible at the same level, and it cannot be upgraded. Among the remaining 5 skills, Piano Music, Ambush from All Sides has never been used so far. I feel that it will be useful in large-scale battles, but it seems to be useless at the moment, so there is no rush to upgrade it. Therefore, Lin Xiao had already thought about it and decided to upgrade the remaining 3 skills this time. He immediately said, "Use 2 for breaking strings, 2 for breaking formations, and 1 for stunning beauty." Gu Shuiyan thought for a moment and said, "Shouldn't we increase the power of Jinghong a little more?" Lin Xiao expressed his considerations. "The soul crystals we got this time should allow us to comprehend the fusion technique. In future battles, we will mostly be fusion warriors. Although the skill Jinghong is very powerful, it needs to be charged to achieve the maximum effect. It is not very useful without strong control. Next time if I can contract a control spirit, I might consider improving it a little more. After I acquire the combined skill, breaking the formation will probably be my main method of attack. Broken strings is, needless to say, the most useful means of control at the moment, so these 2 skills should be improved more." Gu Shuiyan thought about it and decided that there was no need to consider this aspect too carefully, as long as the general direction was correct. She immediately swallowed 3 skill stones in succession. According to Lin Xiao's request, Jinghong and Poshenzi were upgraded respectively. Lin Xiao swallowed the other 2 to increase Duanxian's attack ability. The whole process was nothing special. After taking the skill stone, a light bulb went off in my head. I had a feeling that I had an inexplicable sudden and profound understanding of the skills I wanted to improve. I opened the character panel and took a look. Name, Lin Xiao, Human, F. Main Contract Spirit, Gu Shuiyan, Human. From the Spirit of Deed, Elena, Angel. Level, 10, Holy Light Value, 0%. Soul Jade, None. Equipment, Golden Scale Armor, Sword Raising Gourd, Arc Light, Cloud Crane Wings, Silent Scarecrow. Spiritual Combination Technique, Not Understood. Spiritual Feedback Skills, Sword Control, Unparalleled Sword Spirit, Piano Heart, Broken String. Broken Strings, Level 3 makes a harsh piano sound, causing the target to have a headache and feel dizzy. It is a mental attack. The effect depends on the target's level. Main contract spirit, Gu Shuyan, SSS. Level, 10, holy light value, 0%. Soul jade, none. Equipment, Zhu Zhongjuan, Wu Xianyi, peach blossom branch, red bean. Skills, Jinghong, sword in the man, breaking the formation, piano music, ambush from all sides. Pose Henzi, level 3 Gu Shuyan plays the zither to attack, generating a large range of air blades to attack the enemy, and the air blades carry sword intent. Jinghong, level 2 Gu Shuyan releases a huge immortal sword that can be charged for 1 to 5 seconds, stabbing forward and causing huge damage. After looking at the two information panels, I found that Duanxian, Jinghong and Pose Henzi had indeed been improved. Lin Xiao checked silently and felt slightly happy. He could feel that the power of broken string had increased by about 40%, the power of breaking formation was about the same, and the power of Jinghong had increased by 20%. It can be said that my combat effectiveness has improved significantly. However, the effects of the three skills have not changed at all, and no evolution has occurred. This is normal. Although the skill stone has a chance to cause the skill effect to mutate, the probability is not high. Lin Xiao was not greedy, and took out the star stone and said, "Sister Gu, let's upgrade your star rank. 5 should be enough." Gu Shuyan nodded and prepared to reach out to take it. Lin Xiao took it back, playfully put the 5 crystals into his mouth, and said with a grin, "Madam, use your tongue to take it." Gu Shuyan glanced at Elena in the distance. The little angel still had her back to her. She couldn't help but said, "There are so many tricks, and Elena is watching right beside you, aren't you ashamed, husband?" Lin Xiao didn't feel anything anyway, so he put his mouth closer and said shamelessly, "Sister, hurry up." Gu Shuyan had no choice but to move forward with her eyelashes trembling. After exploring a circle, the cherry-colored small tongue was inevitably chased by another big tongue. It had a journey of the small sweet tongue and finally escaped, rolling up a star-level stone and swallowing it hurriedly. "There are still 4 left, keep up the good work, my lady." This kiss almost made Gu Shuyan faint. She gasped for several times before moving forward again. It took a lot of effort to successfully grab one. After 2 star stones entered her stomach, she paused for a moment to feel it. She felt a coolness all over her body. She felt as if she was sublimating, but she did not have enough energy, so she stopped halfway. "How about it?" Still a little short." "Then come again." Gu Shuyan had no choice but to move closer again and kiss him, using her sweet tongue to actively invade, looking for the hidden star stone. In the distance, Elena waited for a long time, but the 2 men did not call her back. She couldn't help but look back, and then she was stunned. The 2 of them hugged each other and kissed each other, and it seemed that Sister Gu was the one who took the initiative. Elena's cheeks turned red instantly. She had no experience in this area. Although she looked tens of thousands of years old, her actual mental age was only 18 years old. She was refined into a holy light undead at the age of 18, and her consciousness was in chaos. After that, she was included in the Holy Spirit star, and she was mostly asleep. In fact, she didn't have much experience. Having never experienced lovemaking, she felt extremely ashamed when encountering such a kissing scene, even more embarrassed than the person involved. I turned my head away subconsciously, my heart pounding and my deer-like eyes full of shyness. I was still thinking in my heart, how could Sister Gu, who is so cool and calm, not be shy at all? With a quick glance, he discovered that it seemed that it was Sister Gu who took the initiative to hold Lin Xiao down and nibble on him. If Gu Shuyan knew what she was thinking, she would definitely be terribly ashamed, and there would be nothing she could do even if she held Lin Xiao down. The first few were easy to find, but when it came to the last one, the shameless husband refused to give it to him and held it tightly with his tongue. She was a little embarrassed and annoyed, her head was dizzy from the kiss, so she didn't think too much and pushed her husband to the ground and kissed him forcefully. Xiangsha finally managed to grab the star stone, but she ended up becoming like a female hooligan. Chapter 192 We Can Share. It was the first time that Lin Xiao experienced such a domineering Sister Gu, and his head felt a little dizzy from being kissed. He got up, regained consciousness, and asked, "Madam, did you successfully upgrade your star?" Gu Shuyan suppressed her inner throbbing and swallowed the last star stone. She felt empty and refreshed, as if bathed in a cool breeze. The whole person, from the inside out, seems to be cleansed and then sublimated. Her body gradually began to glow, a layer of moon-white light emerged, and she looked like a moon goddess, even more beautiful than before. Between her eyebrows, there appeared a small mark in the shape of a star-shaped stone, which embellished her cold face with a different kind of beauty. This scene lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Gu Shuiyan returned to her original cold appearance and said happily, "Husband, it worked." Lin Xiao was overjoyed when he heard this, and hugged her and kissed her on the forehead. "What skills did you get?" Gu Shuiyan sensed it slightly and replied, "Piano music, phantom soul captivating. This is a song I learned when I was enlightened and slaying my inner demons. The piano music can create illusions, and enemies who hear it will fall into the illusion and breed inner demons." It is worth mentioning that the skills that Qi Ling obtains using the skill stone are not randomly comprehended, but are abilities that he had in his previous life. These abilities were originally possessed by the contract spirit, but due to the destruction of the physical body and the difference in the world's rules and original power, they can no longer be used after becoming a contract spirit. They can only be used again after being forcibly bestowed by the power of the Holy Spirit Star. Lin Xiao immediately asked, "Is it just a simple illusion? Does it have the ability to attack?" Gu Shuiyan explained, "It has no direct attack capability. This song can only arouse the enemy's inner demons and make them see the things they fear the most. It has a poor effect on those with strong minds, but our companions can take the opportunity to kill the enemy." Lin Xiao thought about it for a moment, and his eyes lit up. Although this skill did not have direct killing power, it was a powerful group control skill. If used well, killing the enemy will become extremely easy. Just imagine that the enemy is addicted to illusions, and his perception of danger will inevitably be greatly reduced. At this time, the success rate of a sneak attack will inevitably increase significantly. As for those with strong minds, they are definitely a minority. Most people have things they don't want to face. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "I feel that this skill is a perfect match with the sword controlling technique. From now on, my wife will play this song, and I, your husband, will use the sword to kill the enemy. The enemy will only hear the sound of the piano, but will not even see us, and will be killed by the flying sword." Well, it can indeed achieve this effect. Gu Shuiyan smiled slightly. "Oh my lady is so annoying." Lin Xiao hugged her and kissed her and praised her, then carefully checked her skills before saying, "Sister Gu, it takes some time to comprehend the combined skills. I'm on the plane right now and it's not convenient. Let's talk about it later." After taking the soul crystal, the summoner and the contracted spirit souls merge, and it takes a certain amount of time to merge with each other, which may take several hours. Gu Shuiyan naturally had no objection and nodded. Lin Xiao then let her go, stood up, waved towards the distant arch bridge and shouted, "Miss Elena." Elena turned her head tentatively and found that the two had separated and were no longer biting each other. She breathed a sigh of relief and spread her wings and flew back. Looking at the little angel with blushing cheeks, Lin Xiao felt a little amused. The person involved was thick-skinned and nothing happened, but the bystander looked shy. He said softly, "Elena, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting." Elena immediately shook her head, No, it's me who disturbed you." Lin Xiao smiled, and without further ado, said, "I'm going to leave first. You and Sister Gu can continue to discuss music." "Yeah, okay." Phew. After Lin Xiao left, the terrace became quiet and the sound of the breeze could be clearly heard. The two women were silent for a moment. Gu Shuiyan couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Elena must have noticed the intimate scene just now. She couldn't help but blame her husband in her heart for not staying a little longer and leaving her alone to face Elena. Elena was much more relaxed at this time. She glanced at Gu Shuiyan and found that the cold fairy's face was slightly flushed and her little mouth was still shining with water. She couldn't help but ask curiously, "Sister Gu, what does it feel like to kiss?" Gu Shuiyan didn't expect her to ask such a question. Her face turned red and she thought for a moment before saying, "Yeah, not bad, very warm and sweet." "Really?" Elena tilted her head, her eyes thoughtful. "What's wrong?" Gu Shuiyan noticed that something was wrong with her. Elena suddenly showed a look of regret and said, "I thought of Lisa, who betrayed the holy light for the sake of love, and I wondered if lust was really that attractive." If Gu Shuiyan had heard this question before meeting Lin Xiao, she would probably have been confused. However, now that she has tasted love, she has to admit in her heart that love between men and women is so decadent. Of course, although Gu Shuyan admitted that lust was attractive, she did not think that she could cross the bottom line because of this. Lisa was definitely wrong. Lust does have an indescribable magic that makes people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. Gu Shuyan said slowly that this was her personal experience. Before she met Lin Xiao, she was indifferent, but since they fell in love, she would become jealous of other women. It can be said that her mentality has changed drastically. Elena's face showed a serious expression. Then I must stay away from lust and never follow in Lisa's footsteps. Gu Shuyan smiled and shook her head. That's not necessary. Desire can also give people strength, make our existence more meaningful, and give us something to rest our hearts on. Spiritual sustenance. Elena was slightly stunned when she heard this. These words seemed to evoke some emotions in her heart, and she was a little absent-minded. Gu Shuyan easily sensed what it was. It was the feeling of loneliness that she could empathize with, the loneliness and confusion of having all her clan members wiped out and being the only one left in the world. Unexpectedly, one sentence made the other party feel depressed. Gu Shuyan said apologetically. Elena, I'm sorry to make you feel bad. Elena smiled bitterly and shook her head. Don't blame Sister Gu, it's my own bad mentality, I can't blame others. Gu Shuyan really understood her heart. After thinking for a while, she stepped forward, held the angel girl's hands, and comforted her. I can understand. Like you, I was once confused and lonely, not knowing where the road ahead was and what the meaning of my existence was. But since I followed Lin Xiao, that feeling gradually disappeared, and my heart gradually found a place to rest and a direction to move forward. Elena, don't be afraid, you are not alone, Lin Xiao and I are your partners and your family. Elena's nose felt sore, and Gu Shuyan's words touched her heart. Ever since she was included in the Holy Spirit Star, she has been troubled by a problem. The world she lives in has been destroyed. She is like a leaf without branches, like duckweed without roots. What is the point of continuing to exist? She was forced to sign a contract last night. Although the contractor was someone she was very grateful to, she still felt hesitant deep down and confused about her future. At this moment, there is someone who can empathize with her and understand her feelings, and she instantly feels like she has found support. After all, her mental age was still only 18 years old. She could no longer hold back her feeling of vulnerability and her eyes became red. Gu Shuyan was an experienced person, and she felt pity for the girl, as if she saw her past self. She hugged the girl in her arms and gently stroked her back to comfort her. After a long time, Elena calmed down and looked up. She felt a little shy, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she said gratefully. Sister Gu, thank you, I'm much better now. Gu Shuyan gently tidied her hair and said, we are all sisters. From now on, treat this place as your home. Elena felt very warm in her heart. For the first time since she was contracted, she felt truly safe. After thinking for a while, she asked curiously. Sister Gu, you also felt lonely and confused before, but you were able to resolve it because you fell in love with Lin Xiao. Does love really have such magical power? Gu Shuyan smiled, as if she had thought of something, and felt a little hesitant. Although she could take care of Elena like an older sister, she still had some selfish thoughts. Even though he knew that Elena would most likely become Lin Xiao's woman in the future, he was still reluctant to share. After a slight hesitation, she was finally filled with magnanimity and smiled. Yes, do you want to try it too? Elena was a little confused and didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. But I don't have anyone to try with. I belong to Lin Xiao now. She suddenly paused, realizing what Gu Shuyan meant. Her light golden eyes widened, and she said with embarrassment. Sister Gu, are you talking about Lin Xiao? Gu Shuyan nodded. Elena's face flushed instantly, but he is your husband. Gu Shuyan used great willpower to suppress the sourness in her heart and said, it's okay, we can share. How can we share this kind of thing? Elena was a little bit unbelievable, and the redness on her face spread visibly to her neck. Gu Shuyan sighed slightly and said, Elena, there is actually something you don't know yet. What is it? If you want to quickly improve your level, you need to practice dual cultivation with Lin Xiao. Well, you need the pleasure between a man and a woman. Elena was stunned, and it took her a while to react. She was completely dumbfounded. For a moment, I even suspected that Gu Shuyan had gone through so much trouble to say those words just for this purpose. Elena panicked instantly and stammered, Sister Gu, can I not agree? Seeing that she was a little frightened, Gu Shuyan quickly said, "Of course you can disagree. Lin Xiao won't force you." Elena saw that Shuyan's expression did not seem fake, and she felt relieved. Then she said, "Sister Gu, I only feel grateful to Lin Xiao, nothing else. Besides, he is your husband. I must not do that kind of thing, otherwise, the holy light will punish me." After hearing this, Gu Shuyan's liking for her grew even stronger. She also knew that Elena was born a nun and was conservative at heart, so it would definitely not be easy for her to accept multiple women sharing one man. If she was speaking from a selfish point of view, she would rather Elena disagree so that there would be one less person to share her husband. But considering that improving strength is of great significance to Lin Xiao, he still said softly, "It's okay. We won't force you. There's still a lot of time to go. You don't have to rush to refuse. Just get to know each other slowly." "Okay, okay." Chapter 193 Song Tsai. Yunjiang City is a large city with a population of over 10 million. There are tall walls erected around the city, making the entire city look like a doomsday fortress, which is quite spectacular when viewed from the plane. The plane had not yet landed above the airport, but Lin Xiao, who was sitting in the cabin, heard the sound of flipping through an atlas in his mind, and it happened more than once. Wow! Wow! There must be a lot of super beauties in such a big city. When Lin Xiao heard the voice, he immediately became interested and looked at the picture book. SSS Goddess appears within 1000 meters. Name, Song Shujing, human. Appearance, SSS figure, SS temperament, SSS overall score, SSS. The overall appearance score reaches S, and the contract conditions are met. The target is alive and cannot be contracted. You can collect human body sketches to increase collection value, which is expected to increase collection value by 17 points. Current collection value, 1/100. The first person shown on the atlas was Aunt Jing. Lin Xiao was a little surprised and pondered the SSS score. It is not surprising that Aunt Jing has this rating. She is a very special beauty. Her age has given her a mature and beautiful temperament. At first glance, she is a plump and juicy young woman. But she has never actually been in a relationship, and has a bit of shyness that only teenage girls have, which gives her a pure and charming feeling. She is very alluring, and it is not an exaggeration to call her SSS. Lin Xiao looked at the second page of the illustrated book, and this time there was obvious surprise in his eyes. SSS Goddess appears within 1000 meters. Name, Song Tsai, human. Appearance, SSS body, SSR temperament, SSS overall score, SSS. The overall appearance score reaches S, and the contract conditions are met. The target is alive and cannot be contracted. You can collect human body sketches to increase collection value, which is expected to increase collection value by 19 points. Current collection value, 1/100. Song Tsai, also with the surname Song, could he be related to Aunt Jing? Moreover, this girl actually has a single SSR, which makes her slightly better than Aunt Jing in every aspect. Among the many super beauties I know now, she is second only to Sister Su and Sister Gu, and is on the same level as Elena and Master. Lin Xiao looked at the map curiously and found that Song Tsai and Aunt Jing were not far away, and they were both at the airport. Could it be Aunt Jing's daughter? Came to pick me up. Lin Xiao was a little uncertain. He knew that Aunt Jing had a daughter, but he didn't have time to ask her name. According to common sense, children usually take their father's surname, but this girl's surname is Song. But I learned from Aunt Jing's fragmentary words that Song Tsai was an embryo transplant, and it is not certain that he took his mother's surname. But then again, if the two are really mother and daughter, then the Song family's genes are really good, as they have two super beauties. Moreover, Wei Ying also has half Song family genes, so her mother must be pretty good looking too. From this perspective, the whole family is very good looking. Just as I was thinking this, the plane had landed and the announcement sounded notifying passengers to disembark. Lin Xiao did not delay any longer, picked up his luggage, walked out of the cabin, then followed the flow of people and hurried to the arrival hall. When I arrived at the exit, I stopped and looked around, and easily found Aunt Jing in the crowd. The gorgeous young woman waved in the crowd, very conspicuous. She was so beautiful that she stood out like a crane among chickens. The people around her seemed to be ashamed of themselves and did not dare to get too close to her. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up, and he walked up quickly, looking at Song Shujing carefully, feeling quite curious about meeting an online friend. Song Shujing wore a black cheongsam with big red flowers. The color scheme was very retro, giving her the look of a classic noble lady. She has a moderate figure, neither tall nor short, and her breasts are not too big, just right, which makes her cheongsam bulge slightly and her curves are full and graceful. The most eye-catching part is the waist and hips, which are in excellent proportion, with a graceful waist curve and plump and round big peach. Cheongsam is most suitable for women with a good waist-to-hip ratio, as it can perfectly outline the elegance hidden in their figure. When a mature and beautiful young woman like Song Shujing wears it, her charm almost flows out of her body, and she is simply like a red-sleeved knife that is designed to kill men. As Lin Xiao appeared, more and more eyes were focused on him. A super beauty and a super handsome guy standing together is undoubtedly very eye-catching. Wow, handsome men and beautiful women, so pleasing to the eyes. Are they a couple? They don't look alike. The boy is much younger. They are probably mother and son. That's not right. That beautiful lady doesn't look very old. She's probably in her early 30s at most. How can she have such a big son? You are wrong. She is obviously a summoner. She may look young, but her temperament cannot be hidden. The discussions around were quite loud, and when Song Shujing heard them, especially when she heard the words, mother and son, her cheeks instantly turned red. Lin Xiao also heard it and looked at her strangely. Although he didn't want to be mistaken for Song Shujing's son, he didn't go up to her to make any intimate gestures to assert his sovereignty. Instead, he looked around calmly, searching for the beautiful woman named Song Tsai, but he didn't find anyone who met the description. I glanced at the atlas map again. Song Tsai's red dot was not far away, but it was more than 100 meters away and could not be seen even with panoramic perspective. Lin Xiao did not look around, otherwise Aunt Jing would have asked him what he was looking at. There was no rush to ask. If Song Tsai really came with Aunt Jing to pick him up, they would meet soon. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Aunt Jing, where are we going next? Song Shujing felt relieved when she saw that Lin Xiao didn't hold her hand or hug her waist right away. She, a mature woman, was really embarrassed to see herself being intimate with a young wolf dog who was obviously much younger than her in front of so many people. Follow me. Song Shujing led the way and walked towards the underground parking lot. Seeing the two people leave, the crowd followed their gaze for a while, and only when they could no longer see them did they quietly withdraw their gaze. Not far away from the crowd, Song Kai was wearing a baseball cap, hiding her pretty face in the shadows. She followed her mother but didn't dare get too close for fear of being discovered. She saw from a distance the person her mother was going to pick up, but due to the angle, she didn't see the person's face. However, looking at the back, I could still tell that the man was very young, and obviously a dragon citizen, not a white person. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In addition, based on the circumstances of their first meeting, the relationship between that person and my mother could not be confirmed. There was no way Song Tsai would just go back home like this, so after thinking about it, he quickened his pace and chased after him. On the other side, Lin Xiao and Song Shujing walked into the underground parking lot, and there were fewer people around them. Not afraid of being seen at this moment, Lin Xiao turned his head to look at Aunt Jing. The beautiful woman in her non-combined state is obviously very reserved, with a dignified and quiet temperament. This might be their first meeting in real life. Not knowing what to say, Song Shujing walked forward silently, appearing very quiet. Lin Xiao calmly took her hand and said with a smile, Jinger, you look so beautiful today. Song Shujing's body trembled slightly, and her palms subconsciously struggled a little, but she found that she was being held very tightly. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. She tilted her head slightly, her cheeks slightly red, and said in a low voice. Really? I just wore it casually. Lin Xiao often deals with beautiful women. When he was drawing sketches before, he had many dates with girls. You can tell whether a girl cares about you or not from the details of her dressing. Aunt Jing had obviously dressed up carefully today, it was impossible for her to wear anything casually, but she was obviously too shy to admit it. Lin Xiao didn't expose it and let go of his hand. Song Shujing was obviously stunned for a moment. She felt disappointed when her hand was released just after being held. He thought that his response was too cold and made Lin Xiao unhappy, and his heart tightened slightly. From the time we met till now, her reception was certainly not enthusiastic, mainly because she was too nervous. Although she already has a daughter, she actually has no experience in dating. Faced with this kind of situation that is similar to an online dating meeting, she really has nothing to say. Just when I was at a loss as to what to do, I found a big hand holding my waist and pulling my whole body into his arms. Yeah. Song Shujing was startled. The masculine scent that came towards her made her mind unstable for a moment, and she leaned forward weakly. Jinger, you smell so good. Seeing that her body was very honest, Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease her. Along the way, a faint fragrance kept emanating from Aunt Jing's body, which made people feel itchy. Song Shujing's face turned red, obviously her perfume took effect, and she felt a little flustered as if her little trick had been discovered. Yes, really? Does it smell good? Lin Xiao leaned his cheek forward, buried his nose in the snow-white neck, and took a deep breath. It smells good. It tastes really good. Song Shujing was almost sucked away by this breath. The latent desire in her body was instantly aroused and her body trembled. You, as long as you like it. Lin Xiao saw her cheeks flushed instantly and her eyes became sullen. Then he remembered that Aunt Jing was not good at teasing now. If she got angry and lost control, it would be difficult to deal with. So he let go of his hand around her waist and held her hand again, and asked casually. Jinger, where are we going now? Go directly to your house. Song Shujing's original plan was to go to the hotel first after the meeting, but when she actually saw Lin Xiao, she hesitated. Even when she was not in a combined state, she was still very rational. She really couldn't bring herself to talk about the fact that she dragged her online friend straight to the hotel when she met him for the first time. When Lin Xiao saw her hesitation and the lust that was hard to conceal in her eyes, he understood. But I don't know if Aunt Jing was being reserved, but I thought of Song Tsai and thought she had concerns. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao asked tentatively, Aunt Jing, is there anyone else coming to pick me up? Song Shujing shook her head, just me. This answer made Lin Xiao stunned. What about Song Tsai? Am I overthinking it, and the two of them actually have nothing to do with each other, they just happen to have the same surname? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but open the atlas map again and took a look. He found that Song Tsai's red that was very close this time, less than 100 meters away. He immediately turned on the panoramic perspective, and was shocked to find that Song Tsai was not far behind him. The girl in the baseball cap is very beautiful, with a sweet face and a pair of bright almond eyes looking over here. The girl has an extremely hot body. Her long legs under the JK skirt are as white as jade pillars. She is not wearing stockings, and her exposed skin is soft and white. Her buttocks were round and perky, as was typical of young girls, her waist was slender like a willow branch, but her breasts were extremely tall and straight, comparable to Wei Ying's. What a stunning beauty! Lin Xiao secretly praised in his heart, and a word popped up in his mind, baby face and big what. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. As a result, as soon as I took a look, I immediately found something wrong. Song Tsai looked sneaky and his behavior made it obvious that he was following someone. From her point of view, it was obvious who was being followed, herself and Aunt Jing. This. Lin Xiao looked at Aunt Jing strangely, and the hand he was holding her stiffened slightly. Song Shujing noticed something and asked, what's wrong? Lin Xiao thought for a moment, then lowered his voice and asked, Jinger, what's your daughter's name? Song Shujing was a little confused, why do you suddenly ask this? Well, we're going to meet soon, so you have to know his name, right? Song Shujing suddenly realized and replied, Song Tsai. Lin Xiao was stunned. It seemed that his guess was correct. The girl following him was indeed Song Shujing's daughter. Ahem, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a little nervous, as if he was caught cheating. Jinger, how are you going to tell your daughter about our relationship? Song Shujing was tortured by desire at the moment, and seemed not to notice it. Hearing this, she said absent-mindedly. Let's keep it a secret for now and tell you later. As he spoke, his body seemed to be out of control and he leaned closer and lingered. But I can't hide it anymore. Lin Xiao really wanted to say that your daughter is right behind us, but he couldn't say it out loud. I felt something soft rubbing against my arm and felt strange. I wondered what Song Kai, who was standing behind me, would feel. At the same time, he also understood that Aunt Jing must have revealed some flaws, which was discovered by Song Tsai, so he came to follow her. And through the perspective of the illustration, it can be clearly seen that Song Tsai's expression is very complicated at this moment. It seems angry, anxious, helpless and resentful. I guess few people can understand the complex psychology of catching your mother having someone else outside. In fact, Song Tsai was like an ant on a hot pan, fidgeting with anxiety. She just rushed into the basement and as soon as she came in, she saw the man in front of her holding her mother's hand. Then I saw the man hugging my mother's waist and then shamelessly burying his face in her neck. She was so angry that she almost jumped up and almost wanted to rush over and kick the man away. But then I saw that my mother was not only not disgusted, but even snuggled into the man's arms, and it was obvious that they were in love. At that moment, Song Tsai felt like his heart was bleeding, as if his mother had been snatched away from him. Although I don't want my mother to be lonely all her life, I can't suppress the bitterness when I see that she has a man. In other families, parents worry about their daughters being abducted by their fathers, but in her case, it is the daughter who worries about her mother being abducted. Song Tsai really wanted to go over and interrupt the two of them, but he knew that if he did so in this situation, his mother would definitely be embarrassed. She was extremely conflicted for a moment and wanted to leave, but up to now, she had not seen what the man looked like, and she felt very unwilling. Chapter 194, Purification begins. Since he knew that Song Tsai was following behind him, Lin Xiao didn't dare to move. In the second half of the journey, he obediently held Aunt Jing's hand, appearing to be a very gentleman. Song Shujing didn't know that her daughter had followed her. She was filled with heat and felt very uncomfortable. She kept rubbing against Lin Xiao unconsciously. The soft arc would touch Lin Xiao's arm from time to time. This was not her intention, but her body was out of control. Every time she rubbed against him, she would wake up in shock and quickly move away, her face blushing. Lin Xiao felt both amused and distressed, knowing that she was having a hard time holding back. Since Song Kai had already discovered their relationship, there was no need to hide it, so he tentatively asked. Aunt Jing, how about we go to the hotel? Song Shujing had originally meant this, but was too reserved to say it. When she heard Lin Xiao's initiative to suggest it, she was immediately tempted, but on the surface she still didn't feel like agreeing directly. No, that's not good. It's your first time here. Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's okay. We know each other well. How can I laugh at you? Song Shujing clearly understood what he meant by knowing everything, and a flash of shame flashed across her eyes. Okay. When we arrived at the parking space, we saw a powder blue Bentley parked there. Lin Xiao was amazed. The car was so beautiful. Aunt Jing's family conditions were just as he expected, very unusual. Let me drive. As for whether Lin Xiao can drive or has a driver's license, there is no need to worry. In this era, junior high school students have to learn to drive. It is a necessary survival skill and is taught directly in school. Song Shujing naturally would not refuse and obediently got on the passenger seat. Aunt Jing, this is my first time in Yunjiang, is there any hotel nearby? Song Shujing had actually already picked a hotel on the way here, so there was no need to hide it, so she took out her cell phone and turned on the navigation. Let's go with this one. Seeing that she had a plan, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile mischievously. Aunt Jing, you really want to eat me? Song Shujing looked embarrassed and said angrily, you just said you wouldn't laugh at me, but now you're starting. Huh, no, I just thought Aunt Jing was very cute today. I want to eat it. Song Shujing was quite happy to hear this and sighed, the word cute is not suitable for an old woman like me. Lin Xiao disagrees. The more he looks at Song Shujing, the more he likes her. It is obvious that she has never been in a relationship. She has a girlish shyness about her, which is indescribably cute. But she is a beautiful mature woman with a touch of girlishness, which really gives her a unique charm. It's incredible that purity and charm can be found in the same person. Aunt Jing, you are too modest. Not to mention that summoners are always young, you are not that old either. How can you say you are old? Song Shujing actually doesn't think she is old, but she has such thoughts when facing a little boy who is more than 10 years younger than her. She tilted her head slightly and changed the subject. What do you think of the color of this lipstick? I was worried that it would be too old-fashioned, but Nan Nan said it suits me. Lin Xiao couldn't help but take a look at the illustration. Song Tsai was hiding behind a car at the moment, looking around here, but through the car window glass, he probably couldn't see his Aunt Jing. Lin Xiao became bolder and moved closer to examine it carefully, praising. The color of the rose petals is so pretty. Song Shujing felt the breath coming towards her was slightly hot, blowing on her nose and lips, making her feel itchy. Her heart and other parts of her body also felt itchy. She was really enduring it and it was quite difficult, but now that she was in the car and in a safe space, her worries were much less. In addition, since I had already decided to go to the hotel, I let go of my dignity a little and couldn't help myself, and I moved forward. Really? I think it's a bit too bright, but the lipstick smells good, with a hint of rose mixed in. Lin Xiao understood what was meant, so he moved closer, their lips less than a centimeter apart. I can't smell it, I should try it. Song Shujing gently closed her eyes, mustered up the courage to say, well, yes, I can give you a taste. Lin Xiao had already fastened his seatbelt, so he rubbed it to unbuckle it, leaned over, and gently pressed his lips against hers. Song Shujing felt that the kiss was very light, just a brief taste, and then the warm touch left. Then I felt a touch on my waist. Snap! She opened her eyes and found Lin Xiao fastening her seatbelt. Song Shujing felt somewhat warm, but now she desired more intense or even rough treatment rather than gentleness, and her eyes were somewhat resentful. It's not that Lin Xiao didn't want to, but it was mainly because of Aunt Jing's current state. A wet kiss would definitely make her out of control, and she would probably end up having sex in the car. Song Tsai was watching outside, so he didn't dare to go too far. Lin Xiao pretended not to notice Song Shujing's resentment, started the car, and slowly drove out of the parking space. Behind, Song Kai saw the car driving away, hesitated for a moment, and drove a car to catch up. Seeing that she wanted to follow him, Lin Xiao felt helpless. He couldn't help but worry that when he and Aunt Jing were having a great time in the hotel, this girl would suddenly kick the door. After thinking about it, I decided to get rid of her. It is not difficult to get rid of it. With the help of the atlas, Lin Xiao is familiar with the surrounding traffic conditions. After several lane changes and sudden turns, he left Song Kai far behind. Song Shujing was unaware of the whole process, mainly because her heart was focused on enduring the desire and she didn't have much energy to pay attention to anything else. They soon arrived at the hotel and entered the booked room. The room Song Shujing chose was naturally not bad. It was a couple's suite with huge floor-to-ceiling windows. Not only was it spacious and beautiful, but the layout was also very romantic. The two sat down in the room. Lin Xiao did not forget the real purpose of his visit, so he did not pounce on Song Shujing directly, but summoned Elena. An angel girl with blonde hair appeared in the room and looked around curiously. Lin Xiao smiled and introduced to her. Elena, you can call this Sister Song. The friend I told you about needing help is her. Elena looked toward Song Shujing, and Lin Xiao said to Aunt Jing. Aunt Jing, she is Elena, I saw her in the dungeon. Song Shujing looked at Elena and found that she was quite different from what she had seen in the dungeon. She smiled and walked forward, saying, Ms. Elena, I'm sorry to bother you next. Elena also smiled and said, Sister Song, you don't have to be polite. Speaking of which, you have done me a favor in the Lingxiu realm. Elena would like to thank you here. After the two of them exchanged pleasantries, Elena said, Sister Song, can you let me see your condition? Of course. Song Shujing asked, how should I do it? Elena stretched out her hand, Sister Song, just give me your hand. Song Shujing nodded and extended her hand. Elena held it, half squinting her eyes to feel it carefully. As an apostle of holy light, she could easily sense an evil force in Song Shujing's body. She frowned and said after a few seconds. The pollution in Sister Song's body did not come from herself, but from another source, right? Song Shujing's eyes lit up when she heard that. Her contamination came from Qi Ling, and Elena was able to find it just by shaking hands and checking. It seemed that there was hope for purification. She immediately said, well, the pollution on me comes from my spirit. Do you need to see her? Elena nodded. Song Shujing hesitated a little and said, she is a little abnormal now, please be prepared, Miss Elena. Elena was a little confused, and then she saw Song Shujing make a summoning gesture, the red summoning door opened, and a scantily clad succubus walked out. The succubus Phyllis was clearly in a state of lust, and she walked out almost naked. She could not help but make some coquettish gestures during the process, and her appearance made the people present breathe slightly faster. Elena had never seen such a scene before. Her cheeks turned red and she quickly turned her head away. When Phyllis saw the only male at the scene, she giggled and pounced on him without hesitation. Lin Xiao was caught off guard and was pounced upon. Suddenly, there was a hot body in his arms. Haha, handsome boy, it feels like a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. Come on, let's have fun. As Phyllis spoke, she kissed him with her red lips. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment before he reacted, turned his head away, and said hurriedly, Aunt Jing. Song Shujing also reacted and quickly restrained Phyllis. The summoner has the ability to control the movements of his own spirit. Phyllis seemed to be under a spell, standing still and unable to move. Her eyes were filled with resentment, and she kept begging. Spirit Master, please, I really want to. Can we merge together? Let's have fun together. Song Shujing's cheeks flushed, she felt so embarrassed, and said helplessly. Phyllis, please be patient, our pollution will be resolved soon. Then he looked at Elena apologetically. Ms. Elena, I'm really sorry. Phyllis loses her mind when she enters a state of lust. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Elena was extremely embarrassed. Seeing the succubus feverish in front of her, the naive girl was also greatly shocked. Her cheeks blushed as she said. No, it's okay. After saying that, he took a deep breath, walked forward, and pulled up one of the succubus's hands to check. Phyllis couldn't move now, but the succubus was a creature that could attract both men and women. When her hand was caught, she flirted with Elena with a seductive look. Oh, you lovely little angel, don't just touch my hand, touch my chest, okay? Elena had never been teased like this before. Her face turned red and her eyelashes trembled. Phyllis became even more excited and giggled. Little angel is shy, please touch it, my breasts are very soft. Elena could only pretend that she didn't hear it, and forced herself to remain calm. She felt it carefully, and after a moment's inspection, she let go of her hand and retreated in panic like a deer. Lin Xiao quickly asked, what's the situation? Can it be purified? Elena took a breath, calmed her pounding heart, and replied. It can be purified. The source of the pollution is in this succubus. As long as the pollution in her body is purified, Sister Song will be fine. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Song Shujing was even more excited and said, Elena, thank you. Elena waved her hand gently, no need to say thank you, saving people is my duty. Then she added, however, if you want to completely purify the pollution, one time is definitely not enough, you need to do it multiple times. You will know the specific situation after trying it. This was expected, Lin Xiao immediately said, then let's do it now. Elena nodded, looked at Phyllis, and said softly. Ms. Succubus, the purification may be a little uncomfortable, please bear with it. Phyllis had obviously lost her mind, with only lust in her eyes. It was unclear whether she understood or not, and she kept moaning incomprehensible moans. Elena no longer hesitated, turned towards Phyllis, lowered her head slightly, clasped her hands together, pressed them to her lips, and made a praying gesture. At the same time, the lips opened and closed, making a low chant, and an ethereal and sacred tone sounded. Suddenly, golden feathers began to fall in the room, and a sacred aura spread outward from her, creating circles of golden ripples. A beam of golden light fell from the void and enveloped Phyllis. Holy hymn! Phyllis, who was immersed in lust the moment before, suddenly frowned, and the seductive moan from her little mouth turned into a painful growl. The holy light was cleansing her, but the process was like being burned by flames and was extremely painful. At this moment, Lin Xiao heard a charming moan and subconsciously looked over, and found that Song Shujing, who was standing beside him, suddenly fell onto the bed, her face flushed and her eyes shone. Aunt Jing, what's wrong with you? Chapter 195 Purification Rebound. Lin Xiao was slightly startled and went over to support Aunt Jing. Song Shujing felt the man's breath, and her restlessness reached its peak. However, with Elena around, she couldn't let go of her reserve and murmured, I'm fine. Having said that, her body unconsciously moved closer and twisted uncomfortably in his arms. Elena, what's wrong with her? Aunt Jing's current state is clearly one of sexual desire bursting out, but the problem is that now that the pollution is being purified, her desire should be alleviated. Elena glanced over and immediately explained. When pollution is cleaned up, there will be a rebound, which is normal. Lin Xiao felt a little relieved when he heard this. This was probably similar to the enemy's counterattack before being eliminated. Looking down at Aunt Jing, I saw that she was already in a state of confusion, her face was flushed, and her eyes were full of desire. However, she was still rational, so it was difficult for her to say words of courtship. The meaning in her eyes probably meant that she hoped the man in front of her would take the initiative. Lin Xiao naturally saw what was going on and wanted to help, but Elena, the innocent little angel, was right next to him, and he was too embarrassed to bully a girl in front of her. After thinking about it, he felt really sorry for Aunt Jing, so he hugged her and turned around, with his back to Elena, intending to comfort her. The Cheongsam Song Shu Jing wore was a high-neck style, which covered her neck tightly and was not easy to operate. Fortunately, the collar was designed with a slanted lapel, opening diagonally from the left neck to the right rib, and fastened with exquisite buttons. Lin Xiao put one hand around her soft waist and unbuttoned her clothes with the other hand unskillfully, pulling down the thin front of her shirt. The snow-white and round shoulders are exposed, the skin texture is delicate, and at the same time a faint body fragrance with a slightly warm scent wafts out, which smells very good. The bra is made of black lace with lace embroidered on the edges, supporting the white upper half of the body. Lin Xiao stretched his hand under Aunt Jing's ribs, groped along her delicate snow-white back, found a button, buttoned it with one hand, and then gently pulled it. Whoosh! In an instant, the scene in front of me became brighter, and the room seemed to be a little brighter. Oh! Song Shujing murmured softly, feeling the cool air. She bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth and turned her face slightly away, not daring to look at the expression of the man opposite her. Lin Xiao looked back at Elena. The little angel didn't pay attention to him and was still in a praying posture. He breathed a sigh of relief and lowered his head. Suck. Song Shujing frowned slightly and then relaxed her brows, put her hands around the back of his neck, and moved forward a little. Lin Xiao felt a little stuffy, but his nose was full of pleasant smells. One hand was around her back, and the other hand went down along her waist, groping for the hem of her skirt. The hem of the Cheongsam Song Shujing wore was slit, and the soft fabric wrapped around her plump breasts. The fabric on the right side of the thigh is split, and when you walk, a little bit of your thigh will be exposed, adding a lot of sexiness. This design not only facilitates normal walking, but also allows for high kicking movements, making it easier to fight. Lin Xiao found a thin rope tied into a bow shape under the soft satin. Hook 2 fingers. Whoosh! The bow untied. A triangle of silk fell onto the sheets. In the romantically decorated couple's suite, golden feathers floated in from the void, making the room look extremely sacred. The golden holy light continued to surge, and Phyllis's wails of pain became louder and louder, but it could not cover up the low sound next to her, like the cry of a cat. Elena wanted to focus all her attention on the succubus in front of her, but found that she couldn't do it. The sound kept drilling into my ears, as if it had magic, and I glanced over there uncontrollably from the corner of my eye. At this glance, Elena saw a scene that was even more shocking than the one she saw in the morning, and her little heart was shaken. It turns out that when lovers say, "I want to eat you," they really mean it. Lin Xiao actually smacked his lips, it seemed delicious. Elena felt so embarrassed that she almost died. She endured it for more than 10 minutes. After a round of purification was over, she finally stopped. If this continues, Phyllis's body will not be able to bear it, and her mind will find it difficult to maintain. Lin Xiao, okay. Elena tried to keep her voice calm. When Lin Xiao heard this, he quickly raised his face from where he had buried it, thought for a moment, wiped the corner of his mouth, and then said with a little embarrassment. Oh, okay, Elena, thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he looked at Phyllis. The succubus had already collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Is she okay? Elena was more embarrassed than Lin Xiao. She didn't dare to look at the two people on the bed and said softly. It's okay. She suffered a lot of pain during the purification and collapsed. She will wake up after a rest. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and looked back at his arms. After the purification stopped, the backlash of the pollution also stopped. Aunt Jing's desire also subsided a little, and her eyes gradually became clear. Song Shujing also heard what Elena said, and was startled to realize that someone was watching her. Her ears turned red with embarrassment, and she quickly shrank back, hurriedly pulling up her collar. The hem of her cheongsam was rolled up to the waist by the tossing and turning, revealing a patch of white. She quickly pulled the quilt over to cover it. Lin Xiao blocked it for her, then stood up and walked to Phyllis, inspected her, and said. Elena, how many times do we need to purify it to completely eliminate the pollution? Elena thought for a moment and said, it should take 2 more times. When is the next time? It depends on how well this succubus recovers. If she recovers quickly, we can have a second try tomorrow. Lin Xiao nodded when he heard this, and turned back to signal Song Shujing to recall the succubus. There was a flash of light, and Phyllis disappeared from the ground. Elena felt that the atmosphere here was too ambiguous, so she quickly said goodbye. Lin Xiao, I'm going back first. Okay, thank you for your hard work. There were only 2 people left in the room, and Lin Xiao looked at Aunt Jing. Song Shujing's face was flushed at this moment, with a hint of strong charm between her eyebrows. She was pushing the quilt away, pulling down her cheongsam, and smoothing out the wrinkles. Lin Xiao walked over, hugged her, and said with a smile. Don't tidy up, it's not over yet. Song Shujing panicked. I'm fine now. Real? Lin Xiao smiled. He was already angry after all the kissing and touching just now. He really wanted to fight with real weapons. Aunt Jing was the one who suffered, and must have felt worse than him. It would be a lie to say that she was fine, and it was obviously because of her reserve. Lin Xiao did not give her the opportunity to continue to refuse, and said with a smile. Just now in the car, I didn't have time to taste the lipstick carefully. Now I have to taste it carefully. Song Shujing didn't really not want it. She looked at him with a reproachful look and pouted slightly. Without anyone else around, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate and kissed her. Chapter 196 Song Tsai's background. Although it is late autumn, the weather is still a bit hot. A parked red luxury car on the busy street attracted the attention of many passers-by. The car window was half down, and Song Tsai, with twin ponytails, was sitting in the driver's seat, feeling irritable. I accidentally lost it just now. I walked around several times but couldn't find my mother's Bentley. The direction the car was driving was opposite to the direction of home. Song Tsai had already guessed that the two might have gone to a nearby hotel. It's actually not difficult to find it. Just go to a few nearby hotels and ask. After all, a luxury Bentley is quite eye-catching. But what's the point of finding it? Can she really catch the adulterer? But Song Tsai was extremely reluctant to leave like this. Her current mood is the same as that of an old father who knows that his daughter is checking into a hotel with her boyfriend nearby. Song Kai wanted to make a phone call, but he couldn't muster up the courage for a long time. In the end, he just sent a text message to his mother. The content was very tactful, just asking when I would be home and whether I wanted the family to prepare afternoon tea. As a result, I sent a text message, but it fell into the sea and I didn't receive a reply for half an hour. I couldn't help but send a few more messages, but without exception, there was no response. Song Tsai's heart sank completely, and he naturally thought that his mother was doing that and was not looking at her phone. I waited anxiously in the car for 4 or 5 hours, and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Tsai gradually couldn't sit still anymore. She knew what was wrong with her mother. Maybe her desire was a little strong, but this had been going on for too long. Song Tsai didn't know what she was worried about. She was worried about her mother's health. It seemed that it shouldn't have happened. After so long, she should be worried about that man. After all, there are no ruined fields, only tired oxen. In short, Song Tsai decided it was necessary to make a phone call. As soon as I took out my cell phone, a call came in. It was from my uncle Song Jin. Hello, uncle. Tsai, where are you and your mother? The guests I invited have arrived. I just sent a text message to your mother but she didn't reply. Song Kai was a little panicked when she heard this. Before the truth was revealed, she naturally didn't want her mother to know about finding a man. After thinking for a while, she said. Mom is out shopping and might not be paying attention to her phone. I'll call her and ask. Okay, come back quickly and don't keep the guests waiting for too long. After hanging up the phone, Song Kai took a deep breath and dialed his mother's number. The curtains of the couple's suite were drawn open, and the evening light shone in from the horizon. The huge heart-shaped pattern of roses on the wall was inlaid with a layer of gold edge. Lin Xiao stood barefoot on the soft carpeted floor, with a big peach with plump curves in front of him. Song Shujing hugged the quilt with her face buried in the pillow, her long black hair scattered on her snow-white back, tinged with a faint orange glow. Hidden between the hair, under the ribs on both sides, the soft white flesh pressed by the mattress could be vaguely seen. Ding-ling-ling. Suddenly, a cell phone rang unexpectedly. Lin Xiao turned his head and saw the screen of the mobile phone thrown on the sofa beside him light up. Aunt Jing, it's your phone. Song Shujing raised her face from the pillow. Her charming face seemed to be a little lost in the world, but she suddenly noticed the orange sunset glow and woke up. Why is it so late? Can you help me get it? Lin Xiao vaguely saw that the name on the screen was Nan Nan. It was obviously Song Tsai calling. He was a little panicked. He quickly walked to the sofa, picked up the phone and handed it to Song Shujing. Song Shujing took the phone and coughed to clear her hoarse throat, her beautiful face showing a little panic. Hey, Nan Nan. Mom, where are you? Why did you take so long to pick someone up? Song Shujing had already thought about how to answer this question. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she felt her big peach being touched. I turned around hurriedly and found that Lin Xiao's eyes were frighteningly bright, as if he wanted to have a phone call plot. Don't, Song Shujing was startled. How could she let him succeed? She quickly tucked her pale body into the quilt with a reproachful look in her eyes. Mom, what's wrong with you? No, nothing. Mr. Lin is in Yinjiang for the first time and is very curious about this place. I'm taking him around the streets. Is there anything I can do for you? As soon as Song Kai answered the phone, she opened her ears and listened carefully. She could clearly feel her mother's panicked tone and rapid breathing, which basically confirmed her guess. They must be in the hotel. Song Tsai felt very uncomfortable. He was silent for a long time, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Nan Nan, what's wrong? Did something happen? Song Shujing became more and more flustered, and her heart was in her throat. Song Kai took a deep breath and decided to save some face for her mother. She forced herself to say. No, my uncle just called and said that the guests he invited have arrived. He sent you a text message but you didn't reply. Song Shujing was startled and explained hurriedly. I was so busy accompanying Mr. Lin shopping that I forgot to check my phone. Mom knows about this and will go back right away. Okay, then come back soon. After hanging up the phone, Song Shujing opened the text messages and found that her daughter had sent several messages in the afternoon, including one from her cousin. She couldn't help but complain. Bad guy, why didn't you remind me that I had a text message? Lin Xiao was helpless. He was so engrossed that he didn't even hear the phone ring. I didn't pay much attention. Mainly because Aunt Jing was singing all the time, so I didn't hear it. Song Shujing blushed and felt a little ashamed. She knew she couldn't blame Lin Xiao, but was just too addicted. Well, we have to get back quickly. We've been delayed for a long time. As he said this, he crawled out of the quilt, found the scattered underwear and put it on. Lin Xiao walked forward, gently lifted up her long black hair, put his hands around her ribs, pulled the ribbon, and helped to button her clothes. Song Shujing felt her lover sniffing her hair, her breathing quickened, and his hands placed under her black lace bra. Tuanchuan felt the warmth of his palm, turned his head to look, and asked softly. Didn't you have enough fun? Lin Xiao was naturally upset because he gave up halfway. He couldn't help but feel a little itchy. He retracted his hand after hearing what was said and smiled. Fine. Song Shujing couldn't tell that he was not speaking from the heart. He turned around, hugged her, leaned forward and kissed her. After a little hesitation, he said. I'll come to see you secretly at night. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded heavily, continuing to help Aunt Jing get dressed, and asked casually. By the way, why does your daughter also have the surname Song? Is it yours or is her father's surname Song too? Song Shujing replied, Nanan's father married into the family, so he took my last name. Marry into the wife's family? What about embryo transplantation? Have you really never been touched by any other man besides me? Before in the dungeon, Lin Xiao didn't care much about it, mainly because he had no feelings for Song Shujing at that time. But now Song Shujing completely belongs to him, and he cares about this a little. Well, I'm not lying to you. This matter is quite complicated. Then please speak simply. Well, help me. Song Shujing pulled up her cheongsam, but it was a little hard to put on because her hips were too plump. She motioned Lin Xiao to help her, then said slowly. His name is Zhao Yu, the second son of the Zhao family in Yinjiang. The Zhao family, like our Song family, is in the armor painting business. Zhao Yu has liked me since he was very young, and since our two families have overlapping businesses, the idea of a marriage was hatched. Lin Xiao frowned unconsciously upon hearing this. He has liked you since he was a child. Does that mean you are childhood sweethearts? Song Shujing heard some jealousy, and her big peach was hit. She turned her head and glared, and said softly. Well, I don't like him. Lin Xiao still felt a little uncomfortable and asked sullenly, what happened next? Song Shujing felt that the little wolf dog was still angry and found it a little funny. Then of course we got engaged. I was only 15 at the time and decided to get married when I turned 16. In this world, men and women get married at a relatively early age. After the arrival of the disaster planet, animals and plants mutated, the living environment for humans deteriorated, and the population decreased sharply. In particular, the massive loss of male population not only allowed having 3 wives and 4 concubines again, but also brought the marriage age forward. Song Shujing recalled the past with a look of regret in her eyes. Although I don't like Zhao Yu, I agreed when I thought that if he married into my family, I wouldn't have to worry about my husband having 3 wives and 4 concubines. Lin Zhao's eyes fixed, he turned her face over and said calmly. Why, do you mind this? Song Shujing said with some resentment, what woman wouldn't mind this? Lin Xiao sneered, then it's not too late for you to regret now. Song Shujing looked a little coquettish, turned back to ask for a kiss, but was dodged, and said helplessly. Are you angry? I'm just saying that. Besides, I only dared to approach you with Sister Gu's permission. I will be your mistress from now on and won't be jealous. Seeing that she was so well behaved and sensible, Lin Xiao was very satisfied. He kissed her rosy lips and said, continue. Song Shujing said, but Zhao Yu and I never got married. 1 month after we got engaged, I was attacked and he blocked the knife for me and died. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, but his jealousy disappeared all of a sudden. It was still admirable that someone could die for the woman he loved. What happened to your daughter? Song Shujing said, please don't be angry when I tell you this, okay? I'm not that stingy. Not stingy, I was jealous just now. Song Shujing was amused and said. Although I don't like Zhao Yu, I was still very moved by his death for me. That momentary emotion made me decide to leave a descendant for him. With current technology, it's not difficult to extract his genes. Plus, for the benefit of both families, the marriage can continue, and I don't have to marry again. This was unanimously approved by both families, and we had our daughter. Lin Xiao was a little moved when he heard this. He didn't expect things to be like this. Aunt Jing was loyal and righteous. He really didn't need to be jealous. He thought about it and changed the subject. By the way, who wants to assassinate you? Just a competitor, but I haven't found any evidence yet, so I can only guess that it was done by the Lu family. Lu family? Well, another family in Yunjiang City also does business of painting armor. Note, normal technological means are considered vulgar, but now all families who don't speak any language have to rely on this. I'm speechless and can only delete a few sentences. Chapter 197 Su Ruer. Yunjiang City, Jiangwan District. The Yunjiang River, the largest river in the south of Longhua, makes a big turn in the urban area. The Bay Area is beautiful and opposite the embankment is a high-end villa area. The Song family's headquarters is located here. At dusk, a black luxury car drove into the community from the guard post, went deep into the area along the road, and finally stopped in front of a detached villa. The driver wearing white gloves got out of the car and opened the back door. Song Jin, 35 years old, who looked quite similar to Song Shujing, came out. Then, a young woman in her 20s came out of the car door. She was wearing a plain white dress and had a pair of white wings on her back. She was a swan, a rare species in Dragon Country. Song Jin led the swan woman into the villa, where servants were already waiting, bringing tea and snacks and placing them on the table. Song Jin and the swan clan woman sat down on the sofa. The former looked at the servants and waved his hand. All of you go out, don't come in unless someone tells you to. Yes. Several servants walked out of the villa quickly. Song Jin breathed a sigh of relief, looked across, and then his expression changed slightly. The woman with white wings on her back had floating light and shadows on her body, which changed slowly. Within a few seconds, her appearance changed drastically. Not only did the wings behind it disappear, but red fox ears also grew on its head and a fiery red tail grew on its buttocks. Song Jin stood up and glanced at the door anxiously. Seeing that the servant had gone far away, he said anxiously. Rower, change back quickly, don't let anyone see you. The fox woman on the sofa had a very beautiful face, a pair of fox eyes, a lazy look, and a slightly curled red lips, naturally revealing a charming look. She stretched lazily and said, "What are you afraid of? There's no one else here. It's tiring to keep pretending all the time, okay?" Song Jin was helpless but still worried, so he got up, walked to the window and closed the curtains. Looking at his back, Su Ruer curled her lips, disdain flashing in her eyes. What an impatient man. Song Jin closed the curtains, but did not sit back on the sofa. Instead, he took out his cell phone to check the time. Then he frowned and paced back and forth in the hall, looking like he was worried about something. The contempt in Su Ruer's eyes became even stronger, but on the surface she still looked concerned and asked, "Brother Jin, what's wrong?" When Song Jin heard the question, he was stunned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Roar, I'm wondering if what I'm doing is right. She is my cousin after all. Although we have had conflicts over the years, we haven't fallen out." Su Ruer's face suddenly darkened. She really didn't expect that this guy would back down when the time came. A hint of sarcasm appeared on the corner of her mouth. "Song Jin, what do you mean? I saw your old man said that you are indecisive and unfit to be the head of the family. This evaluation is absolutely correct." When Song Jin heard this, his face instantly turned red, and he stammered. I just feel that as a family, doing that is a bit." "What?" Su Ruer sneered, "You are too kind-hearted. If you want to be the head of the family, you must be ruthless. If you don't pull Song Shujing down, how can you get on? You are such a hopeless case. Even if Song Shujing abdicates, the position of the head of the family will not be yours. I'm afraid it will have to be inherited by her daughter." Song Jin felt so ashamed that his face turned ugly for a moment. Su Ruer's expression relaxed, she stood up and walked to the front, put on a gentle face, and said softly, "Brother Jin, don't worry. I just planted some demons in her heart. She has been tortured by pollution for more than a day or two. She must be crazy thinking about men. Maybe she has wanted to take that step a long time ago. This is to help her." There was still some hesitation in Song Jin's eyes, and he couldn't make the final decision. The contempt in Su Ruer's eyes became even stronger, but as a vixen, her acting skills were never lacking, and she said in a gentle tone, "Brother Jin, don't hesitate. Think about the future. As long as Song Shujing becomes a promiscuous woman, your father will never let her continue to be the head of the family for the sake of the Song family's reputation. By then, as the only male in the Song family, can you not win over a little girl like Song Sai? As long as you become the head of the family, I will marry you." Su Ruer leaned over and gently rubbed her chest against the man's chest, and Song Jin's breathing suddenly became slightly rapid. The SS beauty was already full of charm, and with Su Ruer's deliberate teasing, Song Jin obviously couldn't bear it and gradually succumbed. Okay. Su Ruer curled her lips. How could she possibly marry a man like this? He was just using her for her own benefit. If the Song family was not of great significance to the Fire Fox clan's subsequent entry into Yunjiang, she would not have bothered to flatter such a man. In addition, the White Fox clan has a close relationship with the Song family. If the Fire Fox clan can take down the Song family, it would be a heavy blow to the old rival. Thinking of this, Su Ruer couldn't help but think of Su Nanyang. It was a pity that she didn't get her spiritual charm when she had the great opportunity last time. It was all that damn boy's fault. Su Ruer had to stop at that time. But in the end, she was really unwilling to give up, so she asked the police to check the surveillance footage to find out who saved Su Nanyang. It turned out that the person was not Su Nanyang's friend, but a passerby who appeared by coincidence. Su Ruer was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Given her personality, she later wanted to take revenge on the guy who ruined her plans. After some investigation, it turned out that the guy was an orphan and had gone to Longyin to study, so he had no chance of revenge. When Su Ruer thought of that guy, she frowned and thought to herself, "Lin Xiao, don't let me meet you." At the entrance of the hotel, a pink and blue Bentley drove out of the booth and merged into the street. Lin Xiao didn't drive this time, but sat in the passenger seat. He was bored and his eyes naturally looked at Aunt Jing. Song Shujing leaned back in the chair, her beautiful face was made up, her lips were rosy red, the charm in the corners of her eyes had faded, and her expression was quite calm. After a round of purification and several hours of lovemaking, her body's lust had subsided. At this moment, she looked like a normal person, but without that seductive charm and with more dignity like a noble lady. Song Shujing has a standard pear-shaped figure. Her breasts are not big, but her hips are extremely plump. She is wrapped in a cheongsam and sits on a leather chair, and her hips are extremely round. The visual impact is so strong that one can imagine how fleshy the fabric is without even touching it. Lin Xiao couldn't help but recall the scene in the hotel when the big peach took off its silk, slowly rose up, and allowed himself to be picked. I can't think about it. My heart starts to burn with anger when I think about it. My hands naturally fell to my thighs, gently stroking the smooth satin surface. The satin is very thin, but even through the other layer, you can still feel the warmth and delicacy underneath, and you can even sink your fingers into it. I love this meaty leg. Song Shujing glanced over, her cheeks slightly red, but she didn't stop him, knowing that her lover was still not satisfied. Lin Xiao walked his fingers back and forth on his thighs, glanced at the Bentley logo on the steering wheel, and chatted casually. Aunt Jing, your car must be worth tens of millions. I seem to have hooked up with a super rich woman without realizing it. Song Shujing smiled and said, Auntie is indeed quite rich. By the way, what do you want in return for helping me purify myself? My family is in the business of painting armor. How about I prepare a few pieces of painted armor for you? This tone is similar to Sister Su. Lin Xiao sighed and waved his hands repeatedly. You are my woman, and I want to be paid for helping my wife. If you talk to me in this tone again, I will spank you. If we put aside the charm that Song Shujing showed in the past 2 days due to the pollution, in fact, her behavior in real life can be considered as a strong woman. She can be the head of the family and is not a weak woman. It was a little strange to hear Lin Xiao's chauvinistic words. Over the years, no one had treated her like a little wife. The voice immediately turned coquettish, I dare not. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Good girl, I haven't heard you call me hubby yet, come and listen now. Song Shujing's cheeks flushed instantly, and her reserve came back. Looking at the little puppy who was a dozen years younger than her, she really couldn't bring herself to call him that. Can I call you brother? Lin Xiao's face turned serious, if you don't do that, I will punish you according to the family rules. Song Shujing looked at him with a grudge, feeling helpless. She called out softly, as soft as a mosquito. Husband. Lin Xiao's bones softened a little after hearing this, and he was very satisfied, that's good. Song Shujing was very embarrassed, but she didn't dare to continue flirting, so she changed the subject. You said. Old, what my husband said is right, he doesn't need to be paid for helping his wife, but I. No, but my wife should also do her best. My husband just happened to contract a second spirit, and he needs a lot of painted armor, so let me prepare it for him, okay? Song Shujing spoke haltingly, and the words husband and wife seemed to be hot on her lips. After she finished speaking, she looked at Lin Xiao with her watery peach blossom eyes, full of pleading. It feels so good to eat soft rice. Lin Xiao raised the corner of his mouth, without being too pretentious, and said. Since my wife is so kind, I'll accept it. I'll ask Elena later what equipment she needs. Only then did Song Shujing show a happy expression. The two chatted along the way, and Lin Xiao suddenly thought of Song Tsai. He wondered where the girl was now, so he subconsciously looked at the atlas map. As a result, he was slightly stunned to find that there were 3 red dots on the atlas map. One is Aunt Jing, who is right next to her, and the other is Song Tsai, who is located at the edge of the map, with a red dot not far away. Lin Xiao was very confused. There was another super beauty, but why was there no hint in the picture book? I immediately realized that I had spotted this beauty before, but the illustration didn't remind me. But this is my first time in Yunjiang. Could it be that a beautiful girl from Tianhai City has come to Yunjiang? Is it such a coincidence? I subconsciously checked the name, but I was stunned and muttered in disbelief. Su Ruer. Chapter 198, Fire Fox and White Fox. Lin Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect to meet Sister Su's enemy here. Then he wondered why Su Ruer appeared in Yunjiang and was so close to Song Tsai. Zooming in on the map, I discovered that the two people were in the same neighborhood, only 200 or 300 meters apart. Is it a coincidence, or? Lin Xiao suddenly remembered that Aunt Jing was going back to meet a guest, so he asked calmly. Aunt Jing, I just answered the phone. Are there guests at home? Song Shujing said, I forgot to tell you that my cousin invited a friend, saying that he is from the Swan clan and can purify pollution, and asked me to meet him. I didn't want to offend him, so I agreed. The Swan clan. Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Su Rua was from the Fox clan, but she could change into many different forms, so it wasn't difficult for her to transform into the appearance of a Swan clan. Although it is hard to say whether the swan was Su Ruer's illusion, Rong couldn't help but think of the worst. He remembered that the Fox tribe did not have the ability to purify. If the Swan tribe was transformed by Su Ruer, then using the excuse of purification to get close to Aunt Jing obviously had impure motives. What purpose could that have? Lin Xiao couldn't figure it out for a moment and couldn't help but look at Aunt Jing. Song Shujing could clearly feel that Lin Xiao seemed a little nervous. Seeing him looking over, she asked. What's wrong? You don't look well. Lin Xiao smiled and said, really? Maybe it's because I'm about to go to your house, and I'm a little nervous about meeting your daughter. When this was mentioned, Song Shujing's expression changed slightly, and he also said nervously. Husband, I want to keep our relationship a secret from Nan Nan for now. When we get home, I can't call you that. Don't be angry. Lin Xiao sighed when he heard this, Aunt Jing is just too shy. But he had no objection. If he was honest and open about it, it would be a bit embarrassing to appear in the Song family as Aunt Jing's boyfriend. It depends on Song Tsai's attitude. If Song Tsai doesn't say it out loud, then everyone will keep it to themselves and it will indeed save some trouble. Lin Xiao nodded and changed the subject. By the way, what's your family situation like? Apart from a cousin, where are the rest of your family members? Song Shujing thought Lin Xiao was about to visit the Song family and was curious about her family members, so she introduced them. We are not a large family. In my lineage, there are only me, my eldest sister, and my cousin Song Jin. The only old generation left are my grandfather and grandmother. Song Jin is not married yet, so the next generation only has my daughter. Lin Xiao was quite surprised when he heard this. He had just heard from Aunt Jing that the Song family was in the armor painting business and was a big family in Yunjiang, but he had not expected that the family had only so few people. Of course, modern families do not necessarily need the help of many family members when running a business, starting a company, and recruiting employees. Even so, Aunt Jing is probably quite capable and must be a strong woman. Suddenly I felt a sense of accomplishment, making the domineering female president submit to me. I was thinking in the wrong direction. Lin Xiao retracted his thoughts and asked. How is your relationship with your cousin? Song Shujing sighed and said, it's just a so-so, not good, not bad either. There have been some conflicts, but no major problems. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately became alert. The reason he asked about the relationship between the two was because he was thinking, if that swan was the one Su Ruer transformed into, then what was Song Jin's intention in inviting this person? Or maybe Song Jin doesn't know either. Lin Xiao couldn't help but probe, from what you said, it seems that your relationship is not that good. To be honest, your cousin is the only male in your Song family. Isn't he jealous of you being the head of the family? At first glance, these words may sound like an attempt to sow discord, but Lin Xiao certainly didn't mean that. Song Shujing didn't want to talk too much about the messy family affairs, but since Lin Xiao asked, she didn't hide it inside. There must be jealousy. My cousin is not very capable. He was the financial director of the company a few years ago, and many things went wrong. Later, he was not allowed to continue to be in charge. At that time, there was a big fight and we wanted to split up the family business. But my grandfather stopped me. It's not easy to expand a company. If it's split, it will fall apart. That sounds a bit annoying. Yes, we are family members, so it is impossible to kick him out of the company. Besides, my second uncle left a lot of shares, so they all belong to him. He has played many tricks over the years, trying to compete with me for power, but they are all minor. He is not very capable and cannot defeat me. You must be having a hard time. Well, his body is polluted, and he often has a bad temper. It's very annoying when he makes trouble. Lin Xiao guided Aunt Jing in the tone of a caring boyfriend while secretly pondering. Given the relationship between Aunt Jing and cousin Song Jin, it is possible that the other party might do something tricky. But until it is confirmed whether the swan was Su Ruer's illusion, nothing can be said for sure. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Sister Su. Sister Su, I found Su Ruer in Yunjiang. The message was replied almost instantly. Little rascal, are you sure? How did you find out? Sister knows that I have some special abilities. Oh, I see. Wait, you are in Yunjiang. I thought you went back to Tianhai. Is your friend in Yunjiang? Yesterday I told Sister Su that I wanted to help a friend, but I only gave her a general idea, so it's normal for her to misunderstand. Lin Xiao suddenly thought of a question. Aunt Jing is Wei Ying's aunt. Wei Ying and Sister Su are best friends. Then Sister Su might know Aunt Jing. He immediately replied. Well, do you know Wei Ying's aunt Song Shujing? I came to Yunjiang City this time to help her purify the pollution in her body. Intersection. A surprised expression came over, and Su Nanya followed up. Aunt Jing, of course I know her. So the person you want to help is her. Her family has a very good relationship with our White Fox clan. Listening to Sister Su's words, Lin Xiao felt a little emotional. The world is very big, but also very small. I didn't expect that these women were from the same circle. However, now is not the time to think about this. Lin Xiao. Sister, you are from the White Fox clan, what about Su Ruer? Lin Xiao had seen Su Ruer before, but had never seen her in person. Su Nanya, she is from the Fire Fox clan, and is hostile to our White Fox clan. Lin Xiao, what is the relationship between the Song family and the Fire Fox clan? Su Nanya, the Song family and the Fire Fox clan should have no intersection. In Dragon Country, the Fire Fox clan's power is mainly distributed in the north, while our White Fox clan's power is mainly in the south. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly sorted out Sister Su's words. The reason he asked about the relationship between the Song family and the Fire Fox clan was to know the Song family's position. After thinking about it, I sent another message. Sister, if we want to deal with Su Ruer, can we ask the Song family for help? Su Nanya, the Song family and our White Fox clan are business partners, but it is limited to business cooperation. The Song family and the Fire Fox clan have no hatred or grudges against each other, and asking the Song family for help in dealing with Su Ruer would be embarrassing. Of course, if Aunt Jing is willing to help, that would be great. Lin Xiao had a general understanding of the situation and immediately replied. Well, I understand. Sister, I just found Su Ruer's whereabouts. It may be related to the Song family, but I am not sure yet. I will reply to you after I confirm it. Su Nanya, okay, little rascal, be careful, this is a serious matter, I will rush to Yunjiang immediately. Good. After the chat, Song Shujing looked over and asked curiously. Who is my husband chatting with? Lin Xiao did not hide it and said with a smile, someone you know, Su Nanya. Song Shujing's beautiful eyes widened slightly, Xiao Su. My husband knows her. What Xiao Su? You have to call me sister. Lin Xiao teased in his heart, but did not say it out loud. Instead, he smiled and said. Surprised? Song Shujing nodded, well, Xiao Su and Yingying came to my house before. She is very beautiful. I think there is no woman in the world more beautiful than her. By the way, how did your husband know her? Lin Xiao did not hide it, and also wanted to test Aunt Jing's attitude towards the Fire Fox clan, so he said. I met her a few months ago. She was being hunted by the Fire Fox tribe and I happened to save her. Song Shujing frowned slightly and said, so that's how it is. The White Fox clan and the Fire Fox clan have never gotten along. Lin Xiao pretended to be surprised and asked, Aunt Jing knows about white foxes and fire foxes? Yes. Song Shujing drove the car steadily and said. The family has cooperated with the White Fox clan in business, and the relationship is pretty good. I know a little bit about the grievances between the two clans. Lin Xiao quickly asked, does the Song family have any dealings with the Fire Fox clan? Song Shujing shook her head, not really. Lin Xiao seemed to be thinking about something, but he did not ask Aunt Jing for help. Firstly, the situation is still uncertain. Secondly, as Sister Su said, the Song family and the Fire Fox clan have no grudges against each other. It would be difficult for Aunt Jing to drag the Song family into dealing with Su Ruer. Although Aunt Jing is already his woman, he cannot let her ignore the interests of the family because of this. After all, the Fire Fox clan is likely to be quite powerful. If Aunt Jing is dragged into this, who will be responsible if the Fire Fox clan retaliates against the Song family in the future? Of course, if it is finally confirmed that the swan is Su Ruer in disguise, and has ulterior motives towards Aunt Jing, and everyone is on the same front, that would be another matter. While chatting with Aunt Jing about the grievances between the Firefox and White Fox families, the car gradually arrived at the Song family villa area. Chapter 199. It's Su Ruer. Jiangwan community is home to many wealthy people, and the Song family is one of the most prominent ones among them. The family villa area includes more than a dozen single-family villas, which are separated by walls. Lin Xiao looked at the interior environment that looked like a manor, and then looked at Aunt Jing, and really felt that his wife was extremely rich. Aunt Jing, are these all from your family? Song Shujing looked at her lover's sparkling eyes and laughed out loud. Yes, if your husband doesn't want to work hard, I will support you for the rest of your life. Oh my God, this is definitely the sweetest love words in the world. Aunt Jing was very sensible and adapted to the role of wife so quickly. Lin Xiao was very satisfied and said with a smile. That's great, I'll definitely eat this gigolo. Song Shujing smiled. Lin Xiao was joking, but he was actually confirming which properties the Song family owned. After hearing Aunt Jing say that all the villas in front of him belonged to the Song family, he opened the atlas map to confirm Su Ruer's location, and found that the woman was in the Song family villa complex. In this way, it can be basically concluded that Su Ruer's appearance here is not a coincidence. Most likely, she is someone pretending to be a member of the Swan clan to purify Aunt Jing. Before getting off the car, Lin Xiao suddenly remembered something. When he took Sister Su to escape, Su Ruer might have checked the surveillance footage. Then there is a high possibility that she knows me. If I bump into her like this, I will either scare her away or it may be disadvantageous to me. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao said to Song Shujing. Aunt Jing, how about I disguise myself? Tsai and I go to the same school, and I'm quite famous. She might recognize me. If our relationship is revealed in the future, we will inevitably run into each other in the same school, which will be a bit awkward. Song Tsai was following me today. I don't know if he saw my appearance or not, but it doesn't matter whether he saw it or not. She didn't reveal it in the previous phone call, so even if she has seen her true face and finds that she has changed her appearance later, she probably won't reveal it. At least it won't be said in public. After all, the person that his mother brought back had his appearance changed, so there must be a reason. Unless Song Tsai is a fool, he would not question it in public. At most, I could ask Song Shujing privately for the reason. Song Shujing thought about it and felt that it made sense. She didn't know how long she could keep her relationship with Lin Xiao secret. When it is revealed in the future, Nan Nan finds out that her mother's husband is her junior, and it is really embarrassing to run into him at school. Yes, but ordinary disguises may not be able to deceive Nan Nan. Lin Xiao didn't say much. He took out the deception pearl given by Sister Su and put it on, then chose an ordinary face to replace it. Well, can you tell? Song Shujing's beautiful eyes moved as she looked him up and down, and she even reached out a hand to pinch his cheek. This disguise prop is extraordinary. It looks flawless. But then she frowned again. Lin Xiao quickly asked, what's wrong? Song Shujing tilted her head and said, well, it's good, but my face isn't as pretty as my husband's. My husband is still more handsome. The sudden love words caught Lin Xiao off guard. Okay, then I'll change to something more handsome. Forget it. No matter how handsome he is not as handsome as my husband. Look, this is the good of an older sister, she knows how to coax people. Who would fall in love with a little girl? Jinger has such a sweet mouth, let your husband have a taste. Song Shujing blushed slightly and said angrily, no, we'll be seen when we get home. Lin Xiao just joked and continued, Aunt Jing, I'll change my name too. When you introduce me, just call me Lin Su. Song Shujing didn't think much about it and nodded. As soon as the sedan stopped in the courtyard, servants who heard the noise came out to greet them. Song Tsai stood among several servants, graceful and elegant, looking up at the slowly opening car door. She was still wearing a JK uniform, small leather shoes, and her calves wrapped in black stockings were slender, just above the knees. Above are thighs as white as cream. Perhaps she inherited Aunt Jing's genes, the girl's thighs are very fleshy, forming a sharp contrast with her slender calves. This kind of cup-shaped legs with thin calves and thick thighs are most suitable for wearing short skirts, and the absolute area formed is particularly tempting. When Lin Xiao got out of the car from the passenger seat, he felt a burning gaze. He looked over and found that the JK girl was looking at him unfriendly. After looking him up and down, she frowned slightly, and seemed not very satisfied. Seeing Song Tsai's expression, Lin Xiao guessed that she had not seen his true face before. But what is the reason for this dissatisfied look? Is it because she thinks that he does not look good now, or is he too young, or is it simply because she has an instinctive dislike for the man who has taken possession of her mother? Song Shujing got out of the driver's seat and a servant immediately came forward and drove the car away. Looking at the daughter standing at the door of the villa, Song Shujing and Lin Xiao deliberately kept a little distance and said in a polite tone. Mr. Lin, let me introduce you, this is my daughter Song Tsai. Nan, come and meet Mr. Lin. Song Kai took a step forward. She had a great figure, especially her chest. Perhaps it was because she was in a bad mood, her steps were heavy, causing the front of her clothes to shake. The buttoned white shirt was so tight that one was worried it would burst at any moment. Mr. Lin looks really young. A clear and slightly sweet voice sounded. Song Tsai deliberately made her tone cold, but her voice was naturally sweet and still extremely pleasant to hear. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, hello, Miss Song. Song Tsai did not respond, but stared at him and continued. Mr. Lin looks about my age, and judging by his aura, he is a bronze summoner. Excuse me, with your ability, can you really purify the pollution from my mother? This was a very rude remark, and clearly contained hostility, but she had such a sweet look that it was really hard to dislike her, and she even gave people a slightly fierce feeling. Song Shujing frowned and scolded, Nan, how can you talk like that? You are so rude. Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Song Kai frowned and said stubbornly, Mom, I'm telling the truth, don't let others fool you. Song Shujing was a little annoyed. She attached great importance to Lin Xiao and had already accepted him as her husband. Seeing that Nan was so disrespectful to her, she couldn't help but look at Lin Xiao apologetically. Lin Xiao was not angry at all about Song Tsai's attitude. If anyone were in Song Tsai's position, it would be impossible for them to have a good impression of him. It's okay. It's normal for Miss Tsai to have doubts. After all, for someone of my level to be able to contract a high-quality spirit does make people suspicious. But don't worry, Miss Tsai, I have already purified your mother once, and that's why it took so long to get here. Song Shujing was stunned for a moment, then reacted and echoed. It's like this. Mr. Lin tried to help me purify it halfway through the journey, so I slept in the car for a while, which is why I was delayed for so long. Now it was Song Tsai's turn to have doubts. He wondered if he was wrong and the two of them didn't go to the hotel. My heart suddenly eased a little, but my attitude did not improve. After all, I saw my mother hugging the man in front of me with my own eyes at the airport. A relationship between lovers cannot be fake. Song Kai frowned, struggling over whether to point out their relationship. She thought a lot this afternoon. Although it was a little hard for her mother to accept finding a man, she felt that she should accept it. After all, it concerns my mother's happiness. I can't let her be a widow for the rest of her life just because of a little selfishness. So she had already decided that she would just turn a blind eye to this matter and pretend that she didn't know. However, when he saw the man in person, Song Tsai was a little dissatisfied. Not only was his appearance ordinary, but he was also too young. He feels about the same age as her, maybe even younger. Will she be asked to call a boy younger than her godfather in the future? Song Kai couldn't accept it. His mind was in a mess. He didn't know what to do. He didn't dare to reveal the relationship between the two. He thought for a while and said. So what were the results of the purification? Lin Xiao smiled and said, it's going well. It is expected that after 2 more purifications, the pollution on your mother's body will be completely eliminated. Song Kai's eyes suddenly widened, and all other thoughts in his mind disappeared at that moment. Nothing is more important than his mother being able to get rid of pollution. His eyes were full of excitement and he looked at his mother anxiously. Song Shujing nodded and said with emotion, Nan, it's true. The problem that has troubled Mom for many years is about to be solved. Song Kai's eyes turned red and he said excitedly. That's great. That's really great. While speaking, he looked at Lin Xiao again with a complicated look in his eyes. She really didn't like him, but he had helped her mother so much after all. No matter how much she disliked him, she didn't dare to continue to speak coldly. She took a breath, tried to calm down, and said softly. Mr. Lin, I apologize for my rudeness just now. Thank you very much for helping my mother. Lin Xiao immediately smiled and said, it's okay, Aunt Jing is also my friend, and it's only right to help friends. Friend, boyfriend. Song Tsai sighed inwardly, not knowing what to say. Just then, a series of footsteps were heard outside the courtyard. Turning back, I saw two people walking in quickly. Sister Jing, why did you come back so late? My friend I invited had to wait for a long time. The leader was a man in his 30s. He came closer and said in a complaining tone. You are the head of the family after all. Others come to help you, but you keep them waiting. You don't know how to entertain guests at all. This person should be Aunt Jing's cousin Song Jin. Lin Xiao immediately made a judgment, looked at him briefly, and then looked at the woman following behind him. She does look like a swan woman, quite beautiful in appearance, with white wings on her back. Lin Xiao looked at the atlas map, his pupils shrank slightly, and Su Ruer's red dot was right in front of him. It seemed that this swan woman was really created by her. However, he was mentally prepared and his expression was very natural. However, when Su Ruer saw him, her eyes froze and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes, which then disappeared. Lin Xiao caught this look and was a little puzzled, but didn't think much about it. Song Shujing felt a little apologetic when she heard her cousin complaining. I'm really sorry, I was delayed by something. I hope you can forgive me for my negligence. Su Ruer smiled faintly, it's okay, Mrs. Song is in charge of the Song group, so it's normal for her to be busy. Song Shujing smiled slightly, Song Jin, can you introduce this girl to me? Song Jin then said calmly, Dai Ruer, a member of the Bailimii Dai family, you can just call her Miss Dai. Song Shujing nodded and said politely. So it's Miss Dai. I asked someone to ask for help from your family a few years ago, but unfortunately, the head of the Dai family, Mr. Dai Yuhong, said that no one in the family had high-level purification ability. By the way, who is Mr. Dai to Miss Dai? Su Ruer smiled and said, he is my uncle. My father and he are cousins. His name is Dai Jiang. Madame Song probably hasn't heard of him. He went to Europe to work hard in his early years. I only returned to the Dai family last year. Song Shujing had indeed never heard of it. There were many branches of the Bailimii Swan clan, and the Dai family was one of them. Naturally, she didn't know about the less famous members. She asked this question not because she suspected anything, but simply wanted to understand the other party's situation. Of course, what Su Ruer said above was just something she had thought of in advance, and they were all lies. Song Jin was worried that if Song Shujing continued to ask, Su Ruer would reveal the truth, so he said impatiently. Sister Jing, are you just going to wait on the guests at the door? Tsai, have someone serve tea quickly. You have no manners at all. Song Shujing smiled and gestured, Ms. Dai, Mr. Lin, please come in. It was not until then that Song Jin noticed that there was a stranger standing next to him. Don't be fooled by his rude words and the way he bossed Song Shujing around, acting like he was the boss of the family. In fact, I was so nervous at the moment that I didn't even notice the stranger standing at the door. Only then did I remember to ask. Sister Jing, who is this? Chapter 200 Su Ruer turns around and leaves. Song Shujing obviously had a bad temper too. She ignored Song Jin until she led him into the living room and sat him down. Then she smiled and said. This is my friend, Lin Su. What a coincidence, he is here to purify the pollution for me. I have been troubled by pollution for a long time, and I am not sure whether Mr. Lin Su can succeed, so I agreed to let Miss Dai come over. I hope Miss Dai will forgive me. Song Jin and Su Ruer frowned visibly, and were obviously very surprised by this. Song Jin looked at Lin Xiao, sized him up and down, and said. Sister Jing, your pollution cannot be solved by ordinary purification power. This gentleman doesn't look high level. Are you sure he can do it? Song Shujing smiled slightly, Mr. Lin has purified me once, and the effect is very good. I think if I can do it 2 or 3 more times, I will be able to completely get rid of the pollution. Song Jin was stunned, obviously at a loss, and didn't know what to say for a moment. Lin Xiao was observing his expression carefully. If he really cared about his cousin, Song Jin should be happy at this moment. But there was obviously no joy in his expression, instead there was a sense of surprise and astonishment. From this point of view, he knew Su Ruer's background and was not deceived. But what exactly does this guy want to do? Song Jin reacted quickly and forced a smile. I see. That's good. After saying that, he looked at Su Ruer, obviously not knowing how to deal with the current situation. Su Ruer secretly shook her head as she watched. It was no surprise that with such adaptability, she couldn't beat Song Shujing. This is good. If I can help him become the head of the family, he will basically be my puppet. Su Ruer was not panicked. She thought for a moment and said. It's a great thing that Mrs. Song's pollution can be solved, but I don't doubt Mr. Lin's ability. To be on the safe side, Mrs. Song, can you let me take a look? If it is confirmed that Mrs. Song's pollution is indeed under control, I can leave with peace of mind. This made sense, and Song Shujing didn't want to let others make a wasted trip, so she agreed immediately. Lin Xiao couldn't figure out what Su Ruer was trying to do. Besides, with so many people watching, even if she wanted to harm Aunt Jing, it would be unlikely, so he didn't stop her. Song Shujing stretched out her hand, and Su Ruer made the posture of a Chinese medicine practitioner taking a pulse, gently placing her fingers on her wrist, with a look of careful feeling on her face. The living room fell silent for a moment. After about 10 seconds, Su Ruer withdrew her hand and said calmly. Mrs. Song's pollution has indeed been brought under control. It seems that Mr. Lin's purification is indeed effective. In this case, I will not bother you any more. After saying that, he stood up and said goodbye. Song Jin was stunned, not understanding why Su Ruer gave up so decisively. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Song Shujing stood up and tried to persuade her to stay. Miss Dai, you have come all this way. If our Song family fails to fulfill its duty as a good host, it will be laughed at if it gets out. Please stay for dinner before leaving. Su Ruer waved her hand. Mrs. Song, you are too polite. Song Jin and I are good friends. How could I mind these things? I have something else to do, so it is really inconvenient for me to stay for long. Song Shujing tried to persuade Su Ruer a few more times, but was still rejected. Song Shujing had no choice but to send her out personally. Song Jin and Su Ruer left the courtyard and walked to a secluded place. The former immediately said anxiously. Ruer, are we leaving just like this? What else? Su Ruer said calmly, your sister's pollution has indeed been brought under control. With 2 or 3 more purifications, the pollution can be completely resolved. Song Jin was stunned, his face changed, and he said in a lost voice. What should I do? As long as she gets rid of the pollution, I won't have any chance to take the position of the head of the family. Su Ruer sneered, you were hesitant before whether to take action, but now you are anxious. Song Jin's face suddenly turned red. This is the problem with indecisive people. They hesitate when opportunities are presented to them, and regret when the opportunities slip away. Song Jin gritted his teeth and said, but I just can't bear to give up like this. So what do you do? Su Ruer seemed to be trying to provoke Song Jin, and looked like she was about to give up. Song Jin said in a cold voice, why don't we kill that Lin Su? Without him, there will be no one to solve Sister Jing's pollution. Su Ruer smiled and said, murder is against the law, are you sure? Song Jin was instinctively scared, but then he became a little annoyed by her look and said. Sure, it's just killing one person. As long as it's done cleanly, no one will know. Su Ruer narrowed her eyes, as if thinking about something, and said after a while. But this Lin Su cannot be killed. He is of great use to me. What's the use? Song Jin was puzzled and asked anxiously, do you need purification too? You don't need to know this. Su Ruer said calmly, I think we should just kill your sister and solve the problem once and for all. Song Jin stayed there for a while before coming to his senses. He said with an unpleasant expression, she is my sister after all. Su Ruer sneered, if that's the case, then you'd better save yourself the trouble of competing for the position of patriarch. Goodbye. Song Jin was stunned, watching Su Ruer walk away, with a strong struggle on his face. After a while, he finally made up his mind and shouted. Etc. Su Ruer turned her head with a look of satisfaction on her face. In just a short while, Song Jin's eyes were already full of bloodshot, and he said in a hoarse voice. Even if I kill her, it won't be that easy. The nanny around her is very powerful. Su Ruer narrowed her eyes, I'll find a way. The other side. Lin Xiao watched Su Ruer and Song Jin leave, his heart full of doubts. I originally thought that Su Rua used purification to get close to Aunt Jing for some purpose, but I didn't expect her to leave so cleanly. What on earth does this Su Rua want to do? Lin Xiao stared at the atlas map for a while and found that Su Rua should have got on the car and quickly left the Song family residence. Not long after, she disappeared at the edge of the map. Isn't this woman just going to leave like this? If Su Rua disappears just like that, it will be useless for Sister Su to come over. Do you want to track? Lin Xiao thought about it for a moment and gave up the idea. This matter should not be that simple. Judging from the way Su Rua dealt with Sister Su last time, this person is extremely calculating. If she has some plan, she will never give up easily. There is a high probability that she has a backup plan and will most likely come back. In addition, it has been confirmed that the Swan clan was transformed by Su Rua, and Song Jin's performance also shows that he is likely to know about it. Then this matter can no longer be hidden from Aunt Jing, it is necessary to let her know. Lin Xiao took a breath and said, Aunt Jing, there is something you may need to know. Song Shujing was slightly stunned. What's the matter? Lin Xiao glanced at a middle-aged woman in the living room. There were 4 people in the living room at this time. Besides Lin Xiao, there were Song Shujing, Song Tsai, and this middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman looks to be in her 40s, but maybe older, and her eyes look very weathered. Song Shujing subconsciously wanted to introduce to Lin Xiao that the middle-aged woman was her personal bodyguard who had taken care of her since she was a child. But then he realized that in the eyes of Zhang Ma and Nan Nan, he shouldn't introduce these things to an outsider, so he said immediately. Aunt Zhang, please go out for a moment. Yes, ma'am. The middle-aged woman left the living room with an indifferent expression. Lin Xiao then said, Aunt Jing, the Miss Dai just now was a fake. She was a phantom from the Fox clan. I happen to know her. Her name is Su Rua. Song Shujing was stunned and asked in surprise, really? How did you know? Song Tsai was also shocked. The Fox tribe's illusionary appearance is flawless, can you tell its true form? Lin Xiao had already thought of an excuse, and said, I have had contact with Su Rua. She has a special smell. I happen to remember it. It must be her. Song Tsai still had some doubts, his face half believing and half doubting. Song Shujing believed in her lover very much, frowned, and said puzzledly. Why did this Su Rua pretend to be a swan to approach me? Lin Xiao also looked confused and said. I didn't understand it either. At first I thought she wanted to harm you, but she left so decisively. In addition, judging from your cousin Song Jin's behavior just now, he knows Su Rua's true identity. I was wondering if he was working with the Firefox tribe to try to wrest power from you. Song Shujing fell into deep thought after hearing that, her pretty face slightly solemn. She was not afraid of Song Jin causing trouble on his own, but if he joined forces with the Firefox clan, things would become serious. Song Kai glanced at Lin Xiao with a slightly strange look. This person knew about the power struggle in the family. It was obviously his mother who told him. He trusted him too much. Song Shujing thought for a few seconds and said, it is indeed possible, but the other party has not taken any action yet. If Song Jin really wants to do something, it is impossible to get anything out of him by asking directly. Lin Xiao said, so we can only wait and see what happens and take precautions. From what I know about Su Rua, if she really wants to harm you, she will never give up easily. Aunt Jing, please be careful. Song Shujing nodded slightly. Lin Xiao added, also, Sister Su and Su Rua have a grudge. I have already informed her of this matter. She is on her way to Yunjiang. Aunt Jing can consider whether to help at that time. Lin Xiao did not force Aunt Jing to help. Song Shujing could sense the intention behind this. She felt warm in her heart and said. If Su Rua really intends to harm me, I will stand with the White Fox clan. I, Song Shujing, am not a soft persimmon. If someone wants to bully me, I will naturally fight back. Lin Xiao was surprised to hear this. He didn't expect Aunt Jing to be so domineering in real life. He always thought of her as a charming woman. It's not surprising to have such an impression, after all, the two of them have been doing sex most of the time they have been together. Aunt Jing on the bed is so charming that you can squeeze water out of her, and she has nothing to do with being domineering. Well, at most he looks very domineering when riding a horse after merging with Phyllis. Chapter 201 Song Kai's Strange Plan. As night falls, the villa area is brightly lit. Only Lin Xiao and Song Shujing were left in the living room, while Song Kai went to instruct the kitchen to prepare dinner. Watching her daughter leave, Song Shujing said softly. Lin Xiao, I want to take a shower, do you want to? In the afternoon, the two of them were in perfect harmony, supporting each other and sweating all over. Song Shujing was taught everything she knew, and she felt sticky all over and very uncomfortable. I received a call from my daughter in the hotel and rushed back without having time to clean up. Naturally, I wanted to take a shower at this time. Hearing this, and seeing that there was no one else in the living room, Lin Xiao put his arm around Aunt Jing's waist, put his hand on her big peach, and said with a wicked smile. Aunt Jing wants me to take a shower together. Song Shujing panicked and looked towards the door hastily. Seeing that there was no one there, she breathed a sigh of relief. After a symbolic struggle, she allowed her lover to bully her, saying angrily, "You wish." This was at home, how could she dare to take a bath with her lover? If her daughter found out, she would be doomed. Lin Xiao put his hand on his collar and played with it for a while. When he saw Aunt Jing's eyes were blurry, he stopped moving and said. Okay, where should I go to wash it? Oh, my luggage is still in the car. Song Shujing was pinched and felt very resentful. She said angrily. Don't worry, someone has sent it to your room. I'll take you there. After leaving the living room, the two walked side by side towards a villa next door. In order to avoid letting others know what was going on, Song Shujing deliberately kept a distance from Lin Xiao when she walked. Lin Xiao took this opportunity to send a text message to Sister Su. Sister Su, where have you been? I have confirmed Su Ruer's identity. Su Nanya still replied immediately. I am rushing to Fuyuan City, with a flight to 1 a.m., little rascal, what's going on? Lin Xiao immediately recounted what happened when he met Su Ruer at the Song family. Su Nanya, little rascal, you mean you saw Su Ruer in person, and she saw you too? Lin Xiao thought she was worried about her identity being exposed, so he replied. Well, don't worry, sister. I have used the deception pearl you gave me to disguise myself. Su Nanya, little rascal, you've been exposed. I forgot to tell you that the deception pearl cannot be hidden from our fox tribe. Ah. Why? Lin Xiao was stunned. He had never expected this to happen. Su Nanya, we, the fox tribe, are experts in using illusions, and are very sensitive to the disguise of the deception orb. Lin Xiao said with a hint of luck, even if Su Ruer finds out that I am wearing the fraud pearl, she probably won't know who I am. Su Nanya, no, a few people in the fox tribe have the spirit eye, which can see through the disguise of the deception pearl. Su Ruer has this ability. Lin Xiao's hands froze as he typed, and he suddenly remembered a detail. When they first met, Su Ruer looked at him with obvious surprise. I didn't think much about it at the time, but it turned out that I had discovered my true identity. Lin Xiao was sweating profusely as he typed, Sister, what should I do? Su Ruer left very decisively. Was she scared away by me? Su Nanya, no, with Su Ruer's personality, she will definitely not be scared away by you. On the contrary, she will most likely do something bad to you. Lin Xiao was shocked and subconsciously looked at the map. Fortunately, Su Ruer did not make a surprise attack. Su Nanya, little rascal, don't leave the Song family before I arrive. Okay, I'll wait for my sister. Lin Xiao was not too worried. Sister Su would arrive in the middle of the night. During this time, he would ask the Song family to improve security and he would just need to keep an eye on the map. At this time, they had already reached the door of the villa. Lin Xiao put down his phone and said to Song Shujing. Aunt Jing, I have bad news. Su Ruer should have discovered my identity. Song Shujing was a little confused, what do you mean? Lin Xiao explained the situation. After hearing this, Song Shujing's expression changed slightly and said. I will arrange guards near the villa at night. I have many experts. As long as you don't go out here, there won't be any problems. The Song family has few members but a large fortune, so naturally they need to hire some experts to ensure safety. Lin Xiao nodded, okay. Song Shujing sent Lin Xiao to the guest room, and left in a hurry because she was afraid that he would bully her again. Looking at her back as she ran away with her hips twisted, Lin Xiao found it funny and then he looked around the room. This is a large suite with gorgeous interior decoration. It is extremely spacious and has a separate living room and office. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a presidential suite. Lin Xiao took a quick look, then opened the suitcase, took out his spare clothes, and then started taking a shower. After taking a shower and drying her hair, she stayed in the room for a while before Song Shujing came over again. At this time, Aunt Jing changed her clothes into a burgundy evening dress with a suspender design, and the shoulder straps hung on her crystal clear, jade-like exposed shoulders. The chest is designed with a swing collar, which gives it a natural drooping feeling, vaguely revealing a hint of snow-white ravine between the breasts, which is 3 parts sexy and 7 parts dignified. Because she had just finished showering and rushed over, Song Shujing naturally had no makeup on, but she was a true ultimate beauty, and her face without makeup was even more beautiful. Especially after taking a bath, there are still 2 blushes on her cheeks, which makes her look as pure and beautiful as a lotus emerging from the water. Lin Xiao secretly praised her for being so beautiful, and couldn't help but walk forward to hug her and take a closer look, and even playfully used his fingers to hook open her collar to look inside. Song Shujing stretched out her hand to stop him, with a coquettish look on her face, and leaned forward to kiss his lips. "Okay, the dinner is ready. I'll let you bully me tonight, okay?" Lin Xiao stopped playing tricks and looked at himself, a little embarrassed. "Aunt Jing, is this outfit of mine too tacky?" This time, Lin Xiao brought only clothes for daily wear. Of course, as a freshman in college, he didn't own fancy clothes like a tuxedo. She is currently wearing a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt, which is indeed a bit out of place compared to Song Shujing's exquisite evening gown. Fortunately, he has a handsome face and a tall physique, and looks sunny and handsome. Song Shujing naturally didn't care about these things. She smiled softly and said, "Our Song family is not a Western aristocracy. We don't follow that." The 2 of them went downstairs together, and Lin Xiao used the deception bead to disguise himself again. Originally, he did this to deceive Su Ruer, and had no intention of specifically deceiving Song Tsai. However, since he had already shown this face to others, he had no choice but to continue acting. After crossing the courtyard, the 2 soon arrived at the banquet hall. The banquet arrangement can be said to be quite sumptuous. Lin Xiao came here to help, and he is also Song Shujing's lover. Overtly or covertly, the Song family's hospitality was in accordance with the highest standards. However, as soon as he entered the banquet hall, Lin Xiao was stunned. He looked at Song Tsai, who was already waiting with surprise. The next second he quickly turned his head away, and his heartbeat accelerated for a moment. Song Shujing also saw her daughter. Her eyes were obviously shocked, then she frowned and opened her mouth to scold her, but she didn't say anything. The 2 reacted so strongly because Song Tsai's clothes were very revealing at the time. The girl was also wearing a beige miniskirt-style evening dress with a one-shoulder neckline, revealing her snow-white shoulders. There was nothing wrong with the dress itself, but the problem was that Song Tsai had such a great figure and her breasts were as big as Wei Ying's, so the one-shoulder neckline couldn't hold them all and a large area of her white and soft flesh was exposed. This dress doesn't seem to fit her well. It's a little tight on her and reveals her curves. The skirt was extremely short, revealing thighs as white and tender as tofu, with white leg rings with lace trim as decoration. She was wearing white sandals, her feet were crystal clear, and her toes were painted with nail polish, which made her look extremely cute. To be honest, Song Tsai's lethality at this time is much higher than Aunt Jing's. Her figure is naturally slightly plump, and dressing like this is basically targeting men's weaknesses. Song Shujing was a little confused. Nan Nan usually dressed cutely, so why was she wearing this tonight? It even gives people a burning feeling. At the same time, Song Shujing couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Her daughter's figure was too good, and even she, as a mother, was a little envious. Then, an idea came to her mind that even she found absurd. Could it be that Nan Nan wanted to ruin her place? I felt a little nervous. As a woman with a strong sixth sense, even though Lin Xiao turned around quickly, she was still able to keenly notice the fleeting surprise in the other person's eyes. Song Shujing found herself jealous of her daughter and quickly drove the ridiculous thoughts out of her mind. Only then did she realize that her daughter was wearing her dress, so it was no wonder that it didn't fit her. Nan Nan, why are you wearing my clothes? After all, they are mother and daughter. Song Tsai inherited her gourd-like figure, but she has obviously developed these advantages to the best of her ability. Although she is still an unmarried girl, her hip circumference is almost as big as her mother's, and her bust circumference is much larger. Song Kai stood there openly, his eyes fixed on Lin Xiao's face. The reason why she dressed like this was not because she was naturally promiscuous, but there was a reason. The reason is to seduce Lin Xiao. Why? Because Song Tsai wanted to destroy the relationship between Lin Xiao and her mother. When he saw this person today, Song Tsai was very dissatisfied. She could accept changing to someone with better looks and who is older. But the other person was a boy with average looks and even younger than her. But the purification has not been completely completed yet, and she couldn't directly point out her opposition to this matter. If things get too awkward, it would be bad if the other party doesn't purify her mother. After thinking it over, Song Kai came up with a clever idea. If he could make this guy develop lustful thoughts towards him, then maybe he could make his mother feel disgusted. So when Lin Xiao came in, she stared at his face, wanting to see his reaction, and immediately caught a glimpse of surprise in his eyes. Haha, he is indeed not a serious person. He stared at her breasts for a full 1.5 seconds. Song Tsai felt that if he tempted this guy a little, he would definitely show his true colors, so he replied calmly. I think my mother's clothes are beautiful, so I want to wear them. Song Shujing was a little annoyed. If you want to wear it, pick one that fits you. This one is too small, go change it. Song Kai blinked her eyes, her pure and sweet face looked very innocent. Is it small? I think it's just right. Do you think it's small, Mr. Lin? As he spoke, he paused and enunciated the small characters very heavily. The clothes are small, but you are not small. Lin Xiao felt something was wrong and vaguely guessed that Song Tsai wanted to trick him. How dare I look at it? It is even harder to comment on such a thing. I just kept my eyes straight and said. I'm really sorry, I don't know much about clothing, so I can't tell. Song Kai was a little disappointed when he saw that he didn't take the bait. But then again, she was a young girl who had never even been in a relationship, and she was wearing such revealing clothes today that she almost jumped out, and she still felt a little embarrassed. At this time, my mother seemed to be really angry. She didn't want to let a nasty boy take advantage of her, so she said. Okay, then please wait for a moment, Mr. Lin. I'll go change my clothes. Watching her leaving, Song Shujing breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at Lin Xiao, but inexplicably felt a little nervous. If we put aside her identity as a mother, as a woman, Song Shujing has to admit that her daughter is very good looking. No man could resist the way she dressed just now. I was secretly worried, and I didn't know what Lin Xiao was thinking. I hoped he would not fall in love with Nan Nan. But what does Nan Nan mean by wearing this tonight? Is it really because she suddenly wants to wear her clothes? A thought suddenly popped up in Song Shujing's mind. Could it be that Nan Nan has fallen in love with Lin Xiao? He just puffed out his chest, obviously wanting Lin Xiao to see him. But where does this good feeling come from? Lin Xiao's face is very ordinary now, and it should be difficult for him to win a girl's heart. But if he reveals his true face, it is possible that his daughter will become obsessed with him. But the problem is that Nan Nan didn't see his true face either. Could it be that it was because Lin Xiao purified the pollution for her that Nan Nan felt grateful and turned her affection towards him? Song Shujing's mind was full of random thoughts, and she gradually became frightened. If Nan Nan also falls in love with Lin Xiao, it would be a mess if mother and daughter were to do that together.